Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4 Ga Chapter 93 Destroy the new Murloc Pirates, Vanderdaken appears. In a dark corner outside Fishman Island, there's a Murloc and a giant sea monster. The Murloc is the famous Vanderdaken IX, while the sea monster is Minatsumi, with a particularly rough appearance. It's a bald sea monster. There's a Murloc here, Mionzu sees you and catch him. Vanderdaken X asked Mitsumi to capture the Murlocs. Mionzu saw that the thick body was really good at working, so he quickly captured the Murloc. Vanderdaken X, you are here. The Murloc looked at Vanderdaken X in panic. He didn't expect that King Vanderdaken X, who was offered a huge bounty by the Fishman Island, would hide in a dark trench. Why are you here? Tell me everything, and I'll let you go. Vanderdaken X looked at the Murloc, and he asked the other party to tell everything. The Murloc had no choice but to be caught by Mianjujian. He could only explain things in detail. It turned out to be like this. Hody Jones actually occupied Murloc Island. No, I can't let him kill Princess Shirahoshi. You must know that she is the king of the sea. Vanderdaken X thought of this. He knew that Hody Jones hated Princess Bakesing deeply. If killed by Hody Jones, then his plans over the years would be meaningless. Thinking of this, he no longer used the fruit ability to throw weapons to attack Shirahoshi. He is going to Fishman Island. No matter how much he pays, he will get White Star from Diggins. But he did not fulfill his promise, and he shot and killed the Murloc as a target. Boom. So what about the land god? I have the strongest power in Murloc Island now. I don't believe that a mere land god can defeat my entire new Murloc pirates. Hody Jones glared at Tapu Fini in front of him. He didn't believe that Tapu Fini in front of him could defeat his entire new Murloc pirates with his own power. This sentence was also endorsed by the 6 executives. The reasons for their approval are also natural. They finally managed to rule the Fishman Island, and they were about to become masters. How could the creature in front of them spoil their good deeds? Even if the creature is their patron saint. 01 and the other pirates of the Murloc pirates. But the confidence in this land god is not so sufficient. You know, they have a total of 5,000 troops. How could this land god in front of him be their rival? Snipe shot troops, attack. Hammond is the leader of the snipe shots. He has the snipe shot troops attack the land god Tapu Fini. Snipe shot troops are troops with guns. They shoot Tapu Fini. But the next second, Tapu Fini used Moonblast. The moon in soaring in the sky strikes directly towards the ocean floor. A series of moonbeams hit the snipe shot troops. All of a sudden, snipe shot troops suffered heavy casualties. Countless limbs and broken arms were scattered all over the place. How is this possible? Hammond froze for a moment. He didn't expect his snipe shot troops to die in such a large number. And Bodhidharma and the others were also at this time. 2 units were mobilized to attack Tapu Fini in soaring in the sky. Carapace troops attack. Thousand Needles attack. Commanding these 2 troops are Bodhidharma and his Carlos Musi. They saw Hammond's troops wiped out. Now they are ready to let the 2 forces flank Tapu Fini together to see. Let's see if Tapu Fini can handle the sudden attack of the 2 forces. Crustaceans are Murlocs who wield turtle shells as shields. The Senbenjen troops are sea urchin Murlocs, but just when Tapu Fini was about to challenge, the stone statues of the 2 land gods fell off at this moment. They revealed themselves. They are Tapu Wuwu and Tapu Didi. The 2 land gods directly shocked the Carapace army and the Thousand Needle army. They didn't expect these 2 land gods to be revived in stone statues. How could it be possible to recover from the stone statue? Hody Jones was even more shocked. He never thought that a divine beast would be revived in the stone statue. But there is no turning back when you open the bow. Tapu Koko used the skill discharge. Countless electric currents emerged from his body, condensing a violent lightning bolt. These currents struck every Murloc. The Tapu Butterfly uses extrasensory. Control the Murloc directly and let Tapu Koko's discharge hit it. This is the perfect cooperation of the 2 beasts. Thousand Needle troops and Carapace troops are dead. Bodhidharma and Yi Carlos Mushi, the 2 Murlocs, looked at this scene in shock. They didn't expect that the 2 troops would be killed like this. It was beyond their expectations, but they haven't waited for them to think too much. Tapu Wuwu and Tapu Didi came to them in the blink of an eye. Tapu whimpered and the discharge ball hit as Carlos Musi directly. In the blink of an eye, as Carlos Musi ushered in death. On the other side, Tapu Didi uses extrasensory. It directly hit Dharma. Every so often, extrasensory tore up the Murloc Bodhidharma. Carlos Musi, Bodhidharma never imagined that the land god in front of him would be so terrifying. He was able to kill them in the blink of an eye. At the moment, Geo is using a mimic skin. He wants to sneak attack Tapu Fini. Earth god, be careful. Seeing this scene, Neptune quickly reminded Kafin. But Neptune didn't know that Tapu Fini's sentience was very strong. Tapu Fini sensed it when he saw it. Tapu Fini uses Moonblast. The purple beam of light hit Jiu's body. Joe died instantly. The head shattered like a shattered watermelon. In such an instant, all 3 executives died. This scene completely shocked the remaining 3 executives Hammond, Toss, and Baozang. You must know that although they are stronger than Bodhidharma and the others, But not much stronger. In other words, since the beast in front of him could kill the 3 executives. In other words, it has enough strength to kill them. The beast is so strong. Rolling Star looked at the 3 land gods. He didn't expect the 3 land gods to be so strong. He was defeated by his Carlos Musi before, he knows the strength of his Carlos Musi. But such a powerful Murloc was unable to do a single move in the hands of the land god. This too terrified him, it was hard for him to believe it. If you are not strong, how can you be a divine beast? Sharkstar and Huang Xing agreed with the beast. In their view, since the land god can easily solve his Carlos Musi. That can solve Hammond, toss, and hide them, even get rid of Hody Jones. What's to be done? Captain Hody Jones. Hammond looked at Howdy Jones. He wanted to see if Howdy Jones could do anything. Take out the ES strong medicine, we will not lose with it. Hody Jones asked Hammond to take out the ES killer. This medicine is a murderous medicine that can continuously improve the strength of the human body. Eat 1 can double, eat 2 can quadruple. In this way, the stack height is almost infinite. But this medicine has serious side effects, that is after eating. People get old. Everyone sends one. Howdy Jones looked at the rest of the unit and the executive. He is a pure gambler. Now he was going to fight to the death. In his opinion, he possesses the poisonous medicine. I will definitely not lose this time. Good, Captain. Although Hammond didn't want to use the poison, he could only swallow it under the pressure of Hody Jones. As every Murloc swallowed the poison, this made the strength of the entire new Murloc pirates skyrocket. One by one glared at the land god in front of them. This kind of demand can not only make everyone's strength skyrocket. It will also confuse the mind, which is why they dare to do so. Sea beast troops, air troops, toxic troops, charge from now on. Tosto took a few pills. He directly commanded all the troops and began to charge towards the land gods. But at the same time as they charge, the 3 mythical beasts on soaring in the sky. He also began to show his might. I saw they used hyper beam. The continuous 3 intense light beams directly destroyed the Murlocs in front of them. One by one the Murlocs were hit by the beam of light. Immediate death. Toss couldn't stand it anymore. He picked up the hammer and was about to attack Tapu Fini. But under Hyperbeam, no object is distinguished. They fell directly at the feet of Hyperbeam one by one. Toss is no exception. The giant hammer was directly blown away, and the whole person was smashed into pieces by the light of destruction. Leopard hides, and Hammond panics. They want to escape. But Tapu Deity and Tapu Wuwu did not intend to let them go. A hyperbeam that was tens of meters long was shot directly bombed them into pieces. The smell of blood spread throughout the Murloc Island. This is too scary. The residents of Fishman Island saw a scene like a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. My heart trembled a little. If this hyper beam hits them, the estimated result is the same. There is no possibility of returning. Hody Jones, is he dying? Neptune looked in Hody Jones' direction. I saw Hody Jones constantly swallowing the poison. He has swallowed 3 full bottles, and still swallowing. This meaning seems to mean that Hody Jones is going to fight with the land god. The captain has swallowed so many poisons, the new Murloc pirates will surely win. As the new Murloc pirates were killed more and more. The more pirates of the new Murloc pirates, a hatred for the land god arose. After they saw Hody Jones swallow the killer, they thought Hody Jones was invincible. After all, with so many evil medicines, it will definitely make Hody Jones stronger. Raised to a very terrifying level, maybe these beasts. In the next second, it will become the shredded corpse of Hody Jones. Hody Jones is so crazy, could the land god be rival? Sha Xing and Huang Xing saw the death of Tibetan Leopard, Toss and others who defeated them. But when he saw that Hody Jones was using the poison so recklessly, this makes them will the god of the land be victorious. An unknown was generated. In their view, Hody Jones did it. It is really possible to defeat the land god. You have ruined everything about me. I, Hody Jones, must destroy you. Hody Jones looked at the land god. He must destroy these beasts that ruined his plan. After he took an overdose of the poison, his eyes became blood red and his hair became extremely pale. This shows that these medicines have been overdrawing his life. In other words, he didn't have long to live, since there is not too long a good life. Then he must tear these beasts in front of him into pieces. Water Heart Group Sharks. Hody Jones used his strongest move, Shuixin Group Shark. The water in the entire Fishman Island was mobilized by him. It turned into sharks and attacked the 2 mythical beasts Tapu Wuwu and Tapu Deity in front of them. And he is heading towards Tapu Fini with all his strength. He must destroy his plan with this one in front of him. The divine beast that prevented him from occupying the entire Murloc Island was torn in 2. Nature's Madness. Tapu Fini used exclusive skills. This skill is an exclusive skill only possessed by the 4 Pokemon Tapu Fini, Tapu Wuwu, Tapu Deity, and Tapu Momoo. I saw that everything around me was attacking Hody Jones in front of me. Neither was the saltwater shark that Hody Jones had just unleashed. Still trees or knives and guns. These things are all attacking Hody Jones, who is rushing towards him. In the next second, all these items exploded directly in front of Hody Jones. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions continued to resound. The sound of these explosions was no better than Sha Chang's explosion. And it reached the missile-level explosion, with another explosion. Hody Jones stopped in his tracks. There was a look of fear in his eyes. It was a look of fear that he rarely showed. He has some regrets about taking the statue out of Murloc Island. I regret attacking Murloc Island. Regret the taunt beast. He only now knows the land god. It's not something ordinary Murlocs like them can provoke. But it's useless to say anything now. I saw pieces of leafage covering his body. Then there was a violent explosion. Hody Jones' entire Murloc body was blown to pieces. Flesh splattered. This startled Neptune, who was also a Murloc. Although the picture is somewhat cruel, Neptune is still a warrior who has seen blood after all. He had sanctioned many forces that provoked the Fishman Island. Bloody scenes can be said to have seen quite a lot. But it was the first time he had seen such a bloody scene. Hody Jones is dead. Seeing that the boss was dead, the pirates of the new Murloc pirates suddenly lost the idea of fighting. They have some fear of the land god. After all, the land god, the scene of killing in the blink of an eye still exists in their minds. Lingering. Tapu Fini saw that everyone in the new Murloc pirates had surrendered, and he had no intention of killing anymore. From his point of view, Murloc Island is the territory of their land gods, and Hody Jones dared to lead a large number of Murlocs to destroy Murloc Island in front of him. This is tantamount to fighting against him. It is his duty to exterminate the pests on Murloc Island. Earth God. Why are you here, Shirahoshi? Neptune also wanted to talk to the land god. But suddenly he saw his daughter Bai Xing beside him. This made him couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at Shirahoshi. One must know that Vander Daken Ix has been attacking Shirahoshi uninterruptedly. But now Shirahoshi didn't look like he was attacked again. Could it be that Vander Daken changed his mind, just when Neptune was thinking this way? In soaring in the sky, a sharp blade suddenly fell. White Star, be careful. Sha Xing and others rushed towards Bai Xing directly, wanting to block the sharp blade on soaring in the sky for Bai Xing. P*K. The sharp blade pierced Sharkstar's arm. Seeing this scene, Bai Xing burst into tears. She didn't expect Shark Xing to be seriously injured just because she came out of the hard shell tower. Sound waves are quite powerful, and Neptune and the others also discovered that Vander Daken was actually very close to them. At the moment he is sitting on a huge ship. He was constantly flinging things, and even flinged a million Jin Stone over. Vander Daken, who has the target fruit ability, only needs to touch one item. No matter how much he weighs or wins, as long as you touch the lock on target, you can fling to it. Sacred beast, since I can't get it, I will destroy it. Vander Daken witnessed Hody Jones' death. In his opinion, since Hody Jones has failed, it is impossible for him to succeed. Then destroy Shirahoshi, but he didn't notice the rage look in Tapu Fini's eyes. You must know that the land god is a beast that loves its own land very much. And Vander Daken destroyed Murloc Island in this way. Then they will definitely not let him go. Chapter 94. The three generals attack Murloc Island, and Lugia is revived. Die. Vander Daken kept throwing away the items collected by the ship and the sea monster. Neptune had the mermaids defend with iron shields. Only then did it resist Vander Daken's attack, but Vander Daken was too far away for them. There are thousands of meters away, they couldn't do anything about Vander Daken. And Bai Xing felt a little wronged. It was because she saw that there were no weapons dropped by Vander Daken around. Only then did he come out of the hard shell tower. Because she was too worried about the injuries of her father King Neptune and the big brother sharks. On the contrary, I didn't expect that it would cause trouble. Master Land God supported us, it's Lord Land God. The pressure on the iron shield suddenly became lighter. The mermaids protected by the iron shield looked out of the iron shield. I saw Tapu Diddy released extrasensory. Stop these weapons and stones in the air. Father, can you ask Lord Land God to help us deal with Vander Daken Ix? Yes, King Neptune, Lord Field God is the god of our Murloc Island. Sharkstar and others saw this scene, immediately suggested that Neptune invite Lord Land God. Come help with this hateful Vander Daken Ix. In this way, his younger sister Bai Xing can also live a free life. Well, I can only go and beg the land god like this. Neptune frowned. As the king of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, he rarely asks for help. But now the land god helped Dragon Palace Kingdom has passed a crisis. And they also ask the god of the land. He can only personally ask the land god to help the Dragon Palace Kingdom through this crisis. The lock on target of Vander Daken's target fruit is only lock on Shirahoshi. And there is no lock on Neptune. Neptune came to the side of the land god. Immediately bowed. I am the current king of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, and I also ask the land god to help eliminate Vander Daken. The people of Fishman Island were very surprised to see Neptune bowing on his own initiative. You must know that Neptune, who is the great knight of the sea, rarely makes such a humble gesture. But facing the land god, he bowed. They could see Neptune's sincerity, but they thought that the opposite of Neptune was the land god. They are no longer surprised, because the land god is really worthy of Neptune doing this. As for matters related to the territory of the Murloc Island, our land god will naturally not stand idly by, but Neptune, are you aware? Asking us to take action will cost a lot. The order of the Murloc Island must be restored 800 years ago. Tapu Fini looked at Neptune. He stated his request, All he has to do now is to establish Murloc Island as the second Pokémon Kingdom. As for why this is so, it is still because of the mission of God the Father. And now the king of the kingdom is Neptune, they don't want to slaughter wantonly. So get approval from Neptune. Let them build a Pokémon Kingdom here. 800 years ago, I agreed. Neptune, who has related documents from 800 years ago, knows what Tapu Fini means. It is nothing more than to say that the Pokémon Kingdom is to be established here. But Neptune thought about it and agreed. After all, Tapu Fini is the original god of Murloc Island. In addition, Whitebeard is dead, so he can't protect Murloc Island. The kingdom is re-established here, then it is also a good thing. Well, the Pokémon Kingdom will protect Murloc Island. Tapu Fini saw Neptune and agreed. He also understood that the matter in Fishman Island was successfully completed this time. Now it's time to deal with the pirate from soaring in the sky. Thinking of this, Tapu Fini directly summoned the 2 divine beasts. This time they want 3 divine beasts to dispatch together. And at this time, the 4th beast, Pumu, also recovered. He looked at the 3 divine beasts on soaring in the sky. Some exchanges in the past, he understood what was going on. Captain, what should we do now? The sea monster Mitsu looked at Vanderdaken Ix. He wanted to know what Vanderdaken was thinking. You know, that is the land god of Fishman Island. What about the land god? There are many mythical beasts outside the Murloc Island. I don't think the mythical beasts are that powerful. If it doesn't work, we can run away. Vanderdaken wasn't too worried. One must know that he is extremely far away from Fishman Island. In addition, they have swam all the way to Nose Place now. This Nose ship is the largest ship on Murloc Island. Just give Noah to fling into Murloc Island. Well, no doubt about it. Most of the Fishman Island will definitely be destroyed. Mei Mienzu, let us witness the demise of Murloc Island, backquote. Vanderdaken pushed Noah. This huge ship directly sank in the direction of Murloc Island. Like a Neptune normal. Boom, Noah fell down, as it approaches Fishman Island. Everyone can see it more clearly, especially seeing Vanderdaken above. He wanted to witness the destruction of the Murloc Island. After all, he can get away at any time, as long as the sea monster Mewtwo is around. Vanderdaken, is this going to destroy Fishman Island? This is too disgusting. What should we do? Noah is about half the size of Murloc Island. After letting the surrounding Murlocs see this terrifying scene, all feel nervous. They didn't expect Vanderdaken to be so ruthless. Not only to kill Shirahoshi, there are so many Murlocs and mermaids from Murloc Island. He was buried with Bai Xing. What should I do, father? Sha Xing and the others looked at Neptune, their expressions extremely tense. They didn't expect Vanderdaken to be so ruthless that even Noah was left behind. We can only hope in the land god. Neptune glanced at Noah. This is a big ship comparable to most of Murloc Island. Landing on Murloc Island at this moment would cause heavy casualties to the people of Murloc Island. But it was impossible to make him stop it. We can only see if the beast can do it. Just at this time, 4 land gods and 4 beasts flew to the sky. They're going to beat Vanderdejken, Tapu Fini, Tapu Diddy, Tapu Mu, Tapu Koko. The 4 mythical beasts used nature power. The Ark Noah and soaring in the sky stopped miraculously. Stop. Neptune didn't expect that the Tiandi god made Nuoj stop as soon as he made a move. What kind of strength can do this? This shocked him a little, but at the same time he was a little rejoiced. Fortunately, he agreed to the request of the land god. Otherwise, the entire Murloc Island will be smashed by Noah. On the other side, Vanderdaken Ix didn't feel very good. How is it possible? How did he do it? Vanderdaken Ix was surprised. He looked at the land god below in surprise. How on earth they did it he didn't understand. However, he has the instinct to escape from being wanted by Dragon Palace all the year round. Or let him understand the first time. Now I have to run away, or I will be caught by Dragon Palace City. Then he will never think about it for the rest of his life. Now I have to follow the sea monster Mitsumi and leave. Nianzu see us go, following the words of Vanderdaken Ix. Mitsumi jumped off the boat and began to swim behind him, and Vanderdaken Ix saw Mitsumi leave. He also started jumping on Wasatsumi's back. The two moved at a very fast speed. Get out of here together. But Tapu Fini certainly won't let them slip away. Tapu Fini swims through the sea at breakneck speed. It didn't take long to catch up to Vanderdaken Ix. And Vanderdaken Ix is still immersed in the joy of escaping from birth. Even if it stops Noah, so what, I escaped, Vanderdaken Ix smiled. He wanted to turn his head and mock the land gods. So what if it's a god? It's not that he escaped. However, when he looked behind him, he found that Tapu Fini had caught up to him. And he was chasing after him. Run, see you in Natsu. Vanderdaken Ix took a picture of Mitsumi, wanting to speed up Mitsumi. But Mitsumi is a very fast sea monster. However, he has already exhausted all his physical strength in this wild running speed. And Tapu Fini accelerated again. It was directly blocked in front of Vanderdaken Ix. How could it be so fast? Vanderdaken was stunned, knowing that it was only a few minutes before he escaped. And Tapu Fini came to him across thousands of meters. I surrender. The god of the land will spare me. I will never do anything to Princess Bakesing again. Vanderdaken Ix directly knelt down, but he drew a pistol from his sleeve. He who is a target fruit capable user, The bullet must be able to hit the effect of every shot. As long as he fires a shot. Boom, Van der Dyken X fired a shot. He believed that this shot would definitely end the life of the Earth God. The bullet headed towards Tapu Fini in front of him at an extremely fast speed. But stopped in front of Tapu Fini. This is impossible. Van der Dyken didn't expect that Tapu Fini in front of him stopped even the bullets, which made him a little unbelievable. But the truth came to him. He had no way to refute. Tapu Fini had expected it. Because just through perception ability, he can perceive that the man in front of him is actually very dirty inside. A beam of light appeared on Tapu Fini's body. A direct hyperbeam destroys Van der Dyken X and the sea monster Miyazumi in front of them. No, Van der Dyken let out a tragic wail. He regretted it if he didn't catch the Murloc. Then he wouldn't come to Fishman Island. You will never encounter this terrifying beast. But it's useless to regret. Hyperbeam directly destroyed every part of his body. Then suddenly exploded. Boom, accompanied by an explosion. Van der Dyken X and Mitsumi were killed in the ocean in this way. He actually killed Van der Dyken. Van der Dyken didn't escape. I knew the land god would be able to destroy Van der Dyken. The people of Fishman Island below were talking about it. They didn't expect Van der Dyken X, a pirate who had escaped from Dragon Palace City hundreds of times. But this time he was successfully wiped out by the land god. Up. Sha Xing and the others couldn't believe it. They didn't expect Van der Dyken X, who troubled their sister Shirahoshi, to be wiped out just like that. This increased their awe of the land god a lot. Shirahoshi, my daughter, you are finally free. King Neptune also looked excited. You must know that although Van der Dyken IX's combat effectiveness is not high, but it is extremely good at escaping, especially the sea monster Mitsumi next to him is very fast and frightening. A total of hundreds of times escaped from Dragon Palace City. Now it's finally killed. That also meant Shirahoshi was free. Thanks to Lord Landgod. Bai Xing glanced at the outside world. Finally nothing can stop her now. Can freely appear in the outside world. This is a very common scene in the eyes of ordinary people, but it is very rare in her eyes. Tapu Fini returns to Murloc Island. Now they can build a new Pokemon kingdom on Murloc Island. Fortunately, Murloc now regards them as heroes. In addition, they were originally the land gods of Murloc Island. The people of Fishman Island quickly established the Pokemon kingdom. And this castle even overshadowed Dragon Palace City. And at the same time, the BIGMOM pirates also have the idea of Fishman Island. This time, the BIGMOM pirates were ordered to come to Fishman Island. This time they sent Charlotte Smoky, one of the 3 general stars of Desert. And Combatant Bobbin, Combatant Execute Baron, Combatant Pokemus, Combatant Deezer. This is their lineup to occupy Murloc Island, and now they are constantly discussing how to occupy the Fishman Island. Will it go well this time? Mom has high expectations for this Fishman Island? It was Combatant Bo Bin who spoke, a short, fat man with a white mask on his face. But only partially covered. It will definitely work this time. Don't forget that we are Smoky, one of the 3 Desert Generals. Pokemus responded to Bo Bin's words. He is an animal-type tortoise fruit capable person who can turn into a turtle. Appearance as a lion fur tribe with sunglasses. That's right, Smoothie can definitely lead us to take the Murloc Island, although I think we can capture the Murloc Island without using force. Execute Baron draws a circle with a crutch. He is a member of the Foot Clan, with a pair of particularly long legs. He is also a psychic-type execute fruit capable person. That's right, this is Charlotte Smoky, one of the 3 Desert Generals, and the 3 senior executives of Big MOM. Diesel said with a smile. Diesel's head is a chimney, the body is in the barrel, with speed as the length, he is a long-handed person. He did think so. Nuo Wang Zhao, because the Desert 3 stars are the strongest existence in the BIGMOM pirate group except for the Captain Charlotte Lingling. And this time they followed Charlotte Tesmuji to Murloc Island. There is no doubt that this time it can be said to be stable. Maybe Neptune, the king of Murloc Island, can even directly submit to the BIGMOM pirates to take down Murloc Island without bloodshed. After all, what the BIGMOM pirates want is only the sweetheart of Fishman Island, rather than the right to rule over Fishman Island. In the depths of the sea of Fishman Island, there is a stone statue shaking. As the stone statue shook, other sea creatures began to move away from the stone statue. They are full of fear of this stone statue. The stone statue is a creature that looks like a bird and looks like a dragon. He has wings that look like a hand. The eyes have a structure like a mask normal. He is the beast Lugia. Lugia fell asleep in the sea. Until it is illuminated by a purple light, he broke away from the stone statue shell. He is resurrected. Roar, a violent ripple trembled in the sea. The North Sea monster Kurkan escaped here. He was originally the pet of the new Murloc pirates, but now because of the defeat of the new Murloc pirates, he has no home. He came to the deep sea to look for food. But when he looked up, he saw Lugia. In an instant, fear appeared in his eyes. Because this giant, which was about the same length as him, was much more powerful than him. Master of Lugia casts Weather Ball. A stream of water, the energy ball, rushed directly towards the 300-meter-long white sea giant Nien. Instantly wiped out Kurkan directly. Boom, the sea trembled. Even Neptune's felt this powerful wave of light, was also frightened. At this moment, Lugia looked in the direction of Murloc Island. He sensed that the 4 divine beasts that fell asleep with him were all there. In this case, he will go back to Fishman Island. Chapter 95, Tapu Mu kills executive, fighting Smoothie. It's not good, the BIGMOM pirates are here. Suddenly, someone outside the Dragon Palace shouted. Accompanied by this shout, everyone looked outside and found a boat parked outside the Fishman Island. The pirate flag of the BIGMOM pirates is impressively on the ship. Surprisingly, it was the BIGMOM pirates who came to Fishman Island. What happened to the BIGMOM pirates? The minister on the right was a little flustered. You must know that the BIGMOM pirates are the 4 emperors pirates of the New World. Has a fairly strong sphere of influence. At this moment, the BIGMOM pirates must have a big event coming here. It might bring catastrophe to Fishman Island. In Dragon Palace City, Neptune, Sharkstar and others were talking to Mrs. Xia Li. Through the conversation, they learned that they seemed to have made a mistake. Isn't Mrs. Xia Li really these mythical beasts? Neptune was stunned, and Mrs. Xia Li, who was divining and prophesying, came to Dragon Palace City. She told King Neptune that the divination was wrong, which directly stunned Neptune. It's these mythical beasts, but it's not. My recent divination has become clearer and clearer. It's a mythical beast that looks like a bird. As for the ones who invaded our Dragon Palace, it's actually the BIGMOM pirates. Big MOM pirates. Neptune panicked completely. He didn't expect it to be the BIGMOM pirates. You must know that this is one of the 4 emperor pirates as famous as Whitebeard. If the BIGMOM pirates also came to Dragon Palace, this will definitely cause heavy casualties to Dragon Palace City. But he still can't believe it now. You must know that Fishman Island is quite far from the residence of BIGMOM pirates. He doesn't think members of the BIGMOM pirates will come to Murloc Island. But at this moment, the left minister, General Hema, walked in with a nervous expression on his face, and Neptune felt bad. It's not good, King Neptune. The BIGMOM pirates attacked us. They said they wanted to bring the Murloc Island into a subordinate state, and asked us to offer desserts. General Hema reported the truth to Neptune. Neptune was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect Mrs. Xia Li's prediction to be true. The BIGMOM pirates are really planning to invade Raikou Palace. The disaster of the Murloc Island that Mrs. Shigeri said is probably true, if the BIGMOM pirates don't agree. Dragon Palace City will really usher in destruction. Thinking of this, Neptune's scalp tingles. King, why don't we surrender to the Murloc Island? They have sent 4 fighters this time, the executive. You must know that this is the executive of the Murloc Island, second only to the desert 3 generals and 317 ministers. The right minister, Minister Catfish, directly expressed his thoughts. His idea is of course for the good of Fishman Island. However, one must know that the current Fishman Island is not what it used to be. The Pokémon Kingdom was established on Murloc Island, and now Murloc Island is protected by the Pokémon Kingdom. If you want to change the object of protection, it means making enemies with the Pokémon Kingdom. Neptune quickly thought of this, but when I think about it, it is not difficult to make up my mind. Although the power of the Pokémon Kingdom is stronger than that of the 4 emperors. With a pair of world totem trends. But distant waters cannot quench near thirst, and the power of the Pokémon Kingdom is far away in the world and the Great Sea Route. The Fishman Island is relatively close to the New World. If a conflict really breaks out, it will be the Fishman Island that will suffer. The Pokémon Kingdom may not be able to help, maybe when the powerful beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom arrive. Maybe the Fishman Island is already extinct. Thinking of this, Neptune hesitated. King, let's let the BIGMOM pirates come in. With the protection of the 4 emperors BIGMOM, the Pokémon Kingdom should not be able to do anything to us. The right minister, Catfish Scholar, saw that King Neptune was moved and continued to persuade him. In his opinion, the BIGMOM pirates are much stronger than the Pokémon Kingdom. The backing is also much stronger. After all, the signboard of the 4 emperors is very resounding in this sea. Minister Right, what is your intention? The land gods have just cleaned up the disaster for us, and now you want to deceive the public with lies and let us avenge our kindness. Sharkstar couldn't stand it anymore. You must know that the land god and the others had just finished helping their Murloc Island. If their Fishman Island did this kind of thing to their benefactor, wouldn't it be too chilling for the land god? That is, what is the right minister thinking? I think he was scared by the BIGMOM pirates. Both Huang Xing and Crashing Xing talked about it. In their opinion, the 4 emperors BIGMOM pirates are not that powerful. If they did an act of treachery, how would the Murlocs of Murloc Island think of their royal family in Dragon Palace City? Minister on the right, I know you were thinking about the Fishman Island, but I have already decided to advance and retreat with the Pokémon Kingdom this time. Minister on the left, please go and inform the beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom. Let's delay the time with the BIGMOM pirates. Hearing what Sharkstar and the others said, Neptune made up his mind. As Whitebeard's friend, his conduct is quite upright, and he never wants to repay favors. And he still has, a BDH, some faith in the Pokémon Kingdom. You must know that in Mrs. Charlie's prophecy, there is a creature suspected of being a beast that saved the Murloc Island. He thought of Lugia, the patron saint of Murloc Island in legend, the sea god. This is an extremely mysterious beast. He doesn't often stay on the Murloc Island, but he will appear once the Murloc Island encounters a crisis of destruction. Like the gods of the land, they will obey the words of Lugia, the god of the sea. It's just that this legend is even more illusory, and the statue of Lugia, the god of the sea, has never been found on Murloc Island. This also leads to the legend of Lugia. Even less is known. But with the resurrection of the land god, Neptune began to believe in the legend of Lugia. He believed that Lugia might actually exist. Is this the Fishman Island? Neptune didn't come to greet us in person. Popmas was a little annoyed. In his opinion, King Pluton should come to them personally. You know, they're the executives of the BIGMOM pirates. The pirates they ride also have the style of the BIGMOM pirates, with a lot of cakes as decorations, and there is no shortage of desserts. Why don't you just break in and let Neptune know the consequences of neglecting our BIGMOM pirates? I feel good. Execute Baron definitely came to Bobbin's suggestion. As the four executives reached an agreement, the BIGMOM pirates turned their bows and tackled directly towards Mermaid Island. The shield of Murloc Island can be broken through. This is beyond doubt. The protective cover of Murloc Island has two layers, the inner and outer layers, and the middle is a vacuum zone. If the pirates or Murlocs are not strong enough. If you stay in this region for too long, you may die completely. This is also the reason why many people take the legal route, but the BIGMOM pirates are not afraid. A large number of them are the best among pirates. They directly broke into the Murloc Island from the protective cover of the Murloc Island. Suddenly there was a vacuum in the BIGMOM pirate's ship, contest condition. This also made Charlotte Smoothie, who was still in the boat, feel it. Charlotte Tesmuji is the 35th child of the four emperors Charlotte Tellingbling and the 14th daughter of Charlotte Tellingbling. He is the fruit juice minister of all nations, and he is also quite powerful because of his strength. Also became one of the senior executives among the Desert 3 generals in the BIGMOM pirate group. He has brown skin, a very tall figure, silver-white wavy long hair, a white round hood, a yellow scarf, and a pink jumpsuit. The most notable feature is her pair of thighs, with more than double the body tissue. She is a long-legged family with the longest thighs in the world. Coupled with her cold expression, the cold aura of Japan's stock was conveyed on her body. Execute Baron, did they do a good job? Charlotte Smoothie sensed a vacuum on the ship, contest condition. She immediately understood that this was the work of the fighters Execute Baron. But she didn't intend to question them. In fact, they are the perennial combatants of the BIGMOM pirates. In Charlotte Smoothie's view, Execute Baron and the others can handle the Fishman Island incident well, and maybe she doesn't even need to do anything. But if the mission fails, or betrayal, then even the fighters of the BIGMOM pirates will not squeeze them dry at all. It's the ship of the BIGMOM pirates. How did they come here? Could it be that they intend to invade our Fishman Island? How could our Yudao be the rival of the four emperors? The arrival of the BIGMOM pirates, it brought panic to many residents of Murloc Island. In their view, Murloc Island would not be the rival of the four emperor pirates. After all, each of the four emperors is well known in the New World. Call you King Neptune, or you will be like this house. Diesel directly chose to fire, and a shell passed. Blow up a house directly. This made all the residents dare not speak out. All he could do was wait anxiously for King Neptune. After Neptune heard the noisy sound, he also found the sound and came to the location where the BIGMOM pirates were. It actually fired directly. There was warmth and anger in Neptune's eyes. He didn't expect that he was just late. The executive of the BIGMOM pirate group Dazong fired directly. Looked at the bombed houses. There were still dead Murloc villagers inside, and Neptune couldn't help glaring at Diesel. But Diesel didn't care about Neptune's anger. Shendu didn't even look at Neptune. This ignorance made Neptune feel even more uncomfortable. But not only Dieter, but also Execute Baron didn't feel anything wrong. After all, their BIGMOM pirates have always been used to being domineering. When encountering unyielding forces, firing 2 cannonballs is just a trivial matter. If you really want to do it, it's Wudao. For example, several of their fighters have slaughtered the island. The reason is that these countries violated the desert treaty of the BIGMOM pirates, failed to deliver desserts, and refused to supply desserts. I must have heard of my name, Execute Baron, King Neptune. Execute Baron looked at Neptune, and then said immediately, the Murloc Island has lost the protection of Whitebeard now, and now our BIGMOM pirates are taking control of this place. You need to supply desserts for the BIGMOM pirates, King Neptune, do you understand it? Execute Baron is a little more gentlemanly in his opinion. It is best to be able to complete this matter satisfactorily. But what he got in exchange for these words was the silence of death normal. He felt bad. This, what Execute Baron said, made Neptune speechless. He didn't expect Execute Baron to ask them for an answer directly. This makes the delay they originally thought useless. And Execute Baron observed the entire Murloc Island. He found that there was a building on Murloc Island that was different from Dragon Palace City. And this building is bigger than Fishman Island. Could it be that there are other forces in your Fishman Island? Execute Baron looked at the silent Neptune and guessed the answer. Occupying Murloc Island this time was ordered by the fearsome Charlotte Trelling. After thinking about the consequences of failure, Execute Baron became nervous. And several other combatants with impatient expressions. Already ready to fight the contest condition, Bo took up the knife. Diesel took control of the cannon. Popmas also looked alert. In this case, the only option is to use force. The irascible Bo Bin intends to use force. Behind him are more than 100 ordinary pirates from the BIGMOM pirates. They raised their guns and were about to shoot at the Murlocs. And at this time, Tapu Mu came to the scene. He went directly to Diesel, who had fired earlier. Skullbash. Tapu Mu is best at physical damage. He rammed directly at Diesel. The next moment, Diesel's cannon-wrapped body exploded suddenly. Diesel was directly pierced by the horns on Tapu Mu's head. This is a divine beast. The appearance of Tapu Mu made everyone around startled. They didn't expect the divine beast to appear suddenly. Neptune felt a little heavy in his heart, and now Tapu Momo instantly killed Diesel with his shot. Although it makes them feel happy, but this also means that the Pokemon Kingdom and the Fishman Island have completely offended the BIGMOM pirates. With the BIGMOM pirates to the point of immortality. Trouble. Execute Baron drew out his cane sword. He already understood that the appearance of the beast and beheaded Executive Diesel, which made the BIGMOM pirates completely lose their relationship with the beast and the Murlocs. Possibility of island reconciliation. Now launching a war against Murloc Island is what they should do. Execute Baron, you don't have to be nervous, it's just a mythical beast. The mythical beast is also powerful in the Four Seas and the Great Root. In the New World, it is still the world of our four Emperor Pirates. Pokemus looked at Execute Baron and expressed his thoughts. Execute Baron's expression relaxed and he was right. In front of him was nothing but a divine beast. They still have 3 combatants, and they are all much stronger than Diesel. How can you be afraid of such a Tapu Mu in front of you? But at this moment, Tapu Fini, Tapu Diddy, and Tapu Koko also received the news and came here. Suddenly, 4 divine beasts appeared in the entire area of Murloc Island. This scene made Execute Baron's heart grow colder and colder. You must know that just now, that Tapu Mu defeated an executive of their BIGMOM pirate group with 1 blow. The 4 similar-looking beasts that suddenly appeared were no less powerful than the previous one. Thinking of this, Execute Baron's mood became depressed. How do you do things? How do you do things so badly? Charlotte Smoothie came out after hearing the noise. A pair of long legs are proud of the crowd, but what doesn't match her appearance is her deterrent power. A pirate from the BIGMOM pirates who lost his weapon was frightened by Tapu's moo, and was directly pulled up by her with bare hands, drained the water in his body, and turned into a crumpled ball. And everyone in Fishman Island looked at Charlotte Smoothie in panic. This is one of the 3 major strengths of the BIGMOM pirates, the 3 Desert Generals, Xingxi Moji. It's really her. Fishman Island is coming to an end. I didn't expect the BIGMOM pirates to send her here. Everyone in Fishman Island panicked. The right minister, Catfish Scholar, became even more energetic, and he was right. How could the beast of the Pokemon Kingdom be the rival of the BIGMOM pirates? Chapter 96 Lugia Shots, Smuggy sinks into the sea. The BIGMOM pirates sent 3 generals. Neptune did not expect that the BIGMOM pirates would make such a big determination for the Fishman Island this time. He even sent 3 generals to Murloc Island to think of this. He has some doubts about whether the beasts can defeat the BIGMOM pirates. The BIGMOM pirates also appeared with Charlotte Smoothie. The momentum has become high, and there are 1,000 pirates. He looked at the Murlocs and mermaids on the Murloc Island. His eyes became extremely bloodthirsty. He knew these Murlocs and mermaids. I'm afraid it won't be long. It will become the butcher knife in their hands, the target of killing. Neptune, it's too late for you to make a decision now. Execute Baron threatened Neptune, although in his opinion they have 3 generals, Charlotte Smoothie. But the strength of these divine beasts is also unknown. He wanted to bring Neptune into his hand. After all, there were many Murlocs and mermaids here. The total population of Fishman Island is 5 million. If some of the Murlocs in this Murloc Island are against the BIGMOM pirates, that's not a pretty thing either. We Murloc Island will not join forces with you violent guys. Shirahoshi saw all of this, especially the scene where Diesel bombarded Murloc Island without authorization. Her perception of the BIGMOM pirates is not good. When Execute Baron said again that he wanted the Dragon Palace Kingdom to submit to the BIGMOM pirates. Being timid by nature, she subconsciously stood up bravely. Neptune's daughter is so big. Execute Baron looked at Shirahoshi in surprise. He didn't expect Shirahoshi to have such a big body. It simply surpassed many titans, but he didn't take Shirahoshi's words to heart. In his opinion, it is Neptune who can decide on this matter. He looked at Neptune, and Neptune also made up his mind. What Shirahoshi said is what I mean. Neptune picked up the golden trident. After he said this sentence, he had the idea of fighting. Murloc Jiu-Jitsu, Mega Waterflow. Neptune intends to preemptively use Mega Water. I saw the turbulent water spraying towards the Execute Baron. Execute Baron looked at Neptune coldly, and finally he couldn't maintain his gentlemanly posture. He drew out his cane and sword. As a 2-legged man, he has a very sensitive movement method. He directly dodges Neptune's Mega Stream, then a roundabout slash directly chopped Neptune to the ground. Father. Shirahoshi saw Neptune fell to the ground by astonish. This is the second time Neptune has been injured because of her. She couldn't help but burst into tears. A loud cry resounded throughout the Murloc Island. Layers of sonic attacks directly frightened many Murlocs into fainting. He's unusual. This time, it wasn't just the people of Murloc Island who had seen Shirahoshi cry to attract Neptunes. I feel that Bai Xing is not normal. Even everyone in the BIGMOM Pirates sensed Shirahoshi's abnormality. Mom must be interested in her. Bo Bin expressed the thoughts of everyone in the BIGMOM Pirates. Charlotte Smoothie became interested. It is no news that Charlotte Trelling likes to collect all kinds of strange races. Especially rare races, powerful races. Thinking of this, Charlotte Smoothie also realized that she only needed to take away the white star in front of her. And at this time, Tapu Fini, Tapu Mu, Tapu Koko, Tapu Diddy are not sitting still. They began to fight back against the fighters of the BIGMOM Pirates. Woodhammer, Tapu Momo, who specializes in melee combat, rams into combatant Bo Bin. Bo Bin has a good hypnotic ability. He wants to hypnotize Tapu Mu. But the speed is too slow. Tapu Momo directly hit Bo Bin on the ship of the BIGMOM Pirates with an extremely fast collision. It hit a big hole directly. Bo Bin was directly beaten to death. It's this divine beast again. This is an instant kill. Execute Baron and Pokemus panicked. They didn't expect that Bo Bin would also be killed by one stroke. Although Bo Bin's strength was a little worse than theirs, it wasn't too far behind. This also means that the power of the four beasts in front of them is above them. Pokemus used his fruit ability to turn himself into a turtle. He is a tortoise fruit capable person, transform after becoming a tortoise. He has an extremely strong defense. This is how he intends to deal with the beast. But at this moment, Tapu Koko made a move. Tapu with the power of lightning directly radiated electricity, and the current surged directly on Pokemus's body. In the blink of an eye, Pokemus was continuously twitched by the electric current thundershock. On the other side, Execute Earl was directly flanked by Tapu Diddy and Tapu Fini. Tapu Fini made a big hole in Execute Earl. One yellow and one white egg yolk and egg liquid appeared. But soon, Execute Earl reconstructed a body with the help of Execute Fruit ability. He transforms into a chicken Viscount form, his skin turns yellow, his arms become wings, and his costume changes from red to a yellow and white suit. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that his speed and strength have improved significantly. This is the fruit ability of Execute Baron. It can be continuously regenerated and continuously strengthened. And Tapu Diddy was waiting for the opportunity. Tapu Diddy used Extrasensory, and directly used Extrasensory to tear Execute Baron left and right. Finally succeeded in tearing the Execute Baron into two halves. This also means that Execute Baron is dead again. Execute Baron is resurrected again in the form of Rooster Earl. This is already his final form, can no longer be revived. Thinking of this, he no longer dared to take the risk and retreated to Pokemus's side. Is the strength of the beast really so strong? Charlotte Smoothie's eyes turned cold. He didn't expect the beast to defeat all their fighters so quickly. And also killed a man. He looked at several divine beasts, and drew out the long sword on his back. Attack Tapu Momo, who just came out of the BIGMOM Pirates ship after attacking. Tapu Mu, when he sees Charlotte Smoothie, he directly used nature power to levitate many cakes and wooden boards. Get in front of him. Charlotte Smoothie's attack slashed at these things. I saw these cakes and planks being sucked dry by Charlotte Smoothie's sword at an extremely fast speed. Turned into dry wood chips, it fell directly to the ground. The cake was directly sluggish by a full 10 times. Is this the strength of the three generals? Neptune was a little panicked. He was not only worried about Murloc Island anymore. Bai Xing's ability that was accidentally exposed just now. The BIGMOM Pirates have already noticed that something is abnormal. If they knew that Shirahoshi was one of the legendary ancient weapons, Neptune, they definitely wouldn't let Shirahoshi go. Thinking of this, Neptune panicked completely. He's not sure now that the beasts of the Pokemon Kingdom can beat Smudge. And at the moment Smokey, I realized that these divine beasts in front of me were not easy to deal with. Because the wood chips and cake crumbs that just fell on the ground directly caused the explosion. She began to use her strongest move. She supported the ground with one hand, and countless moisture poured into her body. She transforms into a giant titan. This is exactly her trick juice titan. Bai Xing looked at Smudge, who was several times taller than her, in shock. It was the first time she saw a titan bigger than her. But at this moment, countless sea kings surround the entire island. What's going on? Is it because of her? The Murlocs turned their attention to Shirahoshi. They know. There was such an incident a few years ago, because of the incident caused by Bai Xing. Attracted many sea kings to Murloc Island, but at this moment, a creature suddenly appeared in the ocean, and he was in front of these sea kings. These sea kings did not dare to surpass in the slightest. As if the creature in front of them was their king. He is white all over, and his wings are like normal palms. Neptune recognized the creature. Sea God Lugia. Neptune spoke his name. These words reminded the fish people of the legend of the sea god. I didn't expect that the legend that has been circulating for hundreds of years is true. The patron saint of Fishman Island. There is more than one mythical beast legend on Murloc Island, and everyone thinks of the legend of Lugia. Legend has it that Lugia can command the sea kings to fight. He is a well-deserved sea god, and the reason why the Neptune family of Fishman Island called themselves Sea God. It's all about emulating Lugia. Sea God. Charlotte Smoothie felt tremendous pressure when she saw Lugia's gaze. Because this creature exudes a powerful aura, far more terrifying than these divine beasts in front of them. Are you the enemy of the Pokemon Kingdom? Lugia looked at Charlotte Smudge. Although the current Smoogie is hundreds of meters high. But it is not worth mentioning in front of Zia. The real strength does not lie in the size like these Neptunes around you. Although they are thousands of meters in size, but still not the 300-meter Lugia's rival. He is also a beast of the Pokemon Kingdom. Execute Baron was stunned. He had no idea that the terrifying creature in front of him was also a mythical beast of the Pokemon Kingdom. It's over. Pokemus felt like he was going to die here. The power of this Lugia does not need to be mentioned at all. Just the thing of being able to instruct Neptune classes. That's not something they can deal with. Even Katakuri, the strongest of the 3 desert generals, may not be able to do it on the bottom of the sea. It turns out that Lugia, god of the sea, is also a member of the Pokemon Kingdom. Neptune was so shocked that he realized that even Lugia, the most powerful sea god in the legend of Murloc Island, was actually a member of the Pokemon Kingdom. Thinking of this, he couldn't help shivering, and then his heart became excited. 0 for flowers. Only then did he realize how big a thigh the Dragon Palace Kingdom hugged. He did not make a wrong choice. Sea God is actually a member of the Pokemon Kingdom. The right minister, Catfish Scholar, was a little ashamed. He only now understood how wrong he was. He also heard the legend of the sea god. Legend has it that the god of the sea can bring down rainstorms and suppress tsunamis. He is able to use this kind of celestial power at his fingertips. Possesses the strongest ocean power unparalleled in the world. When he realized that the Pokemon in front of him was also a member of the Pokemon Kingdom. Only then did he understand how terrifying the Pokemon Kingdom really is. I didn't expect that after the land god was resurrected, the sea god would also be resurrected. The legend of Pokemon has existed for hundreds of years. It seems that what the newspaper said is correct. The Pokemon Kingdom existed 800 years ago. I want to know what happened 800 years ago, why the beast turned into a stone statue and fell asleep. Countless mermaids are discussing. Most of them have faith in Lugia, god of the sea. After all, many people have heard of the legend of the sea god. According to legend, the sea god is omnipotent, possesses the mighty power of Tongtian. This is the source of their confidence, but there are still some people who doubt the strength of sea god. After all, the age of the sea god legend is too long. They don't understand the transformation of sea nerve after so many years. How powerful it can be. A sea god who has survived for hundreds of years. The more Charlotte Smoothie heard, the more she felt that Lugia in front of her was difficult to deal with. But she is one of the 3 stars of desert after all. He began to absorb water continuously. Mermaid Island dried up at an extremely terrifying speed. Lugia saw that Charlotte Smoky was destroying the Mermaid Island he guarded like this. 0 he raged. Since you need water, let's come together. Lugia roared at soaring in the sky. The Sea Kings outside the Murloc Island are attacking the protective cover of the Murloc Island. They squeezed in one by one. Everyone in the BIGMOM pirates panicked. You must know that they are all superhuman devil fruit ability users. Seawater can be said to be their natural enemy. They started to apply a swim code to their bodies. But Smudgy certainly couldn't do the upstream water coding. Because she is too big now, she began to release water continuously. Lower the huge body, but Lugia wouldn't let him do that. Lugia released her exclusive skill Aeroblast. I saw a huge undersea cyclone heading straight for Smudge. A gigantic underwater vortex with a thickness of 1,000 meters enveloped Smoochie's body. Sent directly into the seawater. Not only Smoothie, Execute Baron, Porkmoose, but also hundreds of pirates from the BIGMOM pirates, without exception. All were sent into the ocean by Lugia. They obviously can't survive in the ocean with devil fruit. The seawater did not crush the building, it actually formed a vacuum zone. The Murlocs originally thought that Lugia's attack would destroy the Murloc Island. But I didn't expect Lugia to control the waves. The waves were directly and steadily stopped in midair. Suspended, this is the power of the sea god, able to control the waves. And the outer protective cover of the Murloc Island has an automatic repair function. The restoration was completed in the blink of an eye. With the completion of the restoration, the seawater turned into water flow into the lake under the control of Lugia. Restoration in the land that had just been sucked dry by Smokey suddenly bloomed with life. Is this the power of the sea god? Shirahoshi looked at the sea kings outside. She had also summoned sea kings before. These sea kings will also obey her orders, but she does not have the terrifying power of Lugia itself. Thinking that even such a powerful Lugia is only a part of the Pokemon Kingdom. Shirahoshi suddenly became curious about the Pokemon Kingdom. Sea God, are you the strongest in the Pokemon Kingdom? Shirahoshi asked about Lugia. Lugia looked at Shirahoshi. He didn't expect this little girl to ask such a question. But the answer is simple, obviously not. Our strongest is of course the god who created us, Arceus. Given that Murloc Island has become part of the Pokemon Kingdom. Lugia decided to answer Shirahoshi's question, and this answer surprised everyone. Heirloom God. Is it the meaning of creating the world? This title is too powerful. Everyone did not expect that behind Lugia, the sea god, there is a stronger beast. And it has such an exaggerated title. And Neptune was even more shocked. He thought that this thigh was big, but he didn't think it was this big. In the void, Ron looked away. Lugia completed the Murloc Island event, and now they have a base in this fortress. Think of the BIGMOM pirates coming to provoke their Pokemon Kingdom. Ron suddenly felt that he should give the BIGMOM pirates some surprises and revive some mythical beasts from all nations. Let the BIGMOM pirates have a taste of their Pokemon Kingdom's powerful pills. Chapter 97 Attacking the Four Emperors and Resurrecting the Ultimate Beast. A week later, Ron sensed the divine beast of the Talon Kingdom of all nations. He found that the Ultra Wormhole was there. After all, Ultra Wormhole has many Ultra Wormholes created by him. Region-level monsters, Nihilego, Buzzwole, Pheromosa, Xurkitree, Celesteela, Kartana, Guzzlord, Tetranythus, Stakataka, Blacephalon. Cosmic beasts, Solgaleo, the messenger of the sun, and Lunala, the messenger of the moon. World-class beast. Necrozma in the form of Lucas is a well-deserved world-class beast. A total of 50 devil fruits are required to revive these beasts. Thinking of this, Ron made up his mind, decided to revive these beasts. After resuscitating these beasts, he has 41 devil fruits left. It can also handle some emergencies. Thinking of this, Ron Quasi-Wongwo released the Light of Recovery. It has the dark golden light of resurrection of the world-class beast Necrozma, and also has 2 rays of Solgaleo, and the light of recovery of Lunala. The rest is the light of recovery of the region-level beast. Such a strong light. Let many people look at soaring in the sky in an instant. When they saw so many lights of recovery that it was almost noon and soaring in the sky. Everyone in the Navy and the world government panicked. That means Ron is on to something big. Wongwo, this is a sea area located in the Kingdom of Totland. Charlotte Talingling takes Cake Island as the main body, and 34 islands are scattered around it. It is governed by 34 ministers. This sea area is the Totland Sea Area, also known as the 10,000 Nations. Well, any news from Smoothie? Charlotte Trelling sat on the throne and looked at the ministers under her command. It is said that they are ministers, but they are actually her children. BIGMOM Pirates is a family-owned pirate group. Among them, the supreme existence is of course her Charlotte Talingling. 570 is below her as the 3 stars of dessert. In fact, during this period of time, she has already expanded the 3 dessert generals by 1 person. This is Charlotte Snag who has stood out recently. But this expansion was decided after Charlotte Smoothie disappeared. Just like there is no expansion, it is still Samsung. Mom, Smoothie went to Fishman Island with Execute Baron and the others, and now there is no news. Charlotte Teparos Perot reports the last news of Smoothie to Big Mom. Is it Fishman Island? They are so brave. A whole week has passed, and Charlotte Trelling has been unable to believe that Smoothie is still alive, ever since she became the 4th emperor. The children were rarely injured, and this time the loss was one of the top 3 generals. Big Mom now wants to lead the troops to Fishman Island. Let them know the terrorist forces of the 4 emperors. Mom, don't be angry, we still have this matter unfinished. After we settle the dispute between Kaido and us, it won't be too late to find trouble with Fishman Island. Ross Perot said to Charlotte Trelling. As the eldest son of Charlotte Talingling, Pei Ross Perot's words are quite useful. Charlotte Trelling calmed down. Our main enemy right now is Kaido. Only then did Charlotte Turingling realize that Kaido was her main enemy. Recently, she and Kaido are trying to carve up the territory left by Whitebeard. It can be said that disputes continue, and this kind of open and secret struggle also made the whole new world look at their 2 major forces. Who wins and who loses, but Charlotte Trelling knows. As a pirate of the former Rocks Pirates, Kaido's strength is comparable to hers. Even slightly stronger than her, but this trace of strength is not disparate. Therefore, neither of the 2 major forces can do anything to the other. Recently they had another dispute over an island. This dispute needs to be resolved by the respective captains. After all, Charlotte Trelling had heard that Kaido was on the move. That also means if she doesn't do it, that's showing weakness to Kaido. Charlotte Trelling certainly didn't want that, so this time she decided to take someone to the agreed island to fight with Kaido. Take me, Mom. Charlotte Cracker, one of Dessert 3 stars, took the initiative to invite. He wants to be in this fight, but Charlotte Trelling refused. Wongwo still needs someone to guard it, so you can keep it at home. As for the senior executive, I can wear Ross Perot and Katakuri. Charlotte Talingling chose to bring Pei Ross Perot and Katakuri. Although Pei Ross Perot is not a 3-star general. But his strength is quite strong, even better than a cracker. It's just that the 3 generals are responsible for the BIGMOM pirates going out to start the war. Perot Ross Perot is strong enough, but he doesn't want to do this job when he's too old. That's why these young juniors served as the 3 dessert generals. There are quite a few people like the BIGMOM pirates, but not many. There are only a few. It is good, Cracker readily agreed. In his view, staying home means eating and drinking at home. After all, this is the Totland Sea area of the world. Who dares to come here to die in the territory of the 4 emperors BIGMOM? Cracker didn't believe that anyone would have the idea of courting death like this. And not far from the Totland Sea area, everyone from the Yin Yang pirates came here. They came to inquire about Smoothie who was going to Murloc Island. They have already heard that something important has happened on Murloc Island. Did Jinbei get any news? Aladdin, the deputy captain, looked at Jinbei. His expression was a little disturbed. After all, this is the territory of the 4 emperors Charlotte Talingling. It would be a disaster if found out. Things are not very good. I heard that Smoothie has disappeared for a week, and disappeared on Murloc Island. Charlotte Trelling threatened to launch an attack on Murloc Island. Kaishia Jinbei frowned. Originally, he wanted to let himself join the BIGMOM pirates, and then shelter the Fishman Island. But Smoothie, as one of the 3 generals, led several executives of the BIGMOM pirates and disappeared on Murloc Island. This thing is so weird. Fishman Island, how is this possible? Aladdin was a little dazed. He understood the meaning of Kaishia Jinbei. He obviously meant that Smoothie had been killed on Murloc Island. But it seemed impossible to him. After all, there is no one in Murloc Island who can harm the 3 generals. Maybe it's a divine beast. Kaishia Jinbei thought of the mythical beast. His first thought was also a mythical beast. He had seen statues of divine beasts on Murloc Island. Those are the 4 land god stone statues. As a Kaishia Jinbei who has seen the power of divine beasts, he clearly knows the power of the beast, the incomparable power of Deoxys. Not even Douglas Barrett and Magellan can match it. It's just terrifying. Sacred beast, do you mean the god of earth? Isn't it a legend? Aladdin doesn't believe it, although he often reads the news and knows that there are mythical beasts in the 4 seas and the Great Sea Route. But that's all in the first half of the Great Voyage after all. There is no such message in the second half. Moreover, the statue of the land god has existed on Murloc Island for hundreds of years. For hundreds of years, there have been several major crises on Fishman Island. Land Shendu did not appear. Now it's just a 3-general star going to Murloc Island. How could the statue of the land god appear? That's not a legend. I have seen the stone statue come back to life. Jinbei's tone was very affirmative, and he sure is. After all, he did see it at the time. The resurrection scene of Yuxi, one of the 3 holy mushrooms. So what do we do now? Aladdin looked at Jinbei. Originally, Aladdin was just a ship doctor of the Sun Pirates, and Jinbei was the executive of the Sun Pirates. But since Fisher Tiger died, the captain of the Sun Pirates became Jinbei. Aladdin is the deputy captain. They did not bring other Sun Pirate crew members with them on this infiltration mission. Because they are really too weak. If you bring too much, it is easy to increase the possibility of exposure. Let's go back to Murloc Island. I heard that Charlotte Tellingling has gone out to fight. First, go and see the changes in Murloc Island, and then take action. Jinbei looked at Aladdin and expressed his thoughts. Aladdin did not refuse. He also had the same idea as Jinbei. Let's leave the sea area of Totland first. So the 2 began to look for a way to leave. They passed Milk Island, but they don't know that their whereabouts have been exposed here. A homies in the Totland Sea found Jinbei and Aladdin. Homies is the lowest biological level homies created by Charlotte Tellingling with the soul fruit. Homies is a pastry and a plant. The high level homies is the combatant level homies has King Bam, Randolph Crane, Noble Crocodile, etc. The most advanced ones are Prometheus, Zeus, and Napoleon created by Charlotte Tellingling with her own life. Looks like bugs have come to Totland Sea. Really, knowing that this is the territory of the 4 emperors BIGMOM pirates, you dare to trespass. Charlotte Opera, the Minister of Fresh Cream, and Charlotte Newstelde, the Minister of Transport, heard the complaint from the homies. When they knew that Jinping and the others had gone to the Captivate Forest, they followed immediately. Jinbei's knowledgeable color is very domineering. He soon found himself discovered. What's wrong, Jinbei? Aladdin looked at Jinbei a little puzzled. No, these things have life. Jinbei looked at the surrounding trees with an ugly expression on his face. He is not because the surrounding trees are too strong, but because they were exposed. You must know that this is the Totland Sea area. Wangguo, Charlotte Tellingling's site, was discovered by the BIGMOM pirates in Chile. So long means endless pursuit. King Bam advises you that you'd better catch it without a fight. The news of you 2 intruders has been known by the entire BIGMOM pirates. King Bam is the senior homies of the Captivate Forest, and he is also the leader of the surrounding trees. He looked at Jinbei and Aladdin. He wants to capture both of them and dedicate them to the minister of the BIGMOM pirates. As expected, Jinbei looked at the countless big trees around him. A little shocked in his heart, he never thought that the surrounding trees were all lies. He and the traces of Aladdin have been laid bare. What to do, Jinbei? Aladdin looked at Jinbei. He has absolutely nothing to do now. And at this time, a light suddenly appeared and soaring in the sky. This light, could it be? Jinbei looked at the light and soaring in the sky. He guessed what it was, but he felt he was wrong again. It's just that this light is a little strange. The place to shoot is not a stone, but in the air. Boom! There was a loud bang on soaring in the sky. A black hole appeared in front of Jinbei. I saw 3 life forms jumping out of it. They are Tetranithus, Stakataka, and Semi Xiaoyu. 3 alien beasts. Who the hell are you guys? Could it be that Samson is homies? King Bam froze for a moment. The 3 weird creatures in front of him seemed to him just like homies, but soon Blacephalon showed King Bam his strength. Let you witness a firework now. Blacephalon is a beast in a different space. Has his unique skills. I saw him approaching King Bam in full view. He just blew his head off. What are you doing here? King Sam was startled, but then Blacephalon moved towards him. Countless flames burned King Sam directly. A large area of wildfire appeared in the Captivate Forest. This move is Blacephalon's signature skill, Mind Blown. It is a skill that hurts the enemy 1000 and self-damages 800. But after using this trick, it's still recoverable, it just takes time. What the hell are these things? Aladdin was startled. Because the Echinosaurus and Stakataka in front of them walked towards them. You are divine beasts. Jinbei calms down a bit as Blacephalon attacks King Sam. This at least shows that these people are friends rather than enemies. You actually know that Father God clearly said that not many people in the New World should know about us. The four-eyed needle dragon was a little surprised, he didn't expect Jinping to know them. I used to know some mythical beasts, Deoxys, Yuxi them. Jinping saw that these divine beasts did not let down their vigilance. So he told the names of several mythical beasts. These are all things he encountered in Advanced City. At that time, Sanshengu also protected him by the way. So, you know them, only then did the four-necked needle dragon let go of its vigilance. After all, Deoxys is stronger than him. As for Yuxi, its ability is a little weird. The words of real strength, there is no way to compare with him. What are you guys going to do here? Jinping saw the four-eyed needle dragon and the three mythical beasts planning to leave. He asked. He is a little curious about the Pokemon Kingdom, after all, the incident on Fishman Island is likely to be related to the Pokemon Kingdom. We were ordered by the Father God to declare war on the BIGMOM pirates. As for 0.7, you should go farther. The four-eyed needle dragon saw that Jinping had some strength. But Aladdin is seriously lacking in strength. I don't want to bring 2 oil bottles. Declare war on the 4 emperors. Aladdin's eyes were full of shock. He didn't expect that the weird-looking four-eyed needle dragon in front of him planned to declare war on the BIGMOM pirates. You must know that this is the 4 emperors, and here is also the base camp of the BIGMOM pirates. Thinking of this, he was a little shocked. Why declare war? Jinbei is also a little surprised, but he has a premonition that the Pokemon Kingdom's declaration of war on the BIGMOM pirates this time should be related to the Fishman Island. Thinking of this, he looked at the four-necked needle dragon. The BIGMOM pirates launched a taunt to our base of the Pokemon Kingdom on Fishman Island. Although the enemy has been eradicated, this does not mean that we will let by go. GMOM pirates. The four-eyed needle dragon didn't think much about it, in his opinion. This time, I heard from Father God that a powerful beast like Necrozma has been resurrected. Wouldn't it be easy to teach a human 4 emperors a lesson? The Fishman Island has become the base of the Pokemon Kingdom. Aladdin was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Murloc Island would become the base of the Pokemon Kingdom. But Jinping breathed a sigh of relief. You must know that although he did not go to the top war. But I have also seen the grand occasion of that battle. Compared with BIGMOM pirates, the Pokemon Kingdom is stronger. In his opinion, the Fishman Island just hugged the strongest thigh. Thinking of this, he extinguished his desire to seek shelter from the BIGMOM pirates. But watching the four-eyed needle dragon and the others walk away, thinking that he is a member of the Fishman Island and also has the same interests as the Pokemon Kingdom, he followed. If the four-eyed needle dragon and the others lose, then he can still rescue 1 or 2. After all, the BIGMOM pirates have many strong players. Chapter 98. Cracker arrives, Big Mom returns. This explosion sound, these intruders really dare. Charlotte Tiapara, Minister of Fresh Cream, has a face of rage. He is a person with the ability of cream fruit. As the name suggests, he is able to manipulate a large amount of cream to attack, and he is the 5th son of Charlotte Trelling. The Minister of Transport, Charlotte Turnasteldi, is a tall man with a long knife on his back. He is the 12th son. When the two of them saw the explosion in the Captivate Forest, they immediately went to the Captivate Forest. You know, in the past few decades, no one has dared to come to 10,000 Kingdoms to act wildly. They did not expect to meet today, and according to Homies' introduction, it is still a Murloc and a mermaid. It made them believe it even more. This matter is related to Fishman Island. After all, Smoothie, one of the 3 desert generals, disappeared in Murloc Island. Now the nations have suffered the revenge of the Fishman Island. This made it hard for them not to think that this was a good thing done by Murloc Island. The two headed to the Captivate Forest together. The Captivate Forest has been turned into a sea of flames by Blacephalon. The flames burst into the sky, and with their arrival, the two saw the strong flame. They're totally rage. Fire attack caused by Blacephalon directly burned many Homies clean. Charlotte Turnasteldi saw this. His first thought was to reduce the flames in front of him, and his hat was a Homie's weapon. Has a special attack method. Charlotte Turnasteldi unleashes Twister straight from the hat. Under the strong wind, the flames of the Captivate Forest were finally extinguished. They also saw the culprit, but they were a little surprised. Because of the culprit in front of him, it turned out to be 3 unknown creatures. They are naturally Tetranithus, Stakataka, and Blacephalon. Who are you guys? Cream Minister Opera looked at the 3 mythical beasts. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that what appeared in front of him was not a Murloc or a mermaid, but 3 grotesque creatures. We are the beasts of the Pokemon Kingdom, and we are here to attack you this time to give you the punishment of the taunt Pokemon Kingdom. 4 Ekin Needle Dragon first spoke at 01. In his opinion, the minister in front of him looks quite good. But it is not a real strong man. What's more, they are quite confident in coming this time. After all, there are still a lot of beasts that have not been resurrected. The crusade against us will be based on your three beasts. Apella's eyes were full of surprise when he heard this. He didn't expect the beasts in front of him. It turned out to be to crusade against them. You know they are one of the four emperors. He hadn't heard such a funny thing in a long time. Fight us. Charlotte Tenustoldi also laughed angrily. You must know that Charlotte Lingling has a large number of children and dozens of ministers. It is equivalent to having dozens of executives. In his opinion, the four-eyed needle dragon in front of him is simply a dream. He didn't intend to talk too much with the beasts in front of him. Thinking of Charlotte Tellingling, who likes to collect rare and exotic animals, Charlotte Tellingling doesn't have one of the mythical beasts yet. Charlotte Tenustoldi moved her mind. He wanted to capture the beast in front of him. Flying needle. Charlotte Tenustoldi shoots a ton of flying needles straight out of the hat. There's some venom on the flying needle. These are neurotoxins. Once hit, it will definitely fall to the ground limp and powerless. However, at this moment, Stakataka stood up. He came to the front of the four Echinosaurus. Directly blocked Charlotte Tenustoldi's flying needle. Ding ding ding. The flying needle is like hitting an iron plate. It fell directly. As for the neurotoxin attack, Stakataka couldn't care less. His body is constructed entirely of stone. The neurotoxin did no harm to him at all. It's useless. Charlotte Tenustoldi. His eyes were full of surprise. He didn't expect his attack to be completely useless. Hit Stakataka. It didn't work at all. Thinking of this, he pulled out the long knife behind him. Armed color domineering covered the long knife. He wanted to use the long knife to injure Stakataka in front of him. He flew forward. The long knife slashed towards Stakataka. But the next moment, Wei Leishi attacked Charlotte Teddytickle like an itch. Not a little interested, Stakataka played Rock Blast. Countless stones spit out from Charlotte Tenustoldi's mouth. It hit Nustoldi. An explosion followed. Bang bang bang. The violent explosion sounded directly on Charlotte Tenustoldi's body. Nustoldi was directly torn apart by the blast. This is partly because he is the son of Charlotte Trelling. Inherited part of Charlotte Trelling's monster physique. Otherwise, he should die on the spot now. These beasts are somewhat powerful. Opera looked solemnly at the beasts in front of him. He now believed the rumors from the Great Line. These divine beasts in front of them are really difficult to deal with. Jinbei and Aladdin, who followed closely behind, saw this scene. Look a little surprised. They didn't expect that what the four-eyed needle dragon said was true. Their Pokemon Kingdom really challenged the BIGMOM pirates. And wounded Charlotte Tenustoldi. This also means that there is no possibility of reconciliation between the BIGMOM pirates and the Pokemon Kingdom. Cream attack. Seeing this scene, Opera could no longer hold back the anger in her heart. The entire Captivate Forest suddenly. Numerous creams all over the place are attacking the four-eyed needle dragon. Ground from Captivate Forest creams quickly. It's like butter tentacles attacking Stakataka and the others. And at this time, the four-eyed needle dragon started to move. Venoshock. As a poisonous beast, the four-eyed needle dragon is particularly good at using venom to attack. Countless venom spewed out from the syringe under his abdomen. Masses of venom battled the creamy tentacles. The venom is rotting the cream. Soon the cream tentacles were completely corroded by the venom. How is this possible? Opella didn't expect that his cream attack would be easily broken by the four-eyed needle dragon. Seeing the four-eyed needle dragon approaching him, he could only use his strongest move. Cream monster. Opera gathered a large amount of cream on himself. With these creams attached, Opera's size became huge. Cream is also more corrosive. Let me help you. Nustoldi also wants to come to help Opera, but Stakataka noticed his movement from the sidelines. Stealth Rock. Stakataka uses Stealth Rock. A large number of rocks floated in the air from the ground. Then he condensed towards Nustoldi, then suddenly exploded. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, Nustoldi died here. Before he died, he showed a very horrified look in his eyes. He didn't expect that these beasts would actually dare to kill him. You know, he is the son of the four emperors, killed. Jinping and the others showed shocking eyes at the same time. They didn't expect Stakataka to kill Nustoldi directly. You must know that killing Charlotte Lingling's son, this is the hatred with the fourth emperor Charlotte Lingling that has reached the level of endless death. How dare you kill Nustoldi? Paula didn't expect Nustoldi to die in front of him like this. Seeing this scene, he immediately went crazy. Numerous creams are attacking wildly in the Captivate Forest. Boulders and trees were all attacked by him, and there are some homies. Seeing this scene, she kept howling around in fear. It's over, Nustoldi is dead, Charlotte Trelling is coming. These strange beasts in front of me dared to kill the son of Charlotte Trelling, it is simply desperate. Run away, run away. Homies kept running, for fear of being affected by the pond fish. Cream attack. Opera directly condenses a large amount of cream into two huge cream fists. He developed milk to a certain extent. I saw the scalding temperature and corrosive attack on these two fists. But Tetranithus didn't care that much, not even bothered. Now that one of Charlotte Trelling's sons has been killed. Then it doesn't matter if you kill another one. Thinking of this, the four-eyed needle dragon directly launched an attack on Opera in front of him. Acid. The green venom attack swept directly towards Opera. These acids are more corrosive than cream. It's just believable with cream. accompanied by the gradual approach of acid and cream. The cream on Opera's body is constantly being corroded. They began to dissolve continuously, and the acid of Tetranethus. But it keeps coming. Only now did Opera fully understand the horror of the divine beast. Perhaps even scarier than rumored, does he still want to kill me? Opera sees the spread of acid, even had to touch his body. The idea came to him. He was aware of the four-eyed needle dragon in front of him. Not only want to get rid of Nusteldi, at the same time, I also want to get rid of him. Thinking of this, his face turned pale with shock. He wants to escape from here, but how could the four-eyed needle dragon let him go? Poison jab. The four-jaw needle dragon rushed directly towards the Minister of Cream. A needle was stabbed in the heart of Cream Minister Opera. The blood directly stained the cream on his body. Although Opera has a domineering look, the speed of the four-needle dragon is frighteningly fast. Although he tried his best to avoid it, but still did not escape. He could only watch helplessly as he was about to die here. Mom, they have my lifecard, he won't let you go. Opera died with hatred. Lifecard, miserable. Jinbei didn't expect that Charlotte Telengling actually had a child's lifecard. He had never heard of this information. The lifecard is a card that can sense whether a person's life has disappeared. And Charlotte Telengling knew that her son's life was disappearing contest condition. That means he'll be here soon. It's scary to think of Charlotte Trelling. His brow furrowed. In his opinion, it is almost enough for these three divine beasts to achieve this level. Because he analyzed the three divine beasts in front of him. It's not particularly strong, and it doesn't have a particularly terrifying strength. Just the three of them definitely can't beat Charlotte Trelling. But just when he wanted to persuade the three beasts to leave as soon as they met. But they found that three divine beasts were going to the hinterland of Murloc Island. This caught him off guard. After thinking about it, Jinbei decided to follow. And right here on Cake Island, the crowd sat in a circle. They all have each other's lifecards in their hands. When they saw that there were two lifecards dancing with the wind and burning into ashes, they realized that there were two members of the Charlotte family, both dead. That's why they came to Cake Island, since Smoothie's death. Each of them was issued a lifecard. The purpose is to let the family members see if anyone died accidentally. This matter is somewhat dismissive in the eyes of most people. But I didn't expect it to come in handy so quickly. Who did this? Actually killed Oprah. Charlotte Owen is Charlotte Trelling's second Yolanda, Minister of Roasting. He has the ability of hot fruit, which can transfer heat to any object. The most powerful thing he has done is to boil the entire sea directly and turn it into a boiling state. The marine life in the ocean directly becomes a pot of seafood soup. He is a well-deserved strongman in the Charlotte family. He is the fourth son born to Charlotte Trelling, and Opera is born after him, and he has a very good relationship with Opera. The B*****D dared to kill our big brother, Charlotte Tebas, Carl D, and Charlotte Tedos Marque look terribly gloomy. They are Nusteldi's younger brothers, and they are triplets with Nusteldi. Hearing the news of Nusteldi's death at this moment as a fellow brother, they were naturally furious. The most important thing now is to contact all Charlotte members. Homies has already told us that the Pokemon Kingdom did it. Charlotte Dafu revealed the murderer of two family members. He is the third son of Charlotte Telengling, and also an extremely powerful person in the Charlotte family. He already knew the murderer behind the scenes through homies. Sacred beasts, aren't they following the great route in the four seas? How did you come to the new world? D, do you really think that if you defeat the Navy, you can defeat our four emperors? As soon as Dafu's words came out, everyone was outraged. Cracker frowned slightly when he saw this scene. In fact, he doesn't like this kind of group fighting. He likes to be alone. In this case, I will take the initiative to attack first. The Cracker dropped the words and walked out of the Cake Island. There are several family members who want to chase. But there are also those who are largely unmoved. They know the character of Cracker. He likes to fight the enemy alone, and the devil fruit of Cracker is very special. Biscuit devil fruit is really suitable for loners. After wanting to understand this point, everyone didn't stop it. If the Cracker fails, then their family army also arrived. Even the mythical beasts of the Pokemon Kingdom must not kill members of the Charlotte family. Leaving in style, but it is in the sea area outside the world. Charlotte Trelling is fighting Kaido, but at this moment, Charlotte Tekatakuri came to Charlotte Telengling's side. What's wrong? Seeing Katakuri's arrival, Charlotte Trilinka looked distractedly at her most trustworthy son. Opera, Nusteldi's lifecard is burned up, probably dead. There was sadness in Katakuri's eyes. He didn't expect that as soon as they left Wanguo, two younger brothers would die. Katakuri loves his brothers and sisters very much, and this incident has a great impact on him. What, dead? If it was the usual death of one child, Charlotte Trelling might not have cared too much about it. After Smoothie's death, two more died not long after. Even she couldn't help feeling rage. Who did it? Charlotte Telengling looked at Katakuri. He knew that Katakuri must know the murderer, and must have called Wanguo. Mythical beasts. Pokemon Kingdom. Mythical beasts. It's actually them. Kaido is the island for you. I have something to do. Charlotte Telengling didn't expect it to be a divine beast, but she knew it was a force that was difficult to deal with. But before, it only existed in the four seas and the Great Root. She didn't expect that there are traces of divine beasts in the New World. Thinking of this, she has no intention of competing with Kaido. He wants to return to the Kingdom of 10,000 Kingdoms and the Kingdom of Talent. Chapter 99 Crackers captured, Charlotte's family launches a general attack. At this time, the four-eyed needle dragon and other mythical beasts have come to Biscuit Island. Biscuit Island is the domain of the Biscuit Lord Cracker. But they didn't meet the Crackers. Instead, they met Cindy, Suzy, Bazi, and Juzi, who came to hear the news. The four of them are named Charlotte Ticonti, Charlotte Tecodans, Charlotte Tecavalid and Charlotte Tagara. They didn't eat the devil fruit, and they didn't have the devil fruit ability. But they have amazing physical skills and arm domineering. They look almost alike, both have huge stature, and beards. Cindy's beard is black, Suzy's is brown, Bazi's is brown, and Juzi's is white. They brought the combatant homies Randolph, and the noble crocodile to chase them down. Randolph is a homies combatant riding a crane mount on a rabbit with a spear. The noble crocodile is an amphibious homies with a large number of ethnic groups. They began to ambush the four-eyed needle dragon. Rolling ball attack. The four of them rolled out of the grass directly, each of them was armed with domineering aura all over their bodies. It looks very powerful. Cooperate with thousands of noble crocodiles behind the upper body. Looks like a nasty look, it was you who killed Opera. Cindy Conte looked at the three beasts in front of her. His eyes were full of anger. You must know that Opera is their big brother. Now he was killed by the divine beast in front of him. It is too hateful, you have to die for Opera big brother. Suzy Cadans looked at Echinosaurus, he's already picked rival. But the four-eyed needle dragon did not hesitate at all. The dragon pulse is unleashed directly. The violent fluctuations directly demonstrate the powerful deterrent effect. The surrounding trees sounded and the ground was instantly vibrated by sound waves. Cadans, who was mainly attacked on the island, was directly sent flying by this sound wave. Fortunately, he is extremely proficient in arm domineering, covering his body. That's why he wasn't killed in one hit, just at this time. Suddenly, many biscuit soldiers appeared on the Biscuit Island. It seems that the 10th brother is here, you are finished, and now you have to deal with Cracker, one of the three generals. Seeing so many biscuit soldiers, the four of them quickly understood who was coming. Soon a figure appeared in the shadow of Biscuit Island. He came out. He is the Minister of Biscuits. At the same time, Charlotte is one of the three stars. I never thought that the guy who dared to kill my two brothers would appear on my Biscuit Island. Cracker looked at the beasts in surprise. He really didn't think of it. Originally, he just wanted to go to Biscuit Island to get some things and met the beast. And these four divine beasts are still fighting with his four big brothers. And he has seen the attack of the four-necked needle dragon. Very powerful, but compared to his endless cookie soldiers. Still too much difference. After all, his biscuit soldiers can be made endlessly. How could the other party compare with it? In the blink of an eye, the four-eyed needle dragon was surrounded by huge biscuit soldiers. What should we do? Should we take action? Aladdin was a little eager to see this scene. There are so many people on the other side, he thinks he can help the beast. It is good. Jinbei intends to make a move, after all, how do you look at it now? In any case, the beast side is at a disadvantage. It is also time for him to make a move, but at this moment. In soaring in the sky, a beam of recovery light suddenly appeared. This is the light of recovery for the resurrection of the beasts in different spaces. A black hole in space appeared above the head of Echinosaurus. Three divine beasts walked out of it. They are Pheromosa, Celesteela, and Guzzlord. The prototype of Pheromosa is a cockroach, and this Pheromosa beast is a humanoid beast with a white body, a slender body, and two long white tentacles. Celesteela looks more like a rocket launcher, with two extremely long robotic arms, and his neck is the longest part of his body with half the length of his body. Guzzlord looks like a crab, but has an extremely large mouth in the abdomen. Guzzlord has a stomach that can't be filled all the time. Whether it is mountains, rivers, or trees, they are all food in his eyes. Three mythical beasts appeared again. This scene made Charlotte and Yolanda a little dazed. They didn't expect it to be so short. The beasts then summoned three more beasts. And look. The power of these three divine beasts is truly terrifying. But they didn't wait for them to think too much. Pheromosa did it to them. Pheromosa is a bug-type, fighting beast, has a strong melee ability. Pheromosa punched Cindy Conte directly in the body. Even if Conte used his skill to hammer heavily, his whole body was covered with arm domineering. But it is still useless in front of Pheromosa. He was directly sent flying hundreds of meters away. Kill with one punch, and Celesteela found Randolph. Randolph rides a crane and has the ability to fly, but Celesteela also has the ability to fly. I saw flames burning below him, like a flame thruster. Straight up to soaring in the sky, then I aimed at Randolph and used flash cannon. In an instant, dozens of flash cannons attacked directly towards Randolph. Randolph was slow to dodge, only to get caught by flash cannon. These flash cannons, Randolph hit the ground directly. This, Cadans, the owner of Cavalet Gala, never thought of it. Two divine beasts suddenly appeared in front of them. It turned out to be so difficult, but they don't know that the trouble is still behind. Tetranithus, Blacephalon, and Stakataka joined the battle at the same time. They exterminate noble crocodiles. In the blink of an eye, these homies creatures. It was almost wiped out by the three beasts directly. The situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. The three can only hope for crackers, and the idea that Jinbei just planned to go out to help the Pokemon Kingdom is now dispelled. After all, they don't know the new Pokemon like Guzzlord. It would be bad if these divine beasts wiped them out as enemies. These beasts are so powerful, Cracker now realizes how wrong he was. He never thought that these divine beasts in front of him would be so powerful. It just turned the situation around, but he didn't panic, you know. Although these beasts in front of them are extremely ferocious. But he can summon a large number of biscuit soldiers. And these biscuit soldiers can also be strengthened. He directly commanded the biscuit soldiers to rescue several of his big brothers. But he didn't expect it. In the next second, Pheromosa directly kicked the biscuit soldier to pieces. This made Cracker completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he would use the ability of the hard biscuit to let the armed domineering wind around the biscuit soldier's shield to form a super strong defense. This trick was useless against Pheromosa, kicked to pieces by a double kick from Pheromosa. Thinking of this, he could only clap his hands again. Create more cookie soldiers. Cracker clapped his hands. These cookie soldiers are back to life again, surrounded by Pheromosa and Celesteela in front of you. He should be a Cracker, one of the three dessert generals. After Jinping saw this scene, he realized who the man in front of him was. 3 generals, is that how it is? Aladdin looked at Cracker, who was constantly resurrecting the biscuit soldiers, who looked a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that the man in front of him with the sky-high sky would have such an identity. I'm afraid, it's because the beasts are too strong. Jinbei was a little shocked. He originally thought that this would be an extremely difficult battle. But I didn't expect that the divine beast could fight so easily. But the Cracker in front of me keeps creating cookie soldiers. It is not a way to encircle these beasts. Thinking of this, Jinbei decided to help. As a result, he hadn't waited for his shot yet. Guzzlord sanctioned the Cracker in front of him. Seeing that he was hungry, Guzzlord directly moved the biscuit soldiers into the big mouth with both hands in the big mouth on his abdomen. Then he started chewing and chewing. There was a strange expression in the blue eyes. It seems to be satisfied with the taste of cookie soldiers. He began to move closer to the Cracker. All the biscuit soldiers went into his big mouth. And Cracker saw this scene. Suddenly there was a shock. How did he do it? My biscuit soldiers are as tough as Orberg. Cracker looked ugly. It was the first time he encountered this kind of rival. Don't leave your mouth open for dessert by making your own biscuits. This is simply unbelievable. Are you planning to win by this method? Jinbei and Aladdin looked at each other. They didn't expect this beast to use this method to win. But Cracker didn't believe it. He didn't believe that the Guzzlord in front of him could eat all his biscuit soldiers. Thinking of this, he began to use the biscuit fruit's ability to create biscuit soldiers. 100, 1000, the Japanese side does not. But no matter how he made it, the Guzzlord in front of him was like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled. Even cookie soldiers on one side of the swallow Cracker. Dust and rocks still on the swallow ground on one side. Occasionally, it even bites the surrounding homies. Too terrifying. Master Cracker is about to lose. What monsters are these? The plants and homies seem to have seen a natural disaster. Crazy want to escape, but Guzzlord's insatiable stomach immediately started gobbling. Even started smoking Hurricane directly. I saw suction constantly appearing in this big mouth, countless animals, plants, biscuit soldiers, soil. No matter what it is, Guzzlord eats everything. Just into this mouth of Guzzlord. Will be destroyed by him. Roll pretzel. Cracker's physical strength was severely drained, and he realized that he couldn't fill the stomach of the monster in front of him. He thought of taking the initiative to attack. He pulled out his own saber pretzel with powerful swings. Directly attacked Guzzlord in front of him. But Guzzlord didn't take the rough swordsmanship of the swordsman in front of him seriously. Directly accept all the fluctuations of the Cracker as ordered. As a gossip point, even created a stronger suction. Just swallowed the Cracker's weapon pretzel. Guzzlord still wasn't full. The sound of hunger directly broke out in cold sweat from what Cracker said. You know this is his biscuit island. There are a large number of biscuit soldiers in stock that he has produced in more than 10 years. And the Guzzlord in front of him devoured all his biscuit soldiers for more than 10 years. Not full yet. He is still talking evil now. What on earth does he want to eat? Cracker has inexplicable worries. On the other side, Pheromosa is also dealing a fatal blow to Conte, Cadans, Cavalet, and Gart. The armed arrogance and strong physical strength of these 4 people seem to be as weak and powerless as a child beating an adult in front of the Chromide. Pheromosa, on the other hand, is punchy. The 4 people in front of them didn't have a piece of good flesh on their bodies. They all had bruised noses and swollen faces. Maybe Pheromosa is getting tired of it. He directly increased his speed and strength by 10 times. The 4 of them were powerless to fight back. They showed shock and fear in their eyes. They were a little shocked. They didn't expect that the strength of Pheromosa in front of them was so strong. Triple kick. Pheromosa hits triple kick. Directly kicked to the heads of Cadans, Cavalet, and Gart. Bang bang bang. The heads of the 3 shattered like watermelons. Only Conte was left alone, and the 3 brothers who watched died in the hands of Pheromosa in an instant. There was despair in his eyes. They didn't expect these beasts to have such powerful strength. If they had known earlier, they would never have dared to come and chase these divine beasts. Pheromosa glanced at Conte expressionlessly. After thinking about it, let them reunite together. Jump kick. This jump kick is several times more powerful than the triple kick. I saw Conti's upper body directly turned into a cloud of blood mist floating in the air. They're all dead. Cracker watched in horror at what Pheromosa had done. He didn't expect Conte and the others to die like this. This made him look at the evil Eater Wong in front of him with increasing fear. He didn't dare to fight this time, he wants to escape. But in the next second, the two hands in Guzzlord's mouth grabbed the cracker. Then keep dragging back and forth, it seemed to put him into the mouth of the abyss. No. Cracker let out a miserable cry. In the end Guzzlord still didn't put him in his mouth. It was the four-eyed needle dragon calling him. We have to send a meeting, Wong Nuo Jiao, gift to the BIGMOM pirates. The four-eyed needle dragon said his reason. Catch the 3-star executive, the cracker, alive. Then show it to Charlotte Trelling. This should make the BIGMOM pirates feel more intimidated by their Pokemon kingdom. Guzzlord was a little upset about the 4G-nathed needle dragon. His strength is much stronger than that of the four-eyed needle dragon. But there is no Tetranethus that the Father God likes more. After thinking about it, he still put down the cracker. The cracker in front of him didn't seem too full to him. He began to devour the islands of Biscuit Island. A 10th was eaten in the blink of an eye. Is this the true power of the Pokemon Kingdom? Aladdin watched from a distance with trembling eyes. He didn't expect the beasts to be so strong. The trio is not rival at all. It's a good thing Jinbei didn't go out if Guzzlord did it. Then he and Jinbei will probably be digested by Guzzlord. But Aladdin looked at Jinping, but something was wrong. And soon Jinping patted Aladdin on the shoulder. Look at that. Jinbei pointed to the distance with his finger. Aladdin looked over. He suddenly discovered that there was a whole island in the distance with many people. The people above are obviously the Charlotte family. There are tens of thousands of people under his command. Is this an all-out war? Aladdin's voice trembled slightly when he saw this scene. But Shi Ping suddenly noticed something. He saw the light of recovery appearing and soaring in the sky and heading towards the island. Is the Pokemon Kingdom planning to fight on two fronts? Jinbei couldn't help sighing when he saw this scene. He thought that no matter what this time, he would have a chance to make a move this time. At the same time, the beasts also sensed the light of recovery. It seems that the remaining 4 brothers can also come out. Guzzlord looked at the light of recovery. Their 7 beasts represent the 7 deadly sins. He is gluttony, Celesteela is lazy. And the upcoming Buzzwole is arrogance, Xurkitree is greed, Kartana is rage, Nihilego is jealousy. Chapter 100 The 4 Emperors shot, Charlotte was defeated. Why, the cracker was caught. Daifuku looked at the cracker in the distance. He looked surprised. He had no idea that the cracker was caught. You must know that Charlotte Techcracker is the top 3 desserts selected by their mother Charlotte Tlingling. That cracker guy, you've let us down so much. Owen looked at the cracker in the distance. He was a little disappointed. He didn't expect that the cracker would be so bad that it would be cleaned up directly. I want to retaliate for Sister Smoothie. Strom and Snaeman looked at the divine beast in the distance, but their eyes were fixed on Murloc Jinbei and Aladdin. Yes, they found 2 people. They were triplets with Smoothie, and now Smoothie is likely to have died on Fishman Island. And the Murloc Jinbei and the Mermaid Aladdin who appeared at this moment are likely to be the murderers who killed Smoothie. We're going to retaliate to Nusteldi Big Brother too. Bacardi and Dos Marque are also triplets, they're boys, and the objects of their hatred are mythical beasts. Just when they were planning to board the special ship of Totland and head towards the opposite coast. In soaring in the sky, a ray of light suddenly appeared and hit the air, forming a black space. 4 strange beasts stepped out of it. They're Buzzwole, Xurkitree, Kartana, and Nihilego. Are you the enemies of the Pokemon Kingdom? Buzzwole looked ahead at the members of the Charlotte family. His image is a mosquito, with red muscles all over his body, and a red liquid inside, with a long mouth on his head, which is said to be harder than diamonds, orange legs, and translucent wings. Why did it suddenly appear on soaring in the sky? What is that light? The members of Charlotte K ignored Buzzwole and they wanted to know how Buzzwole appeared. As for the 4 beasts in front of me, to be honest, they don't think they need to care. You must know that they have a total of 10,000 people, and these are the elite troops of the BIGMOM pirates. It seems that I want you to listen to me carefully. Buzzwole threw his hands up, and then with a quick sprint he was in front of a member of the Charlotte family. Blast out with a punch. Dynamic punch. This member of Charlotte was directly punched by Buzzwole, and his body was like a torn sack. Normal fell into the opposite mountain and completely sank into the mountain. It's so strong, everyone was taken aback for a moment before realizing that this was a member of their Charlotte family. It made them furious. How dare you kill our Charlotte family, this is already the 6th. Bacardi and Dos Malmo suddenly found that the life cards suddenly burned. Including those burned before, there are a total of 327 7 cards. This means that 7 people died. Only then did he realize that the divine beast in front of him had killed another man again. 6 people died. Could it be over there? He actually killed so many people in our Charlotte family. Only then did the Charlotte family know that so many people had died in the Charlotte family. But it's not time for everyone to smelling salts from the astonishment. Buzzwole moved again. He used Comet Punch and directly knocked out Buzzwole and Dos Malmo, one by one. Now you can add 2 more. Buzzwole quite Solician said. A hole. Dafu couldn't bear rage anymore, he directly resorted to the power of transpiration fruit. He rubbed his body, and a blue lamp demon appeared in front of everyone. This is a lamp demon made of thick smoke, has great power. Devil Slash. The lantern demon slashed, and a huge amount of steaming smoke appeared in the center of the field, sweeping towards Buzzwole like a twister. At that moment, Shu Wuyi approached Buzzwole. Nihilego looks like a jellyfish with some white six-pointed star marks on his forehead. I saw him appearing in front of Buzzwole. A white shield-shaped shield appeared on the body. Immediately afterwards, he began to reflect the knife slashed by the lamp demon. This is exactly Nihilego's move Mirror Coat, and the power of the attack that can be reflected is not only equal to the attack, but doubled. The vortex reversed and came in front of the lamp demon and directly blew the lamp demon away. How could this be? Dafu was completely dumbfounded seeing this scene. He didn't expect this jellyfish creature to directly reflect his damage. And the power of the reflection is even stronger than that of his lamp magician. Although the lamp demon can be made again, but he knows that even if the result is made again, there will be no change. UB*******D. Die for me. Owen saw that Daifuku's attack did not work, but he was not discouraged. You should know that he is a person with the ability of hot fruit. It has the ability to increase the heat of objects. Owen raised the naginata in his hand, and on the knife was a flame that he used heat to raise the temperature of the naginata. He raised his naginata and slashed at Buzzwole, heatwave knife. Flames burst out of Owen's eyes, and with his red hairstyle and clothes, he looked like a flame demon descended into the world. Sacred Sword. Kartana shot, his form as a paperman, with a thin piece of paper in his hand. As he used the skill Sacred Sword, a golden sword spread out from the piece of paper in his hand. With a swing of the sword, Li Dao directly knocked out the naginata in Wanwan's hand. Then a cut hit Owen's body. Owen was directly cut and flew out. Even Owen lost. Everyone in the Charlotte family was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Now they can only look to Compote, Minister of Fruits, Armand, Minister of Nuts, and Garrett, Minister of Butter. The three of them are currently the strongest three other than Owen and Daifuku. Comfort is the eldest daughter of Charlotte Tellingbling and has a monster-like physique that is close to that of Charlotte Tellingbling normal. Armand is a great swordsman, and Garrett is a butterfruit-capable person. It is the most powerful devil fruit ability user besides Daifuku and Owen. This time the BIGMOM pirates are going to lose, unless Mom can come. Bryn looked at the battle of the Charlotte family in front of her. As a memory fruit-capable user, she is not good at fighting. But the situation of the Charlotte family can still be seen clearly. Although there are still many strong people from the Charlotte family that have not been dispatched. There is even an army, but to be honest, these pirates are much worse than Cracker Biscuit soldiers. And Crackers with Cookie soldiers are already defeated. This made her not have much hope for the battle of the Charlotte family. What's more, the Charlotte family has reinforcements here, so why doesn't the other party have any? She has seen through her 3 eyes. Besides Murlocs and mermaids, the opponent also has 5 or 6 divine beasts. If they all have such combat power, the Charlotte family is definitely not the other side's rival. And just when Bryn was thinking like this, Comfort has made his move on Buzzwole. Heavy punch. Comfort punched Buzzwole with his whole fist fully armed. But Buzzwole didn't look much. A million tons of punches hit the past directly. With just one punch, Kong Chili was retreated tens of meters away. Apparently even that horrible physique isn't Buzzwole's rival. Kong Chili's eyes are extremely rage. This is the first time she has lost to someone other than Takakuri in terms of fist strength. But just when she was about to pursue him, Buzzwole doesn't want to fight Charlotte or Kong Chili anymore. Focus punch. Buzzwole did his best move. A red airflow appeared in his hand, and this airflow formed a circle on his fist to envelop his fist. I saw Buzzwole blast out with a punch. He directly hammered Kong Chili to death on the spot. On the other side, Armand is not having a good time. Kartana's swordsmanship is quite powerful, not to mention Kartana also has skills. Kartana resorted to seeing through, and easily saw through Armand's flaws. Guillotine. Kartana condensed 2 sacred swords, forming a scissors-like attack. Cut the throat directly. Armand died instantly. The Minister of Butter, Garrett, is a sexy beauty in a purple cloak, and she shoots countless butter with one hand. This is her butterfruit ability. Xurkitree looked at Garrett. Exudes infinite electric energy. The moment Garrett released the butter, Xurkitree has unleashed Eerie Impulse. Garrett was directly confused by Eerie Impulse. Then the subsequent thunder shock directly caused Xurkitree to collapse to the ground. All route. Jinbei and Aladdin did not expect that the Pokemon Kingdom only summoned 3 mythical beasts. All the ABFJ members of the BIGMOM pirates were defeated. Now there are only a few powerful senior executives left in the BIGMOM pirates. Although there are still some low combat power, but Shi Ping knew that in the 4 emperors or other battles, competing with each other relies on high-level combat power. Low-level combat power is not worth mentioning. Daifuku, Owen, you all failed. Cracker didn't expect that the BIGMOM pirates were all defeated. You know, Dafu and Owen are not inferior to him in strength. The result was such a clean defeat. This is too fast. Now they can only hope that Takakuri and Charlotte Trelling will come to rescue them. Go together, you go together. Daifuku let the chess players in the Charlotte family go together. In fact, the pirate forces of the BIGMOM pirate group are quite small. Some are just homies soldiers. Chess soldiers are definitely considered the bottom-level combat power of the BIGMOM pirates. I saw thousands of homies soldiers swarmed up after hearing Daifuku's order. In their eyes, the orders of members of the Charlotte family must be obeyed. After all, they are just products made by Charlotte Trelling with the soul fruit. Not too many independent ideas, and the alien beasts will naturally not be polite to these homies chess players. Buzzwall punches 1. Most of the other strange beasts emit rays to attack. Or other attacks. One after another homies was killed by the beasts. The mood of the Charlotte family became depressed. I didn't expect the beast in front of me to be so powerful. And after coming here with the four-eyed needle dragon and the Murlocs Jinpei, their hearts are even colder, because there are 6 more beasts. In the action of these 6 divine beasts to eliminate homies. They can clearly understand these 6 divine beasts. Not worse than these 4, especially the beast with the huge mouth. Even more powerful. What to do? Daifuku once again summoned the lamp demon to fight the beast in front of him. But even though his lamp demon can still play a certain role. But his heart was extremely cold, because the divine beast in front of him is really terrifying. Especially Guzzlord, who is constantly devouring homies. Swallowed a large amount of homies directly into the stomach. 100 homies, 1,000 homies were devoured by Guzzlord. It was as if his stomach couldn't be satisfied at all. What a terrifying monster. Owen had a serious face, and he put his hands in the water to boil the seawater. Then form a fiery water column to attack the beast. This is his trick, Atami Wanlai, but no matter how he attacks. The beasts in front of them all took their orders. Nihilego used the mirror code to reflect his boiling water column again and again. Instead, they lost a lot. Now he has completely lost his confidence in fighting the beast. Cracker saw such a tragic scene up close and instantly felt extremely bad. He didn't expect the Charlotte family to lose so badly. And looking at this appearance, the BIGMDM pirates will be wiped out today. Just when Cracker's mood fell to the bottom, a cloud suddenly appeared and soaring in the sky. It's Mommy's cloud, Zeus, we're saved, the members of the Charlotte family shouted excitedly. They discovered that the cloud on soaring in the sky was indeed Zeus. This high-end homies was created at the cost of Charlotte Trelling's soul. Way drum. Zeus unleashes a powerful thunder. The direction of his attack was the strange beasts. Murloc Jinbei bears the brunt. He was directly knocked to the ground by the thunder from Zeus. But the alien beasts were not harmed in the slightest. This is all because of the existence of Xurkitree. Xurkitree is capable of swallowing all electric currents, and he actively greets nearby electric currents. The thunderbolts that Zeus unleashes are just energizing him. The power of lightning is too terrifying. Aladdin looks at Zeus on soaring in the sky. He was a little taken aback. He didn't expect Charlotte Trelling to be here yet. It has already caused such a terrible disaster. The Weed Island was almost destroyed by Zeus. How is it possible that you can block the sky thunder? Am I wrong? Zeus on soaring in the sky is a high-level homies with intelligence not inferior to that of humans. When he saw that none of the beasts below were attacked by his lightning. On the contrary, there is a strange beast like a wooden stick below. On the contrary, it is constantly increasing its momentum. This surprised him. It's Mother Anthem. Mother is back. You strange beasts wait to die. One of the members of Charlotte's family began to terrorize the beast. Fromamantis was not polite and kicked this person away with a high jump kick. This unknown is still on the Mother Anthem. Stop. Katakuri caught Charlotte Ticone with one hand. He looked at the strange beasts with quite rage eyes. More than a dozen life cards have been burned. This means the strange beast in front of you. More than a dozen of their family members have been killed. It turned out to be a divine beast that I have never seen before. Puro Ross Puro looked at the strange beasts, a little surprised. He is the think tank of the BIGMOM pirates. He often reads the newspaper, and he wonders what kind of beast invaded along the way. But he didn't expect that he had never seen these beasts before. However, he didn't panic about it too much. After all, with his mother Charlotte Lingling, all-powerful enemies are just fireworks in his hands, which can be extinguished in an instant. How dare you taunt big MOM pirates, Pokemon Kingdom, you are courting death. Charlotte Trelling watched the complete rout, glaring at the strange beast in front of him. He summoned Prometheus with a flick of his hand. Immediately afterwards, with a strong flick, it directly hit the heads of the beasts. Since you can ignore Zeus' attack, then you can taste the power of Prometheus. The ant had a face of rage, and roared such a sentence. Immediately afterwards, Prometheus hit the beast like a huge sun. The huge flame seemed to burn the whole island normal. This is the power of Prometheus, fire from heaven. Chapter 101 Solgalio's Recovery, the Sun Messenger. Homies Prometheus unleashes a huge flame, burned directly on the island. Everyone in the Charlotte family retreated early. As for the Murloc, Aladdin and the others suddenly felt bad. It's Charlotte Trelling's Prometheus. Jinbei looks at the flame on soaring in the sky with some fear. He didn't expect that Charlotte Lingling would directly cast a big move on them. Prometheus is like a little sun. His face was almost distorted, and he glared at the people below. Taste the power of the sun. Prometheus said sarcastically. But at this moment, a ray of light suddenly shot into the air. This light is different. It's golden light. This is another divine beast that is about to appear. When Jinping saw this golden light, he knew that there might be another divine beast about to appear. How come? How did the Pokemon Kingdom do it? Owen was shocked. He really didn't understand how the Pokemon Kingdom did it. How to continuously send the divine beasts here, but no matter how shocked he is. The beast is still sent over. A dazzling figure stepped out of the black hole. No matter what kind of beast he is, it cannot be the rival of Prometheus. When Dafu saw this scene, he didn't panic too much. In his opinion, no matter what kind of beasts there are at the moment, neither could be Prometheus' rival. You must know that this is one of the 3 most powerful homies under Charlotte Trelling's command. How dare you pretend to be the sun? It seems that you don't take me, Soldalio, seriously, then let you taste the power of the sun messenger. Soldalio looked at Prometheus and released solar beam. The sunlight and soaring in the sky is constantly projecting on him. Then Soldalio directly reflected on Prometheus. Soldalio stepped towards the ground, and all the flames were dispelled. And Prometheus, who was hit by solar beam, was directly hit by solar beam and was riddled with holes. It turned into a small flame and returned to Charlotte Trelling's side. There was a look of fear in his eyes, obviously very afraid of Soldalio. He actually defeated Prometheus with one move. How is this possible? Garrett looked at Soldalio in surprise. He didn't expect this divine beast that suddenly appeared to be so strong. Compared with the beasts that appeared before, both are much stronger. The messenger of the sun, Soldalio, what a terrifying beast. Jinbei looked at Soldalio in surprise. He didn't expect this divine beast to be so strong. Prometheus was defeated in the blink of an eye. You know, it's one of Charlotte Trelling's 3 senior homies. He really didn't think of it. Soldalio can be so fast. Beat it. Another divine beast that I have never seen before. Ross Perot just threw away the newspaper. He didn't expect that the above news about the Pokemon Kingdom turned out to be fake news. Deoxys, Hoopa, Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza, none of these beasts came. But a few unknown beasts came. It would appear that he is incompetent if he continues to believe this information. It doesn't matter, he is the emissary of the sun or the emissary of the moon. If he dares to kill the members of our Charlotte family, then he is Katakori's rival. Katakori looked at Soldalio on soaring in the sky. He was about to fight this divine beast. Zero looking for flowers. Katakori big brother is so handsome. Charlotte Tefrape looked at Katakori. She is Katakori's younger sister and also a big fan of Katakori. Katakori is always the most handsome in her heart. What a tough rival. Charlotte Mondor looked at Soldalio. He is the Minister of Cheese with the book fruit ability, and has the ability to send enemies into the book cage. Charlotte Tay Lingling went out to fight except Katakori and Ross Perot. Also brought some functional demonic ability users. Including Mondor and Bree, the mirror fruit ability user, also has the ability to pull the enemy into the mirror world. Mochi Blade Bomb. Katakori shot a large number of armed colored domineering Mochi from his hand and hit Soldalio. Soldalio used Solar Beam to directly reflect on Katakori. And at this time, Katakori took out a mirror from his pocket. Right now, pull us into the mirror space, Bree. Katakori yelled loudly at Bree behind him. This is Katakori's idea. Pull Solgaleo into the mirror space. Fight him. In this way, it will not affect the safety of the surrounding Charlotte family members. Soldalio glanced at the mirror. He guessed what Katakori was thinking in front of him. But he didn't refuse, because he has the ability to break through the space. This is an ability he shares with mythical beasts such as the moon messenger Lunala. Since the human being in front of him wants to fight him with all his strength. He didn't refuse either. After all, he didn't believe that the human in front of him would be his rival. With a flash of light, one person and one beast went to the people in the mirror space. Chapter 102 Recovery Lunala. Now it's your turn. Rospero looked at the beasts in front of him. As the eldest son of Charlotte Trelling, he is extremely powerful. He is the Minister of Candy, who has the ability to lick the fruit of a superhuman devil fruit. This ability allows him to make various shapes of candies and syrups of Solacean. You can also turn the touched items into candy and syrup. And unless Ross Perot takes the initiative to release, none of these candy syrups can be lifted. These beasts will be punished by our Charlotte family. Up comes Charlotte Snuggle, one of Charlotte's newly appointed candy trio. He followed Charlotte Trelling to play 803. But he didn't expect to encounter such a scene as soon as he came back. The entire Charlotte family was defeated. Sugar Manatee. Paroyan syrup condenses into a giant candy manatee. This manatee can do more than just attack. It can also be used as a means of transportation. Ross Perot planned to rely on the sugar manatee to attack the strange beasts in front of him. After all, in his eyes, the strength of these beasts is nothing more than that. You must know that there is one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Lingling, behind them. The beast in front of him is definitely not rival. But at this moment, a beam of golden light suddenly appeared in the air. Set in mid-air, immediately afterwards, the figure of a divine beast appeared. And also, Ross Perot froze for a moment. He had no idea that there were still beasts appearing at this moment. Does the Pokemon Kingdom have so many mythical beasts? Perot was completely dumbfounded, but it hasn't waited for him to recover. Another red light of recovery appeared in soaring in the sky. This ray of light shot straight into the sky. Boom! Accompanied by a huge earthquake, a divine beast from another world was pulled out. These two beasts are Lunala and Necrozma. Lunala is the emissary of the moon, and his appearance makes the light of the entire Talon Sea area of the world gather on her. Soaring in the sky darkened instantly. What kind of monster is this? It can actually affect the sky. Montour looked at Lunala. He never thought that the beast in front of him could actually affect the sky. It was just too scary. Lunala looks like a bat, with a dark blue area on top of his head covered with stars. After entering the full moon form, a third eye will appear on his forehead. It's a pretty scary beast. I'll deal with him. 3-star General Snug is a fat man in a woolen coat with a large katana sword in his hand. He is a swordsman with extremely powerful swordsmanship. Snag performed a one-step jump to splash, and then directly swung his katana to attack Lunala in front of him. But in the next second, Lunala just glanced at Snug. He used the exclusive ability Moongeist Beam. The shadows in soaring in the sky are all intertwined to form a solid arm. Caught Snag directly in midair. Immediately afterwards, these shadows poured into Snug's body from every opening. This made Snug look like a bone in the next second. It shattered into pieces of skeletons. How did he do it? Ross Perot was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect Lunala in front of him to be so powerful. Just at this time, Mont Dal made a move, and he released the ability of Shushu Fruit. Want to put Lunala in the book in prison, but Lunala didn't have his way. Moongeist Beam. Lunala casts Moongeist Beam again. Moongeist Beam turns the surrounding shadows into spears. Shoot towards Mundal. But at this time, it caused Charlotte Tellingling's displeasure. She had wanted to cast fear on them. Then extract their souls, but he didn't expect these beasts in front of him. No one is afraid, only Aladdin. Napoleon, it's your job. Lunala's attack on Mondor. It made Charlotte Lingling want to teach the other party a lesson. Napoleon is a hat, he can be turned into a sword. It is also one of the high-level homies created by Charlotte Lingling. It is a homies created by Charlotte Lingling through the soul, and it is extremely loyal. Yes, Mom. Napoleon jumped off Charlotte Lingling's head. Then it turned into a sword, and Charlotte Lingling grabbed Prometheus again. Directly covered Prometheus on Napoleon. The sword instantly grew fangs. This is Charlotte Lingling's move, Emperor Sword. Charlotte Lingling wrapped the armed domineering color around the sword again. Then he slashed directly towards the Shadow Lance. This is his other move, Broken Blade. When the two are combined, 2.4 is his combination move. Emperor Sword. Broken Blade. Boom. It was as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing. Ringing at this moment, Charlotte Lingling gave it her all. However, he was still forced back several steps by the Shadow Lance. Just when he thought that should stop Lunala's attack in front of him. But accidentally heard Mundal's miserable growl. This, how could it be? Charlotte Lingling looked at Mont Dal's position. She didn't expect at all that she tried so hard to block the Shadow Spear. Not all. The remaining Shadow Lances have all sunk into Mundor's heart. Mondor fell to the ground. Chapter 103, Defeating the Four Emperors. Mundor is no rival at all under Shadow Spear. Even my mother couldn't resist the attack of the beast. This scene gave the Cracker a great shock, because in his eyes, Charlotte Lingling is invincible. Countless Charlotte Lingling battles have never been defeated. But he didn't expect to be forced back by Lunala's Shadow Spear. Haven't been able to protect Mondor yet, what should we do now? Dafu and Owen looked at each other. They didn't expect that they were pinning their hopes on defeating the Ant with the cards of the beasts. It was forced to retreat by this new beast. Mom, haven't used Zeus yet. Yeah, haven't used Zeus yet. The mother after using Zeus is the real power of the four emperors 01. There was a voice in Charlotte's family. He told the current situation of Charlotte Lingling. That is, the Zeus was not used. Charlotte Lingling's strength is indispensable. Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon. Only the four emperors who use 3 high-level homies at the same time. He is the one who has really reached the peak, and Charlotte Lingling did exactly that. She has already planned to use all her abilities. Charlotte Lingling used all the advanced homies, with Zeus underfoot. With the Emperor Sword in her hand, she performed the ultimate move. Blade Mother's Flame. With one swing of the sword, countless monstrous flames swept across the entire Talon Sea area. Even Jinbei, who has always been known for his bravery. At this moment, I also feel full of pressure. Is this the real strength of Big Mom? Jinbei looked at the burning fire cloud and soaring in the sky. With this knife, I am afraid that the entire island will be split in half. And at this moment Necrozma made a move. He has not yet become the power of Lucas the Great God. But it can become the form of the Wings of Dawn. Necrozma attaches directly to Lunala. Combine Lunala with him. What is he doing? It's actually joined together. Aladdin looked at soaring in the sky with some surprise. He didn't expect Necrozma and Lunala to fit together. Prismatic Laser. Necrozma resorted to Prismatic Laser. A strong light burst from his forehead. Direct calls to Charlotte Lingling. This beam of light is extremely frightening, even worse than gamma rays. 2 shocking attacks suddenly exploded in the air. Charlotte Lingling was directly sent flying by this light beam. Zeus under his feet was directly beaten into a cloud of smoke. It's gone. Jinbei looked in the direction where Charlotte Lingling was knocked into the air. He looked horrified. He didn't expect that Charlotte Lingling could be knocked into the sky tens of thousands of meters. Disappeared like a meteor, and this also made everyone in the Charlotte family feel extremely chill. Just at this time, Bree spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterwards, Katakuri appeared out of thin air. It's just that the current Katakuri has been beaten by Solgaleo with wounds all over his body. Where's Mom? Katakuri looked at Puro Rospero. He had an ominous premonition. Mom, I was blown away by him. Puro hesitated and finally told the truth. How come? Katakuri looked at the beasts in front of him in shock. They didn't expect to be blown away by the beasts in front of them. And at this time, Solgaleo also began to plan to release his own exclusive attack to deal with rival in front of him. Sunsteel Strike. The attack that Solgaleo mastered was a melee attack. I saw him rushing towards rival in front of him like a shooting star. Katakuri knew the difficulty of the beast in front of him. He used the ability to awaken the glutinous rice fruit early on. Mobile glutinous rice balls. Katakuri casts the flowing glutinous rice balls. He turned objects from the surrounding islands, as well as the land itself, into a glutinous rice shield in front of him. Candy 800 wall. Puro Rospero also did not dare to neglect him to create a candy wall in front of him. But even these two walls formed defenses in front of them. But still not Solgaleo's own rival of Sunsteel Strike. I saw that Solgaleo smashed the candy wall like a shooting star soaring in the sky. Immediately afterwards, he felt a little hindered and crashed into the glutinous rice shield. Boom boom boom. The huge power was directly knocked out by Katakuri and Rospero. The two smashed the mother anthem directly, then it disappeared into the soaring in the sky like a shooting star. Sank to the bottom of the ocean. This scene directly made other members of the Charlotte family tremble a little. However, the beasts had no intention of doing anything to these people. Except for very few people. After all, a place as large as the Talon Sea still needs people to build it. The Charlotte family happens to be able to build everything. Chapter 104. Kaido shocked Ghost Island. The residence of Kaido, the Four Emperors. At this moment, Kaido is receiving a tip. How is it possible that Charlotte Lingling was blown away? Could it be that the Pokemon Kingdom did it? Kaido looked at his men. It never occurred to him that Charlotte Lingling would be directly sent flying. You know it's a rival that won't lose to him. Kaido couldn't believe it. It was indeed blown away. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Flame Calamity Ember replied. He did see Charlotte Trelling being blown away. And it flies quite high. That seems true. Kaido wrote the letter now. You must know that Flame Calamity is from the Lunaria family. It was a race that was almost extinct. Flame Calamity Ember is one of them. Possesses extremely sharp eyesight and the ability to fly. Under his witness. Can't go wrong. That is Charlotte Lingling is really defeated. Kaido was a little dazed. He didn't expect that after Charlotte Lingling stopped fighting with him. Turn back and be defeated. This made Kaido a little silent. You must know that he knows Charlotte Lingling's combat power. Definitely a particularly strong guy. Otherwise, it would be impossible to survive with him in the Rocks Pirates. You know, his fish fruit was given by Charlotte Lingling. Thinking of this, he became afraid of the Pokemon Kingdom that had never been masked. Now, the Pokemon Kingdom can be said to have invaded the New World. So since this is the case, it is to snatch resources with their four emperors. Thinking of this, Kaido couldn't help thinking of Shanks. He wanted to know what Shanks was thinking at the moment. And at this time, Shanks' ship, a guest is welcomed. That's Hawkeye Mahawk. The two of them were still pushing cups and changing cups to add to the fun. Mahawk looked at Shanks and asked in surprise, "You seem to have something on your mind." Shanks was not surprised. After all, Mahawk has known him for many years. Being able to see this is indeed a matter of course in his opinion. It's really on your mind, you know? Charlotte Lingling is beaten? The four emperors have been defeated. Mahawk was a little stunned when he heard Shanks' response. He hadn't expected it at all. The four emperors were actually defeated. This is quite a strange thing. That's right. I heard that it was defeated in 10,000 kingdoms, the kingdom of Talland. Shanks echoed Mahawk's words. To be honest, he was indeed quite shocked. He also didn't expect that the BIGMOM pirates would be defeated. Do you know who did it? Mahawk looked at the redhead. He was a little curious about who could defeat the totem Big MOM pirates in the sea. I heard that it is a divine beast, who would know? Red-haired Shanks was also not sure who it was. At this moment, Beckman also came to the red hair. When he heard that the BIGMOM pirates were defeated, he couldn't help being surprised. Obviously he didn't expect that the BIGMOM pirates would be defeated. You know, that's a group of four emperor pirates. How could he be defeated without even a chance to warm up? But I saw the information from the red hair. He didn't have any more doubts. Because most of the information that the red hair said is true. In other words, the BIGMOM pirates may have been defeated. Captain, I saw that Junluo Tellingling was knocked into the air. It just so happened that Jesus BU came over at this time. He is the god-level snipe shotman of the red hair pirates. When I heard the words of the red hair, he immediately told what he had seen and heard. Correct. He saw it, and it was very clear. He looked through the binoculars in the distance. Discovered that Charlotte Lingling has been defeated. And still got shot. Charlotte Lingling, that monster, was knocked into the air. How is this possible? Jesus' words attracted many pirates to watch. They didn't expect that Charlotte Lingling, one of the 4 emperors, not only lost. Still use this kind of fiasco to lose. You know Charlotte Lingling's physique is a monster. Not only can it easily defeat the Titan family, there are also Zeus, Prometheus, Napoleon and other advanced homies. Not to mention, they also have their dessert, Modhao, 3 stars. Among them, Takakuri is the existence of the monster normal. But even this monster is directly defeated, so, how powerful is that force? It made them a little unbelievable. However, this matter came out of the mouth of the red-haired Shanks. Then they have to believe it, because Shanks never told a lie. Everything he said was true, however, Shanks didn't say anything more. You know, this is the party where they finally got together. How can I just delay it because of these trivial matters? Soon they were eating meat and drinking heavily again. There is no sense of disobedience. Chapter 105 The Navy Shocked. New Marineford. This is located in the former G1 base. It is now the new headquarters of the Navy, because of Akainu's death in battle. Sengoku still served as Admiral of the Navy, and below him is the Yellow Ape and Pheasant. At the same time, he also gathered all the remaining high-level combat power of the Navy. They are Lieutenant General Crane, Alternate General Momodu, and dozens of other Lieutenant Generals. And the new Lieutenant General Smoker who has returned from his injuries. Is there any news about the recruitment of new forces? Lieutenant General he looked at the Warring States period. Zhang nodded, he knew exactly what Lieutenant General he was talking about. It's nothing more than the world's big conscription. This is what Wu Laoxing promised. There's already a clue, it is a man named Yishao, he has a powerful force. Warring States told everyone about Yishao's name. Marshal, do you think it's really good to directly promote a person from the sea to a general? After hearing this, Huang Yuan was a little annoyed. 263 in his opinion, what the world government has played is a bad move. He actually promoted a person directly to admiral. This is something without precedent. Of course, this is not the root cause of Huang Yuan's resistance to this matter. The fundamental reason is actually that it was very difficult for Huang Yuan to reach the position of general. And such an outsider will become a general as soon as he arrives. This is who it is. You will experience obvious discomfort. Aokiji didn't speak after listening. Obviously he also felt quite inappropriate. After all, he has spent a lot of effort in order to become a general. All of this is the decision of the 5 old stars. I heard that they will add a man named Huang Mu to the ranks of generals. There may be 4 generals. Aokiji has finished speaking. 4 generals. Everyone was taken aback. They didn't expect Wu Laoxing to make such a decision. ABFC. Presumably this must be a move made out of feeling the pressure of the Pokemon Kingdom. Everyone looked at each other in silence. Indeed, now the Navy has really reached the point where it must be expanded. After all, the pressure on the Pokemon Kingdom is too great. If you don't make any adjustments, you will be able to increase your strength. The world government will not have an iota of prestige in the world. In the end, no one made any objection. It seems to them that the time has indeed come to do so. However, there were still people who were quite critical. Warring States glanced at everyone present. After thinking about it, I finally said this amazing information. Do you know? The 4 emperors BIGMOM lost? Sengoku uttered an astonishing voice. Those words startled everyone around them. Big MOM lost, this is the 4 emperors, how could they lose so easily? These words of the Warring States period shocked many people. They really don't understand how BIGMOM failed. Warring States glanced at everyone. Knowing that doesn't make them feel the seriousness of the matter. The next words were spoken quickly. Not only that, I heard that the Pokemon Kingdom did it. It was the Pokemon Kingdom that defeated the 4 emperors. This incident made Cap a little uneasy. You know, the Pokemon Kingdom is already a very powerful force. This is after challenging the Navy and the world government. Now I have to challenge the 4 emperors, and all defeated. It's also amazing. Could it be Hoopa again? Momotu looked at Sengoku. She thought that this incident should also be done by Hoopa. That's right, it should be that divine beast. I really don't understand why this beast can summon other beasts from Solacean. Hearing Teodu's words, everyone immediately thought of Hoopa. You know, the mythical beast Hoopa relied on its own strength. The person who directly overthrew the Whitebeard pirates in the Navy headquarters. Such a terrifying beast. If it appeared in the territory of BIGMOM in the New World, then it is quite possible to defeat the BIGMOM pirates single-handedly. Is it Deoxys? Garp looked at Sengoku. He guessed it was Deoxys. Sengoku shook his head. Could it be Kyogre? Aokiji remembered how Kyogre beat him to pieces that day. I couldn't help but feel a palpitation in my heart. But it's more about fighting spirit. I think it's Rayquaza. Kizaru remembered the fear of being dominated by Rayquaza that day. Obviously he just wanted to fish, but Rayquaza kept pestering him. Fortunately, his strength is not bad, so he was able to escape alive from Rayquaza's men. Think about it. Huang Yuan still has lingering fears. Neither, this time it is a divine beast that has never been seen before. Sengoku's face became serious. A divine beast that has never been seen before. How is this possible? There are still divine beasts. These words of the Warring States period made everyone stunned. They didn't expect that the one who defeated the BIGMOM pirates this time turned out to be a beast they had never seen before. You know, Hoopa, Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre, Deoxys and other divine beasts are already quite terrifying, and now there are even more powerful divine beasts than this. This completely shocked them. Chapter 106 The Revolutionary Army Shocked. Warring States glanced at everyone, in fact, when he heard the news. Not much better than these people in front of them. You know, the Pokémon Kingdom is strong enough. There are still new beasts being revived. According to this development, the Warring States are all fighting against the Pokémon Kingdom. What else can I be sure of? Under the ebb and flow, I am afraid that the end of the Navy will soon be ushered in. He actually defeated BIGMOM, Doflamingo heard when he heard the news. Really stunned for a moment, he didn't expect that it would be just a few days. He received the Pokémon Kingdom and attacked the BIGMOM pirates. And the news of successfully defeating BIGMOM, this made him a little overwhelmed. He never thought that this matter would develop like this. Right now, he can only feel rejoicing, glad they didn't become enemies of the Pokémon Kingdom. If it really offends the Pokémon Kingdom, I'm afraid his Rosa. It will also be destroyed soon. After all, the power of these Pokémon Kingdom beasts is too terrifying. Kingdom of Kamabaka. This is one of the bases of the Revolutionary Army. Also known as S********** Island. The commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, Drago, and the Crow only stayed for a short while. They planned to leave, but soon Ivankov found him. Dorag, we have something to report to you. Ivankov came up and said. What's the matter? It's so urgent. The Crow glanced at Ivankov. He knew that Ivankov normal would not be in such a hurry. It's so urgent now, it must be because there is something important. The new world has undergone tremendous changes, the BIGMOM pirates were defeated, and Charlotte Lingling was knocked into the air. Ivankov said to Drago, this. The Crow fell silent for a moment, he didn't expect such a big thing to happen. It turned out to be the destruction of the BIGMOM pirates of the new world. Charlotte Lingling is such a monster, it was blown away. Who did it? Drago immediately had no intention of leaving quickly. He wanted to know who did it. After all, there are not many forces with such strength in the new world. The Navy counts as one. The other 4 emperors count as one. Besides, no other force dared to do this. Kingdom of Pokémon. Ivankov knew that Drago would ask such a question. So he said the name of the Pokémon Kingdom without hesitation. As soon as this word came out, let Dorag and the Crow directly. There was some silence. To know the Pokémon Kingdom, the name of this period of time. It can be said to be particularly loud. After all, no force dares to speak out. Must overwhelm the Pokémon Kingdom by now. The only ones who can compete with it are the 4 emperors, or the Navy of the New World, or the world government. Although there are many people pass it on, the Revolutionary Army also has the strength to contend with it. But Drago knew. The Revolutionary Army is even weaker than the Navy. How could it compare to the Pokémon Kingdom that has already defeated the Navy? But they still want to know, exactly which Pokémon did this. After all, the Pokémon Kingdom has too many powerful Pokémon. It was difficult for them to guess which divine beast it was. Isn't it Ho-Oh, Zero asked for flowers. The Crow spoke his guess, he has seen the divine power of the divine beast Ho-Oh. Burning broke Akainu's arm, that was the arm of the Admiral. It shocked him at the time, it is not. Ivankov was about to speak. It was interrupted by Drago, it must be Hoopa. Dorag is confident, according to the known information about the Pokémon Kingdom. Hoopa is the strongest beast in the Pokémon Kingdom. Except Hoopa, it is impossible for other divine beasts to descend from the sky and come to the 10,000 Kingdoms area. Zero just put the BIGMOM pirates in one pot. It's a divine beast I've never seen before. Ivankov did not expect that Drago was also guessing. Just say the answer directly. Brand new beast. The Crow yelled directly, and Chirag didn't have a Tata voice. But with a little embarrassment on his face, it seems he guessed wrong. However, after a short period of psychological construction, he sorted out his emotions. His face became more serious. Drago already feels the urgency that the Pokémon Kingdom brings. We need to speed up the intelligence on the Pokémon Kingdom. Dorag sighed. This last word fell. In his opinion, the details of the Pokémon Kingdom are simply too unclear. And this news is blocked. It will cause enemies with the Pokémon Kingdom once. So even the Pokémon Kingdom doesn't know what kind of beasts there are. Thinking of this, Drago decided to add intelligence personnel to be responsible for investigating the intelligence of the Pokémon Kingdom. Leave this matter to us. Crow and Ivankov nodded and said 3. Chapter 107. King of the Crown, Rosa Island of Gods. The 5 old stars looked at one seraph after another. These seraphs were all sent by Professor Vegapunk. Many of them look exactly like Kiwahai, but still a child. It's just a small Shichibukai. This is all after Wu Laoxing obtained the blood factors of these Chi-Wuhai. Commissioned by Vegapunk, 5 old stars have been planning this plan for a long time. They have sampled the blood of all the pirates in the city. Douglas Barrett, the Golden Lion, and even Roger the One Piece, etc. As long as the pirates fall into the hands of the world government or navy. They all extracted the blood factor, 373, but I want to turn these blood factors into humans. Still need a lot of effort. These people in front of them are only half-finished products. It will take a while to succeed. In the void, Ron looked away. After studying the beasts of Ultra Wormhole, he did not disappoint. Successfully defeated the 4 Emperors Bigmom pirates. And occupied the Totland Sea area of all nations. Now he wants to resurrect a new beast. This time he set his sights on the kingdom of Rosa. Rosa is the domain of the Don Quixote family. The current king is Doflamingo, but Ron doesn't care who the king here used to be. You know, Rosa was the base of the Pokemon Kingdom 800 years ago. Thinking of this, Ron intends to resurrect the beasts in the kingdom of Rosa. Take back the territory that should have been theirs. Rosa's mythical beast is King Lay Crown and his 2 horses. One is called Snowstorm Horse and the other is called Ghost Horse. He is the mythical beast that ruled Rosa 800 years ago. King Legon has star-level strength, and the 2 horses also have star-level strength. But they can complement each other. Exploding with cosmic-level strength. 3 star-level beasts need 15 devil fruits. Ron thought about it and decided to revive them. Rosa was originally their Pokemon kingdom. The people who are being F***ed by Doflamingo are miserable now. Not a good thing. Thinking of this, Ron spat out 3 purple lights of recovery. The light flew directly towards Rosa, and this light was also seen by the new naval captain in Rog Town, Donghai. This is the legacy of the Navy, since Ron didn't clear them too much. They also got to stay. The captain glanced at the light on soaring in the sky. Didn't say much. This time is not the first time this month. All he had to do was report the matter to the Admiralty. He doesn't need to worry about the rest. They're not Ron's rival after all. Rosa. Bullfighting Stadium. There are 2 lifelike stone horses in the bullfighting stadium. This is one of Doflamingo's sources of income. There is a competitive feast here at the moment. And there are many people. Trafalgar Row has infiltrated here. He has a great hatred for Doflamingo, because Doflamingo killed her mentor Corazon. He didn't come here for retaliate. It's just to see to what extent the strength of the few executives here has improved. And Trafalgar Law is not the only one who appears here. There are also Green Peppers and Kai Yi from Shihai. At this time, the 2 also came to the bullfighting stadium in Rosa. They just want to get more berry. After all, since Shihai was occupied by Sacred Sword Warriors, 0. They have no source of income. The 2 who had no source of income thought about it. Came to Rosa. After all, there's an arena here. Enough to allow them to earn the expenses of the 8 Treasures Navy. General Fujitora, I think Daoguang shines here. Smoker looked at Admiral Fujitora beside him. At this moment, Fujitora Yishao has not officially taken over as general. But it's coming soon, due to the lack of combat effectiveness of the Navy. So this time, the selection quota for generals was quickly added. Smoker was quite surprised at Fujitora's smile, because Fujitora is blind. But can feel the light keenly, said that the light was shot towards here. This surprised Smoker. But not too surprised. After all, he has witnessed the ability of Fujitora in front of him to smile. Possesses extremely powerful strength. It's here. Fujitora also sensed light, although he has no eyes. But you can feel this strong light just by feeling. He was quite sure the light was here, and it was in a place 1.0 that neither of them knew. Deep in the stadium, there is a statue and a woman and a toy man with a leg. Cyrus, do you say he is the real king of Rosa? Rebecca looked at the statue in front of her. Well, it's just a legend. Cyrus looked at the statue, which was a stone statue with a huge flower bud on its top. There was kindness and compassion in his eyes. Legend has it that this is a king who was friendly with humans. The people of one Dan Rosa were persecuted. Then King Legon will come forward. Defeating evil. This stone statue has been placed in the bullfighting stadium. Chapter 108. King Lay Crown revives. Only the royal family knows the secret, and Cyrus only knew the secret because of Rebecca's mother, his wife Scarlet. Legends can't be trusted. Let's leave as soon as possible. Cyrus did not believe the statue, in his opinion. The stone statue in front of him is just a stone statue. There are not many other abilities, but I saw him moving. Rebecca noticed that the stone statue seemed to be showing signs of recovery. It's moving. How is this possible? Cyrus did not believe it at all. How could the stone statue move? But when he turned his head away, he realized that the stone statue really moved. And the rock dust on his body fell off one by one. Are you citizens of the island of Rosa? How long have I been asleep, the king of the crown? King Legon looked at Cyrus and Rebecca in front of him. He felt kindness from the 2 people in front of him. 01. He feels very comfortable about it. King Bud Crown, really alive. Cyrus couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that King Legon in front of him was really alive. Rebecca wasn't lying. King, can you get rid of Doflamingo for us? He is a big villain. Rebecca just heard what Cyrus said. Immediately, King Lei Guan was regarded as a good person. Actively asked, Rebecca, don't talk nonsense. Cyrus was taken aback. To know whether this person in front of him is an enemy or a friend is still unknown. What if Rebecca angered the king in front of her? You know, Sika is his daughter. He didn't want Rebecca to be hurt. If he is a bad person, King Ligon is willing to help you. King Ligon did not refuse. In his opinion, the two people in front of him are his subjects. A plea for good people, he is totally agreeable. Agreed. Cyrus did not expect King Ligon to agree so readily. But as King Lei Crown left this hidden room, he felt uneasy again. Does King Ligon in front of him have real strength? Can you rescue King Raikou and defeat Doflamingo? This is all unknown. But now King Ligon has agreed to their request. They can only go out with King Ligon, but when approaching the door, a man found Lei Guanwang, a very familiar look. My name is Cavendish. What's your name? Are you a fur tribe? Cavendish is the 300 million pirate of the New World. He just came to the New World not long ago. I heard that the bullfighting stadium in Rosa is quite suitable for improving strength. So he stayed here. He is known as the noble son of the pirate and the white horse Cavendish. The main reason is that he is very handsome, and he has a relationship with the white horse. King Bud Crown. King Ligon replied, not much chit-chat. He just wanted to find his mount first, then help this Miss Rebecca to finish things. After all, so far, Father God had sent him a signal. To defeat Doflamingo, take control of Rosa. King Lei Guan, what a domineering name, we will meet later, King Lei Guan. Cavendish left. He started chatting with other people. He is a chatterbox, likes to show flashpoints in front of others. And at this time, Rebecca found that the front door had been opened. Several people came in. Who is the challenger among you? It should be you. Several people looked at King Ligon, then he threw a mask to King Ligon. If you want to get a devil fruit, wear this and participate in the stadium. Several people left after saying this. Cyrus and the others came out from the shadow behind them. King Ligon, we have a secret way to leave, Cyrus said to King Ligon. In fact, if it wasn't for King Ligon, he would go all the way. He and Rebecca usually leave towards the secret passage. No, I feel the breath of my horse. King Ligon looked at the high platform of the stadium. I saw two lifelike tall horses on the wall. These are exactly his two snowstorm horses, two imaginary ghost horses. Now that the two horses are on the stadium, then of course he couldn't leave. Do you want to participate in a duel? Cyrus was stunned. He looked at King Ligon in front of him. He didn't expect that King Lei Crown in front of him actually planned to participate in the duel. That's right, King Lei Guan nodded affirmatively. He did intend to engage in a duel, he felt nothing but his two horses. Also felt the breath of the divine power treasure. Divine treasures are also things that Father God wants to collect from him. Since it can kill two birds with one stone, how could he miss such a good thing? Cyrus still wanted to persuade, but King Ligon had already walked out. And everyone present looked at King Lei Guan blankly. I've never heard of such a creature appearing on the dueling platform. Fur tribe. It looks like a rabbit and a deer. What kind of creature is this? The appearance of King Ligon made everyone talk about it. They couldn't tell what kind of animal it was. Chapter 109, Defeating Bellamy. This creature should be the target we are looking for, his fire of life is particularly strong. Fujitora smiled and looked at King Ligon, however, when he saw Queen Ligon, he had no malice. Because he could see that it was a very righteous creature. It is this fur creature that is a divine beast. Smoker also recognizes King Lycrown as a fur folk. After all, it is not the words of the Fur Clan, it's impossible to look like this. But Fujitora next to him smiled and said he was a divine beast. Smoker also believed it tentatively, he believed Fujitora's eyes with a smile. Because the experience of these days told him, Fujitora smiled even though he had no eyes. But its judgment is much clearer than that of a person with eyes. Is he a contestant this time? Diamante looked at Pika beside him. Both are the top executives of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo divided the family members into 4 parts. They are clubs, spades, diamonds, and hearts. Among them, the plum blossom is Torrible, who belongs to the special ability team and is responsible for protecting the safety of the special executive Sugar. In spades, Pika is the highest executive of the spades army. There are strong men such as Gladius, BABY5, and Buffalo under his command. Cube is him. Diamante leads the fighting group and has 4 generals. The biggest change among the 4 major legions is the Red Heart. The Red Heart used to be Trafalgar Law, but the current Red Heart is unclear. There is Monet under him. It doesn't matter if he is. Anyway, we don't intend to let anyone get the prize this time. Pika looked at Diamante. He said what was in his heart. It is true that their prizes this time were not intended to be obtained by anyone. Because the prize this time is too expensive, a total of 5 devil fruits. You know, this is worth 7 or 8 billion berry. They were simply planning to borrow this match. Just charge for tickets, right? Diamante is no longer entangled. You must know that many of their powerful hands were stuffed inside. In his opinion, it is absolutely impossible for King Lei Crown to win. It must be me, Green Pepper, who wins this time. Qingjiao went crazy when she saw 5 devil fruits. The purpose of his coming here this time is not just to get money. He also has to investigate the reasons for Darius Rosado Flamenco's arms trade. Because Doflamingo sold arms to the hostile forces in the Kingdom of Flowers. This caused the Kingdom of Flowers to retreat steadily. This is why the Green Pepper came to the door. He wants Doflamingo to stop supplying the hostiles. But Doflamingo's strength is too strong for him, he's not rival at all. You can only go to the stadium to make a fortune first. If you want to win, beat me. A voice appeared in the center of the field. It was Bellamy who said it. Bellamy is Doflamingo's sidekick. Spring Fruit ability user, has an extremely fast speed. He is holding green peppers in taunt, but green peppers are everything to him. After all, Bellamy only has a reward of more than 100 million yuan. And he has a reward of more than 500 million, although the bounty does not fully prove the strength. But you can roughly understand the strength of yourself or the opponent. So Bellamy is not enough to watch in front of green pepper. Now let's start the competition. By the way, what's your name? The referee looked at King Lei Guan. He didn't know the King Lei Guan who appeared out of nowhere. King Bud Crown. King Lei Guan directly reported his name. The referee immediately said the names of both sides of the match. Now the Crown King fights Bellamy. Follow the referee to report. Bellamy gave Green Pepper a hard look. And said it directly, after I get rid of him, I'll get rid of you. Bellamy thinks the King of the Crown is something he can easily deal with. He soon stood on the opposite side of King Lei Crown. Cyrus, do you think King Bud Crown can win? Rebecca and Cyrus did not leave. They looked at King Ligon. They discussed whether King Lei Crown could win. Yes, Cyrus thought he could, but there was a trace of hesitation in his tone. After all, King Ligon in front of him doesn't look like a strong man. I think so too. Rebecca looked at King Lei Guan outside the door. For some reason, she has great confidence in King Ligon. Spring Fist. Bellamy directly turned her hands into springs. Tens of meters deep, it delivered a fatal blow to King Ligon. But in the eyes of King Ligon, Bellamy's strength, good money, is not enough to see. Future Sight. The Crown King directly used Future Sight to dodge Bellamy's attack. Then a surge of energy sent Bellamy flying off the field. It flew hundreds of meters outside. What kind of terrifying power is this? Bellamy looked at King Ligon in shock. He didn't expect that King Ligon in front of him would have such terrifying power. As far as possible when not in contact with him, knocked him out completely. He's really a strong man. Smoker really believed it now, but he didn't know whether this creature was a mythical beast. But he couldn't make a judgment, because the creature in front of him was too fur-like. In addition, the beasts he has seen are all more powerful than King Ligon. Chapter 110 Snowstorm Horse Resurrection. Beat Bellamy. Diamante looked at King Lei Guan in surprise. He didn't expect that such a powerful force could erupt from the small body of King Ligon. To know the power of Bellamy, they have already been partially understood. That is quite a powerful ability. The amount of the reward has even exceeded 100 million, which means that King Ligon has at least 100 million berry in strength. But Mortgage Mandy didn't pay too much attention. Bellamy's is just an insurance policy against anyone other than the Don Quixotes winning the title. In addition, he also sent Mahabas to prevent others from winning the championship. It actually beat Bellamy directly. Qingjiao looked sideways at King Ligon. He didn't expect that Bellamy of Taunt in front of him would lose so badly. But he didn't care too much about emotions. After all, Bellamy wasn't too powerful a master. But this also made Qingjiao look a little squarely at King Ligon. After all, the Crown King can beat Bellamy. This also means King Lei Crown qualified to be his rival. Lord Crown King, you're doing pretty well. Cavendish looked at King Ligon. He was a little familiar. In fact, it means showing off yourself in front of others. After seeing King Lei Crown successfully defeated Bellamy, he really sees King Bud Crown as a rival. In his opinion, this is the honor of King Ligon. Cyrus, King Lei Crown is so strong. Rebecca looked at Cyrus with a surprised expression. It's really cool that King Lei Crown defeated Bellamy. Nothing sloppy. Bellamy was dealt with directly. Is the legend true? Cyrus watched after the King of the Crown defeated Bellamy. Somewhat surprised, he now somewhat believes that King Lei Crown can really defeat Doflamingo and save Doris Rosa. After all, King Ligon has such strength. It's just the Fur Clan. It's just defeating a Bellamy, but there are stronger opponents behind. Pika glanced at King Ligon with disapproval. In his opinion, King Lei Crown's strength is just like this. There is no clever way to go. You must know that he has dispatched his strongest men. Gradius prevents anyone from winning, and as the stadium competition continues, everyone began to select the favorites for the championship. In the end, 5 favorites were selected. They're Green Pepper, Cavendish, Mahabas, and Gladius, Lei Guanshan 5 people. Almost equal in popularity, and the King of Ligon is under the scene of rival that is almost instant killed every time. It has also won the love of a large audience, but King Ligon didn't have any excessive expressions. Some are just calm. In the next match, Cavendish will face King Lei Crown. In the stands, the host announced the start of the battle. This let the Crown King know that the next rival is Cavendish. And Cavendish is stroking his beloved horse Faruru. He has 2 personalities, and his personalities don't like to show off too much. ABDF, but Lee personality is a personality that likes to show off. This created him with 2 personalities. Cavendish is a swordsman. He drew the sword from his waist. This time he was going to fight against King Lei Crown. He rode on Faruru and looked at King Ligon. In his opinion, the game was won by itself. Since you are also a knight, then I should also fight you with horses. King Ligon saw the white horse under Cavendish. He also thought of his mythical beast, the white horse Snowstorm. Thinking of this, King Lay Crown glanced at the horse statue on the high platform on the stadium. Waved. I saw a change in the statue. Alive. How is it possible that he is alive? Everyone quickly looked at the stone statue on the high platform of the stadium. They didn't expect the horse on the stone statue to be alive. You must know that this is a stone statue that has existed here for hundreds of years. It's really a beast. Smoker couldn't be more familiar with this scene. They didn't expect the stone statue on the high platform to be alive. Obviously this is the beast resurrected by the light of resurrection. It was not Snowstorm King. General Fujitora smiled and made a wrong judgment. Keep watching. Fujitora smiled without apologizing. He still believes that King Ligon is a divine beast. And in the next second, he wanted to match what he said. I saw the Snowstorm horse jumping directly from the stadium. Came in front of King Ligon. He even leaned against King Lei Guan with his head. He is another beast that Ron revived. King Li Guan's Mount Snowstorm horse. This horse is more handsome than mine. Cavendish became jealous. He didn't expect that a white horse casually summoned by the champion would have such a teacher spirit. The soles of the feet are covered with solid ice, and the head is covered with ice crystals. Cold air all over the body. It was simply the white horse he wanted. This made Cavendish feel the horses around him, not too fragrant. Is this a divine beast? Pika and Diamante looked at each other. They knew that Doflamingo wanted them to find a way to get a divine beast some time ago. And the beast in front of him is not bad. Thinking of this, greed emerged in their hearts. Chapter 111 Cavendish's dual personality. In their opinion, King Ligon couldn't grasp these two beasts. And what is it, Cyrus? Rebecca looked at Cyrus. She didn't know what the snowstorm horse was. Cyrus responded clearly, Rebecca. This should only be the war horse of King Lay Crown. Legend has it that King Lay Crown relies on two war horses to make countless enemies who invade Darius Rosa hate the Northwest. Cyrus responded to Rebecca. He was also a little surprised. He didn't expect the legend of King Lay Crown to be true. Moreover, King Ligon actually has two war horses. Could it be that one too? Rebecca looked to the other corner. There is also a stone statue of a warhorse there. She now suspects that the horse statue also belonged to King Lycrown. It's really possible, Cyrus nodded and responded. And on the battlefield, Cavendish was looking at King Lay Crown. Now he's going to attack King Ligon. Thinking of this, he drew the sword at his waist. Ride on a white horse to sucker punch King Bud Crown. But at this moment, the snowstorm horse stood up to fight alone. The people around didn't see clearly the intention of the snowstorm horse. But only King Ligon understood. Snowstorm is telling King Ligon. He has to deal with it alone. The enemy in front of him is not worth letting King Lay Crown take action. Watching Snowstorm Ma Lay Crown King thought for a while and finally agreed. In his opinion, the snowstorm horse alone can deal with the enemy in front of him. But Cavendish's face turned black. After thinking for a while, he realized that King Lay Guan's intention was probably to use this snowstorm horse to fight him. Could he not beat a horse? He didn't expect King Ligon to humiliate him like this. Since this is the case, let you taste the power of my white horse, Cavendish. Cavendish picked up the western sword Durandal in his hand and rode quickly to the snowstorm horse. Use swordsmanship beauty sword cut Stardust Prince. Cavendish used his sword to draw a knife trajectory from the ground, and then pulled it into the air along this trajectory, and slashed continuously in an instant, which allowed him to cut more than 10 knives in 1 second. And the slashes of more than 10 knives were all aimed at the snowstorm horse. If the snowstorm horse does not dodge or avoid it, it is very likely that they will die here and become dozens of blood clots. But Snowstorm just glanced at Cavendish contemptuously. He played Avalanche. The snowstorm horse rushed directly towards Cavendish. The horseshoe stepped towards Cavendish and it was just above Cavendish's head. Suddenly a large snowball appeared and hit him directly. Boom! And Cavendish's power Maynard is obviously not as good as Snowstorm. Cavendish flew out instantly under the slamming snowstorm horse. The white horse under him couldn't bear the gravity at all, and was thrown dozens of meters away. Another instant kill. This scene stunned everyone. It didn't occur to them that even Cavendish wasn't the rival of the King of the Crown. You must know that Cavendish's strength is not weak, but quite powerful. But even so powerful, Cavendish is still no rival of one of the Lay Crown's snowstorm horses. It is enough to see the strength of King Ligon. Is this the power of the beast? Pika looked at Diamante, and the two looked at each other. They know how powerful the beast is, but I didn't expect this beast to be so powerful. But they didn't feel panicked. After all, they are the top executives of the Don Quixote family. 0. Begging for flowers has a powerful devil fruit ability and domineering. Although the snowstorm horse in front of him is strong enough. But in their eyes, it is not invincible, and just when the referee was going to announce. When the King of Ligon won this game, Prince Charming Cavendish stood up again. It's just that the look has become quite weird. You actually let me come out. It seems that your strength is really good. Cavendish's face became very crazy. The appearance became extremely bloodthirsty. This is his second personality, Itachi, a crazy murderer. Possesses more than double the usual swordsmanship. There is also an extremely powerful force. It can be said that no one wants to encounter in existence. And Cavendish usually suppresses his personality. Unless it's rest, when fainting, only occasionally appear in front of everyone. Cavendish's weasel personality is out, this lunatic form. By virtue of this form, Cavendish killed the big pirate with 500 million berries. Didn't expect to see this on the stadium. Everyone in the auditorium became extremely excited when they saw this form of Cavendish. It should be known that this form of Cavendish permission is not often encountered. And once Cavendish revealed the sickle weasel form, then it also means that there must be a life and death situation. What to do, Cyrus? Rebecca heard everyone on the referee explaining Cavendish's strength, and couldn't help worrying about King Lay Crown. King Lay Crown will be fine. Cyrus looked at King Legon, who was extremely calm at the moment, which was why he thought King Legon could win. Chapter 112. Defeating Cavendish, this crazy pirate. Smoker looked to Cavendish. He also knew that Cavendish's appearance was by no means normal. After all, the name Kamaitachi was given by the Navy. Because once Cavendish's contest condition comes out, no matter who is standing around will die at the hands of Cavendish, like a sickle weasel threatening his life. What should I do? Should I catch it? Diamante was a little anxious. In his opinion, this mythical beast can be handed over to Doflamingo. Now encounter the scourge of Cavendish, if the beast is caught by Cavendish. That's not 170. Don't panic, the beasts still have strength. After all, none of them are inferior to the Lieutenant General. I don't think Cavendish is the rival of this snowstorm horse. Pika responded to Diamante. He thinks that Cavendish in front of him is not rival of Snowstorm Horse. It's also a divine beast. Only then did Diamante remember what Doflamingo said. You know, even Doflamingo has been suppressed by divine beasts. Although suppressing Doflamingo's divine beast, it was Doflamingo who didn't show all his strength at all. This caused Doflamingo to be suppressed, but this also proves the horror of the beast. And on the stadium, Cavendish started to do it. In Kamaitachi contest condition, he directly used the slashing sword skill Beautiful Sword Round Table. I saw Cavendish holding a western sword and heading straight for the snowstorm horse's face. This trick is his beheading skill. I saw him roll sideways in the air and slash at rival at a 360 angle. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful round shield shape was drawn directly. This is exactly the attack method of his sword skill Magian Round Table. Under the Kama Weasel contest condition, his move is very sharp, fast, and fierce. But it didn't feel like it was real. He looked at the position of the snowstorm horse. Only then did he realize that the snowstorm horse had appeared in front of him. Then a frost horse headbutts him, and launched the skill, Icicle Crash. Countless diamond-shaped icicles fell directly from the sky. Cavendish was hit directly and seriously injured. There was also a slightly larger icicle inserted directly into his body. Cavendish returns to his number 1 form. He looked at the snowstorm horse in front of him in horror. They shared memories, and he never expected that the snowstorm horse in front of him could defeat him in the form of a sickle weasel with one blow, and even seriously injured him. This is something that has never been encountered before, after Normal released this form. He has only victories and no defeats, but in front of him, he directly ushered in his first defeat. He couldn't believe it. Cavendish out. The referee dismissed Cavendish. Reluctantly, Cavendish could only retire to recuperate. And then there's the battle of others, but everyone lost their minds. They are all looking forward to King Lay Crown. You must know that this time, King Lay Crown succeeded in winning with a single horse. If they are united as one, how strong should it be? Everyone is guessing about this matter. King Lay Crown is so strong. Rebecca looked at King Lay Guan and she couldn't help but praise him. And Cyrus didn't say much this time. After all, King Lay Guan's strength can be seen. Even compared to her, the former Stadium King, who has an unbeaten record of 3,000 games, it is not much worse. 0. However, it is still far behind the senior executives in the Don Quixote family. Cyrus looked up to Diamante and Pika, the 2 highest executives in the Don Quixote family. If you want to really defeat Doflamingo, you must first remove the minions of the Don Quixote family. And at this time, something that surprised everyone happened. The next match will be King Lay Crown against Gladius and Mahabas. The referee was surprised when he received the match list. But I read it out. What are you fighting against 2 people? How can this work? Not only the referee was a little dumbfounded, even everyone in the audience was a little dumbfounded. They didn't expect that this time, King Lay Guan would be 1 against 2. This is simply to deliberately let King Lay Crown lose the game. Moreover, King Legon is still fighting against the favorite candidate to win the championship. Someone started yelling shady, but he was soon thrown out of the stadium by the guards of the Don Quixote family. Only then did everyone 5.6 understand who did it. This must have been done by the Don Quixote family. But no one dared to call the shady anymore. After all, the Don Quixote family can attack. There are not a few people who were captured and disappeared by the Don Quixote family. Will you fight? Diamante and Pika looked at King Legon, and this matter was naturally their idea. They have already understood in the battle between King Lay Crown and Cavendish just now that the one-on-one of their 2 men is definitely not the rival of King Lay Crown. That's why I made this decision. Now they only need to see if King Legon accepts the move. Chapter 113 Resuscitating Ghost Horse. King Legon walked up without saying a word. Although he didn't speak, everyone already knew his attitude. With these two together, even I'm not rival, Cyrus looked at Gladius and Mahabas, both of whom are devil fruit capable users. Among them, Gladius is a person with the ability to explode fruit, as the name suggests. He can cause an explosion. The other one, Mahabe, is a person with the ability to press tons of fruits. He can release a huge force of up to 10,000 tons to attack. Both of these men are the executives of the Don Quixote family. But few people know, but Cyrus knew, because both of them had hunted him down. Two devil fruit users. Qingzhao was also stunned when he saw it. He didn't expect the Don Quixote family to play this trick. It's as if he doesn't want anyone to win the first place. Are you really going up, 1 against 2? Didn't he have a 1 to hold a horse? It can be done with 1 against 2. The people in the stands have different opinions, but no matter what they say, everyone is looking forward to seeing this. After all, such things are rare. With 1 against 2, this kind of game has great disparity. Everyone loves to watch it, and set a gamble. It's just that when it comes to betting, everyone is still very rational. Their bets on Gladius and Mahabasi are much higher. Obviously still more optimistic about the two, and at this time, the two sides also started contact. Groudon appears as a man wearing a helmet. Has extremely long hair, wears a dark blue windbreaker, and has metal decorates such as gears on the clothes. And Maha Biden is a fat man with long curly hair, a black hat, tights that expose his chest, and chest hair. King Legon has already planned to ride a snowstorm horse to fight. But at this time, the stone statue of another divine beast also showed signs of recovery. King Legon looked at the high platform to be precise. It is looking at the ghost horse statue on the high platform of the stadium. The stone statue of the ghost horse is gradually shattering. Then jumped down towards the stadium. Is this another divine beast? For a moment, some people were shocked. They didn't expect another divine beast to appear. Appearing here, the ghost horse is different from the snowstorm horse. The ghost horse is pure black, with a white ponytail and purple ghost flames. There was a ruthless look between his brows and eyes. It looks like it is a beast that is not easy to mess with. It turned out to be a divine beast, now everyone understands. The appearance of the snowstorm horse just now was only seen by a small number of people. These people know that snowstorm horse is a mythical beast. But this time, the ghost horse was seen by most people. They have been able to determine that the two horses are legendary beasts. Due to the inconvenience of information, they do not know the mythical beasts of the Pokemon Kingdom. The 4 Emperors Bigmom has been defeated, now they don't know about it. Otherwise, you will be even more surprised. 2 mythical beasts. Diamante and Pika were stunned. They didn't expect that there would be 2 divine beasts. Knowing that a mythical beast is tough enough, now there are 2. However, they didn't feel too flustered. You must know that their troops are not just Gladius and Mahabe. There is also its executive. In their opinion, this time they were even 2 divine beasts. They should and will be able to eat them completely. Could it be that there are 3 divine beasts? Smoker looked at King Lei Crown on the battlefield. He was quite curious about King Lei Crown. What kind of beast can sit on 2 beasts? It can be concluded that he is constantly getting along with King Lei Guan through the ghost horse. The King Legon in front of him is definitely the master of the 2 divine beasts. Could this be the legendary Arceus? Smoker has already recognized the mythical beast in front of him as the father god, Arceus, in Pokemon's mouth. Isn't he going to make a move? Gladius and Mahabasi looked at King Legon. He didn't expect that Lei's 103 champion still didn't make a move this time. Instead, 2 horses were sent. The 2 of them didn't read newspapers often, and didn't recognize this so-called mythical beast. But after all, Snowstorm Horse defeated the existence of the great pirate Cavendish. They are still quite vigilant. As for the ghost horse, they have a little contempt for this horse. Although the horse was amazing when it appeared, but it doesn't mean that this horse is stronger than Snowstorm Horse. In their opinion, this horse is probably just an ordinary horse. The 2 looked at each other. He planned to start with this ghost horse. Killing this horse is also the price paid for the guy named King Lei Guan who underestimated him. After thinking about this, Gladius intends to take the lead. He has the ability to explode anything he touches. He picked up rocks from the ground and turned them into small bombs. He wanted to get rid of the ghost horse in front of him directly. Explosive Projectile. Chapter 114, Defeating Gladius. Gladius kept flinging stones. These stones kept flinging towards the ghost horse. Then detonate in an instant. Boom boom boom. The violent sound appeared directly above the stadium. For a while, thick smoke billowed. Everyone is guessing whether the ghost horse died here. After all, Gladius' explosive ability is very powerful. But the audience in the auditorium behind the ghost horse. However, he saw that the Lingyu horse hadn't suffered the slightest damage at all. Because these bombs didn't touch the ghost horse at all. It stopped directly in the air. How is this going? Everyone looked at Lingyu horse and felt very surprised. But Lingyu horse was very indifferent. It seems that they have known that things will happen like this. Because this is the skill that Lingyu horse releases on its own. Disable. This skill is obviously the skill Disable of the ghost horse. A skill that can easily pinch enemies. but immobilizing the enemy is not his only function. He can also hold objects in place. It can be said that it has a lot of magical effects. It didn't even get hurt. Gladius was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the ghost horse didn't suffer the slightest harm. But at this moment, the ghost horse started to move. A layer of haze enveloped him, looking like he was about to make a big move. Like a ghost from hell. What is he doing? Gladius was a little flustered. He didn't know what the ghost horse was going to do. But he felt a sense of crisis, still immediately released his big move. He started touching the ground non-stop. This is his big move, Blast Rock Celebration. By touching the ground, you can make the ground lay out mines one after another. Then set off an explosion where hundreds of mines explode sounding like a blast of rock and roll. Hence the name. We need to use that trick so soon. Mahabas looked at Gladius in surprise. He didn't expect that Gladius would perform his ultimate move so soon. He knew how powerful Gladius's Demolition Rock Festival was. Enough to plow the entire stadium once to reach this level of power. Thinking of this, Mahabaidan didn't dare to stay any longer. He hid aside. In case you get hurt. At this moment, Gladius looked at the ghost horse, which was already the most landmine he could release. He didn't believe that the ghost horse could bear it. Could it be the Blast Rock Festival? This is Gladius' unique move. Didn't it mean that this trick cannot be used in the stadium? This horse is still charging forward. Isn't he afraid of death? It wasn't just Mahabas who recognized the trick. The audience in the stands also recognized this move. Because Gladius was once released in the stadium. The entire stadium was blown up, but the enemy has long been bombed and there are no bones left. It can be said that the moves prohibited in the stadium are extremely terrifying moves. Unexpectedly, Gladius used this trick now. Pika is the senior executive who leads Gladius. He still knows a lot about Gladius. One must know that Gladius's Blast Rock Celebration move is already his strongest move. Using this trick meant that Gladius felt a lot of pressure. If it weren't for this, it would be impossible for Gladius to use this trick. After all, rival can be easily solved. Why bother to solve it? But they didn't notice that a layer of black shield appeared on the ghost horse. This is the skill Protect. Just use this skill to block all attacks. This is where Lingyu horse has the courage to move forward. Immediately, the ghost horse stepped forward quickly. Suddenly, a violent explosion resounded throughout the bullfighting stadium. The entire stadium collapsed 7 or 8 meters. But after the smoke passed, Gladius didn't feel any joy, but sat down on the ground in shock. Unscathed. Unscathed? How could this happen? Even I was beaten in the stands. How is this possible? Everyone in the audience was stunned. They didn't expect that Lingyu horse was unscathed. You must know that the power of this explosion caused Jiao damage to them all in the stands. It can be said to be simply terrifying, and they are hundreds of meters away from the stadium. The ghost horse stood in front of Gladius. These are all harmless words. Doesn't that mean that Gladius' strength is not worth mentioning in front of the ghost horse? How could you lose? Pika was stunned. He did not expect Gladius to lose at all. You must know that in the Spades army he led, Gladius has always been the most powerful combat force other than him. It was so easy to lose. Pika, it seems that I still have to look at my team members. Diamante is quite optimistic. His confidence in Mahabhath is considerable. Chapter 115, Defeating Mahabasi. After all, this is his trump card. Possesses the ability to press tons of fruit that can release tons of force. Boom. Gladius was kicked away by the ghost horse. Although Gladius Devil Fruit is powerful, but on the contrary, his physical strength is very weak. Lingyu horse kicked him away dozens of meters away. It was Mahabhath who recovered from Gladius' defeat. However, he didn't have much sentimentality, because he is much stronger than Gladius. Gladius was defeated simply because Gladius was too weak. And he is truly strong. Mahabhath suspends himself in the air with his fruit-crushing ability. He is extremely fat. It weighs 500 or 600 catties. He looked at the ghost horse, and he decided to test it with 1,000 tons of force first. Dongdong hyphenation point destroyed 1,000-ton bis. The ability to crush tons of fruit gives Mahabhath 1,000 tons of gravity. Immediately afterwards, Mahabhath hammered towards the 850 ghost horse with his fist. Without even thinking about it, the Lingyu horse directly raised its front legs and kicked Mahabhath in front of it. Boom. There was a shock throughout the stadium that would make anyone's teeth tingle. Everyone turned their attention to the stadium. Lingyu horse didn't back down in any way. But Mahabhath looked particularly frightened, because he found that he had exerted 1,000 tons of force, and the ghost horse didn't retreat in any way, and even knocked him several meters away. Impossible. I am a person with the ability to press tons of fruit. How can a horse be stronger than me? Mahabhath looked at the ghost horse in front of him in horror. He was stunned, but rage was more in his heart. Since 1,000 tons of gravity is useless, then I will let you experience 1,000 tons of gravity. Mahabhath pulls out his trick. It is also the maximum gravity he can achieve with his current performance. ABCC. Tons of base from hell. Mahabhath used tons of gravity. He wants to crush the ghost horse with tons of gravity. Veins popped out of Mahabhath's forehead. The face was extremely ferocious. Tons of gravity. He can no longer Solaceans levitating in the air. He will occasionally stop at ground occasionally. But the occasional stay directly stepped on the ground into a huge pothole. There are potholes tens of meters deep. With this appearance, the audience watching the battle, as well as Rebecca, couldn't help worrying about the ghost horse. It was Mahaba's at this moment that was too terrifying. But Lingyu horse was very calm, because as a divine beast, he still has a kind of ability. That is, once he kicks the opponent, his soul will go out of his body. Once the soul is out of the body, no matter how strong the other party's body is. It doesn't work either. Maha Biden is constantly approaching the ghost horse, as a person with the ability to press tons of fruits. Although it can lift weight and suspend on soaring in the sky. But it couldn't increase his speed is still very slow. He could only approach the ghost horse step by step. However, before he took the initiative to approach, Lingyu horse took the initiative to gallop over. Do you still want to fight with me? You must know that I have tons of strength at this time. Mahabas was overjoyed, but the ghost horse rushed over and kicked behind his body. Only then did he realize that his body was no longer under his control. Then he glanced down even more, his eyes becoming more and more frightened. How could there be two of me? I became a ghost. Mahabas looked at himself in the ground completely dumbfounded. Although the ability to crush fruit has not disappeared. Press the ground directly out of a big hole, but a body without consciousness is nothing more than a vegetable. It is of no use. Mahabe lost too. Diamante was stunned. He didn't expect that Mahabas, whom he had given high hopes, would also lose here. But Mahabas failed, but it made Diamante a little annoyed. He has started notifying all executives in Cube Force. Not only will they not give Devil Fruit this time, they also had to stay with the two divine beasts. And Pika is also in contact with Executive, the subordinate of the Spade Army. Baby 5 and Buffalo. Surrounded by everything, a large number of Don Quixote family soldiers surrounded all the people in the stadium. This is an order from Diamante. What happened? Qingzhao looked at the two senior executive Pika and Diamante of the Don Quixote family. He didn't expect these two senior executives to surround them all. You must know that he is the great pirate of the West Sea. What exactly do you want, Diamante? Qingzhao questioned Diamante, who had a lot of complaints about the Don Quixote family in his heart. Now it is even more direct questioning. Qingzhao, we just want to catch these two horses. He is our most wanted criminal. If you want to stop it, don't blame us for taking you too. Diamante looked at Green Pepper. He looked down on these old pirates. This contemptuous attitude made Qingzhao completely angry, and Qingzhao planned to teach Diamante a lesson. Chapter 116. King Lei Crown riding a white horse, 8 punches. Qingzhao made 8 punches and hammered directly at Diamante. But Diamante sneered. A person appeared in front of him. Your rival is me. Rao Ji came out directly from a distance. He is one of the executives of the Don Quixote family. A member of the fighting unit of the Diamante Cube Army. Very good at Diwang boxing. Rao Ji didn't say much, and directly used the boxing lumbar pain style Undead Warrior Ji, pain. This is a move in the Diwen boxing method studied by Rao Ji. Directly twist the body in a rotating manner and then beat towards the green pepper. Boom. The green pepper was directly hammered on the waist. Was blasted out by Rao Ji. Grandfather. Kai Yi saw the green pepper being punched flying. He came to the side of Qingzhao and glared at Diamante. Did you see? Whoever stops me from capturing these two beasts will be punished by my Don Quixote family? Diamante said this rather arrogantly, but the people present could not refute. Because what Diamante said was true, there was no way they could defeat Diamante. But at this moment, Lei Guan Wang moved. He used Solar Beam. A fiery light hit Lao Ji's chest directly. A big hole was blasted directly, killing him with one blow. How dare you do that? Diamante froze. He didn't expect that King Lei Guan in front of him would directly strike first. King Lei Guan didn't say much, but directly rode on the snow horse. After riding the snowstorm horse, he and the snowstorm horse became one beast. Its strength is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Instead, it directly becomes the strength of a cosmic beast. And more importantly, he has mastered the exclusive skill Snow Spear. King Lei Crown casts Snow Spear directly. Although he will return goodwill to the people in the kingdom. But he was by no means such a pedantic king. He will also return absolute malice to dirty enemies. King Ligon stepped forward with a snow spear in hand. Everyone felt the incomparable power in him. It looks very scary. Why, he just got on this horse, and his whole person has become completely different. Really, I think he is very strong now. This is beyond belief. Everyone in the stadium expressed emotion. They felt that after King Lei Crown rode his horse, it becomes completely different. It's like being a different person. It's that exaggerated, contains a powerful deterrent. This beast has become stronger. Is it my illusion? Smoker looked at General Fujitora and expressed his feelings. General Fujitora looked at King Ligon with empty eyes. You didn't feel wrong, he has indeed become stronger. Fujitora expressed his judgment. He really felt that King Ligon had become stronger. And it has reached a very strong level. Is this your true strength? Cavendish looked at King Ligon in shock. He just looked at King Lei Guan, and he felt the pressure. Very strong sense of oppression. This is too scary. Mahabasi, whose soul was kicked out of his body, looked at King Ligon at this moment. He has been able to determine. If it was he who met King Legon at this stage, he must not have the power to fight. I think this form of King Bud Crown can defeat the executive in front of me. Maester Snubble looked at this form of King Lycrown. 0. Ask for flowers. Suddenly, he had a surge of confidence. King Legon was not surprised by their change. Because this is exactly the ability after the human horse form, which makes the people around feel tense. It's just swagger. The Cube Army executive Dellinger who just arrived came to the stadium. He was a little nervous when he saw King Legon. But soon calmed down, he began to use his body skills to attack King Legon in front of him. And King Legon saw that Dellinger dared to be his own rival. Directly waved the snow spear. 0 chopped down. Dellinger was directly chopped off in the middle. A body broken into 2 pieces, it was directly frozen into ice cubes. Derringer was killed, and until this time, EXECUTIVEBABY5 and Buffalo from Pika's Spades just arrived. Buffalo is a Superman with the ability to turn fruit. Can use the whip to put yourself in the flying contest condition. Constantly flying in the air, he is characterized by the pirate standard on his teeth. It is also fat. Baby 5 is a weapon fruit capable person. With Buffalo as a partner, the two of them were a little surprised to see Dellinger's death. They didn't expect Dellinger to die so quickly, this put them in a dilemma. And at this time, Diamante decided to do it himself. He was the original cast member of Doflamingo, otherwise it is impossible to sit in the top executive position. And his strength is very strong. Army chess, Diamante directly used the fruit ability. The entire bullfighting stadium has become a satin-like frillish look. This is exactly his ability, the ability to fly the fruit. Chapter 117 Killing Diamante. It can make everything it touches soft like silk. How is this going? It seems to be Diamante's ability. How so? Because of Diamante's ability, the entire bullfighting stadium has become like a piece of paper. Diamante was very satisfied. He began to look at King Legon. He thought that King Legon should be like everyone else, unable to stand firmly. It turns out that King Legon and the white horse under his feet. No discomfort at all. On the contrary, it is very stable. This made him very upset. He wants to use swordsmanship to end King Legon in front of him. You must know that 560 said that he is a swordsman. Half Moon Funeral. Diamante drew his weapon. This is a sword that has been turned into a satin shape. This is a sword made of dozens of swords intertwined together. His fluttering fruit ability, it will only change the form of the item. But the material will not change. A terrifying slash struck towards King Legon. The momentum is very frightening. It was like tearing King Legon in half. But it is at this time. Fling, King of the Crown of Buds, went out to Snowspear. Directly penetrate Diamante's slash, heading towards Diamante. Bullfighting cape. Diamante took out a cloak composed of dozens of pieces of iron to resist. Because of the fluttering fruit, these iron pieces weighing thousands of caddies are just a soft cloak on his body. But it has the hardness of Orberg. Diamante thought he could withstand King Laycrown's ice spear. But the next second, his bullfighting cloak was directly pierced by King Laycrown's ice spear. It directly broke through the defense and stabbed him. Diamante. Senior Peak looked at Diamante and shouted. He didn't expect that the captain of their cube army didn't even weigh a move. Notified Doflamingo, Diamante called out to Senior Peak. Then he died, and Senior Peak is because he is a person with the ability to swim fruit. Doflamingo can be quickly notified to deal with this matter. King Legon did not stop them. After all, both Father God and Rebecca have promised to completely expel Doflamingo. Or for yourself. It is enough for Darius Rosa to have a king. It doesn't take that much. Diamante was killed just like that. Pika was stunned. He didn't expect Diamante to be killed by King Legon just like that. This made him feel surprised at the Alay Crown King in front of him. However, he also understood that King Legon in front of him had become the great enemy of their Don Quixote family. He had to get rid of King Legon in front of him. King Lay Crown pulled the snow spear from Diamante's body. Look at Pika. Pika is a pretty big guy, wearing armor and wearing a face shield on his head. He was a member of the Don Quixote family. The Don Quixote family was established 31 years ago with Doflamingo, Diamante, Torpal, and Virgo. It can be said that he is the patriarch of the Don Quixote family. At the moment he's quite rage over Diamante's death. Under rage, he directly used the stone fruit ability to wrap his whole body. What is he planning to do? Everyone saw that the stone was quickly fused by Pika. Everyone was stunned, because Pika is getting bigger and bigger. Getting bigger and bigger, until it turned into a huge monster with a height of 900 meters. Just one fist is as high as a dozen floors. This is exactly what Pika is capable of. A stone titan created by the stone fruit ability. And this movement also attracted more and more people. At the moment, Toribal is staying with Doflamingo, Granos and others. When I saw a huge noise in the ground, they looked over their shoulders. Suddenly found Stone Titan. This is Pika, what happened to Bullfight Stadium. Toribal was a little surprised to see this scene. He couldn't imagine what happened in the bullfighting stadium. That's why Pika took this form. What on earth happened? Doflamingo looked serious. He always felt that something bad had happened. And at this time Senor Peak rushed to the two of them. What happened? Torrible looked at Chenille Peak, desperate to know what was going on. It's a mythical beast. Diamante and Pika wanted to catch the divine beast, and now Diamante was killed by the divine beast. Senior Peak reported truthfully. 3.9. What is planning to catch the beast? He is desperate. Torrible froze for a moment when he heard it, and then his face was full of fear. He has learned that the Pokemon Kingdom has destroyed the BIGMOM pirates. Now Diamante and Pika are so desperate to catch the beast. This is simply bringing disaster to the Don Quixote family. But Doflamingo is more concerned about Diamante's death. How many beasts are there? Doflamingo looks to Senor Peak. He wants to retaliate for Diamante. You must know that he has always regarded the executive of the Don Quixote family as his own family. Chapter 118. Defeating Pika after learning that the family members have died. He has only one idea now, to retaliate to Diamante first. There are 2 horses, and there is a fur tribe riding a horse. Does the divine beast look like this? Hear Senior Peak's debriefing. Doflamingo froze for a moment. As a pirate who has seen the beast side in the war on the top, he naturally knows what are the powerful beasts. Hoopa, Groudon, Rayquaza, Kyogre, Deoxys. These mythical beasts are the ones that Doflamingo considers invincible. But a horse-like mythical beast. Doflamingo hadn't seen it. Thinking of this, Doflamingo had a plan. Torrible, didn't you say that you want to capture the beast and give it to Kaido? Then do it now. Doflamingo looked at Torrible. He has already made up his mind. Now that the mythical beast has come to Rosa 01. Then he will definitely overthrow the beast. Then give it to Kaido, and retaliate for Diamante by the way. That's the force that defeated the 4 emperors. Torrible was quite frightened when he heard Doflamingo's words. He didn't expect Doflamingo to go to Tiger Mountain knowing that there are tigers in the mountain. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but panic for this battle. Otherwise, wouldn't it be okay to let them continue to run wild on my Yasha's territory? Don't worry, these shouldn't be some powerful beasts. Doflamingo said nothing more. Go directly to the bullfighting stadium. And Senior Peak was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the beast to defeat the 4 emperors. He had never heard of this news. It just shocked him. What is to be done? Torrible. Sugar looked at Torrible. Sugar looks like a child, but she is not a child. But a pure adult. It's just because after eating the childish devil fruit. Her age stops at this moment. Let's find Dover together. In the end, Torrible still couldn't bear the glory and wealth. To know that Doflamingo became king of Rosa. Go out from the North Sea. These are all without his help. Now it has finally become a totem-level force in Rosa. How could he give up the glory and wealth he has obtained now? After wanting to understand this point, Torrible intends to take the Sugar to the bullfight stadium. After all, the ability of Sugar is quite powerful. As long as you touch the enemy, you can turn the enemy into a toy. This ability has been tried and tested. It is also the key to their ability to control Rosa. It's so big. Cavendish looked at Pika. He didn't expect that Pika could become so big. It is too exaggerated. In his opinion, King Lei Crown's winning rate is quite disparate. After all, relying on one person to fight a 900-meter high titan. This makes anyone feel unrealistic. What a terrifying ability. Qingzhao looked at Pika, feeling a little depressed in his heart. He didn't expect the senior executive of the Doflamingo Pirates. Since each one is so powerful, before even dispatching a really powerful senior executive, he was dealt with. You know, he was a great pirate in the old days. There are a total of 500 million berry. But even that was easily defeated. This is too embarrassing. General Fujitora, do you think this guy named Pika will win? Smoker looked at Fujitora and smiled. Pika got so big. It was beyond his expectation. This made him couldn't help but ask Fujitora and smiled. I think Lei Guan Wangchang is bigger. Fujitora couldn't see Pika's huge figure, but he can see Chi. In terms of breath alone, the power of King Lei Crown is much stronger than that of Pika. In his opinion, Pika will definitely not be the rival of King Lei Crown. Gas. Smoker was puzzled, but in the next moment, he seemed to understand. I saw King Ligon once again condensed a snow spear. 2 spears went straight into the Stone Titan's legs. Then the 2 snow spears exploded directly. Immediately, Stone Titan's lower body was directly blasted into many stones. It caused the Pika of the upper body 640 to fall directly. Scattered into a pile of stones. That's it, it's easy to solve. Everyone froze for a moment. I really didn't imagine that Pika's Stone Titan is so strong in the outside world. King Ligon solved it with only 2 snow spears. But no one knows. Snow Spear is the exclusive skill of King Lei Crown. Exactly how terrifying the power is. At this moment, Pika covered her whole body with her full body armed domineering aura. That's why King Lei Crown didn't destroy his stone statue's Titan form and fell to his death directly. But the resentment in his eyes did not diminish. QG? Plus? %? Another move was used. Stone Bite. A huge stone mouth appeared at King Liguan's feet. It looked like he was going to swallow King Lei Crown. But the Crown King made his snowstorm horse use Stomp just by looking at it. Ground's stone mouth was directly crushed by the snowstorm horse. And King Ligon is also approaching Pika step by step. And just when Pika was feeling desperate, he suddenly saw a figure. He thought he would survive. Chapter 119, Killing Pika. Doflamingo. Cyrus stared at the man who was coming towards him and was taken aback. He didn't expect Doflamingo to come in person. It's Dover. Trafalgar Law looked at Doflamingo's position. He was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect Doflamingo to appear so soon. Release Pika. Doflamingo looked at King Legon very solemnly. He wants King Legon to let Pika go. But King Lei Crown directly inserted a snow spear into Pika's heart without thinking. Pika died instantly. Doflamingo looked at King Lei Crown. Instantly became fierce. King Lei Guan is quite disrespectful to him. In this case, he doesn't intend to hold back anymore. Empty road. Doflamingo uses an extremely thin thread to tie the clouds on soaring in the sky. Suspended himself in midair. Immediately afterwards, countless balls of thread shot towards the direction of King Lei Guan. It's like a spider web that wants to entangle the enemy, like a cocoon. But King Lei Crown swung the snow spear directly into the air and slid. The whole spider web is broken layer by layer, even nearly freezing Doflamingo with spider web. This divine beast is also quite powerful, even stronger than Entei. Doflamingo quickly felt the strength of King Legon. He could easily perceive the strength of King Lei Crown. Even beyond Entei. Just at this time, Toribel and Granos rushed here. They didn't expect even Doflame. In the hands of this divine beast, it is still unable to go through several moves. And at this time, Cyrus and Rebecca stood up. They also noticed Granos and talked to Toripol. King Lei Guan, they are also members of the Don Quixote family. Rebecca and Cyrus revealed the identities of Toribel and Granos. And this also made Doflamingo and Toribel aware. Who exactly found the beast? Go to hell. Toribel didn't dare to attack the divine beast. But he was quite good at dealing with such a little girl. Toribel is a user with the ability of sticky fruit. What he is best at is releasing slime attacks. He formed 2 tiny chains through the slime to attack. Attacked Rebecca and Snubble with 7 or 8 chains covered in slime. Trafalgar Law was going to the rescue, but at this moment, Lei Guanwang changed horses, and I saw him change horses. It was replaced by the Dark Horse Ghost Horse, and the Snowstorm Horse rushed directly towards the sticky chain. Icicle crash. Suddenly, the icicle attacked the sticky chain. In an instant, the sticky chains were all frozen in ice. Toribel was a little nervous. He now regrets following Doflamingo to the bullfighting stadium. But the Snowstorm Horse didn't hesitate at all. He started rushing towards Toribel to attack Torpol. And Toribel saw the Snowstorm Horses constantly rushing towards him. He began to control the slime to make himself bigger and bigger. Become a titan. It grew up to be a titan more than 10 meters high. Then the sticky launcher was used. This is a block of mucus that is launched from the body. If the amount of mucus is large, it can immobilize the enemy. But the Snowstorm Horse didn't panic in the slightest. Just use agility to dodge all of Toribel's slime shells. Then he stepped forward fiercely. In an instant, Toribel's body was completely frozen. This freezing force is still spreading towards Toribel's body. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an ice sculpture. And the sugar on the side also wants to use the ability of the childlike fruit. Turn the Snowstorm Horse into a toy, but the Snowstorm Horse just took a look at him and decided to strike first. Continuous snowballs hit the sugar. Granos turned into a frozen ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. Exactly the same as Toribel, it's all settled. Cyrus did not expect that a horse under King Lei Crown could have such great power. He was able to deal with Toribel and Granos at the same time. And Rebecca looked at Cyrus in surprise, for Cyrus became a man. A complete human being. It can be said that she couldn't be more surprised. How could this be? Isn't he a toy? How did you become a human? That is, in an instant, many people noticed Cyrus' abnormality. They looked at Cyrus. The previous Cyrus was still a toy contest condition, kings. The special little present has turned into a human being. Isn't he Cyrus? That's right, it's him. Why is he still alive? Why is this happening? Everyone looked at Cyrus in surprise. They didn't expect that Cyrus was still alive. You must know that Cyrus was the winner of the stadium before. But after hearing it, he was executed by the king. How come he is still alive now? It's all Doflamingo's conspiracy. He used the power of sugar to turn us who resisted him into toys. Cyrus drew out the sword on his waist and shouted at the crowd. How come the county? The people around were stunned and looked at Doflamingo. Chapter 120. Defeating Doflamingo. They couldn't figure out how Doflamingo would do such a thing. After all, in their opinion, since Doflamingo came to Dressrosa, people's lives have improved, but it is true that a large number of people have disappeared. My husband disappeared for 2 years, and my children, whom I haven't seen for many years. Suddenly, many people exclaimed. They originally thought that these people had abandoned them. But after hearing what Cyrus said, they guessed that it was probably because of Doflamingo in front of them. This is what the Don Quixote family did, and at this time, there are so many toys that come back to life as they come off the assembly line. Came before the crowd. My child, and the people also learned the truth of the matter from these children. The truth is that it was really Doflamingo who did it. And this thing is particularly despicable. They glared at Doflamingo. But Doflamingo looked at these people with extremely fierce eyes. Especially Lei Guanwang. In his opinion, all of this was caused by Lei Guanwang. The downfall of the Don Quixote family, including Rosa, can no longer keep him in control. In this case, the entire island of Rosa will be destroyed with me. Doflamingo used the ability to awaken the devil fruit to use the wild white line. The entire island of Rosa was turned into balls of sharp thread. Started to attack King Legon. It was as if the thread balls of the entire island were attacking King Lay Crown. But at this moment, King Lay Crown, who was riding a ghost horse, glanced at Doflamingo coldly. Then used the exclusive skills directly, Starbreak. King Legon stretched out his right hand. Countless twilight black stars attacked Doflamingo. The black spirit bodies all over the sky rushed towards Doflamingo. Like shattered shards of a star, heading towards Doflamingo's attack. Doflamingo's barren white line was directly washed into powder by the spirit body. There is not a single trace that can survive under the stars. How is this possible? Doflamingo froze. He looked at King Leguan, knowing that he had already shown his true strength. In the end, I didn't expect that he was still not the all-in-one enemy of King Lay Crown in front of me. And the power of Starbreaker has not stopped and is still advancing. The blow hit Doflamingo. Boom! Doflamingo was hit off the island like a cannonball and fell into the sea. A sense of powerlessness took hold of his body, and at the bullfighting stadium. There was a sound of exclamation. He actually killed Chi Wuhai in seconds. That's how Doflamingo lost. Xingjiao and Cavendish all showed unbelievable expressions to King Legon. They didn't expect King Legon to be able to do this. Instantly defeated, Abaf, Doflamingo. This was beyond their expectations. That's how Doflamingo lost. Trafalgar Law looks at the scene where Doflamingo falls into the water. I was taken aback for it. He didn't expect that Doflamingo, whom he had always wanted to defeat, would lose so thoroughly. So fast. King Bud Crown has won. Rebecca and Cyrus looked at King Lay Crown in surprise. They did not expect to defeat Doflamingo so easily. Both of them are a little unbelievable until now. After all, this kind of thing is in their eyes. It is simply impossible to exist. What should we do, General Fujitora? Smoker was overwhelmed to see that the King of the Crown was so beloved by the people of Rosa. If they do it now, wouldn't it be the enemy of everyone in Rosa? Let's go, it's still long. Fujitora smiled and left his seat. He's not yet appointed Admiral of the Navy. There is no need to solve these mythical beasts. Of course, the most important thing is that he doesn't look like a bad person to King Leguan. Smoker followed Fujitora with a smile and left. King Legon looked at the figures of Fujitora and the two leaving. Didn't say much. He had already noticed that there was a strong man here. But Fujitora left with a smile and he didn't feel anything. Because he thinks Fujitora is not his rival. As one after another, people who were turned into toys were rescued. In the end, even Rosa's predecessor, King Liku, was finally rescued. When King Liku was rescued and saw King Lay Guan, he was shocked. You must know that although he has heard the legendary story of King Lay Crown. But only heard. I didn't expect this to be true. But when I heard that King Legon planned to build this place into a Pokemon kingdom again, he was still stunned. He didn't expect King Lay Guan to have such thoughts. But when people say, King Lay Guan killed Doflamingo in one move, he could only reluctantly agree. After all, he couldn't even offend Doflamingo. What's more, King Lay Crown is stronger than Doflamingo. At this moment Violet came over. Chapter 120. Prepare to revive Mewtwo, attack the country of Wano. She is a spy hidden in the Don Quixote executive. She is also the daughter of King Raikou. You are? King Raikou looked at Violet. Violet looked a little out of breath. Father, you must agree to the request of the beast. I have received information that the Pokemon Kingdom has defeated the BIGMOM pirate group. Violet said in King Raikou's ear. King Raikou exclaimed in surprise. How come? The Pokemon Kingdom actually defeated the BIGMOM pirates. King Raikou's exclamation, it directly stunned everyone around. They also didn't expect the Pokemon Kingdom to defeat the BIGMOM pirates. This Four Emperors pirate group. No way, the Pokemon Kingdom is so powerful. He actually defeated the Four Emperors. The eyes of everyone looking at King Lay Crown changed instantly. They didn't expect that King Legon was not only so powerful. Backstage is just as scary, he actually defeated the Four Emperors. The way Xingjiao looked at King Legon changed instantly. He never expected that the Pokemon Kingdom behind King Lay Crown would have such a powerful strength. He was able to defeat the Four Emperors BIGMOM pirates. This is something he never thought of, but think of those terrifying beasts in the West Sea. He suddenly felt less surprised again. After all, the strength of the beasts has penetrated into Xingjiao's heart. What a terrifying force. Cavendish also didn't expect it. The Pokemon Kingdom has actually done such a big thing during this time. This simply made him a little unbelievable. You must know that it is less than a month before the war on the top. Have you defeated even the Four Emperors? Trafalgar Luo looked at King Legon in shock. He didn't expect the Pokemon Kingdom behind King Lay Crown to be so fast. Directly knocked down the Four Emperors. This made him feel incredible. But I think that the three holy birds of the Pokemon Kingdom once completely destroyed the once prosperous Germa 66 family. He suddenly felt that it was not so difficult to accept. After all, the Pokemon Kingdom is really powerful. King Legon harvested a total of 5 devil fruits. After Ron got the news, some joy in my heart, but after another news. Ron got a little annoyed, because another news he learned is that Kaido once commissioned Doflamingo to capture the beast. This matter, for Ron, it's just too embarrassing. In this case, the next location to revive the beast will be in Wano country. Ron was sure. Confirmed the next location is Wano country. He began to sense the information of the stone statue of Wano country. Soon he found the information point of the stone statue. They are 2-star level mythical beasts, Dream God Cresselia and Nightmare God Darkrai. 3 cosmic beasts, Zirni Yas, God of Life, Zygarde, God of Order, and Yveltal, God of Destruction. There is even a world-class mythical beast, Mewtwo. Seeing this divine beast that needs 60 devil fruits to revive, Ron thought about it and decided to resurrect. It's just that Mewtwo, a world-class beast, is on Sky Island. And his devil fruit is not enough, need to wait a bit. But the devil fruit of other mythical beasts, Ron was still well off. Zero looking for flowers. Ron decided to take 2 planet-level mythical beasts Cresselia, the Dream God, and Darkrai, the Nightmare God. There are also Zirni Yas, the God of Life, Zygarde, the God of Order, and Yveltal, the God of Destruction, who are resurrected first. As for the rest of Mewtwo, Ron decided to wait for the beasts from all over the place to send the devil fruit. Then revive. After trying to understand this point, Ron spat out 5 rays of resurgence. The direction of this light is impressively Wano country. In the direction of Wano country, Kaido inquired about Yan Calamity Jin. Any news from Talon? Zero. Kaido looked at the fire ember. In his opinion, Yan Calamity Ember should have obtained Talon's information by now. I took a look and found that the kingdom of Talon has been completely occupied by the kingdom of Pokémon. Yan Calamity looked at Kaido and told what he had seen and heard. It's all taken over by the Pokémon kingdom. Kaido froze for a moment, he didn't expect it to be so fast. You must know that Ant has more territory than him. But I didn't expect to be completely occupied so easily. That's right, and I also saw that there are quite a lot of divine beasts inside. Yan Calamity Ember said something to Kaido. There are so many beasts, I don't know if I can catch 1 or 2. Kaido said something, and Yan Calamity Jin was a little silent when he heard Kaido's words. He didn't expect his captain, Kaido. Now I am still thinking about catching the beast. The current beast is quite a powerful force. Governor, I feel that we have to beware of the invasion of beasts now. Flame Calamity Ember expressed his opinion. The current Pokémon kingdom is almost pervasive. He worried that the beasts would invade Wano, but he looked at Kaido, only to find that Kaido dismissed BU. Chapter 121 Brother Ming was arrested. Kaido was shocked. Do you think that the beast can defeat me, the strongest creature? Kaido looked at Jin with a little impatience in his eyes. He had already heard it from Charlotte Lingling. The Pokémon kingdom is a surprise attack by the 4 Emperor Charlotte Lingling. Now he is sitting in Wano country himself. There are 3 major Kanbans, Fei Liubao and many subordinates of the 100 Beasts pirates are here. How could it possibly lose to the Pokémon kingdom? And according to the character of the Pokémon kingdom, it will only arrange a brand new Beast Sucker Punch. Instead of mobilizing the old beasts. In this context, Kaido is even more skeptical. The Pokémon kingdom will send some decent beast, 827, to attack. After all, if you send out some divine beasts at will, you can eradicate a 4 emperors. Then the Pokémon kingdom won't be fighting so hard during the top war. After understanding this point, Kaido is more calm. In his view, the invasion of the Pokémon kingdom is just an illusion. Want to deal with him, Kaido? At least have to send a monster like Hoopa. However, Kaido had already absorbed Charlotte Lingling's lesson. This time he didn't intend to sit still. He has laid an extremely powerful intelligence network. As long as there is an invasion of divine beasts, then he will know soon, and at this time, a rushing sound came from outside. What happened? Kaido looked at Jack, who suddenly appeared outside the door. Jack was in a hurry at this time. It's bad, Governor Kaido. Doflamingo was defeated and captured by the Navy. Jack said to Kaido, Joker got caught. Kaido was a little surprised when he heard the news. He didn't expect Joker to be caught. You must know that Doflamingo is a very important chess piece for Kaido. After all, Doflamingo has supplied him with several batches of man-made devil fruits during this time. These artificial devil fruits will become an important pillar for Kaido to form the Beasts Pirates. After all, his goal is to make the 100 Beasts Pirates a pirate group that all have animal devil fruits. Devil fruit is obviously not so much, so he can only rely on the artificial devil fruit provided by Doflamingo. Although this artificial devil fruit has great side effects. Success will give 1 part of the power of the animal devil fruit. But failure becomes a monster that only knows how to laugh. But it can provide sufficient combat power for the Beast Pirates. For Kaido, this is extremely important. Who did it? Kaido looked at Jack, he wanted to know who did it. It shattered his dream of making the Beast Pirates a real all-animal pirates. It's the Kingdom of Pokémon, a mythical beast called the Crown King. Jack said to Kaido, Kingdom of Pokémon. Kaido picked up the 8 fast mace and his veins burst out. He's totally raged now. He decided to catch a few divine beasts. Now, follow me to catch the beast. In a rage, Kaido notified the 3 plagues. He also took into account the huge power of the Pokémon Kingdom before. Now he has nothing to worry about, he's going to catch the beast to lash out. Governor, have you forgotten what you said earlier? Yan Calamity sees that Kaido is going to trouble the Pokémon Kingdom. Immediately discouraged, only then did Kaido calm down. He swallowed. During this time, the Pokémon Kingdom continued to wage wars. This was the main reason why he swallowed this bad breath. Although he doesn't think the Pokémon Kingdom dares to invade the Beast Pirates. But take precautions, he still decided to stay on Ghost Island for a while. Thinking of this, he drank more spirits, and the 3 big Kanbans and the 3 disasters also left Guidao one after another. Being able to defeat the 4 Emperors BIGMOM, the Pokémon Kingdom is really terrifying. Plague Quinn thought of this and said something. Their 100 Beasts pirates fought against the BIGMOM pirates a lot. It can be said that BIGMOM's senior executive is not weak. Especially Katakuri and Cracker are what they think are strong. The beasts are not all that scary, you guys are too worried. Droughtjack didn't think much of it. Only their boss, Kaido, is the strongest creature that deserves it. What are the mythical beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom? Maybe even he can't beat it, it's better to be cautious. Yan Calamity looked at Droughtjack, and in his opinion, Jack's strength was indeed good. But it is a bit too arrogant. 2.2. You must know that the Pokémon Kingdom has defeated so many forces. The strength is definitely extraordinary. Droughtjack will suffer if he despises the Pokémon Kingdom so much. But I'm quite interested in the beasts. Plague Quinn smiled, with a dangerous sharpness in his eyes. Through this look, Yan Calamity Jin knew what Plague Quinn was thinking. It's nothing more than physical transformation. As a scientist who once worked with Vegapunk and Gage, Plague Quinn is extremely good at physical transformation. His body was stitched by his own physical transformation, so it can be said that he is a well-deserved scientific madman. Chapter 122 Rabbit Bowl Prison, Mining Field on the other side of Ghost Island. There is a silver-haired man wearing scary face walking by the lake on the island. SLR is that everyone who has seen her will respectfully call her Master Yamato. He is Kaido's daughter Yamato. I adore Kazuki Oden in my heart. What's going on here? Ghost Island is so martial law. Yamato looked at the surrounding environment with some surprise. Because ordinary ghost islands are not so guarded. However, it was easy for her to know what happened. He directly grabbed one and came over to inquire. Tell me what happened. Yamato grabbed a pillar. The hierarchical system in Wano is very clear. They are the waiter, the laugher, the giver, the pillar, the numberer, the flying 6 cells, and the big Kanban. Finally, Governor Kaido. It can be said that Taiju is already the backbone of Wano. Pillars are pirates who ate a specific rare O1 man-made devil fruit. These pirates possess great power, capable of mastering the power of a powerful man-made devil fruit. Master Yamato, you are looking for me. Sipshead looked at Yamato. Although Yamato was punishmented by Kaido, so he could only stay in Onijima wearing bomb handcuffs. But Yamato's strength is comparable to the powerhouse of the 3 disasters. So he is full of respect for Yamato. What's going on? How did Ghost Island become so strict? It is difficult for Yamato to obtain information from the outside world. You can only get information from the outside world through the pillars in front of you. That's why he asked Hipshead in front of him. It's all because of the Pokémon Kingdom. Hipshead hesitated and told Yamato the truth. After all, the current Yamato is much better than before. At least Kaido didn't show much hostility towards Yamato before. He didn't dare to provoke Kaido's daughter, Kingdom of Pokémon. Yamato was hearing this name for the first time. She looked at Shipshead and asked directly. Is the Pokémon Kingdom scary? In Yamato's view, even the 4 Emperors and Kaido did not have such a strict arrangement. But the Pokémon Kingdom can force Kaido like this. Well, that must mean the Pokémon Kingdom is a powerful force. Maybe she can even defeat the person she has always wanted to defeat, Kaido. Scary, you don't know, this Pokémon Kingdom defeated Whitebeard. Hipshead heard Yamato's inquiry and began to tell about the achievements of the Pokémon Kingdom. Destroy the City of Advancement, defeat Whitebeard, defeat the Navy, destroy the world government, defeat the 4 Emperors BIGMOM. One incident after another was told by him. Yamato heard these words clearly. Only then did Yamato know what kind of power the Pokémon Kingdom is. You know Kaido is just a 4 Emperors, although these years have faintly had the title of the strongest 4 Emperors. But the Pokémon Kingdom was not only able to defeat the 2 4 Emperors and defeat the Navy. These big events made Yamato faintly feel that the Pokémon Kingdom has the strength to surpass Kaido. Are you saying the Pokémon Kingdom will be Kaido's rival? Yamato asked Hipshead in front of him. She spoke from the bottom of her heart. This can be done. Of course Hipshead could understand what Yamato meant. In fact, they already understood what Yamato was thinking. Yamato hates Kaido, and often even challenges Kaido. The battle between the two often turned Onijima upside down, to such an extent. However, he also spoke from the heart. But after saying it, he regretted it. You must know that he is the pillar of the 100 Beasts pirates. If Kaido found out, he would have to be torn alive, thinking of Hipshead. Immediately shook his head. He ran away in a hurry, not daring to say anything more to Yamato. And Yamato didn't notice Hipshead slipping away. Is it possible to defeat Kaido? It's so powerful? There was a light in Yamato's eyes. if he can leave Onijima and Wano country. She will definitely bring the beasts of the Pokemon Kingdom. Let them beat Kaido so they can get out of their misery, get out of these explosive handcuffs. Wano country, Rabbit Bowl, here are the prisoner quarries in Evershadow Port. Soldiers of Flowers Tommy mines here. He was imprisoned here because of his entanglement with Kazuki Oden. It's just that there is one more person here these days. Eustace Kid. Kid lost an arm while challenging Kaido. At this moment, he made an arm with a mechanical hand. Isn't this an arrogant person who wants to challenge Governor Kaido? Now you know what's going on. Deputy Warden Dave J looked at Kid. After Kid came to the New World, he declared war on Kaido. And where would he be Kaido's rival? It didn't take long for Kaido to remove an arm. Now he looks like he is dying. Even the deputy warden of one of his convict quarries could humiliate him. Pooh. Kid spit out a mouthful. His face was very unwilling. The Dave J in front of him would never look down on him because he was so strong. Now of course it is the same. Chapter 123. The Nightmare God revives, and the quarry kills. Still spitting, HMPH, just wait, you'll have a good time in the quarry. Dave J looked at Kid the same way, with disdain in his eyes. He had seen the proud expressions of these people a lot. The same is true when Tommy, the underworld gangster and flower soldier, first came in. But once locked up for a long time, then you will learn to surrender. After all, Halushi handcuffs are put on every devil fruit ability user here. If you can't escape, you can only work hard to dig ore if you want to survive. If you don't obey, you will be hungry for 2 meals. Know the rights of the guards. The guy who takes power. Kid glanced at Dave J and snorted coldly, but his heart is full of infinite fear of Kaido. Kaido's thoughts spread in his mind. It has even surpassed the Holy Pillar King. It has reached an extremely terrifying appearance. It only took a moment to defeat him. Is that really a rival that humans can defeat? Kid glanced outside the prison. His fighting spirit towards Kaido was a little sluggish. He doesn't have the slightest will to fight Kaido again. Just at this time, suddenly someone shouted, "There's a big ore here." Really heavy. Someone started shouting. It seemed quite strenuous for them to carry the stone. Broken stone. Whoever moves him away will get an extra piece of food. Dave J yelled at the people around him. After Tommy, the soldier of flowers, heard it, he came to the stone very quickly. The people around are somewhat disgusted with Tommy, the soldier of flowers. That's the big brother of the underworld. I don't see it as. The people around saw Tommy, the soldier of flowers who was desperately fighting for an extra bowl, and taunted him. But Tommy, the soldier of flowers, didn't change his face. He is used to it, and he can pay even in order to be full. But when he carried the stone on his back, only then did he realize that the stone was unexpectedly heavy. Why do I feel that this stone looks like a living thing? It's kind of like it, but it's definitely not. Yes, this was dug in the deepest part of the cave. If it was a living thing, it would have died long ago. The surrounding prisoners discussed a few words. They were all caught in Rabbit Bowl prison for defying Kaido. When one person thought it was a living creature, they vehemently refuted it. After all, creatures in the depths of the cave, if it really wanted to exist, it must have become a dead body. Move here quickly. Dave J yelled at Tommy, the soldier of flowers, in an extremely fierce tone. The soldiers of flowers Tommy can only carry it with all his strength. But at this moment, Kid also noticed the stone. Is this stone statue a divine beast? Kid remembered the scene when he first saw Wushenju and Shengzu King. He guessed that the stone statue should be a mythical beast. Thinking of this, he decided to go to help Tommy in Wazi County to carry it. All moved together. Kid walked near Tommy, the soldier of flowers. But Tommy, the soldier of flowers, didn't appreciate it. He even thought the Kid had come to grab that meal. He tried his best to put the stone beside Dave J. He was tired and panting and fell to the ground. This is an extra meal for you, eat it. Dave J directly threw the steamed bun on the ground. Kr. The prisoners around dared not speak out. They didn't expect Dave J to do this. This is literally humiliating Tommy the Blossom Warrior. Blooming soldiers Tommy's face was gloomy. At this moment, there was a strange sound from the stone beside him. A white light shone on the stone. Really? Kid looked at the shaking of the stone and the light of recovery. I couldn't help laughing. It's saved. This is really a divine beast. And just after he hid in the cave, the statue began to crumble. Revealed the true face inside. Revealing the true face of Darkrai, the Nightmare God. Backquote. What creature is this? Dave J looked at the Nightmare God in surprise. Because the Nightmare God is so weird, with white hair, a black rag hanging on both shoulders, suspended above the soaring in the sky, with a palm with 3 claws. Even weirder than Devago, who was created as a man-made devil fruit by a scorpion. You must know that Dave G's upper body is a human's lower body, but it is a monster with 6 legs and a scorpion tail. Dave J drew the sword on his back and wanted to attack the Nightmare God. But in the next second, he tasted the power of the Nightmare God. Dark Pulse. The Nightmare God came to Dave J and released Dark Pulse around his body, Li Nuahao. These fluctuations dissipate directly from the surroundings. In an instant, Dave J was hit by Dark Pulse, flew out. But Darkrai, the Nightmare God, didn't stop, and feigned attack went straight into Devigo's heart. One hit kill. He actually killed Dave J. It's over, that monster Babanuki is coming. Hurry up and find a place to escape. After the Nightmare God killed Dave J, the surrounding prisoners not only did not rush to Changkuai village. Instead, feel fear. The pillar of Wuhan prison is not only Dave J, but also the prison warden, Babanuki, a terrifying elephant man-made devil fruit ability user. Chapter 124 Killing Dopung Wano Country News is blocked. They don't know that there is a Pokemon kingdom in the outside world. I don't even know anything about the beasts. So the actions made by the Nightmare God Darkrai only made them feel scared. In their view, Darkrai, the Nightmare God, would never be Babanuki's rival. After all, he was the warden of Rabbit Bowl Prison. A terrifying elephant faux devil fruit ability user. It's not good. Dave J was killed. Celicia sprinted towards Babanuki. She is also a man-made devil fruit ability, but she is a monkey artificial devil fruit ability. With 6 arms and a monkey tail, the monkey man-made devil fruit gives her amazing agility and unique 4-knife swordsmanship. The remaining 2 hands can be fully used for sneak attacks. How dare you kill our deputy warden? Who did it? Babanuki came out with Doppin. Doppin was also deputy warden. Doppin is a hippopotamus man-made fruit-capable person, and his whole body is completely in the hippopotamus mouth. But it can mobilize the whole body, and having 2 daggers in his hand is extremely suitable for assassination. 873. It's a creature popping out of stone, Celicia spoke out. Babanuki and Doppin were taken aback when they heard this. They didn't expect such a bizarre thing to happen. They have also been staying in the Rabbit Bowl prison in Wano country. They don't know much about this beast, but after understanding clearly, Babanuki was furious. It seemed to him that the creature was totally taunting him. You must know that he is the warden of Wuhan prison. Nightmare God Darkrai is undoubtedly slapping him in the face by doing this. So he quickly brought the 2 of them to the place where Dave J died. They had expected Darkrai to run away. But they didn't expect that Darkrai was here to guard them. Doppin has the most violent temper. When he saw Darkrai, he ran directly towards the Nightmare God. Abba. He's going to eat Darkrai with the hippo's big mouth. But he didn't know that Darkrai already had a solution. Hypnosis. When Doppin came to Darkrai, Darkrai used hypnosis. A series of hypnotic light waves shot towards Dopung. In the next second, Duopung fell into a deep sleep. How is this going? Dopung actually fell asleep. Babanuki and Celicia were surprised to see Doppin suddenly unconscious in the middle of attacking Darkrai. But in the next second, they felt fear. I saw that Darkrai used Dream Eater on Doppin. Countless energy overflowed from Duopung's body. Duopung lost a lot of weight in an instant. It's not what it used to be. How on earth did he do it? This incident made Babanuki look at Darkrai differently. This is something he didn't expect, but then things. It made his heart tremble even more, because Darkrai directly picked up Dopung's dagger and stabbed at Dopung. In the next second, Duopung died in his sleep. How weird is this picture? Just killed Doppin. How did he do it? It's so simple. It wasn't just the 2 of Babanuki who were stunned. Even the other prisoners in Rabbit Bowl prison were stunned. This is something they didn't expect. They didn't expect Duopung to die so quickly. I also didn't expect that the Darkrai who appeared from the stone statue would be so strong. It's just unbelievable. Boss Tommy, let's go together. That is, are we going to stay in prison all the time? It's all Kazuki Oden's fault. The surrounding prisoners looked upon Tommy. Although some prisoners looked down on Tommy Bing, some admired Tommy Bing's attitude of bearing the burden of humiliation. Now they see the hope of pulling out the Rabbit Bowl. They all begged Tommy to take action at this time. It is good. Soldier Tommy looked at the old part who was with him and some samurai from Wano country. He thought for a while and decided to take the initiative. He picked up the long sword left by Dave J. As a swordsman, he would naturally use a sword. He started to attack Celicia with his sword, but the warden Bobanus has long been aware of Bing Tommy's intention to rebel. He started to move his hands. Elephant snort. Bobanus has an elephant's head on his belly. He began to manipulate the elephant to inhale violently. Then bang hard. I saw that Soldier Tommy was directly thrown away by the attack like a compressed cannonball towards Soldier Tommy. This made Bing Tommy's subordinates feel the reduction of Bing Tommy's strength. But Bing Tommy understands that all of this is related to age and strength. His strength is certainly strong, but he has been imprisoned in Rabbit Bowl prison for 20 years. With the growth of age, there are also unskilled skills. He is naturally not the rival of Bobanus in front of him. But now his heart is half cold. After all, he had already lost to Babanuki. Chapter 125. Killing Babanuki, and this gave Babanuki confidence. He feels that these humans, including the Nightmare God Darkrai, are not that difficult to deal with. He started making Celicia take the initiative to attack Darkrai. The 4 swords are dancing vigorously, but in Darkrai's eyes. These attacks don't seem like a big deal. He is going to use his own special skills big move. As a Nightmare God, Darkrai also has his own exclusive big move. Dark Void. I saw a huge black hole appearing at the feet of Soli, Tia. Celicia began to be absorbed by this black hole step by step. Going in soon. At this time Bobanus thought, to rush to the rescue. And at this time, Darkrai uses Disable. Disable can disable the enemy. For an instant Bobanus was immobilized. He glared at Darkrai in front of him. But nothing works. He could only watch Cilicia fall into the dark void. Another deputy warden was killed. They were a little surprised that Darkrai killed 3 wardens so easily. They didn't expect Darkrai to be so strong. At this time, Bobanus was still trying to break free from Darkrai's disable. But it was of no use. He panicked as Darkrai approached step by step. But Darkrai will never panic like him. Dark Void. Darkrai is going to use his exclusive skill Dark Void to deal with Bobanus in front of him. Soon a huge black hole also appeared under Bobanus's feet. With the black hole engulfing Bobanus, everyone believed this truth thoroughly. They want to express their gratitude to Darkrai. But I haven't waited for the words of thanks to come out. Darkrai said it straight away. Now you have to do me a favor, dig the cave, and I want to find the stone statue of the beast inside. Darkrai looked at the prisoners. Tommy, the soldier of flowers, was stunned. They didn't expect Darkrai to let them mine after defeating Kinnis. This doesn't change anything at all. But after Darkrai distributed all the food for the past few days to them at once. Only then did they calm down, after hearing Darkrai say that just digging out the idol will let them go. They have more energy, but most people are still dissatisfied with Darkrai's actions. Because as long as they stay here for one more point, then it means one more risk, but the Darkrai in front of him is really too strong. Instantly kills 4 pillars. It can be said that the strength is simply too strong. It's simply not something they can fight against. They could only take Darkrai's word for it. However, in the time that followed, they believed Darkrai's words even more. They uncuffed because of Darkrai help, although the purpose is to make them work faster. But there is no doubt that it has helped that they have regained their freedom. They can only work hard now, dig out the idol and then hasten to leave. The only way to save is to be caught by Fei Liubao of the 100 Beasts Pirates or the Big Kanban. By the way, there is also you. Darkrai looked at Kid in the cave. Kid froze for a moment, but saw that Darkrai had the appearance of attacking at the slightest disagreement. Still panicking, he walked out. You must know that the time he stayed with the 5 divine pillars was not short. He has figured out the character of these beasts. Zero ask for flowers. If you don't listen to them, they will definitely attack. They believed in only their father, Arceus. In order to accomplish the mission of God the Father, they are all able to act. And leave no stone unturned. You go mining too. Darkrai chopped Kid's sea stone handcuffs with his claws directly and set Kid free. Then Kid must be forced to work. Kid was slightly upset. But it didn't happen either. After all, he had spent many days in the South Sea Pokemon Kingdom. He knew that these beasts could not be reasoned with. He can only do it obediently, and Darkrai saw that they all went to dig up the idol. Started thinking about other things. He had a premonition of the revived beast, and he was not the only one. And there is Cresselia, the dream god. But now he wants to dig the idol, so naturally he has no way to find Cresselia. But he believed in Cresselia's strength. Naturally, there is no need to worry. Giuli, Beyondly Village. This is the wild land in the mountains. There is also a ruler here, and the ruler here is the Pillar Haldem. A lion man-made devil fruit ability user. The other is Speed, a man-made devil fruit capable man. These days they are looking for a beast that looks like a normal lion. Just at this time, they found it, and they came to the village of Weaving Hats. Saw a little Stephanie playing with this lion. How on earth did he control the lion? Haldem looked at the little Stephanie. He knew through the baboon pill that there was a creature who could fight him evenly. So I came here to take a look at him. Chapter 126. Recovery of Sue Cresselia. But he didn't expect to be controlled by a little Stephanie. What is this? Haldem suddenly saw the statue behind the little Stephanie and froze for a moment. But quickly turned his head away. He always felt that this stone statue seemed real. But how is this possible? Haldem was going to look at the lion and leave. After all, Baboon Juan is not a particularly powerful crew member of the Beast's Pirates. But after just one interruption, he suddenly wanted to recruit this lion as a team member. As for the method of recruiting players, the method implemented by Haldem is also very simple, that is, clear grabbing. This lion belongs to my 720 Beast Pirates. You are not allowed to see him again in the future. Haldem grabbed the lion straight away, just going to take it away. This is a Koma Inu, not a lion. He is my pet cat Gio. The girl Ayu didn't expect that Haldem wanted to snatch her pet directly. This is the pet that accompanied her growing up. Of course she doesn't want to lose. Whether he is a lion or a dog, he belongs to our Beast's Pirates now, unless you want to die. Haldem has no psychological baggage. When he saw that Ayu was going to resist, he threatened directly. This is mine. Ayu didn't intend to let go yet. This annoyed Haldem a little. Ayu shouted loudly, wanting to call Grandpa Tiangushan to fly out. But Tiangu Mountain Fish was unmoved. In fact, his real identity is Wano Kunihara Shogun Kazuki Sukiyaki. It's just that since Hitan Orochi took Wano country away, he began to live in the mountains. The purpose is to wait for the opportunity to see their descendants. Will he come back and retake Wano? At the same time, it is also to survive a life. Ayu is a child he picked up over the years. Here Thomas pointed growl. Tiangushan Fish was very tangled. He didn't know whether he should show up or not. Although he has fairly powerful swordsmanship, but there are several pillars outside. It's not a sure win at his level, and that's not the most important thing. Most importantly, once his identity is exposed, then he will definitely be regarded as a thorn in the flesh by Orochi and Kaido. He must die. This is something he cannot accept. After all, he has been incognito for so many years. To avoid death, and just when he was hesitating, a bright light suddenly appeared outside. The stone statue is alive. Haldam showed a look of disbelief. He didn't expect the stone statue they talked about before to come alive and still live in front of them. This creature is too beautiful. Speed looked at the figure suspended in the sky and the stone statue. Dream God Cresselia, he has curved wings like pink satin, with crescent-shaped decorate on both sides of his head. There are auroras scattered at the tail. It is an extremely beautiful beast. But compared with the female Speed, Haldam did not feel that Cresselia has the slightest sense of beauty. He only felt the weirdness of the creature in front of him. The baboon ball caught him. Haldam thought of Governor Kaido, who likes to collect beasts. If such a rare creature is dedicated to Kaido, maybe he also has a chance to become one of the Fei Liubao. Roar. Baboon Maru heard Haldam's command. He started to move towards Cresselia. This is a giant white-haired baboon holding two knives. Approaching Cresselia, he began to frantically wave the long knife in his hand. Waved towards Cresselia. Just when Cresselia was about to fight, Ayu commanded the Koma dog. Komachio-sama, shoot that stinky orangutan flying. With Ayu's command, Komachio bitten directly towards Babamaru. Although Baboon Wan has double swords, but Komachio's speed is more sensitive. Plus a one-hit attack knocked the baboon pill down in no time. But at the same time, there were many injuries on his body. Cresselia saw this scene. The exclusive skill Lunar Dance was used. Cresselia danced gracefully, and Komachio and Ayu's injuries suddenly improved. Ayu quickly understood from the pink crumbs falling and soaring in the sky that it was Cresselia. Thank you. Ayu thanked Cresselia, then Rage looked at Hallmutter. HMPH, it seems that I still have to do it myself. Hallmud's strength is definitely considered strong in the Pillar 0.4. She drew a huge machete, then he looked at Cresselia coldly. He's more confident about beating Cresselia this time around. After all, the Cresselia in front of him seemed to be an auxiliary creature. Otherwise, it will not help to heal the injury, but think of the huge benefits that can be obtained by dedicating this peculiar creature to Governor Kaido. Hallmurd couldn't help feeling elated. He made the lion on his stomach spit out flames, and then attached to the machete. A hell flame knife appeared. Now he just needs to defeat Cresselia in front of him. Chapter 127 Exposing Kazuki's Sukiyaki Identity. Haldam slashed at Cresselia. A fire tornado emerged from the blade, swirling towards Cresselia heavily. Cresselia took her time and went straight to Psycho Cut. A faint pink halo of sharp blades suddenly emerged from Cresselia's forehead. Then shoot straight and fast at the lion in the belly of Haldam. Nijiro attacks with a fireball. Seeing this scene, Haldam quickly ordered Nijiro to attack to defend against Cresselia. Niu Erlang is the lion head in his abdomen. He has his own consciousness. After hearing this, Niu Erlang spewed out fireballs one after another. But the fireball was cut in half by the Psycho Cut. In the end, it pierced directly into his body. How come, oh one? Haldam looked at Cresselia in shock. He didn't expect Cresselia to cut off his fireball directly and stab Psycho Cut into his body. This was something he hadn't expected at all, but the Psycho Cut attack hasn't quite dissipated yet. It exploded directly in his body. In just a split second, Haldam exploded directly. Seeing this scene, Speed swallowed. She never expected that Haldam's death would be so tragic. And Baboon Maru saw this scene. He even chose to run away. Until this time, Tianbishan Fish walked out of the house. But his first thought when he saw this scene was not for Ayu's survival. With Cresselia help, they are happy to kill strong enemies. Instead, he directly blamed Cresselia. Do you know how much damage this time has caused to our Beyondly village? This is Taiju. Once Fei Liubao knows about Taiju's death, he will definitely come. Tengu Shan Fish felt more fear about Haldurm's death. This scene made even Speed, who was on the beast's pirate side, feel the cowardice of the old man in front of him, and couldn't help but despise him. At this time, other villagers from Beyondly village also arrived. When they heard the shameless words of Tiangu Mountain Fish in front of them, they couldn't help laughing at him. You actually accused the savior who saved Ayu. How shameless. The surrounding villagers despised Tiangu Mountain Fish. And Cresselia didn't tolerate Tiangu Mountain Fish, and directly suspended Tiangu Mountain Fish with a confusion. What are you doing? Do you know who I am? How dare you do this to me? Tianbishan Fish finally felt panic. In his opinion, he is the former general of Wano country. If Orochi and Beast Kaido hadn't come to make trouble, he would be the lord of Wano country. Cresselia, the pink creature in front of him, dared to treat him like this. But in the next second, after he finished speaking harshly, I found that the muscles were constantly pulling, as if to tear him in half. He finally panicked. I was wrong, please let me go. Only then did Tianbishan Fish understand that since Cresselia in front of him could easily kill Haldem, that would kill him easily. He regretted this very much. He shouldn't have offended a strong man like this. Please let my grandpa go, please. Ayu came to Cresselia. She knelt down to intercede, although she felt very strange to Tiangu Mountain Fish after this incident. But Tiangashan Fish is the grandfather who raised her after all. She didn't want Tiangashan Fish to die here. After hearing this sentence, Cresselia hesitated for a moment. In the end, I chose to let the Tiangu mountain in front of me fly to my life. But he was very upset to see the appearance of Tiangu mountain flying through, hiding its head and showing its tail. Use confusion to directly knock his mask off, then drop him from the sky. Boom! Tiangu mountain fell to the ground. Regardless of the pain, he wanted to cover his face with his hands. But his face has long been seen by the villagers. Isn't this Kazuki Sukiyaki-sama? It's really him? He actually stays in Bianli village incognito all the time. Why didn't the Kazuki clan save Wano country? I think the reason why Wano country is like this is because of the Kazuki clan. One Kazuki Odin, and one Kazuki Sukiyaki. The attitude of the surrounding villagers towards Kazuki Sukiyaki is very complicated. This person in front of him is indeed the master of Wano country, but it is also because of Kazuki clan that Wano country ended up like this. World. But not all of them have such feelings towards the Guangyue clan. There are also some villagers who plan to inform Hitan Orochi. During the long reign of Hitan Orochi, they have completely lost their awe of the former Wano country general. If you tell Hitan Orochi Katsuki Sukiyaki's whereabouts, then there is no doubt that a large bounty can be obtained. They started sneaking away, and Kazuki Sukiyaki looked ugly. Seeing these people pointing fingers at him, he also knew that his identity had been exposed. Chapter 128. Heading to the capital of flowers, he can no longer live a peaceful life here. After thinking about this, he couldn't help feeling resentful towards Cresselia. He intends to slip away and flee to the mountains to continue his life of hiding. Kazuki Sukiyaki picked up the mask and slipped away. And Xiaoyu didn't know where to go at the moment. Or, you come with me. Cresselia looked at Xiaoyu. In his opinion, the kind-hearted little girl in front of him was not bad. After all, a personality that can stand up in times of crisis is considered kind. Can actually talk. The moment Cresselia spoke, the villagers were stunned. They didn't expect Cresselia to be able to speak. This surprised them a little, and Xiaoyu couldn't help but look at Cresselia more. After all, beautiful and peculiar creatures are still extremely rare. It is good. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment and chose to agree temporarily. When Cresselia saw that Xiaoyu agreed, she looked at Speed. Speed is a man-made devil fruit user in the form of a horse. Like a centaur, Speed thought Cresselia was going to kill her the same way he killed Haldam. Her eyes were extremely flustered, but Cresselia didn't do that. Instead, he just looked at Speed like this, finally observed that Speed is not as vicious as Haldam. He opened his mouth directly. I'm going in that direction, you show us the way. Cresselia lets Speed lead the way, after all, compared to a little girl. This is a member of the Beast's pirates named Speed. To know more about Wano country and Onijima, this is one of the reasons why he kept Speed. It's the capital of flowers, the territory of the black charcoal serpent. Speed stared blankly. He didn't expect Cresselia to plan to throw herself into the trap. That's the territory of the black charcoal serpent. Xiaoyu looked at Cresselia and was stunned. She didn't expect that Cresselia would go to the most dangerous place in the entire Wano country. Let's go. Cresselia didn't say much. The purpose of his trip to the Flower City this time is to find the statue of Zygarde, the god of order. In front of the cosmic beast, no enemy will be his rival. Xiaoyu saw Cresselia leave. She also rushed up on Komachio. Speed did not dare to neglect. After all, she managed to escape with her life. Where dare to neglect? And in the tavern in the capital of flowers. At this moment, Hitan Orochi is still drinking and having fun. Beside him are Guangyue Ri and the accompanying wine with the pseudonym Xiaozi. Kazuki Hiwa looked at Hitan Orochi with some disgust. Although the black charcoal snake is huge, its appearance is quite weird. Kurodan Orochi acquired Wano country empress through conspiracy. He began to live a life of luxury and lust. In his opinion, this kind of rescue and fun is something he is used to, and he can't get used to it anymore. Just when he still wanted to drink 2 more glasses. Suddenly a villager broke in. Break in while I'm drinking, aren't you afraid that I'll cut off your head? The black charcoal snake glared at the person in front of him. He didn't expect that the villager in front of him would dare to barge in while he was drinking. It seemed to him a death penalty. The black charcoal snake drew out the saber at his waist, and was about to chop off the man in front of him. My lord, I have something important to report. I found the trace of Kazuki Sukiyaki, and that person is in Kasa village. The villagers saw the sharp blade of the black charcoal snake and hurriedly answered the ticket. When Guangyue Rihei heard this, he couldn't help screaming. You must know that Kazuki Sukiyaki is his father. It's just that there has been no audio for more than 20 years. Did not expect to appear at this time. Backquote. You're frightened, little purple Oran, do you know? The charcoal snake slapped the villager in front of him. He didn't think that Xiaozi had anything to do with Kazuki Sukiyaki. Punish the villagers just to make the Oran smile. Xiaozi showed an uncomfortable smile. Seeing this, the black charcoal snake had no intention of staying in the tavern. You must know that he has always regarded the Guangyue clan as a serious problem. After all, the Kazuki clan is the orthodoxy of Wano country. Instead of him, the black charcoal serpent. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to execute Kazuki Sukiyaki. Let's go, Fulu Sho, Hitan Snake said to Fulu Sho. Fu Lu Shou followed. He is the captain of Orochi Imperial Court. Nua Hao Jiao, Orochi Yuding Fanzong is the direct guard of Haitan Orochi. There are as many as 11 people in total. Their purpose is to protect the safety of Haitan Serpent. In the past 20 years, the black charcoal snake has not suffered fatal danger. This is all the credit of Orochi Yuding Fanzong. What about Guangxi Lang? Kazuki Hiyori looked to the side of Kwangshiru. Kagashiro is the legend of Forest, one of the Red Sheath 9 heroes. The reason for changing the name to Kwangshiru is to hide from Haitan Orochi. Give Haitan Orochi a fatal blow if necessary, take Kaido down. But all of this has a tendency to come to an abrupt end now. If Kazuki Sukiyaki is discovered, then he might not be able to pretend. Chapter 129 Zygarde, God of Order. Necessary sacrifices are still necessary. Kushiro frowned and decided to wait first. If you can save Kazuki Sukiyaki, he will help the other party, but if he cannot help, he will not act rashly and let his whole plan fail. Everyone followed in the footsteps of Haitan Orochi and walked out of the tavern. But it didn't take long to collide with Cresselia and others. Black Charcoal Serpent. Speed looked at the black charcoal snake with some vigilance. Haitan Snake also looked at them. What kind of creature is this? Kuroda Orochi looked at Cresselia. He was a little curious about what kind of creature it was. He never saw it. At this time, the villagers who received the bounty from the big snake immediately pointed out to Xiaoyu. Master Haitan Orochi, he is Kazuki Sukiyaki's adopted child. It's him. Haitan Orochi looked at Xiaoyu. He was an extremely despicable person. 413. The first time he saw Xiaoyu, he thought of using Xiaoyu as a bait to attract Kazuki Sukiyaki to appear. But at this moment, Cresselia frowned. The villagers who pointed at Xiaoyu were directly attacked. Psycho Cut. I saw a pink arc of airwaves directly attacking the villagers' necks. In an instant, the heads of the villagers fell off. The villagers never thought that they had just received the reward. He was beheaded directly by Cresselia without spending any money. Alert! Seeing this scene, Fu Lu Shou, as the captain of Orochi Imperial Court, immediately ordered his 10 ninjas to be alert. This is a real powerhouse. Kushiro looked at Cresselia's eyes slightly change. He realized that the Cresselia in front of him was a real powerhouse. You must know that the attack just now was so fast that he didn't even see it. And the Orochi Yuding fans in front of them are so vigilant. But Cresselia didn't see it. His gaze turned to the distance. On a stone statue, it was a giant stone statue in the shape of a bug. This stone statue is next to the street, and there are many incense sticks on it. It is Zygarde, the god of order. Zygarde has 3 forms. It's just his Earl Dervish form, and that's when Cresselia noticed the stone statue. A golden light suddenly appeared and soaring in the sky. The golden light shone directly on the stone statue. This scene made everyone see it clearly. How is this going? The black charcoal serpent was somewhat affected by the smelling salts irradiated by the dazzling golden light. Looking at the stone statue, I saw that the stone statue began to peel off layer by layer. Revealed the true face inside. The stone statue is resurrected, really resurrected. The surrounding villagers originally saw the Haitan snake hiding in their homes. But when they saw this golden light, they still couldn't help showing up and taking a look. When seeing the resurrection of the stone statue, they were stunned. They didn't expect that the stone statue they worshipped day and night was actually resurrected. They were just a beautiful stone statue before, but I didn't expect it to be so miraculous. ABDF. Boom. The charcoal serpent fired directly at Zygarde. For this unknown life form, he was still quite terrified. But he didn't know what kind of terrifying existence he had angered. Thousands of arrows are fired. Zygarde directly used his exclusive skill 1000 arrows. In an instant, 1,000 green wave arrows attacked the black charcoal snake. In an instant, it hit Haitan Orochi's chest. Haitan snake is dead. The surrounding Orochi Yuding Fanzong looked at the big hole in Haitan Orochi's chest in a daze. It is full of green substances, and a large layer of ground has been corroded directly from the ground. But they didn't know that Kuroda Orochi swallowed Yamada Orochi devil fruit. Has 8 lives. He is actually alive now, but it was playing dead. Just die like this. Seeing this scene, Kushiro felt something was wrong. But can't say anything. 20 years of hard work and courage, seeing the death of the black charcoal snake did not feel the slightest joy. I just feel full of pressure. After all, the most difficult thing to deal with in the country of darkness is not the black charcoal snake. It's Kaido behind him. Let's go. The charcoal serpent looked so big that Zygarde, the god of order, was still watching him. I was quite annoyed. You know, he was reduced to pretending to be dead. Zygarde in front of him still refused to let him go. Thousands of arrows are fired. Zygarde has already seen that something is wrong with Kuroda Orochi. He continued to release 10,000 arrows to flog the corpse. The surrounding Orochi royal court team did not stop. After all, the black charcoal snake is already dead. This made them have no idea of fighting. Boom. Charcoal serpent could only see his head smashed by Zygarde. That means he has lost 2 lives. He didn't dare to gamble anymore, knowing that he only had 8 lives in total. 2 lives have now been lost. There are still 6 lives left, especially now that he can't even see clearly. He didn't dare lie down again. You can live without a head. What kind of monster is the black charcoal serpent? The people around were stunned. They didn't expect that the black charcoal snake could survive without a head. Chapter 130. Defeating Quangshilong, Yamada no Orochi form. Hitan Orochi directly used the fruit ability. He transformed into the Yamada no Orochi form. There were 8 heads in all, and he looked at Zygarde. His eyes were extremely fierce. This is the ability of the devil fruit. Fu Lu Shou understood at a glance that this was Hitan Orochi using the devil fruit ability. Now I see that the black charcoal snake is not dead. They started to protect Hitan serpent. After all, the black charcoal snake is equivalent to their glory and wealth. Hurry up! The black charcoal snake yelled desperately at the people in the big snake royal court. You must know that he does not have the slightest offensive ability. Just have 8 lives, although this ability looks extremely powerful. But that is for some strong gymnasts, for his black charcoal serpent. This ability is simply useless. Hanzo Daihei, you guys go. Fu Lu Shou looked at Hanzo and Daikoku, both of whom were ninjas of the Orochi royal court. Daihei is good at swordsmanship, and Fat Kang is good at darts and fling. After hearing Fu Lu Shou's order, the two began to attack Zygarde together. But at this moment, Zygarde switched forms. He transforms into Zygarde 10% form. It looks like a black and green hound with a green collar around its neck. Go to hell. Hanzo Fling unleashes his shuriken, Daikoku swings the sword in his hand, and the two plan to attack Zygarde from both sides. But in Zygarde's eyes, the two are simply not worth mentioning. Thousand waves are stirring. Zygarde directly released another exclusive skill, Thousand Waves Surging. I saw that countless green shockwaves scattered towards the side. The shuriken in Hanzo's hand was instantly corroded. The big sword in Daihei's hand was also successfully corroded into molten iron. The two of them turned into a dead bone. Even the other members of Orochi Yuding Fanzong were not spared. 3 or 4 people died in a row, leaving only Fu Lu Shou, Feng Ying, Feng Ren, Lei Ren. A few people. Captain, what should we do? The tragic death of Hanzo and Daihei. It made the rest of the people a little trembling. They were terrified. Zygarde in front of them was beyond their ability to deal with. Of course I ran away. Fu Lu Shou chose to run away without even thinking about it. They used to be the guards of the Kazuki clan in Wano country. After Hitan Orochi invaded, they became the guards of Hitan Orochi. It can be said that they have no professional ethics at all. As long as you can live a good life, it's perfectly fine. But when they want to run, Cresselia stood in their way. Cresselia didn't panic at all. In his view, the escape of the few people in front of him was completely justified. It's not normal not to run away, so he blocked a few people on their only way. In his opinion, these people are the helpers of the bully Hitan Orochi in front of him. Naturally, he is not a good person, so it's best to solve it together. Quangshilong, get rid of them and save me, go. Hitan Orochi saw that Orochi Yuding Fanzong was so useless. So he directly shouted his trump card combat force Quangshilong. Although Quangshiro was a latecomer to join Hitan Orochi's banner. But Hitan Orochi treated Quangshiro kindly, because Quangshiro has quite powerful combat power. The strength far surpasses Orochi Yuding Fanzong. Now his idea of Quangshilong is to rescue him. 0. Asking for flowers, Kushiro hesitated for a while. In the end, he decided to obey Hitan Orochi's orders for the time being. After all, Master Momonosuke hasn't come back yet. He needs to continue to hide beside Hitan Orochi. 2 Sword Style, Taoyuan 10 Fist. Kushiro used the sword move passed down by Mita, the Erdao style swordsmanship. This move Mita had once slashed Kaido, and left Kaido with an unhealable scar. It is a very powerful swordsmanship, and it can produce extremely powerful power when covered with high-level cherry blossoms on the sword. Kushiro attacked Zygarde again, but when Quangshilong attacked Kidguard. Zero Kidger is also making his own attacks, Core Enforcer. This is another exclusive skill of Kidger. As the strongest god of order among the 3 cosmic beasts, Kidger has multiple exclusive attacks. When Quangshilong performed this slash attack, Kidger did not hesitate to use the exclusive skill Core Enforcer. A turquoise beam of light directly attacked Quangshilong. In the blink of an eye, Kagashiro, who was attacking Kidger, was knocked into the air. After crashing through 5 houses in a row, Tuan Khan stopped. There was a look of horror in his eyes. Kidger's attack on him reminds him of Kaido. Beast Kaido. Only Kaido has such overwhelming power. The power of terror. Kagashiro has also been defeated. Quangshilong's defeat is tantamount to bad news for Hitan Orochi. He looked at Zygarde, who was walking towards him. With fear in his eyes, he knelt down directly. He regretted so much now why he used a gun to shoot such a terrible existence beggar. Chapter 131. Killing the Hitan Orochi. What should I do? I can't escape. Fu Lu Shou and the others were blocked by Cresselia. He wanted to escape but couldn't. They could only watch Cresselia slaughter them. Psychic Thoughts. A huge telekinetic attack squeezed a few people in front of them. Casecage is a ninja who is good at wielding shuriken. Windblade and Thunderblade are the same as Casecage. They attack Cresselia with fling shuriken, but unexpectedly, Cresselia directly controlled the shuriken and reflected it towards their necks. Puff! There were 3 icy cutting sounds, and the 3 of them fell to the ground one after another. After cooking the other Orochi Yuding Fanzong, Cresselia looked at Fu Lu Shou. At this moment, Fu Lu Shou's forehead was sweating. Kill me, adults will not let you go. Fu Lu Shou has nothing to do with Kaido. But what he thinks now is to pull Kaido's banner to save himself a life. So he hastily threatened Cresselia up, but he didn't know that this would only make his death worse. Cresselia used confusion to levitate all the shurikens of the other ninjas in Orochi Goniwa. There are hundreds of them, and these shurikens are constantly cutting at Fu Lu Shou. The scene instantly became a slaughter scene. Fu Lu Shou's screams directly tensed Hidan Snake's nerves. He shed tears and snot for nothing. Let me go, the Wano country is yours, just spare my life. The charcoal serpent kowtowed on the ground continuously. But what he thought in his heart was that if these beasts in front of him let him go, then he will definitely look for Kaido, and ask Kaido to send the 3 disasters and Fei Liubao to deal with all these guys in front of him. Thousands of arrows are fired. Zygarde didn't hold back, he didn't even listen to Kuroda and Orochi. It seemed to him that the man in front of him died the moment the bullet was shot at him. He directly used 1,000 arrows to blow up the 3 heads of the black charcoal snake. You actually did this, really kill me, Kaido will not let you go. Hidan no Orochi felt fear. Fearing death, he didn't expect the Zygarde in front of him would actually make a move. And with one shot, 3 of his heads were blown off. And Zygarde dared to speak wildly when he saw the black charcoal snake. Directly used Chianbo shock again, once again obliterated the 2 heads of Hidan serpent. Now Hidan no Orochi can no longer maintain the form of Yamada no Orochi. Because all the heads except the last one were dripping with blood, the blood flowed profusely. The charcoal serpent saw that Zygarde was still approaching him. He felt hopeless. Kaido will definitely kill you, help me retaliate. The charcoal snake no longer begged Zygarde to let him go. He casts curse on Zygarde, and Zygarde also directly released the core enforcer. A beam of light formed and directly blew up the last head of Hidan serpent like a watermelon. Destroyed, the black charcoal serpent has been wiped out. Due to the bad reputation of Hidan Orochi, and the fact that he has been obeying Kaido's order to give them artificial devil fruits during this period of time. This made everyone hate him. After all, man-made devil fruits can turn people into hilarious people. That kind of monster who can only laugh wildly died. Kazuki Rihei sneaked over to take a look. When she saw the black charcoal snake died, she didn't have much joy. Because she knew that even if the black charcoal snake died, Kaido behind the scenes will still send a new Wano country general. Because Wano country is now under the control of Hidan Orochi on the surface. But the power behind him is still Kaido, as long as Kaido is not eliminated. Then Wano country will not get better, it will only get worse. Cresselia's friends are so strong. Xiaoyu didn't expect that the friend Cresselia mentioned was so strong. She directly eliminated a general of Wano country, and she also didn't like the general of Wano country. After all, the generals of Wano country often engage in tyranny and massacres. There have even been rumors recently that artificial devil fruits will be fed to the public. Let the people become empowerers, irreversible animal devil fruit capable people. Transform into a strange-looking creature. This of course made them very conflicted. Now that he has been completely beheaded, no one will feel sorry for Hidan Orochi. 5.2. But more than just worry, the black charcoal snake is dead, and Fei Liubao is coming soon. Hurry up and run. Fei Liubao are all ancient animals with devil fruit abilities. Especially the newly joined ex-Derake, his strength is incomparably tyrannical. The villagers kindly reminded Cresselia and Zygarde, but the 2 beasts had no intention of running away. And they can have their own business by staying in the capital of flowers. That is to search for the devil fruit in the flower city. They have already sensed the existence of devil fruit. Chapter 132. Resurrection of Xerneas. That location is impressively the mansion of Hidan Orochi. It has the breadth of 5 or 6 devil fruits. They soon realized that the black charcoal serpent had been searching for devil fruits a lot. In this case, they will naturally accept all the orders. This is their trophy. Xiaoyu looked at Zygarde a little timidly. Compared to Cresselia, Zygarde is not easy to mess with. After Zygarde had a brief exchange with Cresselia, he understood exactly what happened to Xiaoyu in front of him. As a beast of order, Zygarde still tends to be kind. Seeing that Xiaoyu refused to get close to him, Zygarde didn't bother too much. He started to walk away, and just as they were heading to Hidan Orochi's mansion, uninvited guests came to Rabbit Bowl Prison, flying 6 cells Sasaki and ex-Derake. They received word that someone had entered the Rabbit Bowl mine by mistake. And also killed the chief warden they arranged in the Rabbit Bowl. So the 2 of them also planned to get to know the 2 intruders together. Too bad, it's the Fei Liubao who came, there are still 2. I was told to run away, but I still didn't run away. Hana no soldier Tommy's subordinates saw Sasaki and ex-Derake coming to the Rabbit Bowl mining field in the distance. They panicked, but Tommy, the soldier of flowers, calmed down a little. But seeing the arrival of 2 strong men, can't help but be taken aback. After all, these 2 powerhouses, but they are all flying 6 cells. One of the mainstays of the Beast Pirates, and they are followed by many enablers. It looked terribly scary. Magnetic string. Kid saw 2 flying 6 cells, he moved his hands directly. He condensed all the iron pieces that could be used around him together. A small mechanical arm was formed to attack the two flying six cells in front of him. He didn't dare to make a move against the divine beast. But it doesn't mean that he dare not take action against the two Kaido boys in front of him. Allosaurus form. X-Direct sees Kid's shot. For this one of the most vicious supernovae that is juxtaposed with him. He didn't hold back and directly turned into the ancient Allosaurus form. Collided directly with Kid. Boom. A violent sound suddenly spread in the rabbit bowl prisoner quarry. In an instant, the convict quarry was transformed into a sandstorm-like scene. This is his true strength. Soldiers of the Flower Tommy looked at Kid. Only then did he realize that Kid was so tough, but Kid lost in this duel. I saw his mechanical arm turned into countless mechanical fragments. Started to spread around. Boom. For a moment, mechanical fragments splashed. But this doesn't mean that Kid can't beat the X-Direct in front of him. His real strength is actually above X-Direct. However, due to the short-term reason for the broken arm, he forcibly used the fruit ability. It affected the old injury, which made him lose in this battle. Is that the commotion he caused? Sasaki looked at Kid. He knew that Kid was the first reckless man who dared to challenge Kaido. The real combat power is much stronger than him, but now Kid has lost his arm. Sasaki shook his head. Kid in front of him was not worth mentioning. If the commotion caused by Kid is above, then this bowl-free riot will be completely suppressed. It's not him, I think it should be a divine beast. X-Direct's eyes became serious when he entered the free bowl prisoner quarry. Just noticed the nightmare god Darkrai. When seeing the nightmare god Darkrai, he knew that the real rioters might be the Pokémon Kingdom. After all, as the undercover agent of the Beast's pirates arranged by the Navy, he still knows the information about the Pokémon Kingdom. And as more and more information is known about the Pokémon Kingdom, he became even more wary of Pokémon nations. Shen Beast, then we have to notify Governor Kaido. Sasaki's eyes became serious, but he wasn't too worried that there was only one divine beast in front of him. He believed in relying on the ability of the two of them to fly the six cells. He must be able to subdue the beast in front of him. After all, he knew that Kaido really wanted a mythical beast. If you can catch a beast and offer it to Kaido, wouldn't it be possible to pull down the three big Kanbans and become the big Kanban himself? The divine beast is not such an easy guy to deal with. Seeing the arrogant Sasaki, X-Direct couldn't help reminding him. He knew that Sasaki still didn't know the horror of the beast. After all, Sasaki hasn't been out of Wano country for a long time. Just hearsay about the Pokémon Kingdom, but they have no idea that the Pokémon Kingdom is so terrifying. Isn't it just a mythical beast? Watch me catch him. After all, it is still the heart of greed. Sasaki intends to capture Nightmare God Darkrai directly. This also lacks X-Direct Storm. But just when Sasaki was about to act, the flower soldier Tommy notices a stone statue deep in a mine, and there is a golden light shining there. It's bad that a new beast is about to be resurrected. X-Direct's complexion changed drastically. 5 Ga Chapter 133. Defeating Sasaki, New Beast. Sasaki didn't react for a moment. But soon he reacted. Governor Kaido said that the sign of the resurrection of the beast is that a ray of light shines on the stone. Then resurrect again. After thinking about this, Sasaki looked at the stone statue. It wasn't just Sasagi, Kid, and Tommy Hana no Bing who all looked at the stone statue. I saw the stone statue falling off layer by layer. Revealed the true face inside. God of Life Xerneas. Xerneas is a mythical animal that looks like a deer blue bichon. Each of his horns is a different color, colorful and looks like a magnificent work of art. A deer? Sasaki saw Xerneas belittle him. He thought that the mythical beast in front of him was nothing. It was not as terrifying in appearance as Darkrai, the nightmare god. But he didn't know that divine beasts don't judge people by their appearance. Xerneas is a standard cosmic beast. He looked at Sasaki with a hint of indifference in his eyes. Sasaki saw Xerneas' eyes. I don't know that I have been underestimated. I'll let you know that the beast pirates, flying 6 cells, are amazing. Sasaki decided to let the deer with colorful tentacles in front of him taste his strength. He used the ability of the ancient species of devil fruit. Turned into a triceratops. The huge size makes everyone daunting. Could this deer really be Sasaki's rival? For a moment, no one was sure whether Xerneas would win. Blooming Soldier's Tommy is similarly unsure. He could only look at Xerneas. Xerneas is powerful or not. Determines if they can escape from the rabbit bowl. The only one who has full confidence in the beast is Kid. Kid has felt the horror of the beast several times, and in his opinion, he is not even the flying 6 of rival. In the hands of the beast, it is just a large toy. Geomancy. Xerneas looked at Sasagi in the form of a triceratops in front of him with disdain. He directly used the exclusive skill Geomancy, a skill that draws energy from the earth. I saw that the energy on the ground quickly gathered on Xerneas. Now his body has hundreds of thousands of tons of power. Triceratops in front of energetic eyes, certainly not his single enemy. Cannon Ceratops. Sasaki decided to cast his ultimate Cannon Ceratops. He sprinted towards Xerneas with a terrifying ejection speed. But when he hit the horn on top of Xerneas' head, only then did he understand what an unshakable mighty force is. Sasaki exhausted all his strength, but there is no way to shake Xerneas one step. And Xerneas looked at Sasaki, who was constantly exerting strength in front of him at this moment. Said something that made Sasaki extremely angry. Have you played enough? Xerneas looked at Sasaki, but this sentence, it directly angered Sasaki at this time. He tried his best to wrestle with Xerneas in front of him. The other party thought he was playing. Sasaki, who was extremely angry, smashed Xerneas hard with the horns on his head. But there was no way to knock Xerneas back half a step. And the horns on his head, because of the violent tackle, started to crack. Click, Sasaki's horn snapped in two. He looked at Xerneas with rage, but endless terror suddenly emerged in his heart. You know, this is still the deer with colorful antlers in front of you. No attack was made. What kind of power would it be if he attacked? Just when Sasaki was thinking this way, Xerneas chose to directly attack Sasaki in front of him. The horns on the top of his head suddenly shone with colorful light. The green is particularly conspicuous. Horn Leech. Xerneas uses the Horn Leech ability. He flew out the Triceratops directly. Only then did Sasaki feel Xerneas, the extremely terrifying calendar area. Its power is irresistible. He hit the cave directly behind him. The entire hole was directly smashed into ruins. He was bloody, but the strength was still there. Boom. Sasaki smashes the wall of Manwin prison. You must know that this is made of the strongest stone block. In order to prevent the prisoners from escaping, but this extremely thick and extremely strong wall is in front of this impact. It just crumbles directly like tofu. Sasaki, awesome, crashes into a house. He has become inhuman, except for a couple of twitches from time to time. There is no longer a plan to move. No, I have to escape. Seeing this scene, Raikou was extremely horrified. You must know that Sasaki, whose skull is hard, was directly hit like this. Then he is a person with the ability of the ancient special Dragon Devil Fruit. Wouldn't it be rival of Xerneas? After all, his specialty is speed. Rather than strength, but just when he was about to escape, the Nightmare God Darkrai has blocked his retreat. At this moment, Raikou's complexion changed drastically. He knew that he had no way out. Chapter 134 Defeating Raikou. Only one war. Even Hirokuko Sasaki was defeated. It was defeated so simply. This deer is too strong. This is definitely not an ordinary deer but a divine deer. The surrounding prisoners changed their minds. They didn't expect Xerneas to be so powerful. It directly solved a flying 6-cell. You know, Sasaki's strength is still very good among Fei Liubao. Now it can be crushed by Xerneas directly. It's definitely not that Sasaki is too weak. It's that Xerneas is too strong. Is there still you? Xerneas looked at Raikou. His eyes were filled with arrogance. Raikou, on the other hand, looked extremely dignified. He could only choose to wager all his strength this time on a deathmatch with Xerneas. He decided to use his own speed. Attack with the Xerneas in front of you. After all, Sasaki has knocked a big gap in the Rabbit 727 Bowl prison. As long as your speed is fast enough, you still have a chance to escape from Rabbit Bowl prison. Human Beast Form. Raikou switches to Human Beast Form. In this form, he has greater flexibility. At the same time, he can also release his hands to use his extremely good swordsmanship. Raikou in Human Beast Form is like wearing a dinosaur headgear. It looked extremely majestic. He holds a sword in his left hand and an axe in his right. Both weapons can be mastered by him to normal. Hunting Ground. Raikou performed a hunting ground attack. Not only the sword in his hand can swing sword waves, but the axe can also do it. The two slashes merged in the air to form an X slash. He went straight to Xerneas, but he didn't think about causing too much damage to Xerneas. Or beat Jur, ABCA, Ni Yas. I saw him chopping out these two sword waves. The body turned around and fled towards the gap. This scene is really too fast. Many people did not react. Escaped. Is this deer so terrible? Are the Fei Liubao so weak? The prisoners thought that Raikou would fight Xerneas for a while. But I didn't expect that the purpose of Raikou's slash was here. He is trying to escape, rather than attacking, but can he escape? Everyone looked at Raikou, who was about to disappear in Rabbit Bowl prison. I thought in my heart that Raikou would definitely slip away this time. After all, Raikou is an ancient special dragon with devil fruit ability. What he is best at is speed, but only Kid thought differently. Certainly will be caught, Kid was pretty sure. As long as the beast wants to catch Raikou, it will be able to catch it. When he was in the South Daxia Sea, he had already learned a lot from the 5 sacred pillars and the Sacred Pillar King. And just when Kid was thinking like this, Xerneas moved directly. As a deer, he was already extremely good at speed. Second, Geomancy doesn't just improve his strength. At the same time, his speed and defense were greatly improved. I saw that Xerneas went to Raikou's position at an astonishing speed. It was as fast as a cloud of smoke disappearing. In the next second, he appeared behind Raikou. The two chopping waves swung by Raikou fell through the air. Hit the stone behind Xerneas, it exploded with a bang. But everyone turned a blind eye to Raikou's attack. Instead, he was stunned by Xerneas' incredible speed. It's like teleporting, one of the prisoners expressed his opinion. Okay. Soldiers of Flowers. Tommy nodded. He has never seen such a terrifying speed. It was appalling. This speed is too exaggerated. Although Kid guessed that Xerneas would catch extra Rake in front of him. But he didn't expect to reach this level of exaggeration. He is a little lucky now, fortunately, when the beast asked him to mine. He did no slack off, otherwise if you really dare to resist. At this terrifying speed of Xerneas, he will also be caught instantly. Then tear. Mega horn, Xerneas' colorful horns hummed. The sound made extra Rake couldn't help but look back. He saw a scene that made him tremble uncontrollably. I saw a white light coming from the corner of Xerneas' head. Then bumped towards him. Going to die, extra Rake instantly understood what the consequences of this trick would be. He tried his best to avoid it, even turned into a special dragon form to enhance defense. But no matter how he changes, he still can't escape the consequences of being tackled by Xerneas. Boom! He was directly knocked into the air. How could he be so fast? Rake, who was flying at an altitude of 1,000 meters, was extremely panicked. He had no idea that Xerneas could be so fast. His body had been utterly numb from the force of Xerneas, and he used his intuition. Boom! With a loud bang, extra Rake fell directly into a house. Chapter 135. To Ghost Island. The house collapsed in an instant. The prisoners stared at the location where extra Rake fell. They didn't understand why extra Rake and Sasaki came here. How dare he have the courage to find trouble with these two monsters in front of him? Time to leave. Xerneas didn't see much of extra Rake. In his opinion, extra Rake has little chance of being alive. Now they're heading to Ghost Island. Now the closest harbor to Onijima is Babu Port. After wanting to understand this point, Xerneas intends to take extra Rake together to Babu Port. By the way, I have to bring this stone statue with me. Xerneas looked to a place deep in the mine behind him. He noticed that there was a stone statue inside. It's just buried deeper. It's just that a hole was punched out by Sasaki's body now. The stone statue was completely exposed in front of everyone. Is it possible that this is also a divine beast? Flower soldiers Tommy threw Sasaki, extra Rake between the two called Xerneas. Now I know what the two creatures in front of me are. But I was a little surprised when I saw a new statue. You carry him to harbor for me, and you can leave. Xerneas learned who these people were from Darkrai, the nightmare god. It takes a while to think of these people. He hastily asked for it. I still have to lift the stone statue. The prisoners froze for a moment. They did not expect. The job is not done yet. Now the stone statue has to be lifted after the stone statue has been dug. But after Kid heard it, he went up to help without saying a word. The soldier of flowers, Tommy hesitated for a while, but he went up to carry it decisively. The two had their own thoughts, and Kid guessed that the Pokemon Kingdom must be for conquering Kaido. He felt that he couldn't miss this kind of thing. But Tommy the flower soldier is because of Kid. He has witnessed Kid's strength. Even under the broken arm, he could fight Fei Liubao almost 50-50. Even Kid agreed to move the stone statue. How could he not agree? And he's still a little terrified of Xerneas. After all, the Xerneas in front of him was a terrifying creature that directly defeated the two flying six cells one after another. If you do something to him again, then they will be miserable. Not bad. Xerneas saw that the rest of the prisoners also began to raise the idol at the call of the two. This idol is the idol of Yveltal, the god of destruction. Unlike him, who is the god of life, Yveltal is a guy with a bad personality. But this crusade against Kaido must require him to contribute. Thinking of how cooperative these people are, Xerneas saw the broken arm wound on Kid's hand. And the wounds of the prisoners and Tommy, the soldier of flowers. Most of these were caused by guards. With this in mind, he released Heal Pulse on all the prisoners including Kid. Pink fluorescent particles sprinkled on them, with the release of Heal Pulse. They were surprised to find that their wounds began to heal. Thank you for the blessing of the beast. Thank you, divine beast, for helping us heal our injuries. Prisoners felt that the ailments that they had been forced to work for many years had a tendency to heal. One by one began to appreciate Xerneas. Kid did not expect to have unexpected gains. It would have taken days for his arm to heal the scar. Especially in the fight with extra Rake, he quashed the injury recovery time again. But the move by Xerneas directly restored their injuries. 0. Ask for flowers. 0. It can be said that it was a windfall for Kid. Everyone, work harder and move this stone statue to Daowu Port as soon as possible. Soldiers of the flower Tommy has already guessed where Xerneas is going. There's nothing harbor about a rabbit bowl. The only harbor is Baiwu not far away. And the role of harbor in Baiwu is to set foot on Ghost Island. Thinking that these mythical beasts are likely to clean up Kaido. The soldiers of flowers, Tommy's strength is even stronger. The most important thing is that he found that he had changed back to his previous honest appearance. The figure is thick and round. He used to be the boss of the underworld in the capital of flowers. Had it not been for Kaido's men, he would never have been caught in the prisoner quarry. Was imprisoned for 20 years. This made Tommy, the soldier of flowers, hate Kaido deeply. When it was learned that these beasts were going to challenge Kaido, he was glad in his heart, as long as Kaido can be eradicated. If he had to do his best, he felt it was totally worth it. Walk. The statue was raised. The people outside the Rabbit Bowl prison were stunned. Because they also know about the Rabbit Bowl quarry. The real boss of the Rabbit Bowl quarry is actually Plague Quinn. It's just that during this time, he went to live on Ghost Island. And now all the prisoners in the Wanwan Quarry have escaped. They could already imagine how angry Quinn would be when he found out about this. In fact, everyone in Ghost Island has already learned about this matter at this moment. It's just that Kaido was already drunk and fell asleep. No one dared to disturb Kaido at this moment. In the end, Plague Quinn had the courage to wake Kaido up. Quinn avoided it as fast as he could. In the next second, a huge maze hole appeared in the place where he avoided. Chapter 136 Resurrecting God of Destruction Yveltal. What happened? Kaido looked at Plague Quinn in front of him. He suddenly understood that something big had happened. The Pokemon Kingdom has really come, Plague Quinn spoke truthfully. It's really here. Kaido looked at Plague Quinn with a solemn expression. There is a bit of rage in his heart, and there is also a bit of eagerness to try. You must know that he has been thinking about the beast for a long time. Today the mythical beasts of the Pokemon Kingdom come from casters. How could he not be excited? But rage also exists. After all, the Pokemon Kingdom actually dared to send beasts to invade Wano country. Invade Ghost Island. This matters in Ming, 877, blatant taunt he Kaido. How could he tolerate it? Call together everyone in the 100 Beasts Pirates now. Kaido issued an order and the entire Onijima became restless. When everyone heard that it was Kaido's order, they all gathered and came to Kaido's side. Why don't you see Jack? Kaido counted the number of people. Unexpectedly, Drought Jack was missing. Jack Executive has gone to the island over there, they found the enemy. They said they wanted to capture a mythical beast for you, Captain. That's right, Jack's subordinates said hastily. Everyone including Kaido knew Jack's whereabouts. Arbitrarily going against the Pokemon Kingdom, Kaido's voice was a little noisy. The breathing of the people around was suppressed by Kaido's voice alone. However, Kaido didn't feel rage because of Jack's rashness. It's because Jack doesn't follow his orders. In that case, let's see if Jack can do it. Kaido looked in the direction of Wano Kuni Island. He decided to witness whether Jack could catch the mythical beast. After all, the Drought Jack is also one of the 3 disasters he identified. The strength is still extremely strong. If the strength of the beast is not strong, then Drought Jack is still able to catch it. At the same time, Xerneas and the others are heading towards Babu Port. And when they had just stepped into Renwu Port, but unexpectedly found that there are a large number of pirates from the 100 Beasts Pirates waiting for them. Phosphor, Runti, Peggy Wan, all 3 flying 6 cells. The Soldier of Flowers Tommy looked at the flying 6 body army in front of him and was taken aback. He didn't expect to have so many flying 6 cells. And there are a large number of givers among them. These bestowers are mass-manufactured man-made devil fruit abilities. It has the abilities of Springbok, Mouse, Alpaca, Vendetta, Bat, Gazelle, White Snake, Hognose Snake, Pug. A variety of man-made devil fruit abilities. It's just that they are mass-produced devil fruit-capable users. The power to hold is much weaker than the pillars. There really are divine beasts. Phosphor looked at Xerneas. He didn't expect that there really were mythical beasts in Wano country. He is the strongest of the flying 6 cells, but also the most ambitious guy. When seeing Durnops appear in front of his eyes, his first thought was not fear, but excited. The appearance of Durnops means an opportunity in his heart. The opportunity to pull down the 3 big Kanbans and become the new big Kanbans. It actually came. Peggy Wan looked at Durnops. There because they received the order of Governor Kaido to strictly prevent the invasion of the sacred beasts in the country of Wano. They thought it was a futile effort, but I didn't expect this crisis to really appear. And it came so fast. Little brother, let's fight together later. Runti looked at Peggy Wan. She is Peggy Wan's older sister. A girl with long legs and white horns on her head, she has a bad temper and is extremely belligerent. When she sees Xerneas, she feels the urge to fight. Okay, old lady. Peggy Wan looked at Runti helplessly. Just when the 2 sides were at war with each other, Foz Fao noticed the stone statue carried by Tommy of Flower County behind Xerneas. Could this be a stone statue of a divine beast? Foz Ferrer couldn't help guessing, but he didn't wait for him to think about it. The nightmare god Darkrai moved his hand directly. The use of a dark pulse instantly sent a giver directly into the sea with wave Shafei. Instantly swallowed by sea water. Nightmare god Darkrai let out a strange laugh. Actually do it first. Foz Fowler frowned and wiped his fingers with a tissue. He knew it was time for him to deal with these beasts. Just at this time, God of Destruction Yi 3.8 the stone statue of Bertar was suddenly illuminated with golden light at this moment. Then the whole stone statue began to crack open. It revealed the true face of the beast inside, the true face of Yveltal. The shape of Yveltal is like a strange bird, the end of the wings are 5 finger-like claws, and the tail is also in this shape. The whole is mostly black and red, with a sharp stance and a sharp snout. As a god of destruction, Yveltal can suck the life force of living things. The stone statue has come back to life. The givers were all surprised. After all, most of them don't know that God was once a stone statue at the beginning of his resurrection. Chapter 137 Drought Jack. What kind of monster is this? Foz Fao looked at Yveltal and was stunned. He had no idea what kind of monster it was. It looks just too weird. But before he could react, Yveltal began to sabotage. Razorwind, as Yveltal kept flapping his wings. Countless whirlwinds were rolled up by his wings, forming a series of flying disc-shaped razorwind blades. These blades continued to attack the givers around them. Like an executioner. Every time a razorwind is rolled up, there is a giver whose throat is cut by razorwind. White particles surged from them. This is their life force. These particles pour into Yveltal's body. Yveltal became stronger and stronger with the replenishment of these vitality. How dare you do that? All givers around O1 looked at Yveltal foolishly. They didn't realize that even if they managed to survive the side effects of the artificial devil fruit. Also not yet Yveltal's rival, it can only be continuously harvested by Yveltal. Sonar guides the arrow. Batmen still want to resist, they're suspended above the soaring in the sky, holding bows and arrows in their hands. Through the bat's sonar they can hit the arrow with 100 shots. He even used an arm domineering color in his hand. Both arms were covered with pitch black, air slash. Yveltal didn't even take a second look. The air slash condensed on his chest and then directly turned into two sharp knives and directly pierced Batman's heart. The arrows they shot were directly divided into two in the middle. Batman fell directly from the sky. The death of Batman touched the giver quite a lot. They feared Yveltal. Shave, Foz cast Shave and saw him coming in front of Yveltal at an extremely fast speed. As a former member of the world government, Foz has mastered the 6 naval moves such as shaving, pointing guns, and his feet. He directly turned into a saber-toothed tiger human beast form. He gripped the dagger tightly and planned to attack Yveltal in front of him. But the next second, Yveltal directly released the exclusive skill. Oblivion Wing. Suddenly 2 shadows appeared behind Yveltal. These shadows seemed to cover the normal world. Gradually, a giant image appeared before everyone's eyes. These wings are too big. Tommy, the soldier of flowers, looked at Yveltal's wings and soaring in the sky and was a little shocked. The blinding wings made it impossible for him to guess what Yveltal was going to do. This wing is like 2 spears, stabbed directly at Foz. A direct hit to the throat and heart, then he directly threw Foz out. Terrible power. The givers around felt the panic. You must know that this is the flying 6 cells. Even Fei Lupo died tragically at the hands of Yveltal. Then what will they have to fight? Peggy Wan and Runty's expressions turned ugly. You must know that Foz can be said to be the most powerful of their flying 6 cells. But even Foz could not escape the end of death. Although they have 2 people, but the opponent had 2 divine beasts at the same time and did not make a move. How could they have the slightest chance of winning? Just at this time, the giver below hurriedly said to the 2 Fei Liubao. It seems to be a drought over there, Master Jack. It really is drought, Jack. We are saved, the big billboard is here. In an instant, everyone's hearts were hot, but they didn't notice a red light of recovery and soaring in the sky. This was released by Ron some time ago, because the devil fruit has already been collected. He unleashes the light of resurrection, choosing to resurrect Mewtwo. Master Drought Jack, we have already seen the beasts. It's just that our people seem to have suffered heavy casualties. What Jack brings to the giver is constantly talking about 443. But Jack's expression didn't change at all. Give me the boat. Just said that, and after hearing these words, the gift giver's around. Shocked, he quickly leaned the boat towards Renwu port. It's Captain Jack. This is Drought Jack, one of the 3 major signs. You guys are miserable. The people around were discussing, and they looked at the beasts in front of them. Drought Jack's horror. They have known for a long time that this is a very powerful monster. Peggy Wan and Runty's tense nerves immediately relaxed. Because of the drought, Jack's strength far exceeds that of Fei Liubao. No matter which big kanban it is, Fei Liubao is out of reach. Drought Jack is a powerful elephant fruit ancient species mammoth form ability. Also a Murloc, a grouper Murloc, the local governor of the Wano country region. He is blessed by various titles, very powerful indeed. Chapter 138. Fighting with the Drought Jack's ship is constantly approaching. Only then did everyone see clearly the appearance of Drought Jack as the 3 major disasters of the beast's pirates. Jack has blonde hair in a blonde ponytail with 2 braids. There is a metal jaw helmet on the mouth. The teeth are serrated. Lord Foz has been killed. Drought Master Jack wants to retaliate for us. When the giver saw Drought Jack, one by one, they came to Drought Jack to seek some comfort. But Jack just slapped them flying out. The weak deserve to die. Jack uttered such a sentence. The people around reacted. Drought Jack is not one to pity the weak. Everything that is weak in his eyes. Death is just what it deserves. The big billboards are all out. Boss Tommy of the Flower Soldiers, why don't we run away? People around looked at Tommy the Blossom Soldier. They are afraid of Big Kanban, because Plague Quinn used to be the big billboard disaster that managed their rabbit bowl prison. They are aware of Quinn's cruelty, and Jack is a big Kanban like Quinn. The strength will definitely not be much weaker than Quinn. Undoubtedly a terrifying powerhouse. Let's go. Soldiers of the Flower Tommy turned them down. In his view, the hope of revenge is in sight. How can he leave? Think of the pain of so many years in prison. Tommy the Flower Soldier has restored the style of the former mafia boss. Decided to fight to the death with the 100 Beasts pirates. Is it a big Kanban? I want to see how you lose. Kid has considerable trust in the beast. In his view, the top wars are won by the Pokemon kingdoms. Let alone the small 3 disasters. Kill. Knowing the cause and effect of the drought, Jack didn't say much. He brought a lot of men this time. Includes Skullagman Arpu of the Heinous Age, as well as the Comedian and several pillars. Skullagman Arp heard Drought Jack's order to strike first. As a sound fruit ability user, he has the ability to turn every part of his body into a musical instrument. He turned his left hand into a trumpet and blew the music. Go to hell. A large number of sonic attacks headed towards the opposite attack. The location of his attack happened to be the location of Tommy, the Soldier of Flowers, and Kid. Zap Cannon. Kid sees Abo's shot and decisively uses Zap Cannon. This is his current strongest hole card, using electromagnetic launch technology to make an extremely advanced lethal weapon. With the release of his skills, an extremely huge Zap Cannon was directly created by the void. Then it launched directly towards Apu. Apu's eyelids kept shaking. In the end, he chose to escape. Sure enough, all the wounds have healed. Kid glanced at his arm. He didn't expect the healing method of the beast to be really powerful. All the injuries on his arm were healed directly. But he didn't wait for him to think about it. Peggy Wan and Runti attacked in his direction together. They have already seen that Kid is the weak point among the beasts. Peggy Wan turned into an ancient species, the Spinosaurus form. Runti turned into an ancient species, Pachycephalosaurus. Both of them are ancient animal devil fruit ability users. Moisturize your head with Gun Rain. Run, who has become a Pachycephalosaurus, is fully displaying the advantages of the Pachycephalosaurus. Constantly attacking Kid. And Kid hastily began to manipulate the metal into a shield to continuously resist Runti's attacks. Boom boom boom. Pieces of metal shields were directly smashed into pieces. Cracked into pieces and splashed out. Finally, he formed a large shield that could withstand the attack of the Fei Liubao in front of him. And at this time, seeing that his elder sister Run was frustrated, Peggy Wan started his actions. Point 0. Peggy Wan roared and walked towards Kid take down in front of him. The thorns on the back are shining brightly. Kid looked at the beast solemnly. If Peggy came to attack at the same time, then there is no doubt that he will lose. Just at this time, soldiers of the Flower Tommy drew his sword. Flower Sword Flow worship in wrath. Flower Soldiers Tommy's sword is covered with cherry blossoms. Countless pink lightning bolts roared out. It hit Peggy Wan directly. Knocked Peggy Wan out, and this also let Kid's spirit relax. Immediately afterwards, he used the ability of the magnetic fruit to create, well done, a huge mechanical giant arm and directly shot Run Shi in front of him. The flying 6 cells are defeated. This is Run and Peggy Wan. How could this happen? They have Kid, the guy who dared to challenge Kaido's boss. And Tommy the Flower Soldier, the boss of the underworld in the Flower City. The Givers looked at Kid and Tommy the Blossom Soldier in shock. They didn't expect that the beast hadn't made a move yet. Those guys who carried the stone statue directly defeated the 2 Fei Liubao. It just makes them incredibly large. 3 trash. Drought Jack glanced at the surrounding Apu and Run is, Peggy Wan brothers and sisters. He changed into a mammoth stance. Chapter 139 Defeating Drought Jack. Jack in mammoth form is huge. He looked at Kid and Tommy the Bowie. Go directly to take down. Zap Cannon. A flower with a sword, bow in anger. Kid and Tommy the Bowman both showed their signature stunts. I want to use this to defeat Drought Jack, but in the next second, they realized how naive they were. Jack used enormous force to knock them both into the air. Even wanted to rush up and stomp them again. Master Jack, he is indeed the strongest. Worthy of being one of the 3 major disasters of our beast pirates, Drought Jack. Ha ha ha, it seems that our 100 beasts pirates must win this time. This round of Jack's attack made the Giver couldn't help laughing. They have more confidence in Jack, but at this moment, Xerneas moved. These 110 people are fighting for their Pokemon Kingdom. Even if they do it voluntarily, but the Pokemon Kingdom doesn't want to owe them anything either. Geomancy. Xerneas cast Geomancy again. Countless earth power poured into Xerneas' body. Then he issued a tackle, and tackle's goal is the Drought Jack in front of him. Drought Jack also noticed Xerneas' attack at this time. But he did not choose to escape. Instead, he went even crazier towards Xerneas' tackle in front of him. Boom. The battlefield was instantly filled with smoke and dust. Everyone is looking forward to the battle, thinking about who will win and who will lose. In the next second, a figure flew hundreds of meters directly. Knocked over soaring in the sky. This, shouldn't it be? The Giver looked at the figure on soaring in the sky in surprise. They saw who the figure was, but they couldn't believe it. Couldn't help but wiped his eyes. Couldn't this be Mrs. Jack? Finally someone said it, and his words made the Endowers have to accept this fact. That is, this person is really right. He is indeed Drought Jack. And at this time, all the beast pirates also came to the edge of Ghost Island. They saw this scene. Is this what Jack wants us to see? Plague Quinn saw Jack on soaring in the sky and couldn't help but look contemptuously in his eyes. Jack doesn't look like the rival of those mythical beasts. Flame Calamity Jin looked at the beasts of Wano country on the opposite side of Onijima. Yveltal, the god of destruction with excellent eyesight, also looked at the beasts' pirates. The most important thing is Kaido with a dark face. He felt that Kaido possessed great power, all-out attack. Kaido didn't say much, a face is extremely gloomy. He wants to win the battle, isn't it these divine beasts? We have 2 of the 3 plagues, also, the Numberer, and the governor of the strongest creature Kai, Abai. The pillar hip's head directly analyzed the situation. There are thousands of people who are laughers, and there are even more givers. Add a dozen pillars and embers of fire, the cause of the plague. He felt they had a huge advantage. Yes, we still have Master Yamato. At the moment another pillar interrupted hip's head. But his words directly silenced the 100 Beasts pirates. You know, Yinhe and Kaido are deadly enemies. If Yamato is here, it is not certain which side to help. How? Shall we go there now? The soldiers of flowers Tommy dared to ask the beast Xerneas. In his opinion, Xerneas is slightly easier to talk to. Not yet, Xerneas replied truthfully. In his opinion, it is not yet time. After all, there is another team that has not gathered together. But he has already sensed their breath, and at this time. A red beam of light suddenly descended from soaring in the sky. This beam of light is dazzling. The destination is surprisingly sky on Onijima. Could it be that another divine beast has descended? Kaido already understood that this must be another resurrection of the beast. And the place of resurrection is still on Ghost Island. All are one in a kind. He couldn't help being surprised when he saw Mewtwo's shining figure. Just feeling Mewtwo's eyes is full of pressure, all of a sudden. What kind of creature is this? A look of pride bloomed in his eyes. Boom. Strong breath. Is this the mythical beast hip's head said? I don't know if I can defeat my father. He is the world-class mythical beast, Mewtwo. In his opinion, the divine beast in front of him is both in posture and strength. Oni Island has a giant skull. Yan Calamity looked at Mewtwo and couldn't help but say something. A humanoid beast appeared inside, with a silvery white body, purple eyes, tail, and abdomen. This is the landmark building of Guidao, with 2 giant horns above the head of the drum tower. The giant horn exploded. Plague Quinn looked at Mewtwo on soaring in the sky and was stunned. Chapter 140 Zygarde Complete Body Form, Plague Quinn. Yamato stood in the distance watching Mewtwo's figure. I couldn't help but wonder in my heart, and at this time. Xerneas waited. Here was the man he was waiting for. These 2 beasts are Xerneas, the rival to wait for? The soldier of flowers Tommy looked at Cresselia and Zygarde who were walking slowly. He is very sure that these 2 people should be the ones that the beast is waiting for. But they were followed by a little Stephanie, but he didn't know who it was. What a powerful beast is this? Kid looked at the rushing Cresselia and Zygarde with some doubts. But he was just curious about the strength of the 2 creatures. After all, he had never seen these 2 divine beasts before. Curiosity is inevitable. Let's go, Xerneas shouted the slogan of March. Everyone got on the boat that set foot on Onijima. Peggy Wan, Runti and Apu were directly captured by Xerneas. Xerneas wanted them to witness the testimony for themselves. Kaido's downfall. They're coming. Onijima and Wano country were originally facing each other across the sea. Yan Calamity Ember has seen that the beasts have set off collectively. In the current soaring in the sky, there is still an unknown divine beast. They dare not act rashly. Kill. Kaido took a look at the anxious battle situation, and decided to let the beast's pirates go first. Double Emperors in the blade, Ember of Flame started to act first. He attacks in the form of an ancient devil fruit, Pteranodon. Countless flames shot continuously from his wings towards the divine beast's ship in front of him. Because he didn't understand the intelligence of the beast. He only dared to shoot from a distance, don't dare to attack at close range. Countless searing shots kept throwing towards the divine beast's ships. Just at this time, the only Yveltal who is good at flying has moved. Oblivion Wing. God of Destruction Yveltal is good at attack though. But it is not only good at attacking. The 2 pairs of terrifying dual wingbeat behind him directly enveloped the ship. It didn't let the fire embers attack hurt the humans on the ship at all. Such a strong defense. Yenjujin looked at Yveltal with a solemn expression. He didn't expect the beast in front of him to be so good at defense. The Lunaria tribe is a race that is almost extinct. He has mastered the fire ability. That's why the fiery bomb can be released. This is not the ability of the ancient species Pteranodon. 10 times the firepower, Emperor Yan, Flame Calamity Ember unleashed his almost strongest flame power. A raging flame appeared from his mouth, a full kilometer. The flames were hot enough to incinerate Orberg. Turn Orberg into molten iron. Boom, accompanied by the release of fire embers. A large amount of flames went directly towards the Oblivion Wing tackle of Yveltal, the god of destruction. That's enough power to boil the sea, but without burning a single hole in the Oblivion Wing. Not even a white spot, and the surrounding sea, but there was a sea flame. Watch the giver of the beast pirates. Everyone was shocked. Isn't this level of attack useless? The givers were shocked. If it was the power of the flames and embers hitting them, I'm afraid they will have to burn their bones. Going to the island. Plague Quinn looked at the arrival of the beast ship. For the first time, his eyes became serious. He didn't have any hesitation. Attacked directly with the mechanical prosthesis in his hand. His whole body has been transformed by machinery. 0 for flowers. He is a genius scientist. As he raised his arms, countless laser beams continuously bombarded the beast ship. Just at this time, God of Destruction Yveltal wields dual wingbeat. All of Plague Quinn's attacks were directly bounced back by the swinging dual wingbeat. Boom. Plague Quinn received this move steadily. Even Quinn suffers. How is this possible? Everyone looked at Plague Quinn. If it is said that Yan Calamity's attack was only blocked. Plague Quinn's attack, 0. It was steadily bounced back by the Divine Beast. This is an obvious disadvantage. Everyone couldn't help but look at Quinn. How dare you attack the Divine Beast? Kid looked at this scene. It's a matter of course. In his opinion, Quinn in front of him was simply too bold. Turned into a Gundam, a mech man. And Xiao Yu hugged Koma Chio, comforting Koma Inu. But soon took up his sword. Just at this time, the 10 numbers are Kaido's army of numberers. There are 4 cloaks on his shoulders, and there is white light in his eyes. Zygarde stepped out. Numberers, give it to me. Can't help but command the army of numberers. He looked at Quinn. He transformed into a full body form. Even the beasts dare to provoke. And Quinn saw the Gundam form that Zygarde suddenly changed into. The soldiers of flowers. Tommy narrowed his eyes. Artificial titans. These are titans with 10 names named 1 beauty, 2 teeth, 3 ghosts, 4 ghosts, 5 ghosts, 6 ghosts, 7 ghosts, 8 teas, 9 ninjas, and 10 ghosts. Quinn commanded the numberers to attack the divine beast in front of them together. Chapter 141 Kill Plague Quinn, Mewtwo Resurrected. Following Quinn's command, the numberers started to move. The moment they act, Kid and Tommy, the soldier of flowers, also started to act. They chose to deal with 9 ninja and 10 ghosts. Ninja is a female titan, she has a height of tens of meters. Tommy, the soldier of flowers under his feet, began to fight against each other. Blooming soldiers. Tommy alone is not rival. But fortunately, he has the prisoners behind him. The prisoner boys are warriors too. They picked up their swords and followed Tommy, the soldier of flowers, to slash towards 9 ninja continuously. A flower with a sword, bow in anger. The soldier of flowers, Tommy, leaned over and rushed up. Using the 1 2 3 knife directly cut the ninja in front of him in half. Magnetic hyphenation point sharp gun. The 10 ghosts that Kid dealt with looked more like beasts. I saw him continuously levitating the weapons. Then shoot at the 10 ghosts. Bang bang bang. Compared to Tommy's attack in flower soldiers, Kid's attack was even more deadly. I saw countless spears attacking the 10 ghosts. In the end, several shots directly hit the 10 ghosts in the chest. It directly penetrated the heart of the 10 ghosts. Successfully took down the old ghost's life. Brachiosaurus form. Plague Quinn couldn't stand it any longer. He transformed into a Brachiosaurus form. And directly used the Brachiosaurus launcher. I saw his head and tail flew directly into the distance. Then a powerful missile surged from the body. The missile bombarded Kid and Tommy, the soldier of flowers. This is my ultimate weapon, Plague Quinn said with a smile on his head that fell to the ground. But the 2 missiles that followed. It was directly caught by Zygarde in full body form. Then crush grip. Boom boom. 2 explosions rang out. But it didn't affect Zygarde in the slightest. How is this possible? I filled a lot of bombs. Plague Quinn looked at Zygarde, the perfect body in the distance, in disbelief. But as a scientist's high IQ told him to run away. Otherwise, the divine beast in front of him would definitely come to settle accounts with him. Stealth Fighter Black. Plague Quinn used Germa 66's cloaking technology. In fact, he had worked with Gage for a long time. Naturally mastered Germa 66's stealth technology. He becomes transparent. The head and tail are also in place. But Zygarde could just as well see him. Wherever he is, Zygarde follows. Wind Fist. Plague Quinn didn't want to gamble, and directly switched to the human beast form. Taking the initiative to attack, the fists in his hands curled up. Then launch a violent attack on Zygarde. But at this moment, Zygarde used his exclusive skills. Land's Wrath. Zygarde has a total of 4 exclusive skills. With the power of the earth pouring into his body. A golden light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Then he punched Plague Quinn with a punch. Boom. Just one punch directly fractured the fist bone of Plague Quinn. Then it was worn directly on the body. Quinn's transformation is quite high. The inside of the body is a machine. But after this punch from Zygarde. Killed directly. Fell to the ground. Died. The givers and numberers around were stunned. They didn't expect that the Plague Quinn with the monster normal died here. It can actually kill the Plague. Flame Calamity Ember couldn't help but look at Plague Quinn 0. He didn't expect Plague Quinn to be defeated here. Kaido's face darkened even more. He decided to find a rival to break the game. Just you. Kaido looked at Mewtwo in soaring in the sky, the beast that destroyed his Onijima building. He picked up the mace, jumped directly to a height of tens of meters, picked up the mace 8 fasts, and hit Mewtwo on soaring in the sky. Boom. The sound of violent bombardment appeared above the Ghost Island building. I saw the iconic building of Onijima, which was directly smashed into ruins by Kaido. But there was not much joy on Kaido's face. Because he didn't touch Mewtwo at all. Mewtwo disappeared instantly. He didn't know it was Mewtwo using the teleport. And as the smoke dissipated, everyone gradually saw Mewtwo's real body. It turned out that Mewtwo had already come behind Kaido at this time. And changed his appearance. Mewtwo evolved into Mega Mewtwo X. In this form, his fighting ability will be greatly improved. Fire Punch. 2.6. Mewtwo's fist was filled with flames. And directly attacked Kaido in front of him. He dared to attack Kaido, doesn't he know that Kaido is the strongest creature? Black Maria, the last of the flying six cells, looked at Mewtwo in soaring in the sky. She is an ancient devil fruit capable user in the form of a rose tarantula. She didn't expect Mewtwo to choose to confront Kaido head-on. Challenge Kaido alone. In these years, only Kazuki Oden did this. Kazuki Oden failed. I don't know if he can defeat Kaido. Yamato looked at the mythical beast in soaring in the sky confronting Kaido and couldn't help but guess. Chapter 142. Defeating Flame Calamity Ember. On the other side, the battle between Flame Calamity and God of Destruction Yveltal also started. As the first of the three disasters, the strength of Yan Calamity Ember is undoubtedly the strongest. After seeing Plague Quinn defeated, he became more cautious. He began to switch to human beast form. This allows him to use swordsmanship. His whole card is far more than the power that he can use the flames that the Lunaria tribe has. He also has powerful swordsmanship at the level of a great swordsman. Fire Dragon Emperor. Yan Calamity Jin swung out his sword, and countless flames wrapped around the sword. Then a sword swung a huge fire dragon to attack Yveltal, the god of destruction. The fire dragon spread for thousands of meters. The raging fire dragon seems to be devouring everything in the world. It surged towards Yveltal 01. And at this time, Yveltal used the Oblivion Wing again. Cut the flame in half with the Oblivion Wing directly. Then he turned his gaze to the fire ember. A palpitation suddenly surged in Yan Zujin's heart. He no longer held back and used his strongest blow. 10 times. Guardian Fire Dragon Emperor. It's still swordsmanship, and it's still a powerful blow. The 10 times hotter flame burned the sword body, and the fire dragon was more surging than before. It fully died soaring in the sky a fiery red color. The flames crackled. The restless flame waved along with the embers of fire. A mass of flames spewed out directly towards Yveltal in a diffuse light. Like burning Yveltal into a charred corpse. But Yveltal looked calm. Without the slightest fluctuation, he looked at the Flame Calamity Ember to cooperate with the Oblivion Wing. Dragon Rush was used. I saw that Yveltal directly ejected and rushed towards the Fire Ember with a terrifying speed. Even Yenjojin used the Fire Dragon Emperor to burn a 10,000-meter high flame. Nor did he stagnate in the slightest. Directly into the flames. Then cut the flame all over. The powerful wind is combined with the power of Death Wing. A hole was drilled directly by the flame. Then go straight to the embers of fire. How is this possible? Yan Calamity Ember's eyes fluctuated. Even a little appalled. Because Yveltal in front of him did something he couldn't believe. Directly use the wings of death to break into his flames. Boom. Yveltal grabbed the fire embers with his feet and crashed into the Ghost Island. Most of the Ghost Island is directly filled with violent dust. It almost overturned the entire territory of Ghost Island. The mask of Flame Calamity Ember was completely torn apart. Revealed his true face. A man with silvery white hair. Yveltal threw the embers of fire to Darkrai, the nightmare god. Darkrai grabbed the fire embers directly. In this way, Yan Calamity Ember was captured. 2 Kanbans shot, 1 dead and 1 injured. Neither Peggy Wan nor Runti thought of it. They actually saw this scene. The 2 big Kanban shot 1 dead and 1 injured. The divine beast possesses such terrifying strength. It was appalling. Quinn, the flames and embers have all been defeated one after another, so now it seems that Kaido is the only one. The flower soldier's Tommy looks at Kaido. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Quinn and Yan Calamity were defeated one after another. Then only Kaido, the soul of the last 100 beasts pirates, remains. It's just compared to the confidence in these 3 beasts. He has only a half knowledge about the last mythical creature that appeared on soaring in the sky. Think of how terrifying Kaido is. He didn't have enough confidence in this divine beast. Kaido will not be defeated. He is the strongest creature. You don't know how terrible Kaido is. Flame Calamity Ember looked at the surrounding divine beasts. I said something very disdainful. Although they are the 3 plagues appointed by Kaido. But their combined strength is not Kaido's rival. As the 4 emperors, their strength is much higher than that of their subordinates. Otherwise it is just a little bit more. That can't sit firmly on the throne of the 4 emperors. Dark Pulse. But Yan Calamity forgot that Darkrai, the nightmare god, was by his side. Nightmare god Darkrai used Dark Pulse on Fire Ember. Yan Calamity Ember suddenly had a splitting headache. 277 in his eyes, still full of unwillingness. Kaido, I don't know if you can defeat the beast. Kid looked at Kaido in soaring in the sky with a serious expression. You must know that he is known as the most powerful creature in the world. After all, both sides are monsters, and one is a beast of the Pokémon kingdom. The other is the strongest creature in the world. They are all top powerhouses. Divine beasts are certainly terrifying. Court Death. Still have some reservations. He took off one of his arms without mercy. This made Kid feel a lot of awe towards Kaido. Thunder Gossip. Kaido intends to fulfill the opponent. So he is concerned about whether Mewtwo can defeat Kaido. Since the divine beast in front of him is looking for death. Especially Kaido's terrifying power. Kaido saw Mewtwo take the initiative on him. This was the first time someone had planned to confront him head-on with physical strength. I think Kaido is considered the top powerhouse in the world. But the psychological shadow Kaido gave him was not small. Chapter 143 Fighting Kaido. Boom. In an instant, Ghost Island was filled with smoke and dust. Everyone was a little curious about the scene in the smoke. But most people are against Kaido. Still a little more confident. After all, Doc pulled out his mace for 8 fasts. And Mewtwo just used fists. But when a person emerges from the smoke, they couldn't help being completely shocked. It's Kaido. It turned out to be the 4 emperors. Could it be that the beast on the opposite side is so strong? How is this possible? You know Kaido is the 4 emperors. The people on Ghost Island couldn't help talking. Because this scene is really terrible. Kaido, who is the strongest creature, was knocked into the air. And it's so fast. It was a shock to hear. I'm not dead yet. Suddenly this Kaido who flew out. A figure came out of the dozens of meters of crater. Only then did everyone realize that it was Kaido's voice. They looked at the figure coming out of the cave. I saw a punch hole in Kaido's body. But is healing fast. Come again. Kaido looks at Mewtwo in soaring in the sky. He was not discouraged. He will continue to fight Mewtwo in soaring in the sky. It's okay to get such a deep scar. Is Kaido a monster? The flower soldier's Tommy looked at Kaido and couldn't help asking questions from the bottom of his heart. He really didn't understand why Kaido is fine after being injured so badly. That's the scary thing about Kaido. You know, he was sentenced to death 40 times, but he was never killed. Degree. Ember of Flame survived from Dark Pulse. Said such a sentence. And this sentence directly made the prisoners present, Xiao Yu, and Tommy the Soldier of Flowers. Kid was a little shocked. 40 executions without death. Xiao Yu looked at the terrifying Kaido in the distance. Especially looking at Kaido's amazing resilience and physical strength. She was shocked. You know, even at a young age. Also know that even in the powerful human beings. After a death sentence was imposed, everyone had to die, but Kaido didn't die 40 times. This is just plain weird. No wonder it is called the strongest creature. Kid looks at Kaido in soaring in the sky. He suddenly felt that the battle on soaring in the sky was starting to look interesting. One is the 4 emperors who will not die if they are fatally wounded. One is the mythical beast of the Pokémon kingdom. Who will lose and who will win? Successful 3-point Yin Naraku. Kaido directly held the 8 fasts and slammed Mewtwo in soaring in the sky with an air swing. And Mewtwo is unafraid. Exchange tactics with Kaido. Ice Punch. This time Mewtwo used Ice Punch. Mewtwo's fist contains the power of ice. Started to tackle with Kaido in front of him again. Kaido's face turned livid. He lost again. Once again he lost in gymnastics. This is worthy of his name as the strongest creature. Junkily Long Shengjun. Unwilling, Kaido used the domineering color winding. This time his power is even stronger under the entanglement of the Overlord color. A mace hit Mewtwo directly. But Mewtwo's expression remained cold. Thunder Punch was used. The power of this punch used all the strength of Mewtwo. I saw 2 powerful attacks. The resulting air waves directly cut Ghost Island into 2 halves. And Kaido's face was so dark that it couldn't be darker. Because the 8 fasts in his hand were broken. The 8 fasts that had accompanied him in decades of battles were completely shattered. And the opponent didn't use any magic weapons. Instead, it simply used physical strength. Just at this time, Yamato picked up a Jian in his hand and rushed over. Kaido still thought Yamato was the result of coming to help him. A word from Yamato's mouth. It pd him off to death. Evil Kaido, die for me. Yamato mastered the Overlord color winding. She picked up the mace in her hand, Jian, and rushed over. She thinks this time is the best chance to eradicate Kaido. She took the hardest blow. D Yamato. In a rage, Kaido punched Yamato and sent him flying. This punch was even a bit more powerful than the fight with Mewtwo just now. Yamato was directly sent flying. Couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. She looked at Kaido. She understands now that although Kaido is completely suppressed by the beast. But it wasn't rival she could handle. In this case, Kaido can only be eradicated by the beast. Yamato couldn't help thinking in his heart Qian Nuo's. Isn't Yamato Kaido's son? Why did you shoot Kaido? This scene made Tommy, the soldier of flowers, unable to understand. Because he knows Yamato's identity. But the blow of Yamato's father's kindness and filial piety. It still pd off Kaido. Since physical strength is not Mewtwo's rival. Then he uses the ability of the devil fruit. You know, he is a powerful fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form devil fruit capable person. Can transform into a blue dragon. In his blue dragon form, Kaido thinks that Mewtwo in front of him will not be his enemy. But the next second, he froze, because Mewtwo also changed form at this moment. Chapter 144, Defeating Kaido. Mega Mewtwo form. Mewtwo evolved himself into Mega Mewtwo Y form. In this form of Mewtwo, he is better at ranged attacks. Especially telekinetic. Mewtwo's changes came in a big way. I saw that Mewtwo's hair had grown a bit. His eyes became more fierce. He looked at Kaido who had turned into a blue dragon at this time. Casts Calm Mind. Calm Mind can make the current Mewtwo telekinesis stronger. Hot Interest. Kaido was not surprised for long. Kaido in the form of a blue dragon. It spits out heat, and the flames produced by the heat can penetrate 10,000 meters. And it's extremely fast. In the next second, he was in front of Mewtwo. But at this very moment, Mewtwo used Barrier. Heat's attack had no effect on Mewtwo. But when Barrier got in touch, Mewtwo directly cast his exclusive skills. Psystrike. A mental turbine appeared at the sole of Mewtwo's feet. Then keep spinning. 407 on the other side, a vortex also appeared on Kaido's body. These vortexes directed a psychic attack on Kaido. For the first time, Kaido had thoughts of fear. He is not invulnerable. Although it has a monster-like body. But faced with this mental attack, he's not rival. Countless spiritual power poured into his mind. This made him have to fall on the Ghost Island. Boom. There was a shocking noise on Ghost Island. But Mewtwo didn't hold back Kaido. Mewtwo went on to cast Psystrike. A large number of mental attacks are aimed at Kaido's mind. This made Kaido start struggling hard. He even walked towards the seawater, which is the most untouchable for Devil Fruit users. Want to kill yourself. Just when everyone thought that Kaido would sink into the sea and die for the first time. A cloud landed directly at Kaido's feet. ABFF. Then quickly drove Kaido to escape from the Ghost Island. This is BIGMOM's Cloud Zeus. She actually came to save Kaido. All this happens in the blink of an eye. In a flash of opportunity, Kaido is captured. Mewtwo glanced at Kaido Zeus's leaving direction and didn't chase after him. He received the order of the Father God and only occupied Ghost Island. Get a Devil Fruit. After this matter is accomplished. His work is done. What's more, he doesn't think Kaido is such a guy. What threat can it pose to the Pokémon Kingdom? Anyway, the Pokémon Kingdom is definitely going to take over the entire world. Kaido and that cloud want to escape to Cape Tiana. Also just get caught. It's better to get together. Kaido is defeated. Yamato looks at the scene of Kaido leaving. There was a trace of liberated ease in my heart. But my heart is more at a loss. She has been known to defeat Kaido since she was a child. Get freedom for Zealand City action. Kaido is now defeated by the Pokémon Kingdom. Instead, she went with no destination. This annoyed her, and she wasn't the only one who was upset. Kid was stopped when he wanted to leave. Xerneas stopped Kid. He wants Kid to help restore Wano country in Onishima. Instantly build some new buildings. After all, they don't have the ability to control metal. Kid was a little reluctant. But seeing that the Pokémon Kingdom is willing to pay him Bailey. And in this world, except for the 4 Emperor Shanks who was still among the 4 Emperors. The other 3 Emperors were all destroyed by the Pokémon Kingdom. This left Kid without a target. So Kid decided to stay for a while. However, he won't stay for long. After all, his goal is to become the One Piece. And the defeat of Kaido the 4 Emperors. Also when Kaido was carried away by Zeus. Was reported. This made other forces in the New World feel unprecedented pressure. Especially the forces in the New World now. There are only 3 major forces left. They are the 4 Emperor Shanks, Naval World Government, and the Revolutionary Army. These 3 forces, I didn't expect to defeat even Kaido. Beckman was drinking. He was very worried about the environment of the New World. You must know that the Pokémon Kingdom has defeated 4 Emperors in a row. Follow the continuation of events. Then it's sure to be them. Thinking of this, he, who is the vice president of the red-haired pirates, said. Definitely worried about that. Shanks, aren't you worried? Beckman looked at the red-haired Shanks. In his opinion, Shanks' news is better than his, and he should be more aware of the horrors of the Pokémon Kingdom. Yeah, if the New World continues to be chaotic, monsters will be drawn. Shanks replied. He already knew Seraph now. Knowing that the world government still has such a whole card that has not been released. Monster. Are there more monsters now than the Pokémon Kingdom? Jesus Cloth came over. Now they have long since given up on the Pokémon Kingdom. At the same time, eradicate the BIGMOM pirate group and the Kaido pirate group. This matter, even their red-haired pirates are not capable of doing it. If the Pokémon Kingdom can do it, it just shows that the Pokémon Kingdom is a real monster force. Chapter 145, The Navy's Plan. 3 days later, Admiralty Headquarters, Maryford. He even defeated Kaido, the 4 Emperors. Warring States lost his voice, he didn't expect it. This time the Pokémon Kingdom did it even harder, directly defeating Kaido. This means that there is not much time left for them. Now a plan for the Pokémon Kingdom must be deployed. We have now recruited 2 admirals, and we may be able to implement the next step. Lieutenant General he looked at the Warring States period. As a navy, how could she want to make the Pokémon Kingdom so big? Maybe we can join Kaido with BIGMOM. Suddenly, a man with a cigarette in his mouth said. Green Bull, what are you talking about? Garp looked at the Green Cow. The real name of the Green Cow is Wangmu, and he is the new general of the Navy. During this period of time, the Navy has changed a lot, except that the Admiral has become the 4 generals. Chiwahai's changes are also very annoying. Admiral, joined by Fujitora Isho and Midoriya Aramu. The Chiwahai has changed even more, with Jorikor Mahawk, Bartholomew Big Bear, Boya Hancock, Whitebeard 2, Bucky, and recently joined Traffle Till. It was originally Kibuhai, but because of the expulsion of Don Quixote da Flamingo. As a result, only Luahai is under the current navy. It can be said that the change is simply outrageous. Carp, this matter can be considered. Warring states considered it. But both Kaido and Bigmom were defeated by the Pokémon Kingdom. But the leaders of the two forces did not die. Then this means that they now have the same enemy as the navy. An enemy of an enemy is a friend. In other words, they can call Kaido and Bigmom together. Can't command them though, but you can sucker punch the island where the Pokémon Kingdom is located with Sengoku. Marshal, how can our navy be entangled with a group of pirates? Aokiji also expressed his incomprehension. He didn't expect the situation to reach such an outrageous level. Now it is actually necessary to let the navy and the pirates unite. This seemed too outrageous to him. After all, pirates are also the targets of their defeat. However, with the development speed of the Pokémon Kingdom, if the navy alone can win, there will only be heavy casualties. Do you still want to see the scene of the top war? Warring States said the root of the matter. His words made everyone silent. You must know that in the war on the top, the navy has lost the top combat power of Akainu. Also lost a lot of navy. Of the 300,000 navy, only 200,000 are left. The casualties were simply disastrous. Let the world government decide this matter. Warring States thought for a while, and could only do so. This is the best result when Wu Laoxing asked them to counterattack. That is the 4 emperors who have been defeated by the alliance. Only in this way can the navy return to the Great Root. Recapture the world and return the territory lost by the navy. I just said, this is the best choice. Huang Mu smiled, picked up the cigarette and fiddled with it. He has a natural hatred for the Pokémon Kingdom. Because his idol is Sokolsky. When I heard that Sakazuki died because of the Pokémon Kingdom, hatred surged in his heart. In his opinion, the 4 emperors are just objects he uses. Destroy the Pokémon Kingdoms once you get the navy back on the great course. They can also tear up the treaty and attack the 4 emperors. Let the whole sea tremble at the feet of his green bull. Zero looking for flowers. The war is about to begin. Fujitora smiled, holding the blind cane sword. After leaving here, I only heard the conversation between Huang Mu and Warring States. He knew that the next attack was the general attack. Unlike the previous Pokémon Kingdom sneak attack on the navy. This time it's the navy that has taken the initiative to declare war on the Pokémon Kingdoms. No unexpected words. This battle will definitely be quite tragic. The White Isle, Baltigo. This is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. All the leaders of the Revolutionary Army are here at the moment. Navy, can't you bear it? I have received news that the Navy will soon take action against the Pokémon Kingdom. And it is the last 4 to compete with such a powerful force as the Pokémon Kingdom. Crow, as a person who has seen terrifying beasts, couldn't help feeling a little lingering. Lindbergh was a little excited, he was a fur tribe, when he heard that the Navy was going to act. I asked you to come, not this matter. Confederate Commander, Lindbergh. They are Commander-in-Chief Dorag and Chief of Staff Sabo. Bello Betty, Commander of the Eastern Army, said directly. She is a person with the ability to inspire fruit, and can stimulate people's potential areas of strength by inspiring them. It also has 5 army commanders under its command. Northern Army Commander, Raven. Dorag saw that the discussion had shifted, so he interrupted directly. Commander of the Eastern Army, Bello Betty, Deputy Commander Ashel. They are quite terrifying existences. I didn't expect that even Kaido, the 4 emperors, was defeated. I didn't expect a group of beasts to have such powerful power. They are the commander of the Great Root, Ivankov, and the Deputy Commander Lightning. Western Army Commander, Mori. Chapter 146, Cross-Trade Union. He understood that the opportunity the Revolutionary Army had been waiting for had finally arrived. As long as the Navy and the Pokémon Kingdom lose both, then their Revolutionary Army will be able to take these 10 years. All hidden forces are revealed. Then completely crush the Navy, the world government. That's right, that's what I'm looking for you to do. Dorag saw Lindbergh speak his mind. Nodded. Start preparing for battle now. Several grids announced the final order. He must be there when the Navy is empty. Take advantage of the opportunity to destroy the world government and Navy. Windmill Village. When Ron learned that Onijima and Wano didn't have many devil fruits, Zero Basan was a little helpless. He didn't expect 10,000 kingdoms and Wano country, Onijima. The sum is less than 20 devil fruits. It can be seen that both forces have used the devil fruit on their subordinates. This is why they don't have any devil fruits. But now Ron's frustration is not the same. It's because of a timeline change. Cause some events to be brought forward. Cross Union, has it appeared now? Ron looked up at the big news. Crusaders, Bucky, Red Earl, Baloric Redfield, and Golden Lion Ski in Hawkeye Mahawk. It occupies the largest page of the newspaper. The news that the Pokémon Kingdom defeated Kaido and occupied the Wano country was almost obscured. The identities of several people were recorded in detail above. Bucky, once a member of Roger Pirates, a friend of Shanks, and one of the 7 warriors under the king. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, known as the Lonely Red Earl, is extremely powerful, and he can keep pace with Roger and Whitebeard alone. The Golden Lion Shiki is a legendary pirate who was as famous as Roger and Whitebeard in the past, and was also the first pirate to escape from the City of Advancement. Hawkeye Mahawk, once the #1 swordsman. Among them, only Bucky is a parallel importer. The combat power of other strong players can be said to be particularly dry. However, Ron just took one more look. In his opinion, it's good that the Cross Union didn't provoke him. If you provoke yourself, that's nothing more than spending more effort. Now Ron's top priority is to get more devil fruits and revive the beasts. Thinking of this, Ron thought about the richest man in One Piece. Gilder Tezzolo, also known as the Golden Emperor. He has the Golden Fruit ability, dominating the world's largest entertainment city, Grand Tesoro Golden City. This is a recreational boat at sea, and the reason why Ron took the initiative to find Tezzolo. Except because Tezzolo was rich. What's more, the idol he wants to resurrect is on this big ship. There are 3 of them, namely Dialga, the gem Pokémon beast. Melody Pokémon monster Meloda. Nutcracker Pokémon beast Melmeta. Dialga and Meloda are sub-planet Pokémon. You only need 3 devil fruits per person. Melmeta is a planet Pokémon. To master the power of Gigamax, you need 5 devil fruits. A whole 11. It can be said that it is quite a lot. However, Ron felt that it was worth the money. With these 3 beasts, the Golden City should not be difficult to chew down. Thinking of this, Ron relievedly released 3 beams of 2 blue and 1 purple. Shoot towards the Golden City. Golden City, the biggest ruler. Nothing more than the Golden Emperor, Gilder Tezzolo. He is a golden fruit capable person. Has power beyond Doflamingo. Tezzolo, we made a lot of money again today. Mr. Tanaka looked through a golden door to Tezzoro. He is a person with the ability to wear fruit. Ability to freely shuttle in and out of any place. It can even shuttle with items. It can be said that it has quite a powerful force. How many? Tezzolo was lying on a sofa of cloth goldenrod coins at the moment. He looked at Mr. Tanaka. A full 300 million Baileys. Tanaka held up 3 fingers. Nice catch. Tezzolo smiled, even if he is the Golden Emperor of the Golden City. He doesn't think money is too small, earning money is his obsession. However, there are still some who have lost all their money and plan to renege. Tanaka changed the subject. Tezzolo's complexion changed, very gloomy. Shut up. Okay, I'll put him in the basement right now. Tanaka had expected it. He dragged a skinny-looking man to the basement. What awaits him there will be endless labor. But the man was not moved in the slightest. This bored Tezzolo a bit. This stone has 1.4 heads and is covered with a layer of gold. It really looks much better. Tezzolo turned to look at his masterpiece. It was originally an ordinary stone statue. But after his ability was gilded, it turned into a golden statue, which looked extremely luxurious. Tezzolo fell asleep, but he doesn't know. A rat got into his boat. It was the person he had thrown into the bottom of the boat just now. He's actually a member of the Revolutionary Army, Res Max. And in the Golden City, there are the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army Sabo and Kurla. They came to the Golden City for only one purpose. That is to plunder the wealth of the Golden City. Chapter 147 The Resurrection of Meloda. In fact, it wasn't just the Revolutionary Army who came to trouble the Golden Emperor. At the same time, there are also members of the world government, Rob Lucci, who is now the CPO, and his CPO member Kaku, the Queen of the Joy Festival, Stussy, and several masked people. The wealth of the Golden Emperor can finally be harvested now. Stewart covered a smile and said, as the Queen of Happy Street, she has a lot of money. And the status is very high. But he is still particularly interested in the wealth of the Golden Emperor. This is enough to show that the wealth of the Golden Emperor is huge. As a former slave of the Tianlong people, the Golden Emperor is now so big that he even uses money to control the army of the world government. I think it's time to reap it. Said the CPO in the red mask. In his opinion, it is extremely late to harvest the Golden Emperor now. Then Act 01. Don't forget that Lieutenant General Dion is waiting for us inside. Stussy gave the final order. And as Stussy gave the order, a dozen warships around began to sail towards the Golden City. And it wasn't until this time that the Golden Emperor Gilder Tezzolo realized that something was wrong. What happened? Tezzolo has 3 executives, namely Mr. Tanaka, Bar Carla and Daisy. The rest are scumbags. He used binoculars to look at the warship in the distance. A little dazed, he didn't expect the Navy to come over at this time. And there are more than a dozen warships. They are CPO. Mr. Tanaka looked at the warship in the distance, when he saw the man in white mask on the warship. He understood instantly. These people in front of you are the CPO, the people of the world government. Could it be that my identity was exposed? Tezzolo looked at the warship in the distance, and immediately thought of his identity being exposed. And at this time, Res Max, a member of the Revolutionary Army who was in charge of sneaking into the Golden City, also received a tip from outside. The Navy is here, it looks like I have to act quickly. Res Max is a legendary gambler. He has amazing gambling skills, but this time he lost all because he wanted to sneak into the Golden City. Otherwise, his gambling skills would not be so weak. Res Max started his escape journey in the Golden City. Find Tezzolo's treasure trove by the way. But he didn't notice that there was a light shining on a stone statue behind him. This mosaic is a statue of the mythical beast Meloda. What's going on? How can there be light here? The surrounding gamblers who were thrown into the basement looked at the stone statue. They were a little surprised why this stone statue was flooded. But soon someone told her inside story. Could it be a divine beast? That's right, I've also heard that mythical beasts all look like stone statues. Follow these 3 words and 2 words to communicate. Only then did everyone understand what it was. And as the stone statue cracked, Meloda's figure also emerged. And she just woke up. She had a premonition of the aura of a large number of divine power treasures. There are dozens of them. Meloda couldn't help laughing happily. Now she will be able to bring God the most needed fruit of divine power. What does she want? Does she still want to escape? The prisoners looked at Meloda, a little dazed. They saw Meloda walking up the basement. Then in the stunned expression of everyone. Flew up. She can fly. Why can't I fly? If only I could fly. The prisoners had no idea that the wingless Meloda could fly. And not only that, her flying speed is quite fast. What is this? It's even faster than me. The Revolutionary Army executive, Res Max, was using his moon steps to escape from here. But he froze when he saw Meloda. He didn't expect that he would be surpassed soon. Moreover, the opponent's location was actually Tezzolo's treasure spot that he had inquired about a long time ago. This made him lose his composure directly. 947 inches. Could it be a mythical beast? Res Max guesses this. He suddenly felt the intervention of a divine beast. It is very likely that their revolutionary army's plan will fail. Tezzolo's vast fortune. It will also be plundered by divine beasts. Hurry up and contact Sabo and the others. Res Max quickly thought that only Chief of Staff Sabo would come now. In order to obtain the berry of the Golden City. And at this time, Meloda is starting to fly upwards. Until you come to Tezzolo's vault door. There are several guards guarding the vault in front of the door. When they found Meloda coming directly to the vault, they were stunned, and then quickly reacted. Want to attack Meloda with a gun. But the next moment, Meloda used Sing. Hypnotize all guards directly. It never occurred to the guards that the creature that stepped into the vault would be hypnotized. Chapter 148. Resurrection of Dialga. Meloda walked into the vault. She began to count the number of magical treasures. It was unexpectedly discovered that there were at least 50 devil fruits. There are so many. Meloda stared at the devil fruits and froze. She didn't expect there to be so many devil fruits. She froze. The huge amount of devil fruit surprised him. However, her gaze was only a slight glance. As a result, he caught a glimpse of a figure unexpectedly. Dialga. 1 inch. Meloda froze. She had no idea that Dialga was here. And directly covered the devil fruit with gems. These are the devil fruits I found. Meloda didn't expect that she worked so hard to find the devil fruit. As a result, Dialga was resurrected directly in the treasure house. Directly seized these devil fruits. This made her a little unacceptable. Directly resorted to Sing on Dialga in front of him to hypnotize Dialga. But in the next second, Dialga directly covered her ears with gems. She had expected this. What's the situation? There's actually a singing voice here, but why does this singing sound so much like rest? At this time, Gion and Kurla came to the door of the vault almost at the same time. They saw that the door of the vault was open and just wanted to go in. But soon singing was heard. The two are elite soldiers of the Navy and the Revolutionary Army. It's clear that it must be Kim Curry's voice. So they covered their ears with their hands. Immediately afterwards they noticed each other. Revolutionary Army Executive. Gion looked at Kurla, and wanted to pull out Jinpyra directly, but it was hindered by the singing. She could only hold on to her thoughts. And Kurla also looked at Gion with a defensive face. She recognized Gion, who was an alternate admiral. Powerful, she's no rival. The two looked at each other in blank dismay. There was an agreement in their eyes, and they wanted to see who came to the vault ahead of schedule. But when I saw it, I was stunned. Because fighting each other inside are two very cute little guys. Don't the beasts all look fierce? Kurla looked at the two beasts in a daze. Because in her impression, the appearance of the beasts is not beautiful. Such as Rayquaza, Kyogre, Groudon. These looks are handsome even though men look at them. But it's not cute at all for them. This is also a divine beast. Gion looked at Meloda and Dialga inside. Especially Dialga is covered in pink diamonds. It looks magnificent. This surprised him a little. I didn't expect the beast to have such a cute and beautiful creature. But I can knock it down with one punch. Kurla looked at the lovely Meloda, thinking to herself. But she suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt for beating such a lovely creature. It doesn't look like it has any offensive power. Gion looked at Dialga, the cute appearance gave her many illusions. She quickly judged that this divine beast was not too strong. Or even weak at all. At this time, Meloda and Dialga noticed the existence of Gion and Kurla at the same time. Although they quarreled over the ownership of the devil fruit. But this is only a matter within the Pokemon kingdom. When meeting outsiders, they can let go of their prejudices and attack together to resist foreign enemies. Meloda took the initiative to find Kurla to attack. Round. Meloda's singing voice in singing form is undoubtedly the best weapon. She used Round directly. Round can make the surrounding companions attack with singing. Meloda's voice sent out sound waves that directly attacked Kara. Shark Palm Soul. Quote. In the next second, he was knocked out by Dialga's sonic attack. Kurla used this trick, jumping directly to avoid Meloda's attack. Great for dodging attacks, but even though he used the fist moves covered with armed domineering. This also prompted her to successfully learn Murloc Karate. The bottom of the shark muscle palm is a move that can use the powerful feet to jump into the air. Diancie released round. These two little guys are actually so strong. Throw it on the pole. He looked at Meloda in surprise. Kurla was originally a slave of the Tianlong people, but was rescued by Fisher Tiger 15 years ago, and later joined the Revolutionary Army, and got along very well with the Murlocs. Prompting Meloda's attack to miss. This is also because Meloda lent the sonic attack to Diancie's ear. She learned Murloc Karate from the Murloc Haku. The unavoidable Kurla can only choose to use Shawa Jungquan to directly attack the round attack in front of the hard steel. Otherwise, the attack will only be stronger. Kara held on to her broken hand. Okay, but apparently she didn't expect Meloda's power to be lent to others. But it's not the rival of Meloda's voice in front of me. Chapter 149 Battle against Sabo. She didn't expect that there were two lovely beasts with such deceptive appearances. It has such a powerful force. Guion looked at the beast in front of him. She didn't expect it at all. Two divine beasts have such powerful power. But she has some confidence. You must know that she is an alternate general. The strength is much stronger than that of Kurla, the executive of the Revolutionary Army. Thinking of this, she pulled out Jinpyra and went towards her target, Diancie. She didn't believe that Diancie in front of her could be stronger than herself. Jian Lan. Since Guion lost to Latios last time, she devoted herself to practicing swordsmanship. She practiced a sword skill, Jian Lan. I saw a sword wave directly towards Diancie. The sword energy directly pierced the entire ground. Go towards Diancie's body attack. Quote exclamation mark. 990 inches. Diancie glanced at Guion's Janbo. Choose to use the light screen to resist, although it is also possible for him to resist with the body itself. After all, his body is made of diamonds. But if you have defensive skills, you don't need them, but use your body to take the damage. This is too silly, so he decided to use his skills to resist the damage. A light screen appeared in front of him. Directly withstood Guion's sword wave attack. How is this possible? Guion looked at Diancie in surprise. You must know that this is a sword move that has been practiced day and night during this period of time. But in an instant, he was resisted by Diancie in front of him. This is too incredible. This made her unable to bear a sense of frustration. You know, she has worked very hard to improve her strength. The result seemed insignificant in front of Diancie in front of her. Sabo has to come quickly. Kurla looked at the situation in front of her. Seeing that Meloda didn't continue to chase, a sense of anxiety arose in my heart. Quote. Berry of the Golden Emperor Tesoro was very important to them. If these berry didn't get, this means that many plans of the Revolutionary Army will be stillborn. Think of the dire consequences. Kara feels a sense of urgency about Sabo's arrival. I am coming. Executive Res Max came to the vault. He managed to climb up from the basement, but he saw Crawl in his hand at the first sight. As this all caused by the beast. Seeing this scene, Res Max looked at Meloda and Diancie in shock. He hadn't thought about the two miniature and even rather cute Pokemon in front of him. Has such power unexpectedly, but he is a sharpshooter. I still use Halushi bullets, so I should be able to defeat the opponent. Res Max thought so. He decides to shoot Meloda with his pistol. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive shots were fired, all aimed at Meloda, and the main bolts formed a line and followed one after another. Obviously wanting Meloda's ABEC life. Meloda saw this. Totally annoyed. For the guy who wanted his life. He will not tolerate it. Psychic. Meloda controlled the bullet, then deflected Res Max's bullet back. The bullet reflected directly into his body. Head, throat, and heart, every place is a dead spot. There is absolutely no hope of survival. How on earth did he do it? Here are Res Max's final thoughts. He really didn't understand how Meloda in front of him did it. He died, lying in a pool of blood. But Meloda's rage didn't die. She set her sights on Kara. Kara's heart is grieving for Res Max. There are also complaints. She didn't expect Res Max to be so reckless. Shoot without asking. This undoubtedly provoked a strong enemy for the Revolutionary Army. Just at this time, Sabo appeared. As this all done by the beast. Sabo glanced at Res Max who died in a pool of blood and Kurla who was seriously injured. He looked to Meloda, who was looking at them with a pair of eyes. He instantly guessed the truth of the matter. Clara was silent. Although all this has something to do with Res Max's recklessness. But Meloda did kill their revolutionary executive. I'm here to retaliate for you. Sabo's face became extremely serious. He was very concerned about his partner's life. The death of Res Max in front of him, and the injury of Kara. All this points to the divine beast in front of him. In this case, of course he has to retaliate for them. Dragon Claw Punch. Sabo has amazing physical skills, the strongest of which is the Dragon Claw handed down by the Commander-in-Chief of the Revolutionary Army, Drago, who can easily crush swords with his strong fingers and grip. Helmet etc. Orberg. Crush grip a human skull as easily as crush grip an egg. It is a very powerful body art force. Because of the relationship between the Dragon Claw Punch, Sabo is very good at close combat. Sabo looked at the enemy in front of him, directly used and stepped towards Meloda. In his opinion, Meloda's extremely miniature figure should be very bad at melee combat. Chapter 150 Fighting Sabo. Sob's analytical skills are right. Meloda is indeed quite bad at close combat. But the analysis was also wrong, although the Meloda in front of him was not good at melee combat. But it's just because I'm not good at melee combat in singing form. Meloda has other patterns. She switched to dance form. Meloda's hair was coiled over her forehead. The skirt on her body also began to fly, and the whole person became a ballet dancer. The strength of Meloda in dance form will be greatly improved. It even rose to an extremely terrifying level. It's transformed. Kurla was a little surprised when she saw Meloda suddenly change her hairstyle and clothes. She never expected that Meloda in front of her could accomplish all this in an instant. This surprised her a little. Dragon Claw. Sabo attacks Meloda around him, even though Meloda changes stance. But he didn't feel much of a difference. He started to perform the basic technique of the Dragon Claw fist. His right index finger and middle finger were bent together, the ring finger and little finger were bent together, and the thumb was slightly bent. Palms form a 3 Dragon Claw gesture. Attacking towards Meloda, this move is strong and swift. Normal people cannot escape the attack of this trick. Teeter Dance. Meloda sees Sabo use Dragon Claw so she uses Teeter Dance. She started dancing. But this dance is not casual. Every jump dodges Sabo's Dragon Claw attack. Not even a single bit of attack from Sabo. This also directly caused Sabo's attacks to be all empty. Hit the ground. And ground was directly hit by Sabo. One after another extremely deep potholes were punched out by Sabo. Just like paper paste, tofu cubes are exactly the same. I can't feel the texture that the stone ground should have at all. How so? Sabo looked at Meloda solemnly. He never expected that Meloda in front of him could completely avoid his attack. It's almost like being completely detected. You know, even if he is domineering, he may not be able to detect all his attacks. But the Meloda in front of him just did it. This surprised him quite a bit. Dragon Claw. Sabo has an amazing combat IQ. Since the Dragon's Claw has no effect on Meloda in front of him. Then he switches moves. Use the Dragon Hook on the Meloda in front of you. This is the advanced technique of Dragon Claw, which lies in the application of armed color domineering. Even though it's just armed with color hardening. But under the specificity of the Dragon Claw punch. The Dragon Hook Claw has great power. Can play the power of the Void Shock Wave. Sabo uses the Dragon Hook Claw, thinking about Meloda's attack. And at this moment, Meloda gave up defense and used role play. This trick can role play exactly the same physical skills as the enemy. Meloda used the same move as Sabo in front of him, the Dragon Hook and Claw. How is this possible? Sabo couldn't believe it. You must know that the Dragon Claw is a stunt mastered by the Commander-in-Chief Dorag. And it was passed on to him alone. Although the opponent is a divine beast, how could it be used? Definitely ostentatious. Superior. Sabo didn't believe that the opponent's Dragon Claw was a real Dragon Claw. He thinks the other party's is fake. He began to use all his strength to use his Dragon Claws to hit Meloda in front of him. Boom. 0 for flowers. A violent shock sound appeared outside the vault door. This made the whole ship shake. At the same time, it also let everyone on the ship know that something happened to the treasury. But none of this surprised Sob. Only the sight in front of him surprised him. Because he has already judged that Meloda in front of him has really mastered the Dragon Claw fist. This skill is only mastered by Revolutionary Army Commander Drago. Could it be that Drago has joined the Pokémon Kingdom? Sabo was puzzled, but the idea was quickly dismissed. Oh, if even Drago had left the Revolutionary Army. However, she suddenly saw the shadow pill with the breath of the dragon in Meloda's move. Then the Revolutionary Army is still a Revolutionary Army. Then he exerted his strength and struck towards Meloda in front of him. Even able to fight back, the Dragon Claw genius Sabo in the mouth of the Commander-in-Chief Dorag. Then I used the ultimate mystery of the Dragon Claw fist, Dragon's Breath. I saw that the armed color winding was used on the Dragon Claw fist. During the attack, bursts of sonic boom are generated in the air. Then it hit Meloda's body again, in Sabo's eyes. It was completely beyond her imagination. Sabo was full of doubts. In that case, I'd like to see if you can mimic this move. Since that is not the case, how did the beast in front of me learn it? Kurla also looked at Meloda in surprise. Sabo muttered a sentence in his heart. How is it possible? He can also punch Dragon Claw, and even beat Sabo back. She didn't understand either. Why Meloda was able to cast the Dragon Claw punch. The other party is definitely unable to display this ultimate mystery. Chapter 151. Defeating Sabo. No way. Sabo was a little surprised. But in the next second, he froze instantly. Because Meloda in front of him directly cast the Dragon's Breath and attacked him. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang. Sabo was directly rushed out by this force. The same as the breath of the dragon. But Meloda's Dragon's Breath with role play is even better. How is it possible? Why did he do this trick? Kurla ran up to Sabo who fell to the ground, vomited blood and almost passed out. He is a human who has mastered Murloc karate. Of course, I know how difficult it is for human beings to master a physical skill. But even so difficult to grasp. Meloda in front of him still has this skill. In his opinion, this is simply unbelievable. But it actually happened in front of her. Jian Lan. Gion didn't pay much attention to Sabo's actions. She looked at Diancie with a pair of wonderful eyes. This time she will not be fooled by Diancie's appearance again. She unleashes her most powerful sword, Lan. It can be said that he exerted 12 points of strength. Boom. Jian Lan turned into a sharp sword energy that split the ground and cut towards Diancie in front of him. Ground instantly split in two. Even in the hard material, it seems that under the sword energy of this Jinpailuo, there is no resistance at all. Power Gem. Diancie didn't dodge this time. She casts a power gem. The pink diamonds all over her body lit up brightly, and the bright light directed towards Gion's sword energy, and went towards the sword energy. Directly offset Gion's sword energy instantly. Then head towards the main body of Gion. Gion had a shocked expression on his face. She never expected that the Diancie in front of her could do this. Just relying on these few stones. Just completely offset all his attacks. Even hit him back. Gion shielded his famous sword Jinpyra in front of his chest. Defends against Diancie's power gem. Boom. Power gem tackle on Kimpira in Gion. Then oscillate. Boom. Gion was completely knocked out. After sliding for hundreds of meters, it stopped. Is this the true strength of this divine beast? Only then did Gion realize that the Diancie in front of him was more powerful than the Latios that defeated her. Not weak at all, even much stronger. Thinking of this, she felt naive about her previous thoughts. This beautiful Pokemon in front of me is not strong. It's obviously too powerful to be ridiculous. There are so many intruders, including the Vice Admiral. Everyone heard a sound. Then look along the source of the sound. It's Tanaka. Kurla looked at the person who appeared in soaring in the sky. It was a man wearing a green bow tie. There is a smile on his face. He is Mr. Tanaka, the right-hand man of the Golden Emperor Tesoro. Bar Carla, it's time for your shot, we've got rats. Mr. Tanaka said towards the Golden Gate. And just after his voice fell, a person came out of it, and she was Bar Carla, another right-hand man of the Golden Emperor. The Golden Emperor with such a huge amount of devil fruit. Naturally, he would not give inferior devil fruits to those around him. This also makes Carla's devil fruit ability particularly powerful. Luck is on my side. After Barbara Carla said such a sentence, she directly threw a stone 0. Just throw it away. And it was thrown on the wall casually, after continuous rebound. It hit Carla's forehead directly and accurately. This is the power of luck. Barbara Carla said with a smile, matching her sexy figure and good looks. Has a breathtaking force. She is a lucky fruit ability user, who can touch the ability of others to give others misfortune. But at the same time, it can also bring luck to yourself or others. It is also because of Barbara Carla's ability. Tesolo's casino can make huge profits every day. Because their luck was absorbed by Bar Carla. This caused them to have no luck at all. Let me clean them up. Deus came out, and he was also under the Golden Emperor. But it's different from Mr. Tanaka and Bar Carla. He has a strong physique. Can help Tesolo deal with some bad customers. Vice Admiral, you can't move, we need to get rid of these rats quickly. Carla glanced at 0.1 Gion. There is some fear in the eyes. Although she knows that the world government and the navy are now hostile to them. Moreover, the power of the world government and the navy is much weaker than before. But as long as the admiral is there, with the naval hero Carp and Marshal Sengoku there, that means that the strength of the navy is still the top force in this sea. It was an existence that their golden city could not afford to provoke. She didn't want to offend the candidate general in front of her. Too much. It is good. Daisy intends to fight against Sabo and Kara, who is already in a coma. And Ba Carla looked at the beasts. Chapter 152 Defeating Barbara Carla. As a member of the Golden City, Golden City has a large number of forces for entertainment every day. There is no shortage of Tianlong people, the great pirates of the New World. And the Navy. In short, no matter what force. They have all been consumed in the Golden City. So their information is also the clearest. Two weird creatures in front of me. Bar Carla recognized them as mythical beasts. However, they opened Tesolo's vault. This also means that it is a capital offense. Thinking of this, Carla directly started to attack them. Lucky Javelin. Barbara Carla throws a javelin. She didn't look at the two Pokemon in front of her. But she can know that this is a must. Indeed, she was right. The javelin is aimed at Diancie. But that doesn't mean Diancie can't do anything. Reflect. 01 Reflect appeared on Diancie. The javelin was directly reflected back. Slash. It's useless. Barbara Carla stared at Diancie, although the javelin returned in the same way. But there was a strange tremor. The stab at the other side of her head didn't hurt Bar Carla a bit. But in the next second, the javelin turned back out of thin air. Inserted in Daisy's chest. Who did this? It never occurred to Carla. I did protect myself with the ability of the lucky fruit. Slash. But it doesn't mean she can protect others. Daisy is obviously a lesson from the past. Dace is dead. Mr. Tanaka's scalp tingled. He never thought that the beast would be so strong. It can actually help Carla's lucky fruit ability to kill people with a knife. Die. Barbara Carla chose fling directly this time. The position is naturally the Diancie in front of you, through the ability of the lucky fruit. His attack worked again, but the javelin lost control in the air and began to turn back. The target this time is Mr. Tanaka. This divine beast did it. It was only then that Carla understood. Turns out it was Meloda who did it all. Confusion. Meloda uses confusion. There was a powerful flow of thoughts in his body. This force went straight to Bar Carla flings 2 javelins. A javelin stabbed Mr. Tanaka in the throat. The other javelin was aimed at Mr. Tanaka's heart. But Tanaka is a person with the ability to wear fruit after all. This ability is not only able to pass through the gate, also able to pass through any object. He passed through 2 javelins with ease. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief. Slash. But he didn't expect more javelins to be shot at him. Shoot him directly into a hornet's nest. How so? Tanaka regretted it very much. If I had known earlier, he would have maintained the contest condition of the time-traveling items. Rather than revealing entities, Meloda glanced at Tanaka. His telekinetics were not so toe. Can only control 2 javelins. As long as she wants to be able to control more. Since you can't kill this human being, let's bury it. Meloda looked at Bar Carla. The lucky fruit of Carla in front of me is really special. Thinking of this, he started the burial plan. Slash. He and Diancie exchanged glances. Diancie decisively agreed. Diamond Storm. Diancie directly used the exclusive skill Diamond Storm. I saw a huge pink storm suddenly appeared on Diancie's body. And the core of these storms is because of pink diamonds. Diamonds are the hardest objects in the world. Its power is definitely beyond words. I saw that the pink diamond storm directly knocked out a hole in the huge ship of the Golden City. Bar Carla herself was blown out of the boat by the inevitable storm. Fell into the sea, although he uses the lucky fruit ability. May be alive, but he couldn't bother them anymore. Bar Carla, did you even lose? Tezzolo was looking at the sea. Suddenly, he saw a figure falling into the sea on the clear sea. He looked carefully. Turned out to be Bar Carla. 063. You know, he asked Bar Carla to guard his vault. This made Tezzolo terrified. If that's the case, I'll go down and have a look. Tezzolo was supposed to stand up to the ships of the naval world government. But when I learned that my treasury was in trouble, he decided not to confront the navy for the time being. What he should do now is to keep his own treasury first. Have you completed the mission of Lieutenant General Dion? I think something big must have happened in the Golden City, otherwise Tezzolo wouldn't have left. Tezzolo is a monster who has mastered the awakening of a devil fruit. On the warship, everyone was talking about it. Stussy saw this and finally gave the order. That's it, start chasing now. Stussy saw his plan succeed. Hastily asked CPO and others to pursue. With the sound of Stucci's Sub-Zero, the Navy boarded the ship to fight. And Tezzolo's soldiers are okay with dealing with ordinary people. But when they met CP0, the prototype soon appeared. Chapter 153, Fighting the Golden Emperor. He began to kneel down and beg for mercy. Tezzolo must be in the vault, let's go together. After finishing off Tezzolo's subordinates, Rob Lucci speaks his mind. Okay, let Tezzolo hand over berry willingly. Stussy didn't say no. This time they had to get all of Tezzolo's berries. And it's on the 2nd floor of the ship. Tezzolo hurried downstairs. Countless gold along the way gathered on him. You must know that he is a golden fruit capable person. As long as it is gold, he can freely manipulate it. Too slow. The Golden Emperor saw this floor and had to run for a long time. After thinking about it, he decided to take a shortcut. Come on. Most things in the Golden City are made of gold. It can be said that this is the paradise of the Golden Emperor. He cast his ultimate move. Gold Titans. Boom. As a large amount of gold poured into his body. In the end, all the gold in the entire Golden City was attached to him. No, Tezzolo's devil fruit has awakened. Rob Lucci looked at Tezzolo in surprise. There is no doubt that Tezzolo's devil fruit ability has awakened. If it weren't for the awakening of the devil fruit ability, he will never have such terrifying power. And it's not just that. The surrounding wood and stone tools are all controlled by his devil fruit ability. Turned into fake gold. Attached to the body, he has turned into a 1,000-meter high golden titan. Golden splash. Tezzolo snapped his fingers. Countless gold splashes are splashed on everyone. Then these people were all controlled by Tezzolo. Because he can control the people who are splashed by the golden water. However, it can only control relatively weak people. Rather than the strong. Find me the intruder. Following Tezzolo's order. A restrained marine is like a normal marionette. Start to check the rooms one by one to find out the intruders. How dare you touch my vault? Tezzolo's face turned ugly. He hadn't thought of it at all. Slash. His vault was literally stolen. And these creatures that steal the vault. He hasn't left yet, but is waiting for him here. It seems that I have been waiting for a long time. Golden Divine Fire. A golden light suddenly appeared in Tezzolo's eyes. The golden flame blasted towards the vault. He's going to kill the bastards who are hogging his vault. And at this time, Diancie came out completely. Isn't this my idol? Could it be that he is a divine beast? Tezzolo froze. He recognized the creature in front of him. It is a stone statue he once collected. And this stone statue is now resurrected. Combined with some rumors of the new world, he figured it all out quickly. Doesn't this mean that he found it by himself? Revolutionary Army, follow the beast. It's not just Tezzolo who is stupefied. CPO members, Stucci, Rob Lucci and Kaku were all stunned. Especially Rob Lucci and Kaku. It can be said that there is a fighting spirit in the eyes. You know, after they were defeated by the Pokemon Kingdom. It was hidden in the snow for a long time. Fortunately, in the end they relied on their own excellent strength. Jean returned to the position of the CP organization. In addition, the world government suffered heavy casualties. A large number of CP0 vacancies need to be filled. This allowed the two of them to successfully enter the CPO organization. And relying on extremely strong understanding and strength. Let them successfully stand out from the crowd of CPOs. It can be said that he has experienced countless hardships. Now the beast once again appeared in front of their eyes. Their fighting spirit became stronger. From their point of view, it's time for revenge. Are you a member of the Revolutionary Army? Stucci looked at Sabo. She soon learned that members of the Revolutionary Army were also here. But she didn't pay much attention. You know, the 5 old stars even handed them the demon-slaying token for the smooth progress of this plan. In this sea, sinking such a ship, it is bound to make everyone on board sink to the bottom of the sea. Demon fruit-capable users do not have the history of resisting Sifu. And the beasts will also be restrained because they are not prepared. Only their CPO has already planned to win the final victory. Think of the countless gold on the Golden Emperor. There was a hint of greed in Stucci's eyes. Leave Wang's. Boom. The laser light in Tezzolo's eyes was constantly impacting towards Diancie. And at this time Diancie started Mega Evolution. I saw Diancie put on a white wedding dress. Evolved into Mega Diancie. And evolved into Mega Diancie. Mastered a skill. That is while being able to reflect long-range attacks. Skill offenders can also be released. The laser light in Tezzolo's eyes was reflected back as soon as it touched Diancie. And Diancie also started to overweight. She used her exclusive skill Diamond Storm. Countless diamonds turned into a storm and headed towards Tezzolo. Soon Tezzolo's golden leg was directly rolled off. Chapter 154 Harvesting 50 Devil Fruits and Preparing to Attack the Revolutionary Army. How is this possible? Tezzolo saw his golden fruit awakening. The golden titan under the contest condition was directly broken by Diancie's Diamond Storm. His eyes were full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that the Diancie in front of him actually had such ability. Obviously looks so small, and the golden fire that went to him was directly offset by Diancie in front of him. It's weird in any way. At this moment, Stucci and Rob Lucci led the CPO to catch up. They were also a little surprised when they saw the scene in front of them. They never expected that Tezzolo in front of them would actually awaken the golden fruit ability. You must know that even the Navy does not have many devil fruit ability users. It can be said that the power of devil fruit users is almost indescribable. Strong to the extreme. Tezzolo in front of them gave them too many surprises. You must know that devil fruit awakened is almost 1 in 1,707,000. But Tezzolo did it, and he did it so easily. That's how they are not surprised. What should I do? Is it a mythical beast or Tezzolo? Rob Lucci and Kaku looked at Stucci. Now only Stucci can lead the overall situation at this time. After all, Stucci is the queen of Happy Street, the top figure in CP0. Let's do it to the beast. Stucci didn't say much, and gave the order directly. The surrounding CPOs heard Stucci's order and began to move their hands. Kaku found Meloda, and Rob Lucci found Diancie. The situation changed suddenly. Diancie and Meloda encountered enemies at the same time. And the two divine beasts didn't panic too much when they saw the enemy. They started to deal with Rob Lucci and Kaku. At this moment, Tezzolo used the golden fruit ability to condense the gold of the newly broken legs of ABCI back onto his body. Go to hell. Tezzoro performed the melee move Golden Karma. His target is Diancie. He's going to ride when Diancie gets entangled by Rob Lucci. Defeat Diancie completely. And at this time, in soaring in the sky, the figure of a divine beast suddenly landed. As a nut Pokemon, Melmeda's whole body is made of nuts. His fists are giant nuts. At this moment, Melmeda looked at Tezzolo. After seeing Tezzolo attacking Diancie and Meloda, he was annoyed, and directly displayed his exclusive skills. Double Iron Bash. Melmeda directly attacked Tezzolo in front of him with both fists. This statue is also resurrected. When Melmeda came to Tezzolo, he just looked at Melmeda, he didn't expect it at all. The statue in his room is actually a beast. And it's still alive right now. And against him, Tezzolo felt unstoppable anger in his heart. He didn't expect that he himself let the ghost in. However, he was quite confident in himself. The Melmeda in front of him is by no means the power of his own golden karma. Tezzolo's fist is a fire punch created by burning gold. The fist collided directly with Melmeda's nut fist in front of him. Boom, accompanied by a sound that resounded through the heavens and the earth. Everyone turned their eyes to Melmeda. There are still divine beasts. Rob Lucci couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that there were still divine beasts. No, Tezzolo was defeated by him. Kaku was worried about another matter. Because Tezzolo was clearly no match for Mermeda in front of him. Even looks like a retreat. But they are distracted. As a result, Meloda and Diancie in front of them saw their flaws. They began to attack the two in front of them. Diamond Storm. Hyper voice. Meloda used Diamond Storm. Suddenly countless pink diamonds hit Rob Lucci in front of him. Rob Lucci's expression tightened, want to defend with iron blocks. But it was quickly knocked into the air by Diamond Storm. And Kaku on the other side. He was directly stunned by Hyper voice. The rest of the CPOs saw this behind the scenes. Want to support. And at this time, Melmeta used die maximization. In an instant, it swelled bigger than Tezzolo. Retreat. Stucci glanced at Melmeta, and finally decided to evacuate here. After all, the divine beast in front of him. It looks really scary. She didn't care about Rob Lucci and Kaku who fell here. In her opinion, the two of them were useless. After all, the two of them couldn't even defeat a divine beast. Melmeta grabs Tezzolo, then throw it directly into the sea. In his opinion, this man is useless. And that means the Pokemon Kingdom successfully occupied such a golden city. And 50 devil fruits. Ron looked away in the void. He didn't expect the Revolutionary Army to be the enemy of the Pokemon Kingdom this time. In this case, let's revive Baldigo's beast. Ron thought so. Chapter 155 Resurrection of the Divine Beast. For the forces that dare taunt the Pokemon Kingdom. He is absolutely intolerable. Ron began to perceive Baldigo's mythical beast. It was soon discovered that Baldigo had an extremely powerful stone statue of a mythical beast. They are man-made Pokemon and mythical beast Majorna. There are so many shadow-dwelling Pokemon. Ben Lay Pokemon, mythical beast Zeraora. The evil ape Pokemon, the mythical beast Zerund. These four are quasi-planet level Pokemon, with a total of 12 devil fruits. But Ron found that except for these four Pokemon, there are also two powerful beasts. That is Millerton, and Old Millerton. Both are legendary beasts that have reached the cosmic level. Millerton was once a legendary beast that destroyed an entire land with the power of lightning. And Gulton is a beast that once crushed the continent with a single punch. Both mythical beasts have incomparably terrifying power. It can be said that the strength is particularly exaggerated. It takes 32 devil fruits to think of the resurrection of these mythical beasts. Ron couldn't help but feel pain. But fortunately, the rewards here are quite rich. He harvested a full 50 devil fruits. What's more, he decided to let the Revolutionary Army pay for the devil fruit this time. After all, this was paid because of the crusade against the Revolutionary Army. The rest of Ron just needs to wait for the Phoenix to send back all the devil fruits on Tezzolo's boat. Being preempted by the Pokemon Kingdom again. Why such a coincidence? There will be forces from both the Revolutionary Army and the Pokemon Kingdom. On the Island of the Gods, the 5 old stars are discussing the Golden City incident reported by Stucci. The cause of this incident was that after Marie Joa was sacked by the Pokemon Kingdom, there is no berry left. The world government has also been greatly affected. Had to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. In the past, the world government would not even think about it. But it was transformed into a reality because of the Pokemon Kingdom. They are a little unwilling. But now is not the best time to take on the Pokemon Kingdom. It seems that this plan must be accelerated. Kendo Suit Wu Laoxing said. He was talking about Sengoku's proposal to form an alliance with Kaido and Charlotte Trelling. Yes, the other 5 old stars nodded after listening. Before, they still held the idea that the world government was the biggest power in the world. Didn't go all out to form an alliance with Kaido, Charlotte Trelling. But, now they can't take care of that much anymore. Give them some favors, or they won't agree so quickly. It can only be this way. The surrounding 5 old stars finalized the plan. They intend to completely ally with Kaido and Charlotte Trelling. And give them some benefits when necessary. On an unidentified island. Kaido has been awake for a long time. When he saw that there were only Charlotte Lingling, Charlotte Katakuri, and his only remaining subordinate, Drought Jack, in front of him. He couldn't help but knocked on the ground. A blow is the strongest creature. It directly knocked the ground down. Kaido, don't you want to retaliate? Charlotte Lingling looked at Kaido. In fact, she has a very good relationship with Kaido. After all, Kaido was the executive of the pirates who had stayed with her in the Rocks Pirates for many years. And Kaido's fish fruit was given by Charlotte Lingling. Zero looking for flowers. The two used to be companions. Although they parted ways after becoming the 4 queens. Of course, Lingling, if you have anything to say, just say it. Kaido looked at Charlotte Lingling. He knew what Charlotte Lingling said in front of him. There must be news to save the situation. The Navy contacted us, as long as we assist them to attack the island at the same time, then they can return our territory to us. Charlotte Lingling said this sentence. But this sentence made Kaido a little stunned. 0. Kaido burned up his fighting spirit and began to recruit thousands of people with Charlotte Lingling in the new world. Real. Kaido looked suspiciously at Charlotte Trelling. After all, he wanted to show the Titans. You must know that his goal is to form a pirate group all built by Devil Fruit ability users. Now he has extinguished this dream. But I didn't expect it to be because of the Pokemon Kingdom. Even without them, her BIGMOM pirates can still form the Titans. The Navy is willing to provide us with a large number of artificial devil fruits this time, as well as the Titan factor. She is not interested in man-made devil fruit, but she is very interested in how to make Titan. He thought it was a trap set by the 4 emperors. This dream seemed within reach. Well, it's time to let them see our horror. Are you sure what the Navy said is true? It's not a conspiracy. Kaido looked at Charlotte Trelling, his expression was a little moved. Charlotte Trelling looked at Kaido, what he needed was not artificial devil fruit. What you said is true. Chapter 156. Sabo gets the burning fruit. Isle of White Clay, Baltigo. Sabo took Kurla back to the Revolutionary Army lair. This is Chief of Staff Sabo, why was he injured so badly? What happened? Who hurt him? The surrounding Revolutionary Army soldiers looked at the returning Sabo. They were a little surprised, they didn't expect Sabo to be injured. To know Sabo's combat effectiveness. But even Commander-in-Chief Dorag praised him a lot. But even so, Sabo was hit hard. It is hard for them to imagine what kind of power it is. It will attack the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. And it's so heavy. I want to see the Commander-in-Chief. Sabo, 220, entered Baldigo, which directly explained the intention of coming. Everyone heard this sentence. He quickly started to help Sabo and Kurla to the Commander-in-Chief's office in Bardigo. Drago's office is huge, because of his frequent meetings. During this time, all army commanders returned to Baldigo headquarters. What's wrong with Sabo? With Lightning's words, everyone looked at Sabo who walked in from the door. Sabo was covered in bright red blood. His eyes were also very tired. What's going on? Drago walked to Sabo's side, and answered the doubts in his heart. He guessed that the mission must have failed. But who exactly did it? Who made Sabo look like this? He is still unknown. God did it. Sabo hesitated, still named the culprit. And his words directly stunned everyone in the Revolutionary Army. The Pokémon Kingdom did it. Why did he do it? The army commanders talked a lot, and most of them were filled with righteous indignation. After all, they don't think the Revolutionary Army has ever messed with the Pokémon Kingdom. Now the Pokémon Kingdom is doing it. It can be said that it is too disrespectful to the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army was simply ignored. Only Crow, Ivankov and a few people who had some contact with the beast feel a little surprised. Because, the Pokémon Kingdom doesn't seem like Solacean will hurt a person. Unless this force threatens the beast, taunt the country. But the thought only arose for a moment. Regardless, the Revolutionary Army member Chief of Staff Sabo was a beast of the Pokémon Kingdom. If they are seriously injured, they all have to seek an explanation from the Pokémon Kingdom. But right now, we're not rivals of the Pokémon Kingdom at all. An executive of the Revolutionary Army told the truth now. This incident made everyone stunned. Because what the executive said is not wrong. As the Revolutionary Army investigates the power of the Pokémon Kingdom more deeply, they will understand more and more the horrors of the Pokémon Kingdom. The strongest of these is undoubtedly the father God Arceus. But there are many powerful beasts under his command. Even every beast has the strength to reach the executive of the Revolutionary Army. And it goes way beyond. This means that the Pokémon Kingdom is very powerful. It has even gone far beyond the forces of the Revolutionary Army. Sabo, you should recuperate first, I have something for you later. Drago also thought of the complications. The Pokémon Kingdom is quite powerful. It is far from being able to fight against the current Revolutionary Army. This means once you fight against the Pokémon Kingdom, then there will be heavy casualties. Dorag doesn't want that. Wouldn't the Pokémon Kingdom come over? Ivankov said this sentence. In his opinion, the Pokémon Kingdom has always been domineering in power trip. There is still a possibility of attacking towards Beidou Island. The affairs of our island are still very secretive, nothing will happen. Lindbergh uttered the words zero. He still has considerable trust in the information security system of the Revolutionary Army. After all, they are the island of White Clay. It has not been discovered by the Navy and other forces for more than 10 years. But he knows that our place. Ivankov said such a sentence, and then suddenly stopped. Because, the last time Ho-Oh collected the devil fruit, it didn't come to the island. Instead, their Revolutionary Army sent it to Ho-Oh in advance through the intelligence system. Maybe, he just heard of the place name here. Bello Beatty, the commander of the Eastern Army, said this. She has been in the Revolutionary Army for many years, and she still knows the secret of Beidou Island. Whether it is a new world or a great route. Most of them have only heard the name of this island, but there are many people who don't know the location. Don't forget, there is also my Tui Tui fruit. Mori then said that he was a titan. At the same time, it is also a person with the ability to push the fruit, pushing the space on the 5.5th floor of the city. It was pushed out by him. He has the powerful ability to let the collective escape. He is also one of the main reasons why the Revolutionary Army has not been found for so many years. 4.5. It's gone, even if it breaks in, there is still Commander-in-Chief Drago, you shouldn't question Drago's strength. Lindbergh waved away, and at this time all the commanders began to leave. None remained at the meeting. Seeing this, Ivankov could only accept his thoughts. Left helplessly. And when Dorag and Dorag got together, Drago took out a devil fruit and handed it to Sabo. This is the burning fruit, eat it. This is for me. Sabo was stunned, he didn't expect that Drago actually got him a devil fruit. It is also the legendary burnt fruit. Chapter 157, Beast Marshadow. You must know that Xiao Xiao fruit is quite rare as a natural devil fruit. At least 3 to 5 billion Baileys or more. This is enough to see that Drago spent a lot of money to obtain this devil fruit. After struggling for a while, Sabo finally ate the burnt fruit. Because he was fighting Diancie. Feel your own powerlessness. He just wants to gain strength now. And not far from Beidou Island. There are many Revolutionary Army executives on guard. Among them is Haku, the executive of the Revolutionary Army. He is the Murloc who taught Kurla Murloc Jujutsu. When he learned that his apprentice was injured by a divine beast. He also has some rage. If I find them, I must give my apprentice retaliate. Haku was filled with righteous indignation, at this moment. A creature suddenly appeared in the water in front of him. What kind of creature is this? Haku looked at the creatures in the water in a daze. Master Haku, I think he looks like a beast. That's right, this should be a divine beast. The two people behind Haku responded directly. In their view, the possibility that the creatures in the water are divine beasts is almost 100%. The divine beast is the creature that hurt Kurla. Haku looked angry. He originally wanted to find the beast that hurt his apprentice. Now the beast comes uninvited. He naturally wanted to retaliate for his apprentice. Master, I heard that the beast is too scary. You'd better wait for the commander and the others to come and talk about it. The chief of staff has lost to the beast. Haku's apprentices retreated. Some of them are afraid of the beasts. After all, they've heard about the top wars, the conflict with the New World Pokémon kingdoms. Of course they know that divine beasts are not to be trifled with. Seeing that Haku would continue to go up, he quickly tried to stop Haku. Do you think I will fail? Haku reprimanded his apprentice angrily. Rather conceited, he rushed directly towards the divine beast. Since the disciples didn't believe it, he was able to defeat the mythical beast Tekla retaliate. Then he will prove it to his disciples. 4,000 Wajang fists. Haku swung a powerful punch. But in the next second, Magendor, who appeared and was suspended in the air, was directly sent flying with a shadow punch. Boom. Haku slid 100 meters straight and fell in front of his apprentices. Master, you. The apprentices never expected that Haku had just finished bragging. The result is now a disastrous failure. Notify the army commander quickly and let them come over. Haku was furious when he saw these stupid disciples. Immediately reprimanded. It is good. Only then did the apprentices react, calling the phone numbers of the army commanders. The phone was connected soon. Marshadow did not attack again. The order given to him by God the Father was to capture the commander of the Revolutionary Army. Then force Drago to take a ransom, which requires at least 40 devil fruits. So Marshadow wished that these people would call the commanders of the Revolutionary Army together to have a good one. It's not good, the beasts have landed on the island. Information from outside the Revolutionary Army island was quickly conveyed to the Revolutionary Army headquarters. The army commanders all looked at each other in blank dismay, especially the Southern Army Commander Lindbergh and the Eastern Army Commander Bello Beatty were the most embarrassed. They didn't expect that before. They thought that Beidou Island was the most secret and safe, but now they were directly broken into. And also beat their executive Haku. You go and inform the commander-in-chief, we're going to see him. Lindbergh soon wanted to make amends. Since the beast in front of him broke into the Revolutionary Army by mistake. Then he naturally wants to let the other party taste the strength of their Revolutionary Army. Notify Ivankov and the Crow. Bello Beatty added that in his opinion, it would be better for all the Revolutionary Army to settle this matter. Although, I heard that there is only one divine beast in the information. But every time the Pokémon Kingdom's action monsters are like dumplings. It keeps appearing, and it may not be the case this time. Capable of mimic rival powers as well as moves. This 120 is a strange-looking mythical beast, a mythical beast with a pair of orange eyes surrounded by black smoke all over its body. And the most important thing is to be stronger than rival. This allows him to create bombs in soaring in the sky to bombard the sky below. Marshadow, this is a beast that can hide in the opponent's shadow. But when Lindbergh saw only one mythical beast, Lindbergh has a homemade flying device with a lot of bombs on his back. But he hadn't touched it. Instead, there are 3 people in total, namely Bello Beatty, Mori, and him and the Deputy Commander Ashel. And his strength surpassed that of the Lieutenant General by a lot. They soon saw the mythical beasts invading the island of white soil. And his target is obviously Mahendor. His gaze hardened, even though the mythical beast was said to be miraculous. A group of people went to the island of white soil together. And he is not the only army commander who has come here at this moment. In his opinion, it is just the strength of Vice Admiral Normal. Except the explosion. Is it just such a beast? Chapter 158. Resurrecting Sarid. He threw the superstar bomb in order to destroy the beast in front of him. Boom boom boom. A huge explosion sounded at the edge of the white soil island. But when the smoke cleared, Marshadow was completely gone. Where did he go? Lindbergh descends from soaring in the sky. His mind was full of doubts. But at this moment, Marshadow suddenly appeared behind him. No, Lindbergh is in your shadow. Bello and Betty called out to Lindbergh. It wasn't until this time that Lindbergh noticed that there was a creature in the shadow. Lindbergh also wants to start the flying machine and fly away. But Marshadow directly used Spectral Thief on Lindbergh at this time. The shadow closer to Lindbergh's body directly emerged another Marshadow. Then directly snatch all the flying weapon and the bomb behind him. Then he got into the shadow, came in front of Marshadow, and handed over the flying chess. In the blink of an eye, flying chess came in front of Marshadow. Spectral Thief, this is the exclusive skill of Marshadow. Your P********* G me off, beast. Lindbergh, one of the fur tribes, was yet another inventor. He has a lot of means, his title is called the Cold Shooter. Naturally, this is not because he can fly or use combat. It's because he made a freeze gun, which he carries around with him. Since the Marshadow in front of him actually did this. Then he has to show his true strength. Moon Lion form backquote. Lindbergh's appearance is that of a cat walking upright, and his Moon Lion form can make him soar in battle. Whether it's power or speed, as well as performance. These will be greatly improved. This is the trick of the fur tribe. He looked at Marshadow in front of him. This time he must get his revenge. But at this time, Marshadow also started transform. I saw that he also turned into a Moon Lion form. The hair on the body keeps curling and spreading. Until his whole body became disheveled. How is it possible? This is obviously the ability of my fur tribe. Lindbergh was stunned, he didn't expect Marshadow in front of him to do this. Transformed into the Moon Lion form that only the Fur Clan can do, and the most helpless thing is that the Marshadow in front of him actually did it. This is too incredible. How did he do it? Isn't only fur tribes able to use the Moon Lion form? The surrounding members of the Revolutionary Army were also quite at a loss. They also don't understand how the Marshadow in front of them did it. It was able to directly transform into a Moon Lion form. Bello, Betty and Ashel were even more surprised. They never expected that Marshadow in front of them could do such a thing. Take a shot at me. Without hesitation, Lindbergh took out the freezing ray from his arms and shot it at the overweight man in front of him. He wants to freeze Marshadow again. But the next second. Marshadow, Spectral Thief is used again. I saw that a black figure appeared in front of Lindbergh again. Immediately afterwards, Lindbergh's freezing gun was also stolen. Before Lindbergh fired the shot, Marshadow pointed the gun directly at Lindbergh. But at this moment, Ashel attacked Marshadow. He is the deputy commander of the Eastern Army Commander Bello Betty. With a mechanical arm, she is extremely good at close combat. This time she's coming to take the opportunity to attack Marshadow. And Bello Betty also began to act at this time. Fight, everyone. Bello Betty is a person with the ability to inspire fruits. This ability is a standard auxiliary ability, which can awaken the hidden power in people's hearts, make people muster the courage to resist, and even eliminate fatigue. She definitely didn't want Ashel to be hurt. Wrap it on me. You must know that Axelu is her right-hand man. Sarid will never allow you to hurt my friend, Liao Nuo Zhao. Bello Betty panicked when she saw this scene. This is an ape-like mythical beast with slender mane and vines wrapped around its arms. Saland condensed an energy ball directly in the palm of his hand, aimed at Ashel in front of him, aimed and shot, and soon hit Ashel's mechanical arm. But at this time, there was another sound in the water. Has extremely high agility and strength. Mori save Ashel. Directly give Axelu's mechanical arm to the bomber. At the beginning, he hit Marshadow with an armed and domineering flying fist. As a person with the ability to inspire fruits, Bello Betty's power is quite powerful. Energy ball. As soon as he appeared, he fought with Ashel. After receiving the ability of encouraging fruit, her strength expanded even more. I saw that Ashel, who is the deputy army commander, has amazing physical skills. This time another beast came out. Chapter 159 Resurrection Majorna. Mori said this with confidence. He is tens of meters tall and holds a trident device. Can easily push the ground. I saw that he began to break into the ground and started the rescue operation. Just when he was about to rescue successfully, another splash appeared on the water. There are also divine beasts. Bello Betty was dumbfounded, he never thought that the beasts would emerge in endlessly. There are even divine beasts. This time the beast is Majorna. Malchiara is a mechanical Pokémon that can levitate at the same time. It also has extremely powerful attack capabilities. When he appeared on the island of White Soil, he accurately judged the location of Mori through the mechanical structure. Then released the exclusive skill Fleur Cannon. Boom. I saw a pink light beam directly attacking Mori's position. 337. Just at this critical moment, the reinforcements of the Revolutionary Army have arrived, and the Revolutionary Army team headed by Ivankov, the commander of the Great Root Army, Crow, the commander of the Northern Army, and Lightning, the deputy commander of the Great Root Army, has arrived here. And when they saw Malchiara unleashing such a terrifying cannon attack, the Crow directly used the Crow Fruit ability. Countless crows emerged directly from his coat. Shaded Fleur Cannon. Mori is back. Ivankov called to Murray. It seemed to him that Mori couldn't go any further. On the opposite side, there are still two divine beasts that have not made a move. Once they make a move, they had no other means of saving Mori. After Mori heard it, he felt a little helpless, so he could only choose to return by the same way. We're outnumbered. Lindbergh withdrew into the ranks of the Revolutionary Army. His face was bruised and swollen. It's all because of Marshadow. The Moon Lion contest condition from Marshadow Mimic is much stronger than him. He's not rival at all. He now finally understands the horror of the Pokémon Kingdom. Pokémon Kingdom, what exactly do you want? Ivankov looks at the Pokémon of the Pokémon Kingdom. He knew that the Pokémon Kingdom in front of him must want something. However, they still don't know if the Pokémon Kingdom has sent other beasts over. So he dare not go too far taunt Pokémon Kingdom. After all, this is the lair of the Revolutionary Army. He has more than half of the worth of the Revolutionary Army. And combat power. If the Revolutionary Army was defeated here. So for the Revolutionary Army, it was a huge blow. Your executive is vainly trying to kill our beasts. Since you dare to taunt our Pokémon Kingdom, then you should know what will happen. That's what Salud said. The Revolutionary Army looked at each other in blank dismay, which was somewhat different from what Sabo said. But they haven't waited for them to think too much. Ivankov asked about the offer. How many devil fruits can calm the wrath of the Pokémon Kingdom? Ivankov looked at the beasts. In his opinion, all the Pokémon Kingdom wants is devil fruit. He wants to see how much the Pokémon Kingdom will pay. At least 30 devil fruits. Majorna spoke his offer. 30 devil fruits. Don't you think devil fruit is Huxia cabbage? Everyone in the Revolutionary Army was a little dumbfounded. Even Ivankov's face darkened. He never expected that the Pokémon Kingdom would ask for so many devil fruits. 30 devil fruits is such a huge amount. As far as the current Revolutionary Army is concerned. Take out this amount of devil fruit. It's not that I can't take it out. But once you take it out, it will hurt your bones. We can't agree. Ivankov decisively refused. But just after he refused, Majorna directly used the exclusive skill Fleur Cannon again. But this time his target is the entire Revolutionary Army. In his opinion, as long as these people are defeated, they will all be arrested. Then they can see Drago. Then ask Dorag for a ransom. These 30 devil fruits definitely can get there. Is there no room for negotiation at all? Ivankov's face became serious. He didn't expect the Pokémon Kingdom to be so domineering. After discussing a word, we are about to fire. Ready to fight. Superior. It seems that the beast is not that difficult to deal with, we have the upper hand. The entire Revolutionary Army is at war with the beasts. Bello, Betty and Lindbergh deal with Magira. But at this moment, in view of the fact that the beasts want too much. Indeed, let's talk about such a thing after defeat. Lightning looked at Ivankov, he analyzed the situation keenly and got this result. There are even beasts. The water splashed again, and Ivankov's face suddenly became embarrassed. He now intends to defeat these beasts first. Ivankov can only lead the 4 major army commanders to fight together. Raven vs. Mahendor. Bello Betty directly launched the inspiration ability. Mori fights Zurid. Ivankov agrees with Lightning. He never thought of the mythical beast of the Pokémon Kingdom. Chapter 160 Resurrection Zeraora. This time the beast that appeared was Zeraora. It was an electric beast, and Zeraora slammed towards the lightning in front of him like a bolt of thunder. Lightning was Ivankov's adjutant, deputy commander of the Great Root. He is a person with the ability to cut fruit, and I saw that he directly cut the stones on the ground into a stone wall to resist Zeraora's attack. Thunder Punch. Zeraora cast Thunder Punch and shattered the stone wall. Hit towards the stone wall of lightning. Soon the stone wall was crumbling layer by layer, and the fist was not far from Zeraora. It was only about to attack Lightning's face. This made Lightning couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It's actually able to attack here so quickly. Ivankov looked at Zeraora with some surprise. He had no idea that Zeraora had such a fast speed. And it looks powerful. Thinking of this, he frowned. He intends to personally meet the divine beast in front of him. Is it possible that Commander Ivankov intends to do it himself? Lightning looked at Ivankov. He has a good understanding of Ivankov's strength. The strength can be said to be the strongest among the 5 army commanders. In Lightning's view, Ivankov must be able to defeat Zeraora in front of him. Death Wink. Ivankov used the Death Wink, which is the ability to attack through facial hormones. I saw a wink attack go straight to Zeraora. Just when Ivankov thought that his attack would definitely succeed. A huge lightning suddenly appeared on Zeraora's body. Boom. A huge amount of lightning radiated towards Ivankov. Directly towards Ivankov broke his Death Wink. Then hit his body. Ivankov can only block Zeraora's attack with his amazing physical fitness. But the hairstyle has completely changed. Turned into an exploding head. This also made Ivankov understand that with long-range attacks, he would not be the rival of Zeraora in front of him. Thinking of this, he can only use his self-made e-boxing. Rookie Demon Fist No. 44 Beauty Mystery, Dream Strike Churi Fist. Ivankov used this trick. Start desperately attacking Zeraora in front of you. The hands continue to attack with high frequency with the tip of the hand at super high speed. Not only did Sonic Boom hit, even played afterimages. It can be said to be quite scary. Looks like Ivankov is going to win. Lindbergh and Bello Betty teamed up to suppress Magira. Taking time to glance at Ivankov. They thought Ivankov was going to win. After all, this is a very powerful boxing technique at first glance. They have a deep understanding. Among the Revolutionary Army, no one could take over Ivankov's powerful boxing technique. Even Saab may not be able to catch it. They don't believe that Zeraora has any particularly good solution. But in the next second, the change in occupancy made them stunned. Because the speed of Zeraora becomes faster. The frequency of the fist was also faster, and he began to completely suppress Ivankov. It even directly hit a large area of Ivankov's body. Boom. Ivankov was beaten back again and again. No, I won't lose in boxing. Ivankov was a little skeptical about life. You must know that this is the rookie demon boxing technique that he has practiced for 20 years. How could it be possible to lose to this beast in front of me? He didn't want to believe it at all. Zero asked for flowers. He started to speed up the frequency and the afterimage appeared even faster. And he also used the ultimate mystery of Rookie's demon boxing method. Rookie's demon fist no. 44 beauty profound meaning laser healing fist. Ivankov's punches became faster, but he didn't see the coldness on Zeraora's face. Zeraora still has a backup. That is his exclusive skill. Plasma fists. This is a skill that is not only powerful, but also extremely terrifying in speed. The speed of Ivankov in front of him. In front of plasma fists, it is as slow as a snail crawling. I saw that after Zeraora used this move, there are endless lightning bolts on the fist, and with every punch, countless sparks surge to stimulate Ivankov's fist, and the speed is still extremely fast. Fast forward to Ivankov, not only the hands cannot keep up. Even the eyes can't follow at all. Then he was directly sent flying by this extremely fast boxing technique. How could this be? Ivankov was actually defeated. Lightning was the first one who didn't believe it. You must know that Ivankov is the commander of the Great Root Core. A terrifyingly powerful guy, although the Zeraora in front of him is a mythical beast. But it is an unknown beast in the Pokemon Kingdom. This makes Lightning how to accept it. What? Ivankov actually lost. Lindbergh froze for a moment. He didn't expect Ivankov to lose. This means that the burden on them has increased. It is necessary to deal with the enemy in front of you as soon as possible. We must get rid of this guy on the opposite side as soon as possible. Lindbergh looked at Majorna. He has a spare freeze gun, although the Majorna in front of him can fly like him. Chapter 161. Defeat Lindbergh. But he has technology. As long as the shot is fired, the beast in front of him will be completely frozen. Then he will be able to win the first battle. Thinking of this, Lindbergh looked at Bello Betty behind him. Maximize the inspiration effect. It is good. Bello Betty heard Lindbergh's words. Are not only release the power of encouragement. Lindbergh felt that his whole body's contest condition was not so good. Simply wonderful. With this in mind, he performs flying machine drifts in the air. Then he directly took out the freezing gun and wanted to freeze the beast in front of him immediately. But after he fired a shot. Just dumbfounded. 227. Because the beast in front of him also has the ability to freeze. And it looks stronger than him. Aurora Beam. Majorna uses Aurora Beam. A large amount of rainbow light rushed towards Lindbergh's freezing pistol in front of him. It's just that Lindbergh's big pistol is much less powerful than Majorna's attack. This is a confrontation between technology and spirit. Obviously, Lindbergh's technology is still far behind Majorna. Boom. As time gets tighter and tighter, Aurora Beam has more and more advantages. This gave Lindbergh the idea of retreating. But just when he was about to retreat, Majorna's Aurora Beam had already begun to freeze him rather quickly. How could it be? How could your attack surpass my freezing gun? Lindbergh looked at Majorna. He never thought that he would lose in technology. You know he's a tech freak. After a short period of freezing, soon Lindbergh was completely frozen. This scene also made Bello Betty panic. Although it was Lindbergh who was frozen in front of him. But it doesn't mean that the next one is not himself. He began to build up his morale and shoot Majorna. But before he fired the bullet, Magura directly hit Bello Betty's forehead with the iron head. This directly caused Bello and Betty to fall into a coma. This scene made the Revolutionary Army feel particularly panicked. You must know that these are two major army commanders. One is the commander of the Eastern Army, and the other is the commander of the Southern Army. The commanders of the two major armies suddenly lost you. This makes them somewhat unacceptable. Fortunately, there are still two army commanders here. They are Crow, the commander of the Northern Army, and Mori, the commander of the Western Army. Both are one of the powerful strongmen of the Revolutionary Army. Mori was fighting Sarad. The battle between the two was very tense. Although Mori is a titan, he has a burly height. But in terms of strength, it is not very strong. Most of his devil fruits are functional abilities. As a person with the ability to push the fruit, he pushes everything. At this time he was attacking Sarad. I saw him start to shovel stones on the ground. Then push the stone towards Zerund. It's like a sudden meteor shower of rocks soaring in the sky. And Salin stood in the center. But Sarad is an ape-like beast. Speed and agility couldn't be simpler. He began to step on one boulder after another, stepping on each one. Salin was getting closer and closer to Mori. It is also because of this mimic. Let Mori stop throwing these rocks. Instead, use the trident in your hand to take the initiative to attack. His target is naturally Zalud in front of him. Power Whip. Zerund urged the ivy in his hand 0. I saw the green vines began to stretch rapidly. Intel extended to a certain extent. Salud used the ivy to directly hook the trident in Mori's hand. Then he came directly to Mori. Armhammer. Thalund cast the hammer. One punch sent Mori flying several tens of meters. Mori is defeated too. Everyone in the Revolutionary Army. Unexpectedly, all 4 of the 5 army commanders were defeated. Now there is only one Crow that has not been defeated. So everyone turned their attention to the Crow. But the Crow's situation is not easy now. Because Marshadow can hide in the shadows. He tried not to catch Marshadow's position. But I dare not go down. Knowing to see so many people lose. He is the only one who can fight now. He had to make a quick decision. The crow saw the timing and came to the high platform. Marshadow also appeared in the shadow immediately. He looked at the crow. Directly used close combat. Marshadow has more than powerful special abilities in 2.9. It also has strong melee combat capabilities. I saw Marshadow directly use close combat on the crow in front of him. Every step hit the crow's eyes. The crow was forced to retreat layer by layer. Directly transform all the feathers on the body into a crow. Numerous ravens help defend against Marshadow's attack. But Marshadow uses Shadow Punch. Countless fists mixed with the power of Shadow beat towards the crow in front of him. Every punch is precise smack down the crow. This can't help but make the crow frown. He didn't expect that the crows he released would be wiped out by Marshadow so quickly. Chapter 162, The Arrival of Dorag. Beast Form. The crow turned into a whole giant crow. He attacks Marshadow. The shadow cast by the huge crow directly enveloped Marshadow. But just when he was about to dive and attack Marshadow in front of him, Marshadow cast Shadow Sneak. Marshadow directly turned into a shadow and came behind the crow. Then frantically hit the crow with Shadow Punch. Boom boom boom. Like the sound of drums. Marshadow, who is a fighting type ability user, carries 1,000 caddies of strength in every punch. Quickly give the raven a direct smack down from the air. Boom. The crow could no longer maintain its shape and began to fall. Boom. Fell down on the ground. Oh 1. Face first. Even the crows lost. How is this possible? This scene stunned everyone around. They didn't expect the crow to lose here at all. However, what is more serious is the beasts in front of them. If these divine beasts attack them again, as a completely defeated crowd, there is no room for resistance. Thinking of this, their hearts gradually turned cold. Are we really captives? A member of the Revolutionary Army wanted to kill himself on the spot. After all, he knew what was going on behind him. It was nothing more than being threatened by the divine beast in front of him. He didn't want to be a bargaining chip for the beast to threaten the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army. But in the next second, the suicide dagger was directly sent flying by Majorna with the aura sphere. This scene shocked everyone in the Revolutionary Army. The heart is even colder for it. In front of the beasts, they couldn't even commit suicide. How sad. At the same time, Dorag and Sabo are on their way at the same time. Boss, they will be fine. Sabo was a little worried. He didn't know that the people in the Revolutionary Army encountered the beast. Something will happen. For this he was very worried. It should be fine. Drago still has considerable trust in the 5 army commanders. After all, they are all elite soldiers recruited by Drago in the past 10 years. Without these subordinates, he wanted to overthrow the world government with his own strength. This is tantamount to fooling around. It is impossible to do it. It is also because of this. Dorag is very confident in the 5 army commanders. No, the leader and the others seem to have been caught. Sabo was stunned looking at the scene in the distance. He didn't expect it would be such a scene to meet these army commanders again. All were bound by their hands. And he had an unlovely look on his face. There are 4 strange-looking creatures behind him. It looks almost like a beast. Caught. Dorag was startled, and he looked in the direction Sabo pointed. Only then did I see what was going on. What Sabo said was true. The army commanders in front of them were all captured. And he was tied up with his hands. Isn't even Ivanov a rival? Bello, Betty, Lindbergh, Mori, Crow, the 4 commanders have all been captured. More than that, the deputy army commander Ashilu didn't let go either. What should I do? Is this the true strength of the Pokemon Kingdom? The revolutionary soldiers around Dorag were dumbfounded. They haven't seen any scenes, but they really haven't seen this kind of scene. All 5 army commanders were arrested. This is also equivalent to the addition of the Revolutionary Army except Dorag and Sabo. It became an empty shelf. You must know that these are the core combat power of their Revolutionary Army. Everyone has quite a lot of power. They were all caught. Dorag's personality feels very calm when he gets along with him. But his character is extremely irritable. Seeing the scene in front of him, he suppressed his anger and looked at the beasts in front of him. What on earth do you Pokemon Kingdoms want to do? Drago didn't say all the words. Otherwise, what follows will be ugly. However, he also understood that the executives in front of him had not been killed yet. That means there is still a ray of room for relaxation. The proof is either that Pokemon has something to ask for. 453. Either that, or the Pokemon Kingdom is terrified of the Revolutionary Army. But the second one, Dorag doesn't believe it. If the beast or Pokemon Kingdom in front of us is really afraid of the Revolutionary Army, it would not be the island of white soil. Nor would they beat the Revolutionary Army so hard. Even taken prisoner. This is the price for your taunt Pokemon Kingdom. Pay 30 devil fruits. Our Pokemon Kingdom can let them go. Majorna said bluntly. But this sentence made Drago and Sabo stunned. 30 devil fruits is a huge sum of money. They can't get it easily. All members of the Revolutionary Army also looked at Dorag. They also know the value of 30 devil fruits. If the Revolutionary Army wants to obtain such a large amount of devil fruit, I am afraid that many intelligence chains of the Revolutionary Army will be sold. Or a plan brewing. It is precisely because of this that they turned their attention to Dorag. I want to see what Drago will do. Chapter 163. Resurrection of Millerton. Drago's face darkened visible to the naked eye. He will not agree to the request of the beast in front of him. It's impossible. You must know that the last time the Pokémon Kingdom was given 10 devil fruits, the Revolutionary Army paid a lot of money. Now I want to give 30 more. These resources are sold with Barry's frenzy. Many plans of the Revolutionary Army will be aborted. This is unacceptable to Drago. Dragon Claw Punch, Hurricane Style. Dorag frowned. He decided to use the Dragon Claw Punch to clean up the beast in front of him. Although this will offend the Pokémon Kingdom behind the beast. But now being bullied by the Pokémon Kingdom to the island of white soil. How could he hide his clumsiness? The Dragon Claw Punch created by Dorag can be said to be very powerful. It even reached the level of being able to control the celestial phenomena. Following Drago's Dragon Claw Punch, a lot of gusts raged on the field. Together with the captured members of the Revolutionary Army. They all have the posture of being blown by the strong wind. But at this moment, a golden light hit the ground. Accompanied by the shining of the light, it seems that some creature is about to burst out of the picture. Could it be that another divine beast is going to be resurrected? Drago looked in the direction of the light and was very alert. But there is no way he should come or will come. Under the crust of Beidou Island, there is a huge figure about to break through the ground. Boom. With a loud noise, the figure floated in the air, charged out from the ground at a depth of 100 meters. He has a blue appearance with a lightning bolt on his forehead. The figure is very much like the legendary flying dragon, with Mew-like light spots on his body. He is the legendary beast that can destroy the earth. Millerton. The aura of this divine beast is so strong. Ivankov looked at Millerton, he felt it in Millerton. The powerful suppressing force that can only be found in the resurrection of Deoxys. This made him unable to bear the shock in his heart. What kind of beast is this? Lindbergh thought that the commander-in-chief, Dorag, should be able to settle the matter safely when he came here. But after Millerton's appearance, he was a little worried again. This endless means of Pokémon Kingdom. It's hard to guess what's behind the Pokémon Kingdom. How long will the Revolutionary Army be able to survive under the means of the Pokémon Kingdom? I'll deal with him. Sabo glanced at Millerton, and decided to deal with the monster in front of him himself. You know, he just swallowed the Xiao fruit. Has burnt fruit as a trump card. He can use the power of burning fruit to deal with the monster in front of him. Fire Punch. Sabo once fought on the top and observed Ace's use of burning fruit. So in his mind, he once had a cognition of the ability of this fruit. But Ace's development of the burning fruit has been quite perfect. He decided to direct Mimic to use Ace's signature trick to attack the beast Millerton in front of him. Sabo clenched his right fist, and then he gathered his flame power and punched forward. A huge arm of flame surged towards Millerton in front of him. Good. After Dorag saw Sabo attacking, he couldn't help but marvel. He didn't think that Sabo just got the Xiao fruit just now. You are the only one who can perform such amazing moves. In his view, the Revolutionary Army has a successor. Sabo must succeed. Everyone in the Revolutionary Army gave high hopes to Chief of Staff Sabo. Only the leaders of the 5 major legions were stunned. Because they didn't know that Sabo actually got the ability to burn fruit. And it can release huge flames. So Sabo's fire fist attack completely made them dumbfounded. I saw a huge roar suddenly resounding on the field. But they saw that Millerton did not dodge or evade. Instead, an energy ball spit out from the mouth. Shock wave. Millerton dismissed the flame arm that appeared in front of him. He directly used shock wave, a not so powerful electrical ability, to collide with the fire fist in front of him. Boom. Appeared on the field with a loud bang. Fire fist and shock wave shattered directly in the air. Numerous flames and electric embers are constantly splitting towards the surroundings. He knew he had lost the bet. A little bit scattered on the ground. Such power is like a natural disaster. This scene shocked everyone. Almost instant. It still surpasses many other mythical beasts. It's so scary. You know, he is the tail that attacks with a large amount of flame ability. Sabo's expression changed. Bang bang bang. And the opponent just casually said a shock wave. Sabo could see it. From this point alone, it can be judged that he has completely lost the competition of this move's combat ability. The people around obviously have no masters who can tell who is strong and who is weak inside. There are many traces of burnt black on the ground. The commanders of the 5 armies around could obviously see it too. They also didn't expect the power of this one of the beasts to be so strong. They never expected that the collision of 2 attacks by Zhao Wang would have such terrifying power. But laymen watch the excitement, and experts watch the doorway. Chapter 164. The Resurrection of Gulton. It seems that you don't want to cooperate with our Pokémon Kingdom. Millerton looked at the people in front of him. I understand that these people probably don't want to cooperate with him. In this case, then he won't be polite anymore. Thunder. Millerton used his thunder skill, and there was thunder and soaring in the sky. The surrounding Revolutionary Army was constantly harvested by thunder and lightning. Let out a terrible howl growl. Humph. Dorag snorted coldly, with a domineering aura surging on his body. A golden shield was formed directly to block this round of attacks. Just at this time, another golden light lit up in soaring in the sky. No, come again, Lindbergh yelled in surprise. It simply expressed the aspirations of the Revolutionary Army. They also didn't expect that the Pokémon Kingdom is still sending more and more beasts. The revived light in soaring in the sky. Now I don't know what kind of beast will be awakened. Right at my feet. Drago was slightly discolored by the light. When he saw this light not far from his feet. 387. He had the idea of using hard power to prevent the resurrection of this divine beast. He begins to strike a dragon claw pose. This time he wants to use the dragon's breath passed on to Sabo to prevent the resurrection of the mysterious beast under his feet. What a crazy fellow to stop Gulatin. The beasts around looked at Drago with contempt in their eyes. You must know that the one who is about to be resurrected is the mythical beast Gulatin. A terrible guy who once smashed an entire island with one punch. In front of him, Drago actually wanted to use physical skills to prevent Gulatin from being resurrected. This seems to them like a dream. But the executives of the Revolutionary Army are full of confidence. I didn't expect that this revived beast is actually at the feet of Commander-in-Chief Drago. It's really unfortunate. If we catch the beast of the Pokémon Kingdom, then we are probably saved. Exchange prisoners. The leaders of the 5 armies ABFE were a little excited when they saw this scene. As they say, they intend to use this method to force the Pokémon Kingdom to exchange captives. Only in this way, they don't need to produce these 30 devil fruits. Why do I have an ominous premonition? Sabo can be said to be the clearest about Dorig's strength. But even so, he is still wondering whether Drago can suppress this divine beast that has never appeared. Be skeptical. And at this time, the ground began to surge. A divine beast is about to break out of the ground. Dragon's breath. Drago predicted the landing point in advance and used the dragon's breath. His dragon's breath is better than Sabo's attack. Strong on too much. One claw went directly to the attack point. His expression was indifferent. As if untouched by anything. But when the divine beast that broke through the ground confronted him, his face completely changed. Boom. It was as if the entire island was against him, and huge forces were constantly bursting out. Drago's face gradually became ugly. It was still strong at first. After that, he had decided that he couldn't hold on anymore. Can only retreat. The divine beasts in the earth's crust broke through the ground. Until this time, only then did everyone see the true face of this divine beast. A dinosaur-like giant dragon with sharp scales on its head and body. The appearance is red and blue. He is the beast Guludan. A pair of orange eyes are unusually fierce. At this moment, he looked at Drago and Sabo in front of him, especially Drago. He had already seen who had prevented him from coming out. That person is the Drago in front of him. He looked at Drago fiercely. Drago looked at the divine beast with some seriousness. You must know that this is another divine beast that has never been seen before. Different from known Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza. These are brand new beasts. And there are more than just brand new beasts. The power of the divine beast in front of him was extremely terrifying. This made Drago a little surprised. He didn't expect that the strength of the Pokémon Kingdom would be so terrifying. Is this the beast that chased away the 4 emperors? Ivankov thought of a deeper layer. Their revolutionary army already knew that 2 divine beasts had been defeated in succession. However, the strength of the previous beasts did not have the strength to defeat the forces of the 4 emperors at first glance. Nothing more than Sabo and Drago. For the beasts present. You must know that they want the revolutionary army forces in front of them to provide devil fruits. There were only 2 enemies left in front of him. They have such strength, if they really do their best. And it's really terrifying strength. Instead of killing them. It was Millerton who had his eye on him. Is it my illusion? In fact, neither of the 2 beasts used their full strength. But he didn't know that this was not an illusion. But he quickly suppressed the panic. This made him think of whether these beasts in front of him might be the ones who defeated the forces of the 4 emperors. Sabo can only attribute this to his own illusion. A slight panic was felt. Sabo, on the other hand, seemed to be being targeted by a terrifying boa constrictor. But the beast in front of him is different. Chapter 165, Millerton's Thunder. Then the strong men of the revolutionary army in front of them would have been killed by them long ago. It seems that if you are not allowed to see our true strength, you will not give in. Millerton looked at Sabo, and this sentence also stunned the people around. Didn't these 2 beasts use their real strength? The 5 army commanders looked at each other. They looked at each other. They never thought of the gods, beasts in front of them. He actually said that he didn't use his real strength. You must know that they already have overwhelming strength. If they didn't use their real strength, then how terrifying would it be if they used their real strength? This is the idea that everyone associates with. Indeed, if these beasts did not show their true strength, they couldn't figure out how terrifying these beasts would be. Is it swagger? Sabo and Dorag thought of this key point at the same time. In their view, Millerton's words in front of them have elements of swagger. But soon Millerton did everything. Shocked them. Millerton used his exclusive skills. Lightning Dash. Millerton was filled with the power of thunder. If the previous thunder only covered a small area, then this lightning dash covers a large area. The location of a whole white soil island. Millerton's lightning is like a spider web. Even denser than spider web. Covered the entire island. The land on the ground is constantly being washed away by the lightning. Layers of ground were scoured into scorched black. It looked terribly scary, but except for a small part of the revolutionary army. He didn't kill them all. Sabo saw this scene at the moment. Completely dumbfounded, although Millerton in front of him didn't attack his body. But it was a serious blow to his heart. He understood that he was invincible. The horror of the beast in front of him. It cannot be resisted by manpower. Millerton used lightning to scour the island for more than 10 minutes. The island of white soil was originally white soil and houses. But under Millerton's means, the entire island became scorched black. It's like normal desert ruins. There is no vitality. If it weren't for the 5 army commanders on the island, as well as the stunned Dorag, Sabo and a group of revolutionary troops. It's like a normal ancient ruin. Is this really something human can do? Only now did Lindbergh understand that these divine beasts didn't show even 1% of their strength when dealing with him. Otherwise, the power will be comparable to the power of natural disasters. So scary. Drago was silent, seeing that the scenes other than him were so tragic. He was stunned, he hadn't expected it to be like this at all. And it's not over yet. I saw that Millerton controlled the lightning and directly turned into a lightning spear. Falling from the sky, it directly slashed towards the Beidou Island base in the distance. Not good, Kara. Seeing this scene, Sabo was completely stunned. To know that Kurla is still inside, he began to rush desperately to the base of Beidou Island. But still not caught up. The huge lightning spear directly bombed and shattered the base of Beidou Island. Boom. All of a sudden, stones flew across. There was a cloud of blood mist inside. Gila ran out. 0. Ask for flowers. Sabo just wanted to be sad and angry, but when he learned that Kurla ran out. Complicated emotions welled up in my heart. The Millerton in front of him was really terrifying. He didn't want to encounter such a horrible thing again. No, it actually caused such a terrifying scene. Lightning, the deputy commander of the Great Root, saw this scene, and his face turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that Millerton in front of him was so terrifying. One move can actually cause such terrifying power. The entire island is about to be demolished into ruins. If it weren't for them, they wouldn't be within the range of Thunderbolt. They were about to die under this terrifying thunder. He couldn't imagine that if the beast in front of him launched such a powerful thunderstorm against them. What will it be like? I'm afraid splitting it in half will end well. The Millerton in front of him was extremely terrifying, and he directly washed the blood of Beidou Island. Maybe it will become a scorched corpse. Thinking of this, he was extremely fortunate that it wasn't Millerton who defeated him. If Millerton in front of her was attacking her with such a powerful force. But the whole body turned into a coke. His calf trembled slightly. It shows the restlessness in the heart. Seeing this scene, she lost her eyesight. But other beasts, such terrifying power directly made her almost faint. Then it's definitely not the arm she broke. He didn't expect that the creature in front of him, which looked like a flying dragon, had such power. That's why he didn't suffer from such a powerful thunderstorm attack. Not a single trace was left intact. At the side, Ashel's eyes were also slightly dull at this time. Compared with the 4 beasts who fought with him before. Chapter 166, Aftermath. How did he do that? Bello Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army, looked at Millerton in front of him. She was a little dumbfounded. She didn't expect that Millerton in front of her could unleash such a terrifying attack. Under such an attack, no life could escape the murderous hands of the dragon Millerton in front of him. Thinking of this, she panicked a little. If it is said that she still had the fighting spirit and the trump card. That's all because Drago and Sabo haven't made a move yet. But even Dorag and Sabo couldn't show the strength of such a great force. In her opinion, the revolutionary army is doomed to fail this time. Because their rival in front of them is the powerful, 320, Spirit Kingdom. She has really seen the horror of the Pokémon Kingdom. If only I had such a powerful power. Confederate Commander Lindbergh was a little surprised to see this scene. As a fur tribe, he displayed the form of a moon lion, but he was still defeated by 2 divine beasts one after another. This kind of fiasco made her a little angry and annoyed. But under the constant battle of the Pokémon Kingdom, he discovered how weak his rage really is. You know, this is not the full combat power of the Pokémon Kingdom. It was just Millerton's shot in front of him. There is even a divine beast that has not been shot. That alone caused so many casualties. Moreover, most of the casualties were accidental injuries. Thinking of this, he became a little annoyed. We must know that most of the casualties of the Revolutionary Army in front of us were accidental injuries. Not really casualties yet. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling powerless. I feel that if I have such a powerful strength as Millerton, then it might be able to turn the tide. Nor would it have been such a power trip for the mythical beast on the Isle of White Clay. Even if I open the escape route, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. Western Army Commander Bailey looked at this scene. His heart trembled. He never thought that Millerton could create such a powerful and terrifying scene. The scene was simply horrific. Even if he survived for more than 100 years. I have never seen such a terrifying picture. It is simply normal. Thinking of being under such terrifying power. If he opened a different space channel. I'm afraid it won't have any effect either. After all, this thunder is just like normal thunder. It's like the god of thunder came to the world, destroying the world and destroying the world. The power of normal will destroy the whole world. Even if he wants to open the passage, I am afraid that no one can escape from it. Even the passage was torn into pieces directly. This power is even more terrifying than Ho-Oh. As a witness of the divine beast, the crow looked at this scene. Even he who has seen sacred fire. I can't help being shocked by Millerton's attack. It's like normal. No life can survive under this thunder. It's scary. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief for himself. You must know that he still had a lot of grievances when he was defeated by the divine beast. Looking at it now, seeing this scene in front of me. All his irritating thoughts disappeared. There is no sense of resentment. If he meets this Millerton, then he probably will really turn into a black crow. The whole body was scorched black, and there was not a single intact part. Compared to Deoxys, who is stronger and who is weaker. Ivankov saw this scene, can't help but think of Deoxys. Deoxys defeated Magellan, the administrator of the Propulsion City, one after another by zero. And Douglas Barrett's terrifying beast. Slash. He even defeated the powerful naval hero Garp during the Top War. Such a ruthless character. But even such a powerful character. It did not cause such a powerful destructive power. This inevitably shocked her. Compared with Deoxys, the beast in front of him was stronger or weaker. It really is still unknown. Drago was silent. He didn't expect that the attack that Millerton used before was just a small and powerful attack. It is not a large-scale powerful attack. This is a level that even he can't reach. This can't help but make her stressed. Because of this, Ledin saw Dorig's fighting spirit. Beitu Island was completely split in two. Full open takedown. You know, he is the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army. I saw Guludan directly using the full takedown on the ground. He didn't expect it at all, so Ledin directly tore the continent into pieces with terrifying power. If it is a beast that even he can't solve, it seems that I still have to make a move. Drago stared blankly at the terrible scene created by Guludan, and was stunned. So Ledin 1.2 looked at Dorag and Sabo in front of him. For this, he can only try to see if he can deal with Millerton's attack in front of him. He decided to directly show his terrifying strength to the two people in front of him. But at this moment, Gu Lurton acted. Broken in two. Since he has this fighting spirit, he must completely smash the opponent's fighting spirit. All of a sudden, dust flew up and swept the entire Beitu Island. With a direct slam, the entire island began to crack. Then the Revolutionary Army as a whole has nothing to do. Chapter 167. Rob Lucci shocked. This is too scary. This scene instantly made everyone stand up. They looked at the ground and saw the ground crack like this. There was panic in his eyes. They didn't expect that it would be such a horror. Gu Lurton in front of him actually showed such terrifying strength. Cracked in two. Lindbergh was a little lost seeing this scene. He hadn't thought of the divine beast in front of him at all. It was able to cause such a terrifying scene. It directly shattered the island of white soil into two halves. What a powerful force this must be. To this extent. He couldn't believe it. This terrifying scene actually happened before his eyes. You must know that Millerton showed terrifying strength before. Now Gulton has shown his terrifying strength. Moreover, it seemed that Gu Lurton was even stronger. Able to split a heavy rain in two. This power can be called the normal of the gods. Lindbergh's lips began to tremble involuntarily. It's not just him that's hard to believe. Even the other four major army commanders were shocked by the situation in front of them. Although Millerton's has created a horror scene that can be called the destruction of the White Clay Island. But compared to Gulton, it's hardly worth mentioning. You must know that this is a big move to destroy Beitu Island. This kind of horror is like a powerful force of natural disasters to destroy the world. How can people not feel shocked? And it's not just them. Even the people outside Beitu Island couldn't help being shocked. Especially the CP0 explored here. Whose territory is this here? Rob Lucci led Kaku here. Because the Navy already has the idea of returning to the Great Root. So he was sent to the Great Root to explore the changes in the Pokemon Kingdom of the Great Root. But not yet in the Pokemon Kingdom. Just encountered such a thing. A white island suddenly fell with bursts of thunder. Then it shattered into two halves. Just because the distance is too far away. He really had no way of determining who did it. This is actually a divine beast. Kaku picked up the binoculars and looked over. He was surprised to find that the scene was caused by a divine beast. He never thought of it. Could it be Groudon, Rayquaza, Kyogre? Rob Lucci looked serious and was stunned. Then guesswork was initiated. He guessed it must have something to do with these mythical beasts. Although they also encountered divine beasts in the Golden City. But only with the power of those beasts. It is absolutely impossible to cause such a tragic scene. No, they are gifts from gods that have never been seen before. Kaku directly said what he saw. To be honest, he had never seen these mythical beasts before. He was also stunned. Didn't think of these beasts at all. I have never seen it before. It is neither a mythical beast that participated in the Top War period. Nor was it the divine beast they had encountered in the Golden City. It was a group of divine beasts that had never been seen before. This shocked him. What a divine beast I've never seen before. This made Rob Lucci restless. He didn't expect the divine beast that created this scene in front of him. It was a beast he had never seen before. But when he saw Gulton and Millerton and the other 4 beasts that he had never seen before, he just reacted. I really haven't seen it. Think about it. He couldn't help reacting. Could it be that they are the group of beasts that defeated the 4 emperors? He murmured. That's his guess. After all, it is a divine beast capable of causing such terrifying power. Only the group of terrifying beasts who defeated the forces of the 4 emperors could do it. After all, the 4 emperors have the power to shatter islands. This, maybe. Kaku felt something was wrong but couldn't tell why. His intuition told him something wasn't quite right. What happened? At this moment, Stucci came out from the ship. She looked at the 2 people in front of her. When I saw the 2 of them, I was a little surprised. She couldn't help but 477 asked. There are mythical beasts on this island. Kaku said directly. An island split in 2. Stucci, on the other hand, was stunned. Since the divine beast has used such a powerful attack, who is it that is fighting him? It was devastated. As a result of this observation, Rob Lucci instantly became restless. Who exactly? Kaku broke out in a cold sweat. This appearance made her a little surprised. This sentence directly stunned both Kaku and Rob Lucci. On the other side is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag, who is wanted by the world government. Stussy uttered this sentence. Then they hostile guy. Only then did she look at the scene on the island. They quickly took out their binoculars to observe. Yeah, now that Pokemon has been given such a powerful attack. The words of the 2 seemed to hit the Navy on the ship with a heavy hammer. She gets to the point quickly. The scene on the island made her stunned. Chapter 168 Stussy shocked. It's actually the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago. Have they fought the beast? It wasn't just these big guys who were present, there were also many naval soldiers. They started whispering. You must know that the world government and the Navy have been involved for so many years. The object of hatred has always been the Revolutionary Army. Especially Dorag, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Such evil stars are what they hate the most. But the Revolutionary Army relied on amazing intelligence every time. And powerful forces are constantly escaping from the pursuit of the world government and Navy. Plus the emergence of the Pokemon Kingdom. This has made the world government and the Navy have put the hate list down. And add the Pokemon Kingdom's squeeze on the world government. As a result, they never came to the Great Root. This also led to their little understanding of the Revolutionary Army. But it still knows about its leader, Drago. It's actually Drago. Stussy was stunned. She had thought that some weak force would be caught up by the Pokemon Kingdom. But I didn't expect it to be such a tough bone. And even if it is such a tough bone, they're all in trouble with the Pokemon Kingdom. She suddenly didn't feel too disgusted with herself against the Pokemon Kingdom. Because the Pokemon Kingdom is a vicious dog that will bite even the hardest bones. How's the situation? Stuart continued to ask. She wanted to know very much, who would win and who would lose. This seems like the Revolutionary Army lost. Even the 5 commanders of the Revolutionary Army have been captured. The surrounding Navy picked up binoculars. Look at the scene on the island. When they saw this scene in front of them. Although they can't believe it. But it's clearly true. These revolutionary armies in front of us really lost the battle. And it's not just the Revolutionary Army Dorag and Chief of Staff Sabo who are frustrated. There are others. For example, the 5 major army commanders were all under control. All tied up. There are also these soldiers of the Revolutionary Army who are already kneeling and crying bitterly. No matter which aspect it is a complete defeat of the Revolutionary Army. It's not just that, these scenes seem to be caused by 2 divine beasts. We saw a thunderstorm on this island before. Kaku expressed his guess. You know, they just saw a thunderstorm. The beast that smashed the island of white soil in half. It doesn't look like it has such a powerful appearance. But another divine beast whose body is glowing with thunder has such a tendency. It looks very much like what this beast made. 2 mythical beasts. This sentence made the Navy soldiers gasp. You must know that they saw the whole picture of the island with the help of binoculars. When they realized that the situation in front of them was actually caused by 2 divine beasts. One directly turned the island of white soil into scorched earth. The other tore the island of white clay in 2. This horrible thing happened on this small island. Such an appalling scene. How can they not be shocked? It seems that we have to strengthen our vigilance. Stuart was a little helpless. She didn't expect to just inspect the Great Root. Just saw such terrifying strength. She can only place her hopes on these unseen beasts. It is to defeat Kaido and Bigmom, the beasts of the 4 emperor forces. Otherwise, the divine beast in front of him is just a newly revived divine beast. Then the power of the Pokemon Kingdom is too terrifying. With such a powerful kingdom, if it existed 800 years ago. If you haven't experienced such a change as recovery. How terrifying they really are. I'm afraid it will still be the world totem. Think of this. Stussy was a little thankful. Thank goodness the Pokemon Kingdom has disappeared for 800 years. Otherwise the world will be once again dominated by the Pokemon Kingdom. And the Pokemon Kingdom that has accumulated power for 800 years. It will undoubtedly be stronger than it is now. But she is not in the mood to think so much now. Now my main task is to return home immediately. Report the matter to the Navy and the world government. Let them plan ahead. Split the island in half. Kurla was awakened by the sound of bumps. She looked at the changes in Beidou Island, and couldn't help but let out a voice. Otherwise, such a scene would not have been created. She didn't expect to wake up. The island of white soil can produce such a big change. But now it has become a reality. She understood that the Revolutionary Army must have misunderstood the beast forces. The island actually split in two, sitting on the scorched earth. What the hell happened? These were things she had never imagined. Does it look like the ruins of normal? The female soldiers of the Revolutionary Army saw this scene. Her legs and feet were still trembling, and she fell down when she saw Kurla calling her to stop. Kral looked at the female warrior beside her. Kurla looked at the female warrior and asked her doubts. Tell me, please, what happened? There was still warm heat on the scorched earth, which directly pushed her to stand up. It turned out that everything in sight had become scorched black. Chapter 169 Misunderstanding. The female warrior told Kurla all the things. Kurla felt extremely complicated after hearing this. It never occurred to her that it was because of Res Max's recklessness, since it brought such a bad result to the Revolutionary Army. Thinking of this, she began to keep heading towards where Sabo and Drago were. Sabo has been running desperately for some distance closer to Kurla. Soon the two got together. Kurla, I will definitely retaliate to the beast for you. Sabo looked at Kurla and made a very solemn promise. But Kurla looked at Sabo and pulled him directly. I'm afraid there is a misunderstanding about this matter. Misunderstand? Sabo was a little puzzled. He didn't know what else could be wrong. You must know that the beast invaded the island of Beidou without authorization. The headquarters of their revolutionary army is already an absolute fact. There may be some misunderstandings in this. This is not the case. Kurla told Sabo about the working coefficient. Sob 210 was stunned after hearing this. He hadn't thought of it at all. There are so many inside stories here. Kurla was indeed knocked into the air by the divine beast. But the purpose of the beast is to seize Tezzolo's treasury. And the divine beast attacked her again. Also because of Res Max's reckless shooting. Sabo didn't expect this to be the case. It turned out that it was their revolutionary army who made the first move, or they were about to shoot and kill a divine beast. In this way, the other party will not lay a dead hand on his side. That's weird. Let's report to Chief Dorag. Kurla was particularly anxious at the moment. You know, she has lived in the revolutionary army for more than 10 years. She has long regarded the revolutionary army as her home. Now her home is going to be destroyed. Then how could she watch her family fall apart like this? It is good. Sabo didn't dare to want to know too much. These beasts are extremely fierce. And powerful. Not to mention Millerton, who directly destroyed the island of white clay and turned it into a piece of scorched earth. Goludin alone, who had just destroyed the Isle of White Clay in two. This beast has the power to destroy their revolutionary army. If their revolutionary army just faced a mythical beast, that can still be resisted. But what their revolutionary army faced were two mythical beasts. Two extremely powerful beasts. This makes them irresistible. The two rushed to the battlefield at an astonishing speed. At this time, although Drago saw such a terrifying scene, but he didn't back down. He will not shrink back because of this absolute strength. If he wants to back off, there will be no revolutionary army. You must know that the establishment of the revolutionary army itself is against the navy. Do it right with the world government. Against these two powerful forces. Since he dared to set up a revolutionary army, and led the revolutionary army to this level. How to be afraid of death. And how will it succumb to the Pokemon Kingdom? It seems that you are not willing to agree. So Ledin looked at the expression of Drago in front of him. He felt a little admired, although the Dora, Abeb, in front of him seemed to him not too powerful, but with such a heart, it is extremely rare even in their divine beasts. Only a few powerful beasts can have such a tenacious heart. However, for the enemy, so Ludin will not be soft. Since the other party refused to agree to his request. Then only death is the destination of the other party. So Lurden struck a pose. Ready to use the Xeon blow just now. If you use the power to shatter the entire island. Defeat the Dorag human in front of you. Then the other party will definitely not be able to escape the fate of death. And Drago also made a gesture. Prepare for the arrival of the opponent's attack. The two sides rushed forward quickly. The people in the revolutionary army could no longer bear to look directly at them. You must know that Gulton has just proved his strength with his strong strength. An attack powerful enough to tear the island apart. And they don't yet know if it's Gullerton's full force. If Gulutin hadn't used all his strength, Gulutin's attack in front of him will be even more violent and terrifying. Thinking of this, they all frowned. Some couldn't bear to look directly and closed their eyes. Afraid to see Dorig's death. Just when the two were getting closer and closer. Sabo appeared. He directly used the trick he had comprehended before. Flame Dragon Claw Fist Flame Dragon King. This is a move he used in combination with the Dragon Claw Fist and the Burning Fruit. I saw that he quickly bombarded the ground and made a huge sound. His purpose in doing this was to cause a fight between Drago and Gulton. Let the two stop attacking. What is Sabo doing? Ivankov looked at Sabo with some puzzlement. He didn't understand what Sabo was doing. Because this is a critical moment in the battle. He has seen clearly the power of Millerton. I'm afraid it's not less powerful than Gu Lurton's. The Sob on the horizon will definitely not be Millerton's rival. The thought echoed in Ivankov's mind. He thought that if Sabo wanted to intervene in the battle at this moment, then it must be the Mantis, Arms. Chapter 170. Crush the White Earth Continent. Stop. This is a misunderstanding. At this moment, Kara got off Sabo's back. She has a tacit understanding with Sabo for many years. Sabo is on his way. She is in charge of yelling. Her sound came after Sabo made a huge noise. Everyone heard her shout. Misunderstand. How is this possible? The captured 5 army commanders were stunned. They heard Kurla's words clearly. But they still don't understand why Kurla said it was a misunderstanding. From their point of view, there was no way this could be a misunderstanding. Slash. If the Pokémon Kingdom is in Baldigo, the island of White Clay, the lair of the Revolutionary Army. Almost defeating the entire Revolutionary Army was just a misunderstanding. I'm afraid no one will believe it. What is Kurla doing? Could it be that he wants to distract Dorag? Bello Betty complained directly. She thinks Kurla is distracting Dorag. If Kurla hadn't spent a particularly long time in the Revolutionary Army. She both thinks Kara is a spy for the Pokémon Kingdom. Trust Kara, I think there is a misunderstanding. Crow sighed. In his opinion, there may be a real misunderstanding. In his impression, the image of the Pokémon Kingdom is not so bad. I hope it's a misunderstanding. Ivankov sighed. Deoxys had helped the Revolutionary Army before. He also hoped it was a misunderstanding. He knew the character of the Revolutionary Army Drago. Knowing that Drago will not be subdued by strong strength. Only this matter is an oolong, a misunderstanding of this statement. In order to change the current scene of the destruction of the Revolutionary Army. But the probability of this is really low. Misunderstand. Dorag also heard this sentence. But one person and one beast are all charging face to face. If one person stops, it will inevitably cause the other person to be completely injured. It takes a lot of courage. Drago thought for a while, and finally decided to stop the attack by himself first. Then find a way to dodge. He is for the Revolutionary Army. Rather than himself, only a misunderstanding can undo the current situation where the Revolutionary Army is broken. He can only gamble this time. He actually let go. Does this human want to commit suicide? So Ludin looked at Drago. He had no idea that Drago would let go. His mind was spinning 1,000 times, and he quickly thought that this matter might have something to do with Kurla's words just now. In that case, let him rate it. For the devil fruit, but also for the courage of the man in front of him. Slash. So Ludin decided to stop. But the attack is unstoppable. Then he can only shift the target of attack. Therefore, Ludin locked the target on the White Earth continental plate that was broken in half. Then he punched and attacked. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the entire Beidou continent plate smashed directly and thoroughly, like a piece of glass. There is no perfect place. Then it became a piece of stone. How is this possible? Everyone was completely dumbfounded seeing this scene. They didn't expect that. Guludin's attack this time was even more vicious. It even smashed the Beidou island into pieces. With a wave. The soldiers of the Revolutionary Army who can swim directly jumped into the sea water. Some who don't know water are looking for larger rocks to land on. And the worst is the devil fruit ability user. For example, the 5 army commanders. 0 for flowers. You must know that what devil fruit users are most afraid of is sea water. The sea in front of them is undoubtedly a death vortex for them. Everyone wants to escape, but they were caught and taken captive. How can this be escaped? Just when they thought they were dead. The beasts began to exert their strength, and the beast Majrana directly used confusion. Suspended them all in the air. Then I looked for a larger slate to land on. But the reason why they saved these people. There is only one, and that is that these people are the captives they asked for the devil fruit. Before, the treatment of prisoners did not play a real role. They can't die here. Survived. Fortunately, such a captive status. It actually smashed the continental plate. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Because when Dorag taught him the dragon claw boxing. It is nothing more than because of the identity of the captive. When he saw that Gulton actually smashed the continental plate. Even if it is the words of Commander-in-Chief Dorag. But soon I felt that I was a little too outrageous. That should also be invincible. He was stunned. He hadn't thought of it at all. Gu Lurton in front of him actually hid his strength and didn't show it. Such a powerful force. Of course, the commanders of the 5 armies could also guess why they survived. Sabora found a landing point with Kurla. He thought that Drago was no match for Guludin. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel a little rejoiced. Although the two did not fight each other, Sabo directly made a judgment. After all, without this identity, the domineering beasts would not care about their lives. Chapter 171, 50 Devil Fruits. However, some strengths have been revealed, but those strengths are in Sabo's view. At most, it is the words of the Broken Island and the Broken Island. Commander-in-Chief Dorag has not yet possessed this strength. It actually shattered the entire island. Because Dorag is around Gulton. The air waves generated by Tackle Island are particularly strong. directly sent him flying. Fortunately, he relied on his amazing physical skills. He directly found a springboard and stood firm. He looked at Gulton in front of him in shock. It never occurred to him that the Gyula in front of him would not have the strength to hide it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel heart palpitations. If the previous 253 Luden showed strength, he thinks he can still make a point or two. So now Gyu Luerten shows the strength. He considered himself invincible. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. If this matter does not turn around, I'm afraid that the Revolutionary Army will be wiped out here by just 6 mythical beasts sent by the Pokémon Kingdom. This is too scary. Is there any hope for Commander Dorag? Who can be the rival of this monster? The Revolutionary Army saw such a tragic scene. I couldn't help feeling a little frightened. Especially when you know about these divine beasts, but come to become rivals with them. Their courage was even more frightened. After all, such a terrifying beast. It can actually shatter a continental plate directly. Such a terrifying power, on whose body, will be horrified. But they were powerless to stop it. Now their only hope can only be pinned on Kurla. I hope this matter is really an oolong. It's just a misunderstanding. And outside the island. The Navy was also taken aback at this time. It's so scary. The strength of this divine beast is too terrifying. Seeing this scene, many navies were completely dumbfounded. They didn't expect such a terrifying scene to erupt here. The split Beidou Island was directly shattered. Air waves mixed with dust flew up to a height of 3,000 meters. Even if the dust disperses, they can also feel the terrifying physical power emanating from this divine beast. It can be said to be the kind of destructive power that can destroy everything. Thinking of this, they were terrified. Staying here is really not a good job. The captain subconsciously drove the ship further away. They were left here by the CPO to watch the battle report. After all, the CPOs have to report back to the world government. But just watching this scene, they were terrified. They have only one thought now. That is, I hope that I will not go to war with these beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom in my life. And on the island of White Soil, the beast and the Revolutionary Army finally calmed down. They begin to understand the truth of the matter. The beasts simply untied the ropes for the 5 army commanders. This made the 5 army commanders feel humiliated while being happy. They understand that the beasts are not worried about them escaping. Or maybe they thought that the Revolutionary Army didn't have the strength to escape here at all. They were so humiliated. How can you still be happy? But when Kara tells the whole thing, they are even more depressed. Res Max shot at the mythical beast without saying anything. And it's still 3 bullets. Could it really be a misunderstanding? This continuous message blasted the minds of the 5 army commanders. They didn't expect it to be an oolong at all. It was the executive of their Revolutionary Army who took the first shot against the beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom. Thinking of Res Max recruiting such a strong enemy rear for the Revolutionary Army because of his recklessness. They even felt that the death of Res Max was not a pity. But it's not worth 30 devil fruits. Ivankov wanted a bargain. Because in his opinion, this is not worth 30 devil fruits at all. No matter what happened, it was still the mistake of their Revolutionary Army. 30 devil fruits are simply a sky-high price for their Revolutionary Army. That's 40. The mythical beast Guluden jumped from the springboard to the undamaged half of the island of white clay. But he heard that Ivankov still wanted to bargain. Added 10 devil fruits directly. He obviously just wanted to save some resources for the Revolutionary Army. What? Ivankov was going to let Dorag lower his overweight. But he didn't dare to refute the mythical beast Gyu Luden. But this amount Ivankov would not agree to. In the end, it attracted an increase from this terrifying beast Gulton. They didn't expect Drago to increase the price in reverse. Because he knew that the Revolutionary Army didn't have so many devil fruits at all. I am afraid that no one of their Revolutionary Army has made a move in the hands of Gulton. We'll give you 50. B. Because the beast in front of him just used such a terrifying 0.1 move. Just when everyone didn't know how to respond to the words of the beast. Ivankov regretted it to death. He didn't expect the Pokémon Kingdom to be so overbearing. But Drago only replied one sentence. Dorag's words completely dumbfounded everyone in the Revolutionary Army. Dorag stepped forward. This. Chapter 172. The incident ends. 50. So Luden was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the Revolutionary Army in front of him to be so generous. But think of overcompletion rewards. Will be appreciated by God the Father. He felt really happy. So Luden agreed. Since it is possible to obtain an additional 20 devil fruits. This thing is too good to be true. How could he not agree? However, we still need time for these devil fruits, and now I will give you a dozen at most. After Dorag heard Gulton agreed. I breathed a sigh of relief in my heart, and told the difficulties of my Revolutionary Army. Then there is the question of the number of devil fruits. You know, they just gave the Pokémon Kingdom a devil fruit not long ago. Now 40 more are given out, and this devil fruit cannot be obtained in a short while. It is also because of this difficulty. He then proposed the reason for giving 50 devil fruits. For the sake of delay. You won't lie to me. So Leden looked at Dorag in front of him with some displeasure. How dare I? Dorag smiled wryly. How dare he lie to the Pokémon Kingdom? You know it's just a conflict. This led to Beidou Island, the base of their Revolutionary Army. turned into this tragedy. How dare they provoke the Pokémon Kingdom again? All they want first is for the beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom. Just give him a few days. Wait a minute, I'll ask Father God. So Ledin looked at Drago and did not make a decision. Instead, I intend to ask God the Father. After all, he could think that Father God must be watching him from afar. Father, can you delay the revolutionary army for a while? So Ludin gave a cry to heaven. What is he doing? As the Father God of the Pokémon Kingdom here, how is this possible? Everyone in the revolutionary army was a little surprised when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that Gulton suddenly yelled at soaring in the sky. You know, there is nothing on soaring in the sky. Could it be possible that Godfather, the mysterious figure of the Pokémon Kingdom, is really about to appear? The 5th Army commander looked at Gulton in surprise. But Drago has hidden worries. The beasts are already so terrifying. If it is their gods and beasts who are respected as father gods, they come here. So what will this place look like then? He probably couldn't imagine it. But more importantly, if God the Father disagrees with their deal, then the result will be even more dire. Even the revolutionary army may be buried here. Just when everyone in the revolutionary army was worried about the appearance of God the Father, a voice suddenly appeared in soaring in the sky. I agreed. The voice seemed to shake the heavens and the earth, so that the people of the revolutionary army on the entire island could hear it clearly. Where are the people? Sabo was the first to say this. And everyone began to look around. They also want to know where is the owner of this voice. Who exactly said this sentence? But no matter how they look at it, all to no avail, because I didn't see anyone. Could it be that they can transmit sound through the air? Ivankov suddenly had an idea. Sound transmission through the air. This is too outrageous. Bello, Betty and Lindbergh looked at each other. They find it extremely outrageous. Even the revolutionary army can't do sound transmission through the air. But the Pokémon Kingdom in front of us has done it. This makes it difficult for them to imagine how powerful they are. Watching them, they have no ability to spy on each other. But his whereabouts have long been seen at a glance. Since God the Father has agreed, then let's do it. So Ludin responded. In his opinion, since Father Shendu agreed, then he naturally has no reason to refuse. After thinking about this, he asked Drago to take the devil fruit he had paid in advance. He intends to leave with the troops of the Pokémon Kingdom. After all, the current island of white soil, Baldigo, has been destroyed and turned into a piece of scorched earth. There is absolutely no need to reuse it. The Pokémon Kingdom doesn't need 010 to be built on such a scorched earth. Naturally, there is no need for them to stay. The revolutionary army breathed a sigh of relief. Crow squeezed a cold sweat on his hands. Ivankov sighed. The emptying of these wealth means that the revolutionary army will fall into a slump. It seems that our revolutionary army will have to work hard for a while. You know, this is a huge fortune. You know, this is the first time their revolutionary army has surrendered. Mori sighed, and this sentence made everyone present agree. Let him be deeply touched. There's no point in going on any longer. The Pokémon Kingdom is too strong. Send out these 50 devil fruits. Fortunately, this matter has been completely resolved. And after they leave, the attack of the Pokémon Kingdom in front of you. Even when facing the world government and the Navy, they have no such thoughts at all. Many predetermined things need to be cancelled. That means that the savings of the Revolutionary Army over the past 2 decades will be wiped out. Chapter 173 Preparing to attack the Cross Union. In the void. Ron looked away. For the next period of time, all he has to do is wait. At the same time, he also discovered that he could excavate these divine beasts. Real potential. Such beasts as Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre are far more than superficial. Their true strength has actually reached the star level. During this time, he decided to wait for a short time. Wait until the devil fruit arrives. He will be able to revive new beasts. And at the same time, the Great Passage, Krakena Island. There are many powerful people gathered here. They share a common name. Called the Cross Union. It includes the Lonely Red Earl, the Golden Lion Shiji, and the Clown Bucky, as well as the owner of Krajiana Island, Hawkeye Mahawk. The Great Root is now the territory of the Pokémon Kingdom. Golden Lion Shiji said with an angry face. In his view, since the Cross Union has been established, then you should kill it. Successfully occupy the Great Root. Instead of staying on this Kragon Island. Yeah, it seems that Captain Golden Lion has to teach these savage creatures a lesson. Indigo looked at the Golden Lion and approved of his thoughts. After all, she has always been the ship doctor of the Golden Lion pirates, how could he not agree with the captain's idea? It was indeed like this in his mind. After all, the Pokémon Kingdom was nothing before they came along. After they appeared, also dominate the Great Root. It seemed to him, there is simply no respect for them. It's all the fault of Red Earl. If it wasn't for him, I would have killed him. Pipe exclamation mark quote. The Golden Lion snorted coldly. In his opinion, it was all because of the Red Earl. If it weren't for the fact that he self-destructed his feet after escaping from Impulse City. He didn't want to listen to Red Earl. Stay on the island of Krajna. You know, there's only Hawkeye Mahawk. There is also a swordsman with green hair. Captain, Red Earl is back. The Golden Lion's men suddenly yelled in the distance. The Golden Lion's face changed slightly, although he has been complaining about the Red Earl. But for the strength of Red Earl, he is approved. Red Earl is, after all, a monster with the tools to match his heyday. Golden Lion, you'd better not speak ill of me when I'm not around. A person suddenly landed in soaring in the sky. He has pale hair, wears a red shirt and trousers, a blood-colored cloak, and holds a slender umbrella with a bat handle in his hand. He is Red Earl, Beloric Redfield. Humph. After all, Golden Lion Shiji once had extremely terrifying power and strength. Although now because of the loss of legs, lost a large part of combat power. But still snorted coldly. In his opinion, Red Earl was scared out of his wits. Otherwise, it would not have been so long since the cross-trade union was established. No action. This too made him feel inexplicable. Golden Lion Shiji, don't worry, our plan will start soon, I have found my devil fruit. The Red Earl said to the Golden Lion. What he meant by saying this was to give the Golden Lion some confidence. You ate a devil fruit. Not as Red Earl expected when he said those words. The Golden Lion was indeed surprised. He had no idea that the Red Earl in front of him actually ate a devil fruit. You must know that the strength of the Red Earl who has not eaten the devil fruit is already extremely terrifying. Long known as the Great Pirate during Gall D. Roger's time. Known as the Lonely Red, Scarlet Earl. Now after eating the devil fruit. It takes a long time to equip a person with a weapon. It will definitely become stronger. Thinking of this Golden Lion is a bit regretful. After the Red Earl in front of him mastered such a powerful force. Wouldn't the Crusades want to deviate from his expected goal? Transform into a faction controlled by the Red Earl. You must know that his purpose of joining the cross-trade union is to obtain all the rights of the cross-trade union. Then pull away all the strong men in the cross-union. Create a flying pirate group that belongs only to him. Rather than this result. What devil fruit? Now the Golden Lion only hopes that Yu Hong Earl didn't get any powerful devil fruit. Still just normal. But then, Red Earl's words. It was as if he had been hit in the head. Good Jiao, Phantom Beast devil fruit. Red Earl echoed the Golden Lion's words. And the Golden Lion was also taken aback at this moment. It's actually a Phantom Beast. The Golden Lion was stunned, he hadn't thought of it at all. Red Earl not only got the devil fruit but also got the Phantom Beast devil fruit. To know the Phantom Beast species of devil fruit. But quite precious pair. There are not many in the whole world. But the Red Earl in front of him did it. How could this not surprise him? He wanted to ask further, but Red Earl didn't say much. Because his devil fruit is quite rare. The full name is Bat Fruit Phantom Beast Leech Life Ghost Form. This devil fruit has terrifying powers. Chapter 174 Sword and Shield Beast, Promised Hyena. By absorbing other people's blood, you can suck other people's life. Revert yourself to the way you were when you were younger. Even abilities can also be restored. Can't help it, he can also hide himself in the dark. Let the enemy not find him. He has been looking for this devil fruit since he was released from prison. Now he has finally found it. Now that it has been found. So that means, the time for their crusaders to inform the sea has finally come. This made him very excited. Notify Bucky and Hawkeye. Red Earl said this, then went to the castle to rest. Indigo, tell your men to deal with this. The Golden Lion said to his deputy captain Indigo. Indigo agreed. He knew that the Golden Lion and the Red Earl were the most famous powerhouses in Roger's time. Why did you find Bucky and Hawkeye? Hawkeye is because he has both standing strength and a territory. And Bucky is purely because he has money. That's right, rich. Bucky unearthed 230 legendary treasures. Become a rich man with nearly tens of billions. It was at this time that the Red Earl and the Golden Lion followed him. It's a pity that Bucky regards money as his life and refuses to give money. All the Golden Lions and the Red Earl are too strong. It was only then that Bucky had no choice but to join the Cross Union. Fully extract Bucky's money as the startup capital of the Cross Union. Now they have recruited thousands of people on the Great Route. You can set sail to expand your territory. Or venture to a new world. And he didn't know. Before they act. The Pokémon kingdoms have already made their minds up. In a few days, Ron had enough devil fruit. He began to sense the statue of the beast. There are not many divine beasts that have not been resurrected now. However, he still felt the statue of the beast. The place ABCJ of this resurrection is the island of Krajana. There are 3 statues there. They are Kangshong, the king of swords, and Zangmarant, the king of shields. And Wuji Taina. Kangshong and Zangmarant both look like dogs. The 2 mythical beasts are legendary beasts who are brave in hundreds of battles. Legend has it that if Suichi bites the Fairy King's sword, he will transform into an amazing Sword King form. That force was enough to tear the sea in 2. And Zangmarant has his artifact, the Shield of the Fighting King. It is said that as long as Zangran Mart possesses the Shield of the Fighting King and becomes the King of Shields, then even majestic high mountains will be directly pierced and flattened by the King of Shields. As for Wujitai, it is even more powerful. It is said that he was born in meteorite and possesses infinite energy. When he exhausts all his strength, he can even reach the Power Emperor who distorts time and space. Among these beasts, Kangshong and Zangmarant are planet-level strengths. And promise is world-class strength. It can be said that the strength of the 3 divine beasts is very strong. But the devil fruit that needs to be consumed. Also quite a lot. Fortunately, during this time, there is no waiting. That's close to a month's time. He harvested a full 35 devil fruits from the Revolutionary Army. Plus some of my own stock. After using up these 40, it can be said that there are not many left. But there are some left. After wanting to understand this point, Ron began to revive the beast. Ron spat out 3 resurrection rays. They are 2 golden lights of recovery. There is also a red light of recovery. The 3 rays of light began to sail towards Krajgana Island. It will soon fall on the island of Krajgana. And on the island of Krajgana, Mihawk stayed with Bucky and Zoro. They are looking at a statue. This statue looks like a keel, and its shape can be said to be huge. Is this the statue of the beast? Bucky glanced at the statue. Stunned. He didn't expect such a thing to exist on Krajgana Island. Probably. Mihawk didn't refute. In his eyes, the statue in front of him was indeed a statue of a divine beast. After all, his slash did not reveal the slightest scar on it. It looks quite miraculous. Then we'd better stay away from him. Bucky panicked when he saw this scene. This statue has been placed here for more than 10 years without any changes. This knife has been in his hand for a long time. Even if you encounter a beast, you have to leave an arm. Bucky suddenly looked at soaring in the sky. I saw 3 lights began to rush towards Krajgana Island. In case of resurrection, Mihawk wiped the knife in his hand. It is a pity that the black knife Yi in his hand has become a broken knife. But now there is an exception. No, what kind of light is that? There are actually 3 lights. You must know that this is a statue of a divine beast. Don't worry, the beast shouldn't be resurrected so soon. Unexpectedly, it was cut off directly by the divine beast. You must know that even the General Akainu. That would be miserable. Like him, it would be even worse. Mihawk didn't speak, he didn't think of it at all. This made him particularly regretful. Chapter 175, Resurrection of Zangmarant. But when the red light shone on the statue for a long time. After discovering that there was still no movement. The 3 were stunned, just when they wanted to take a closer look at the stone statue. Indigo called out the names of several people outside the forest. Looks like we have to leave first. The 3 realized that it was Red Earl and Golden Lion Shiji who were looking for them. So he went straight out of the forest. What happened? Hawkeye looked at Indigo without much change in his eyes. Although Indigo is the deputy captain of the Flying Pirates. But in the final analysis, hard power is still not enough. He wasn't too bullish on Indigo. But Bucky is a little unnatural. Because he is afraid of the Golden Lion, even a bit afraid of the Eagle Eye. Fortunately, he served as Kibuhai for a while. So there is still some kind of friendship with Hawkeye. It is considered to be acquainted, so that we can see the statue with Hawkeye. But for the Golden Lion, although there is some kind of friendship. But after all, it was once a hostile force. Now because of coercion, he became a member of the Cross Union. He was still flustered. However, in front of Indigo, he was not too flustered. Red Earl and Golden Lion, let's talk about defeating the Pokémon Kingdom. Indigo told it all. Hearing this, the 2 of them understood what was going on. After hearing this, they started to follow Indigo to the castle. Hawkeye was a little disgusted by the incident. After all, the castle that now belongs to him is occupied by the Red Earl. But he touched his arm and decided to live with it. Because Red Earl almost broke his hand directly. This also made Hawkeye understand the strength gap between him and Red Earl. Wait, what's that? Indigo looked to the distant mountains. Suddenly he saw a wild beast. A wolf. There's something strange about this beast. Hawkeye looked at the beast in surprise. But it doesn't feel like much, if it's just an ordinary beast. All he cares about. That's too boring. But at this moment, the beast moved. He started running. Kill him. As the deputy captain of the Golden Lion, Indigo has too many pirates under his command. Hearing Indigo's words, the pirates under his command. They all attacked the wild wolf one after another. Some were holding firearms, while others were holding long knives. And when they shot at the wolves, the wild wolf also started his action. Giga Impact. The wolf played Giga Impact, who is Zamarant, the king of shields. As for why he attacked Indigo, only Indigo had the smell of his shield in his hand. That's his fighting king's shield. In other words, his shield was taken away by Indigo in front of him. He had only come forward to snatch his shield back and question them. But since these people in front of them are planning to fight back, he will not be polite. It's gone. Bucky was stunned. He saw that Zangmarant had disappeared. This was completely beyond his expectations. It never occurred to Zangmarant to be able to invisibility. How is this possible? Sauron looked at Zangmarant's disappearing figure with some surprise. Surprised, he didn't see Zangmarante's original figure either. It's as if it disappeared in an instant. Here he is. Hawkeye saw Zangmarante's figure. Zangmarant appeared directly near Indigo. And the pirates under his command. 0. Asking for flowers. They were all killed instantly in this instant. Instantly killed a dozen pirates. It's only a dozen seconds, how did he do it? Indigo was surprised, but it quickly turned into ecstasy. Dedicate you to Captain Shiji, the Golden Lion, and I will definitely have a good reward. Indigo laughed. He didn't pay attention to Zangmarant's terrifying speed in front of him. Because he is the vice captain of the Golden Lion. It has terrifying power in itself. Chemical magic. Indigo threw out the explosives in his long sleeves and began to attack Zangmarant continuously. 0. Countless chemicals cause reactions in a split second. Not less powerful than a bomb. This is the time to die. Indigo looked at the smoky scene in front of him. I think Zangmarant must have died here. He's not dead. Enveloped him. Indigo retorted. Indigo did not respond to Zangmarant's question, but threatened Zangmarant instead. Indigo was completely dumbfounded, just when he wanted to release more powerful moves. This made Hawkeye, Sauron, and Bucky understand. Instead, a huge protective shield appeared in front of him. Zangmarant asked. Zangmarant moved. Indigo is going to be miserable this time. But after letting the smoke and dust disperse, he was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't thought of it at all. How is this possible? Hawkeye said this sentence relying on his affirmation of the strong. Zangmarant is really not dead. Where did you get my Fighting King's shield? How could it not be dead? I'm a member of the Golden Lion. If you don't let me go now, you're finished. A quick turn directly put Indigo on the ground. Chapter 176 Finding the Shield of the Fighting King. Click. A tooth-piercing voice suddenly appeared at the scene. I only heard that Indigo's hand became broken. His originally fearless expression turned livid in an instant. He didn't expect Zangmarant to actually make a move. And the shot was so vicious. Aren't you afraid of Shiji the Golden Lion? He is a legendary pirate. Indigo yelled again, suppressing the pain. But in the next second, his right hand became the same as his left hand. Also started to break bones. Don't answer anymore, die. Zangmarant looked at Indigo. His eyes were extremely fierce. 930, and Indigo glanced at Zamarant. That's when I really panicked. He realized that the beast in front of him really didn't care about the Golden Lion Shiji. After wanting to understand this point, he began to tell the truth. It's all at the captain of the Golden Lion. Besides a shield, he also has a sword. Indigo thought of his recently acquired indestructible shield, and revealed the truth. The sword and shield are all here. Zangmarant was a little surprised. To know except him, and his older sister Kang Shang also needs weapons to recover her own contest condition and become the king of sword contest condition. He didn't think about it. This time there was a surprise. He began to put his mouth on Indigo's collar and pulled him up. Take me. Although the words of Zangmarant are not clear now. But everyone can still hear what he said. It is good. Indigo glanced at the limp hand hanging down. He could only agree, but deep in his heart he was thinking about it. Captain Shiji, the Golden Lion, will definitely help him get rid of the monster in front of him. After all, no one knows the horror of the Golden Lion Shiji better than him. The power of that terrifying fluttering fruit. Enough to defeat any strong man. Gone. Bucky stared at Zangmarant's leaving figure in a daze. He didn't expect Zangmarant to leave like this. But the rest of Bucky is happy. After all, Indigo's strength is about the same as him. If it wasn't Indigo that Zangmarant was chasing after. But his words. Then it is estimated that Bucky is the one who looks like this tragedy. Do you want to follow up and have a look? Sauron is still quite curious about mythical beasts. The main reason is that he wants to meet the strong swordsman among the beasts. You must know that Hawkeye was defeated by the swordsman among the beasts. Lost the throne of the world's #1 swordsman. Then it means that he wants to become the world's #1 swordsman. You can only find powerful beasts. Find Keldeo, the mighty one who defeated the world's greatest swordsman. Thinking of this, he looked at Hawkeye. After all, Hawkeye is now his teacher in name. Then go and see. Hawkeye walked over directly. Walked along the footsteps of Zangmarant. Sauron immediately followed. But Bucky, Kabaji, Mochi and others under his command were stunned. Boss Bucky, shall we go too? Mochi backed off. Yeah, such a terrible rival, what if we follow up and get accidentally injured? Kabaji was also a little flustered. Two lunatics, let's go too. Bucky heard his younger brother retreating, but in fact, he was also retreating in his heart. But I thought of the horror of the Golden Lion and the Red Earl. He still planned to go, after all, in case the car ran away at this time. The Red Earl and the Golden Lion may find him and question him. God knows these villains of the sea. Will it kill him? After all, no one can trust the integrity of a pirate. Really go. The Bucky pirates were completely panicked. But watch Bucky take the dagger and threaten them. They remembered the horror of Bucky in the past. They had no choice but to voluntarily agree to follow. Mythical beast, this time you are going to fall, you don't know what kind of rival you have messed with this time. In fact, Bucky is quite sure about this action. After all, as an old man in the New World. He has long known the horror of the Red Earl and the Golden Lion. After all, these two people are legendary powerhouses. All are well known. A legendary pirate Earl who can suppress Roger in the peak contest condition. The other is the legendary pirate Golden Lion who can fight against Pirate King Roger. Although both of them are 4.6 years old, even the Golden Lion fell disabled. But the strength of the Golden Lion is not only based on physical strength. It's more of his devil fruit ability. Fluttering fruit is a very powerful fruit. As long as there are fluttering fruits, Golden Lion Shiji is the top powerhouse in this sea. This is also the biggest reason why Bucky is willing to support the Golden Lion of the Cross Union. Furthermore, he really wants to see the beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom deflated. But he can't forget who in Rog Town messed up his plan to hunt down and kill Luffy. Chapter 177 Kang Shong. Inside the castle on Krajan Island. Suddenly a wolf howl was heard. The Golden Lion was woken up. He started looking out of the castle. It was discovered that a wolf was howling. He's a bit rage. A mere wolf dares to taunt me. The Golden Lion Shiji kicked directly at the wolf. A golden chopping wave went towards the wolf. But in the next second, it was directly blocked by the shield that emerged from the wolf's surface. Could it be a divine beast? The Golden Lion Shiji looked at the wolf in front of him with interest. He thought the wolf in front of him was a divine beast. Otherwise, it would be impossible to block his slash. Go up and destroy him. The Golden Lion Shiji became interested, if the wolf in front of him was a mythical beast. It's been fun for so long. After all, he has collected a lot of rare and exotic beasts. But the God O1 beast, he never caught a single one. However, in case he killed the beast by mistake, he decides to send out his own animal squad. That's right, the Golden Lion's flying pirates have the most animals. These animals are also very unusual, they are the rare ones captured by the Golden Lion. It is also an animal that uses their secret IQ plant. They all fell into a berserk contest condition. The strength has increased by 100 times. And Kang Shong saw this scene. His eyes became alert. She knew that something was quite wrong with the animal in front of her. It looks like crazy. She just came back to life not long ago. Not long after her resurrection, she came to this castle. When he smelled his Fairy King's sword, she just wanted to start asking but he didn't think of the blonde short-legged old man in front of him. It's so crazy. As soon as he made a move, he wanted her life. If that's the case, I won't be polite. Kang Shong directly used the sacred sword. A beam of golden light lit up around her mouth, and a lightsaber appeared around her mouth. This is her skill sacred sword. Sure enough, this is what a divine beast should look like. In his opinion, the Golden Lion is not angry but happy. Kang Shong in front of him should be like this. Only in this way can he have the Golden Lion as the main course. Recover it personally, otherwise just plain beast normal. Then he will completely lose interest. FK me Scarletto. The Golden Lion looked at the orangutan Scarletto who had entered the crazy contest condition. Commanded him. He wants Scarletto to defeat the mythical beast. The weak are not qualified to join his hands. That's right, although Kang Shong didn't say a word. But Golden Lion has made her his own by default. Roar. Scarletto hammered his chest frantically and then started to attack Kang Shong in front of him. Under the crazy contest condition, Scarletto's punches weigh more than 10 tons. I saw her frantically punching Kang Shong. But it hasn't waited for him to get close to Kang Shong. Kang Shong moved, like an elegant swordsman attacking the enemy in front of him. Click. A golden halo appeared above soaring in the sky. The bright light directly reflects half of the castle. It was brilliant. Click. Kang Zhang's bite lightsaber directly split Scarletto in two. Even the many IQ animals behind him, also affected by the power of the sacred sword. One by one was cut into pieces. Blood flowed on the ground. There are also a few wild IQ animals who feel panic at this moment. Be aware of animals under IQ potions. They are animals who have completely lost their minds. Even animals that have lost their minds feel panicked at this moment. This is enough to make people understand how terrifying Kang Shong is. It's a good combat power. Maybe I should form a pirate group with all the beasts as their subordinates. The Golden Lion Shiji looked at Kang Shong. He didn't feel the slightest panic. Instead, I felt excited. He has already understood that the beast is a rare subordinate. After wanting to understand this point, his mood gradually became excited. He wanted to capture what was in front of him. But at this moment Kang Shong rushed towards him. The Golden Lion is ready to go. Prepare for the attack of Kang Shong. But the next scene surprised him 997. Because Kang Shong didn't attack him. Instead, he went directly to the castle behind him. What is he doing here? The Golden Lion glanced curiously. Just wanted to go after it. But at this moment, a growl sounded in the distance. Captain Golden Lion, save me. Indigo. The Golden Lion soon discovers that this is exactly the misfortune of his ship's captain, Indigo growl. He looked over coldly. It was found that Indigo was not far away. And with a miserable growl, he was being bitten to death by a wolf at the moment. This wolf looks very similar to the previous Kang Shong. And at this time, Hawkeye, Sauron, Bucky and others have already arrived here. When they saw such a bloody picture here, a little surprised. You know they are coming fast. Not too long away from this Zangmarant. But seeing this bloody scene, they feel like they should be missing something. Chapter 178. Fighting. Another beast. The Golden Lion looked fiercely at Zangmarant. He did not expect another divine beast to appear here. And he didn't mean to say that. Hawkeye, Zoro, and Bucky listened with interest. Another divine beast, maybe the Golden Lion has encountered another divine beast here. The three of them thought at the same time that they never expected that the Golden Lion Shiji would meet another divine beast. As this scene caused by that divine beast, Sauron looked at the scene that looked like bloody ruins. Stunned. After the Golden Lion came to Cry Island. He witnessed the strength of the Golden Lion with his own eyes. Incomparably terrifying, even the IQ animals under his command are also very crazy. But these were animals that even he was not good at dealing with. But he was instantly killed by this divine beast that suddenly appeared. It is enough to see the power of this beast. This is the trace left by the sword, could it be Keludia? Hawkeye Mahawk looked at the wounds of these people. He unexpectedly discovered that these wounds were all caused by swords. He thought of the mythical beast Keludia as the only beast that defeated him with swordsmanship. He has a deep image of Keludia. He thinks it must have been an attack by Keludia. It's terrible, to actually anger the Golden Lion like this. Bucky led his men and hid in the grass. Watching this scene. He didn't expect that all the animal legions under Golden Lion would die like this. He heard Indigo tell it. These animals are all rare animals collected by the Golden Lion in the past 20 years. But even so, there is no escape from death. It is conceivable how ruthless the Golden Lion will be to the enemies of the animal army that killed him. What did you do to Kang Shong? Zangranmat looked at the Golden Lion angrily. It turns out that wolf is called Kang Shong, but it's a pity that you came one step too late. I have already killed him. The Golden Lion Shiji looked at Zangmarant and said coldly. In his opinion, the two divine beasts in front of him. He will use IQ Madness Potion to control. After that, he will go to capture the beast with the Red Earl. Zangmarant in front of him has been regarded as his possession. How dare you kill a divine beast? Zangmarant was quite nervous, so he believed it. Just like bursts of golden light blades, it looks extremely bright. Disappeared quietly. But this only exists when the emotions are very calm. Countless light blades roared out from the sword. And at this time, a red shield appeared in front of him. Giga Impact was used. The golden light blade of the Golden Lion hitting this shield is like a mud cow entering the sea. After seeing it, Golden Lion Shiji calmly used his signature swordsmanship. After the Golden Lion shouted out this sword move. This is the signature sword skill of Golden Lion Shiji. Wow, good. Lion Chikiria. Giga Impact. Zangmarant under rage is not so rational. Blocked in front of him. Zangmarant looked solemn. Although there is mutual induction between the beasts. Zangmarant used Wide Guard. Chapter 179 Obtaining the Shield of the Fighting King. How so? The Golden Lion looked at Zangmarant in front of him. He didn't expect that Zangmarant would directly block all his sword energy. He was a little surprised. Just when he was about to wave the Sakura 10 in his hand again. Zangmarant in front of him directly used Iron Head. Zangmarant's forehead produced a metallic luster. He started to bump towards the Golden Lion in front of him. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, Zangmarant's head hit the Golden Lion Shiji's body straight. Then directly knocked the Golden Lion out. He crashed directly into the castle. It was a ruin that knocked all the scenery in the castle. Many items were directly smashed into pieces. 343A figure suddenly appeared on the castle. Everyone gasped when they saw him. Shocked Red Earl. Bucky looks at the figure on soaring in the sky. As an intern on the Roger Pirates. Of course he knew Red Earl. That is a terrifying figure who once suppressed a legendary strongman of an era. Even the Roger Pirates, and the Whitebeard Pirates. They were all suppressed by this legendary powerhouse. It can be said to be extremely powerful. All eyes were on the Red Earl on the castle. They think that the Red Earl will do something to the beast below. But the Red Earl didn't move a bit. He just looked down coldly. Whether it was the Golden Lion or the divine beast Zangmarant, he did the same. Golden Lion Shiji, I hope you don't lose even one divine beast. Red Earl looked at the Golden Lion Shiji. He was here to test the strength of the Golden Lion. In his opinion, the strength of the Golden Lion Shiji is acceptable. But whether he can really become his partner moving forward still needs to be tested. He wanted to see the true strength of the Golden Lion Shiji. Exactly how? Boom. The whole castle is floating. Bucky looked at the castle in horror. He saw the whole castle begin to float. The Golden Lion Shiji walked out of the castle and came to the gate of the castle, roaring loudly. You've completely angered me. It's Abby that the beast eats my piao piao fruit. The mountains are all floating. No, they are also soaring in the sky. Sauron looked at the 7 or 8 floating mountains in the soaring in the sky. Shock appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect the Golden Lion in front of him to have such terrifying power. To be able to float so many mountains on soaring in the sky. This is the power of fluttering fruit. Eagle-eyed Mahawk looked at the high mountains in soaring in the sky and was a little shocked. He didn't expect that there are so many mountains floating on soaring in the sky. It looks incomparably huge. He thought of the legend about the Golden Lion. Using islands to directly fill up a piece of sea area has such a terrifying ability. How is the Golden Lion Shiji in front of him not strong? Is this really an existence that this divine beast can defeat? Eagle-eyed Mahawk looked at Zangmarant. He didn't know if Zangmarant in front of him could defeat the Golden Lion Shiji in soaring in the sky. Just at this time, suddenly a wild wolf jumped out of the castle. Everyone turned their eyes to them. Is this another mythical beast that Golden Lion Shiji mentioned? Bucky looked at Aang in soaring in the sky. He didn't expect that this divine beast was very similar to Zangmarant's specialty. No wonder Zangmarant called him his sister. It really is the same line. The shield of the fighting king, could it be the shield she is carrying on her back? Chapter 180. Shield King. Sauron saw the shield on Kang Zhang's back. As well as the sword, he immediately thought of the Fighting King's shield that Zangmarant was looking for. Although he didn't know how powerful the shield was. But he knew that the shield that the beast was looking for would definitely not be weak. At this moment, the golden lion soaring in the sky moved. He controls a small island. Drop. The golden lion Shiji gave a loud shout. The whole island began to fall downwards. It's time to surrender now and. The golden lion Shiji said to the two divine beasts below. He still wants to recruit the two divine beasts right now. It's just that he soon noticed that the two beasts were silent, and there was even contempt in their eyes. Go down, mountain. Golden lion Shiji no longer hesitated to land the giant mountain directly. It directly hit Kang Shang and Zangmarant in front of him. Oops, I have to run away. Bucky was terrified when he saw this scene, he didn't expect it at all. The golden lion Shiji was so crazy that he landed directly on the giant mountain. And it looks like it's going to hit these two beasts directly. He didn't want to be a pond fish that got hurt. Go. Hawkeye Miho grabbed Sauron and started running back. The mountains soaring in the sky are just too heavy. Even if he wants to fight hard, it won't be rival at all, either. And when the three came to a safe place, Sauron looked back. The divine beast didn't run away. His words made Bucky and Hawkeye Mahawk couldn't help looking at the two beasts. Neither of the two mythical beasts ran away but faced the mountain. Aren't they afraid of death? Kabaji and other Baki pirates looked at the huge mountain soaring in the sky. Slash. They were taken aback, they didn't understand that the beasts are not afraid of death. Still stupidly standing still, but at this moment. Kang Shang came to Zangmarant, and she wanted to give Zangmarant his artifact. This is exactly the Fighting King's shield that Kang Shang sneaked into the castle and took out at a great risk. With this shield, Zangmarant can evolve into the legendary Shield King. Zangmarant moved, and he touched the Fighting King's shield with his forehead. The shield of the Fighting King emitted a golden light and began to attach to Zangmarant's body. Equipped above his neck, Zamarant, the King of Shields, challenges you. Zero looking for flowers, Zangmarant shouted. Then the whole person became extremely ferocious, with the Fighting King's shield. Zangmarant became even more handsome. It also became more vicious. I saw a big shield emerging from his body. Directly enveloped him. Kang Shang was also enveloped directly. Boom. Gao Shan was forcibly blocked by the Shield King Zamarant directly with a shield. For a moment, the smoke and clouds spread. Smoke started to appear all over the ground. Golden Lion Shiji is indeed powerful. Red Earl praised Shiji the Golden Lion. But he soon sensed the aura of Zangmarant, the King of Shield. It's still not dead, just when he was surprised. Zangmarant acted again. He used his exclusive skills. Behemoth Bash. The bigger the object, the more powerful it can be. With Behemoth Bash shot, a beam of light directly pierced through the mountain peak, instantly dismembering the mountain peak, cutting it into fragments. It actually cut the mountain into pieces. Bucky paled with fear. Chapter 181. King of Swords. He didn't expect Zangmarant in front of him to have such a powerful force. It was able to directly dismember the mountain into pieces. It was simply terrifying. He was a little panicked, but luckily he didn't provoke this divine beast. This divine beast must be an existence that he cannot afford to provoke. The mountain was actually shattered. Sauron looked at Zangmarant in shield form. I was extremely shocked. His strength, August 17th, is far from reaching this level. After all, it is necessary to shatter a mountain. This requires extremely terrifying strength. At least for now, he is far from being able to do it. Since this divine beast can fuse a shield, can another divine beast fuse a sword? Hawkeye Mahawk had something else in mind. That is, since Zangmarant in front of him can fuse a shield. So whether another mythical beast can fuse a sword. Transformed into a new form. After all, he is quite obsessed with swordsmanship. Now that he has lost to Keludia, he can prove himself by defeating another beast of the Pokémon Kingdom. Seems like a good option too. It actually blocked my mountain attack, and it can shatter this mountain. The Golden Lion Shiji looked at the actions of the divine beast below. He was stunned, he didn't expect this to happen. If one mountain is all right, how about 6? The Golden Lion Shiji became angry from embarrassment. Slash. He originally thought that no matter how powerful the beast in front of him was, it would not be as powerful as him. But the sight in front of him reversed this idea. So he began to throw the other 6 mountains around him and began to make them fall. And the target point of the fall is the 2 divine beasts in front of him. Boom. I saw the mountain crashing down. Their target is the 2 divine beasts in front of them. Slash. This overwhelming attack, it made everyone present dumbfounded. They didn't expect the Golden Lion Shiji to be so crazy. You must know that if these 6 mountains are pressed down, this island will be dismembered in an instant. After all, these are real islands. Hawkeye and Sauron had already drawn out the knives at their waists. Prepare to stand against this terrifying force. Bucky's face darkened instantly. How does this keep him alive? You must know that he is a devil fruit ability user. It cannot jump into the sea. Captain Bucky, what shall we do? Run for your life. Kabaji and others looked at Bucky Zero. They saw such a terrifying power of the Golden Lion. The idea of wanting to escape from here has already sprouted in my heart. They started running to the beach. Then he slashed at the high mountain in the air. It should be possible to survive under this shattered island. Even Bucky and the others behind him couldn't help but glance back. Kang Shang jumped up. Both Hawkeye and Sauron watched this scene. Boom. This is Kang Zhang's true strength. Bucky saw Kabaji and the others slip away first. There are still these men in front of them. King of Swords form. Kang Shang, King of Swords, sweep away all evil. I saw an extremely powerful slash suddenly resounded in the air. Incomparably anxious in his heart, he had already figured it out. I saw Kang 3.3 Shang directly held the long sword in his mouth, and there were many golden armor stomachs on his body. At this moment, a white light appeared on the battlefield. Behemoth Blade. You bastards, let me run first. The sword of the Fairy King in his mouth directly became hundreds of meters long. Chapter 182. Destroying the 7 islands with one sword. Moment. The mountains were all chopped into pieces. Countless air waves surged. This directly made everyone dumbfounded. It actually smashed 7 islands in the air with one sword. Hawkeye looked at Kang Shang, the divine beast who claimed to be the King of Swords. It's unbelievably powerful. You must know that with his slashing attack, he can only shatter a mountain. But Kang Shang, the divine beast named King of Swords in front of him. It can actually chop up 7 whole blocks. It can be said to be quite scary. Exaggerate. Is this the power of the sword of the beast? Sauron gasped, although he heard it from Hawkeye. Among the beasts, there is a powerful swordsman who defeated him. Oh one, but I never thought that the swordsmanship of these divine beasts would be so strong. It has reached an unbelievably strong level. Thinking of this, he had some palpitations. If he can also use such a strong swordsmanship, doesn't that mean he can become the world's #1 swordsman? Come to think of it, he's far from rival even in Hawkeye. Sauron felt a little regretful. However, he was full of fighting spirit and felt that he would definitely be able to win this divine beast. Bang bang bang. Countless stones hit Bucky in the face. But he was extremely fortunate. Although the beast in front of him. Get them Bucky pirates. A lot of stone fragments were thrown on it. But this level of damage. They are still bearable. Otherwise, if it was the Golden Lion Shiji's mountain attack, it would fall down. Then they have no way to bear it. Such a terrifying power. It actually withstood an attack of the level of the Golden Lion Shiji. A look of emotion appeared on Red Earl's face. This is something he did not expect at all. He didn't think of the beast in front of him at all. It was able to completely break the attack of the Golden Lion. You know, the Golden Lion's attack is quite powerful. That is a whole 7 islands. Slash. Even if he wants to break it, it will take some effort. But Kang Shang did it. This got Red Earl a little interested in the Pokemon Kingdom. You know, he didn't touch the Pokemon Kingdom before. Just think that the Pokemon Kingdom is a power in name only. But I didn't expect the Pokemon Kingdom to be so powerful. With such a powerful Pokemon. But compared to my Red Earl, it's still far behind. Red Earl thought about his own strength. Suddenly a lot easier. His strength is much stronger than the Golden Lion Shiji. It is far from what the current Golden Lion Shiji can match. Especially after getting the Leech Life Ghost Fruit. This legendary Phantom Beast Devil Fruit. Surely the astonished crowd will jump. It's all blocked. Compared to those around you. The Golden Lion's complexion became quite grim. He looked at the divine beast Kangshang, Zangmarant. He didn't expect his fluttering fruit to be blocked by the 2 beasts in front of him. Fortunately, however, he is not at the end of his rope. He also has other abilities. Lion Wei Dewan. The Golden Lion Shiji swung his sword directly. If the previous Lion Chikiria was just an ordinary attack. Then Shishawei Dewan is a powerful force under the blessing of the dual abilities of swordsmanship and fluttering fruit. I saw that as the Golden Lion Shiji slashed out with a sword, the ground of the entire island instantly lifted a layer. A smoke attack in the shape of a lion's head was formed. There is some sharp sword spirit blessing on the lion's head. I don't know how many times stronger than normal swordsmanship. Boom. Lion Wei Dewan is constantly moving towards the 2 mythical beasts. But in the next second, he was directly defeated by Zangmarante's Behemoth Bash. Chapter 183. Piao Piao Fruit. After defeating Shishawei, Kang Shang started to move. As Zangmarant's older sister, it is also a very powerful Sword King beast. He started unleashing the Behemoth Blade directly at the Golden Lion Shiki on the island and soaring in the sky. Kang Zhang's exclusive skill. The power of the Behemoth Blade is naturally needless to say. I saw a Golden Behemoth Blade attacking soaring in the sky. Directly affect the island of the Golden Lion in soaring in the sky. The Golden Lion uses the ability of fluttering fruit. Suspended himself. This prevented him from being hit by Kang Zhang's sword. Isn't even swordplay his rival. Until now, Golden Lion Shiji regards Kang Shang and Zhang Maran in front of him as rivals of the same level as him. He began to plan to use water to attack Kang Shang in front of him. The Golden Lion Shiji is quite powerful. He can control sea water. With a wave of his hand, the sea water began to levitate along with his gesture. Slash. He can control the buoyancy and operation of sea water. But the sea water that broke away from this sea has not made the devil fruit capable user fall into powerlessness. And these sea water directly formed a water lion trying to trap Zangmarant and Enxiang's siblings in front of them directly. But the next second, Kangxiang directly released his sword, and the seawater was split into two halves. Boom. Most of the seawater is directly evaporated. Only a small amount of seawater remained. And this sword is unabated. There is also a sword fight with the Golden Lion. Lion Chikiria. It was too late for Golden Lion Shiji to use his fruit ability. He began to unleash his signature slash. But in the next second, the Yingxi on his feet was directly cut off by this sword. With the sword cut off, Golden Lion Shiji lost his balance. And at this time, Zangmarant started to act. This time he was going to attack the Golden Lion in front of him. Behemoth Bash. I saw a Golden Behemoth Bash attacking towards the Golden Lion Shiji. Golden Lion Shiji was powerless to resist. Just when everyone thought that the Golden Lion Shiji was bound to die. Red Earl got into action. Red Earl pulled out his umbrella sword, and directly created a scarlet sword aura. Split the Behemoth Bash in half. Game over, now it's our battle. Red Earl looked at Zangmarant and Kangxiang as an incomparably powerful old age powerhouse. The onlookers of the Bucky Pirates talked a lot. This beast is too strong, even the Golden Lion Shiji is not rival at all. This scene stunned all the men of the Bucky Pirates. It was broken directly, instantly defeated the Golden Lion Shiji. His strength is undoubtedly stronger. Backquote, if there is no Red Earl's sword, Shiji, the Golden Lion, should die. Without Red Earl's shot, all these things prove the strength of the Red Earl in front of him. But they were even more amazed at Red Earl's tricks. Chopped Zangmarant's exclusive skills. The Golden Lion Shiji might have to die here this time. Compared with the disabled Golden Lion Shiji, they, didn't expect Zangmarant and Kangxiang to be so pregnant. Was slashed by Red Earl, which is an understatement. He succeeded only with an umbrella sword. But the opponent is also very strong. Red Earl, this is an extremely terrifying powerhouse. You know this is the Behemoth Bash that directly smashed a mountain. Chapter 184 Warring Red Earl. A dreadful beast, a dreadful Red Earl. Sauron looked at the Red Earl and Zamarant in soaring in the sky, Kangxiang. And the legendary powerhouse Golden Lion Shiji. These are the strong ones standing on top. They didn't think about it. These beasts in front of them. With these strong men, they actually had such a tragic fight in front of him. And it still looks like the beast won. You know, Zangmarant and Kangxiang are not mythical beasts like Groudon, Rayquaza, or Kyogre. But it has such a powerful force. This simply made him unimaginable. Golden Lion Shikidu is not rival at all. Hawkeye Mahawk looked at the battle in front of him. A little dazed, he didn't expect that the Golden Lion Shiji was not rival at all. You must know that Golden Lion Shiji is a legendary pirate. With such a reputation. Not blindly, but it really has such a powerful strength. But they are not Zangmarant, rival of the Resounding. This is simply too surprising. The Golden Lion is defeated. The way Bucky looked at Shiji, the Golden Lion, changed. He didn't expect the Golden Lion Shiji to lose. Defeated. You must know that Shiji the Golden Lion is a man who can compete with Roger the Pirate King. But even such a powerful pirate was defeated by the Pokémon Kingdom. And this is a mythical beast that they have never seen in newspapers. ABFJ, it can be said that it is simply outrageous. Thinking of this, he dodged his gaze towards Zangmarant and Kangxiang. He has taken it completely. Give him 100 guts, and he will never dare to fight against the Pokémon Kingdom in the future. Defeated. Golden Lion Shiji couldn't believe it, he didn't expect it at all. I will lose, and lose in front of these divine beasts. He looked ahead at the Red Earl. He froze for a moment, and he didn't even think about it. Even if he can't help it, Behemoth Bash. The Red Earl in front of him was cut open with a sword. This simply made him a little unbelievable. You know, all of them call themselves as strong as the Red Earl. But reality tells him, he is far from it. The Golden Lion Shiji looked at the Red Earl. He wanted to see the true strength of Red Earl. He knows that Red Earl has a newly acquired Phantom Beast Devil Fruit. The red in front of Earl's display is definitely not his true strength. Cut. Red Earl made his move. He unleashed a chopping blow. His target is Kangxiang. Just at this time, Zangmarant jumped over. It's actually able to resist it. Zangmarant was actually able to block his chopping waves. A shield blocks Red Earl's attack. Kangxiang started running wildly. He frees the wide guard. Behemoth Blade. Suddenly there was a sonic boom in the air. And just when Red Earl was about to carry out the next attack, Red Earl's chopping waves failed to break through the Shield King Zamarant's defense. The power of the two slashes collided in the air. Then the Behemoth Blade will start moving towards the Red Earl. The power of this slash is so strong. Many long and narrow ravines appeared on the ground. Only now did Red Earl realize how powerful Baijin Lion Shiji had suffered. Red Earl made the same chop. Boom. Immediately afterwards, countless arcs of light raged in soaring in the sky. Red Earl looked at Zangmarant in surprise, he never expected it. Chapter 185. Red Earl restores his youthful body. Even him. Faced with this level of terrifying slash. Can't resist it either. His umbrella sword swung. Jian Guang turned around behind him. The forest behind him was directly swept by the terrifying sword light. Many jungles were cut down directly. The big tree fell down. Not even Red Earl, is it rival? Golden Lion Shiji was a little surprised. He originally thought that the Red Earl should be able to defeat these beasts in front of him. But I didn't expect that the Red Earl is not the rival of these mythical beasts. Thinking of this, he felt a little regretful. And the Red Earl is looking at Bucky at the moment. No, to be precise, he looked at the child thief behind Bucky. He kicked hard towards ground, headed towards Bucky's direction at an extremely fast speed. And Bucky looked at Red Earl gradually became frightened. What is Red Earl doing? Could it be that he wants to kill me? Lash out. Bucky thought wildly. He started to turn into a toy car and run wildly. This is his ability to rip apart the fruit. But not long after he ran wildly. His men suffered. Be my nutrient. Red Earl grabs Bucky's men. Start absorb blood one by one in each hand. Then his face became ruddy visible to the naked eye. What kind of monster is this? Kabaji looked at Red Earl. He is somewhat astonished, because of the pirates who absorbed blood by him. His face looked haggard, with no blood left. Directly died. But Red Earl has become abnormally young. It can be said to be quite strange. Is this the ability of the devil fruit? The Golden Lion Shiji was a little shocked. He didn't expect that the Red Earl actually had a way to restore his youth. You must know that these old guys have been dragged down by age and sickness. Slash. Whitebeard is like this, so is he, even the Red Earl in front of him is also like this. None of them can escape the aging curse. But the Red Earl in front of him managed to escape. And it looks pretty good. This made him look at the Red Earl in front of him in some surprise. He never thought of it. Red Earl can get out of this contest condition. But if Red Earl can completely get rid of this contest condition, then his strength will definitely increase suddenly. Even become quite strong. Zero looking for flowers. Back to peak. No one knows better than him. How terrifying is the Red Earl who has returned to his peak. You're getting younger. Hawkeye Mahawk's expression changed, which he didn't expect. Red Earl actually has this ability. Make yourself young again. You must know that Red Earl was quite powerful when he was young. He was facing Carp at his peak, Whitebeard at his peak, and Golden Lion at his peak. These are the most powerful people in the world. Thinking of this, he couldn't see the battle clearly again. Can the Pokemon Kingdom really defeat such a mighty rival? Hawkeye didn't understand. Boom. Red Earl hammered directly at ground. Ground instantly spawned earthquake. There was a wild laugh in his mouth. His eyes became fierce. Sure enough, the legend is not wrong. This Phantom Beast hyphenation point leech life ghost fruit can really restore me to my youth. Red Earl laughed wildly. The strength of his youth obsessed him. You must know that since he got old, he has felt the constant loss of physical strength. He didn't feel it until now. I really live 8. Chapter 186. Promise to resurrect. Phantom Beast leech life ghost fruit, no wonder. Hawkeye Mahawk's eyes lit up when he heard this. He didn't expect that the Red Earl actually ate the leech life ghost fruit of the Phantom Beast species. The ability of this fruit is quite powerful. Now eat it for the Red Earl. That means that Red Earl's strength can be raised to a rather horrible level. After all, leech life ghost fruit can rejuvenate people. It can also greatly improve physical fitness. The two abilities of 383 alone are already extremely eye-catching. The blood was sucked dry. Bucky ran to a very far place before he dared to look back. After seeing his crew members being drained of blood, he doesn't know now whether he should be happy or sad. Fortunately, it was naturally because he escaped unharmed. The sad part is that these are his pirate crew anyway. That's how the blood was sucked dry. This is too cruel. Anyway, Bucky is also a member of the Cross Union. But if he were to argue with Red Earl now, he would naturally dare not. You can only look around from a distance. When will this battle end? He decided it doesn't matter who wins or who loses. He's going to leave the Crusaders. After all, there are monsters like Red Earl in the Cross Union. How dare he continue to stay here? Keep fighting. This time I won't hold back. Red Earl looked at Kang Shong and Zangmarant. In the previous battles, he had already figured out the fighting power of the two divine beasts. It can be said that it is not weak. But speak strong words. Nothing too outrageous. Not particularly outrageously powerful. Thinking of this, he felt that the victory was in his hands. As for whether to save the lives of these two divine beasts, he doesn't care. After all, he was used to being alone. The establishment of the Cross Union is just to make it easier for him to find the leech life ghost and devil fruit. He picked up the umbrella sword and planned to attack the two beasts. But at this moment, Sauron sensed something omen. He looked in one direction. This is the intuition of the beast. That's the statue we've seen before, he's resurrected. Sauron froze. He did not think of the idols he had seen. It was resurrected at this moment. A statue that looks like a keel. But they didn't see the true appearance of the statue before. Now he really sees it clearly. The hue of red and blue zero. This is the legendary beast. Promise to eliminate that. It has a terrifying height of hundreds of meters. He stared fixedly at the Red Earl in front of him. You are the enemy of my beast kingdom. Wuji Taina's words made everyone feel the existence of Wuji Taina. How can there be such a huge monster? What a horror. Is he also a beast? Some pirates who were hiding looked at Giratina on soaring in the sky. I was a little shocked. They did not expect at this time. There are still divine beasts appearing. And it's such a huge beast. This surprised them very much. This is the stone statue. He is alive. 1.7 Bucky also saw Giratina in the distance. He didn't expect the stone statue that he followed Hawkeye and the others to watch. Promise Tai Na is actually alive. And it just appeared in front of them. And just looking at the posture is very scary. Bucky could only bury his head a little lower. In order to prevent being discovered by Wujitai. This is indeed another mythical beast of the Pokemon Kingdom. Hawkeye Mahawk looked at Giratina in soaring in the sky. Chapter 187 Overlord Color Collision. He heard Giraitina's words. He knew that the Wujitai in soaring in the sky was the mythical beast of the Pokemon Kingdom. Thinking that there are so many powerful beasts in the Pokemon Kingdom. He couldn't help being a little shocked. It's almost endless, but can he beat the Red Earl for the beast in the eyes? There are still some doubts. After all, the current Red Earl is not comparable to the previous Red Earl. After all, the current Red Earl is quite powerful. Restored the peak physical strength of his youth. A new beast. I feel a strong pressure. The golden lion Shiji looked at Giratina in soaring in the sky. He felt the powerful coercion of Wu-01 Jitai. It can be said to be quite inflated power. Even he has no way to compare. He understood instantly. The Wujitai in front of him is a powerful beast that surpassed Zangmarant and Kangshong together. In view of the performance of the two divine beasts Zangmarant and Kangshong before. He thought Wujitai on soaring in the sky would not be weak. Maybe even stronger. Thinking of this, he felt a little worried about the Red Earl in front of him. But soon felt the power of the Red Earl again. The surging power of youth. After feeling this force, Golden Lion Shiji shook his head. Dissipated the thought. Red Earl used the power of the Phantom Beast fruit this time. So it will only be stronger than Wujitai in soaring in the sky. Rather than weak. So his confidence in Red Earl is actually even stronger. Another divine beast. Red Earl looked at Wujitai, and Wujitai was also looking at him. He felt a strong oppressive force from Wujitaina. He laughed, then directly released the domineering arrogance. He could feel that Wujitaina had a power similar to that of Overlord Color. So he wanted to use his domineering aura to collide with the aura of Wujitai in front of him. Let's see who wins this momentum collision. Boom. I saw the surrounding woods, the forest. Including Shidi, they were all under the collision of this momentum. Rolling becomes powder. One person and one beast began to look at each other. His eyes were extremely fierce. This momentum collided. It directly swept across the entire island. No one can under this imposing force. Break away. Neither is Hawkeye, or Zoro, or Bucky. Sauron spat out a mouthful of blood. Because of the reason not far away. He first felt the turbulent momentum of the Red Earl. Because of the domineering look that is too powerful. Did not suffer too much damage. His domineering look is far less powerful than that of the Wujitai in front of him and the Red Earl. Are you domineering? I'm coming too. After all, he was the #1 swordsman ever. His physical fitness was not able to endure spit out a mouthful of blood. And Hawkeye Mahawk beside him is much better. He thinks that his domineering look is not inferior to the Red Earl and Wujitaina in front of him. Golden Lion Shiji saw this scene. But this Overlord 340 color domineering. Boom. It also dealt him considerable damage. The Golden Lion Shiji began to retreat. It directly released the domineering arrogance. But Bucky is far away. But in the next second, he was tackled by this Overlord-looking Overlord. He fell directly to the ground. He was about to faint completely. Chapter 188. Promise Tai vs. Battle Red Earl. Boom. Although the domineering look of the Golden Lion Shiji is far from the domineering look of the Red Earl in front of Wujitai. But in the end it is still domineering. The sudden shock directly swept in the surrounding crowd. I saw one person after another being crushed to the ground. There was a sound of bones exploding on the body. Blood spurted from his bones. Blood dripping. Boom. Only a loud noise resounded directly on the island. Red Earl started to back up. The crowd sees the Red Earl backing away. The pressure has been relieved a lot. Red Earl, lost. Isn't he the strongest who beat Roger and Whitebeard? That's how I lost. Everyone looked at Red Earl in surprise. They didn't expect Red Earl to lose the battle like this. You must know that in front of you is just the divine beast of Wujitai making a move. Even Kang Shong and Zangmarant beside him didn't make a move. But Red Earl still lost the battle. It is enough to see the strength of the Pokemon Kingdom. Red Earl, I lost. The Golden Lion Shiji retreated more than 10 meters. When he saw that the Red Earl lost the battle after all. He was a little dazed. He didn't expect the Red Earl to lose the battle like this. You must know that Red Earl is stronger than him. However, the Red Earl has not exerted his due strength. He knew that Red Earl's power was more than just the tip of the iceberg in front of him. Red Earl's strength lies more in his physical and sword skills. His physical and sword skills are extremely strong. Especially when the body of youth is restored. His strength has become even stronger. It can be said that the peak strength has been restored. After adding the Phantom Beast Leech Life Ghost Fruit. His strength must have surpassed the peak strength. Reached a higher peak. Thinking of this, he looked at Red Earl. This time the Red Earl should show his domineering and domineering color. More powerful strength. Swordsmanship. Eagle-eyed Mihawk looked a little surprised at Red Earl wielding his long sword. Because after all, Red Earl is a strong man he has never challenged. It is said that Red Earl was quite a strong man 30 years ago. So he also has expectations for Red Earl's swordsmanship. Looking forward to what kind of amazing swordsmanship Red Earl will show this time. And just when he thought so, Red Earl also started his second move. In his opinion, since he has no advantage in domineering and domineering. Slash. Then use swordsmanship. I saw him swinging his sword away. But he was so despised by the beast in front of him. The Red Earl began to entangle the domineering arrogance towards the sword body. Red Earl looked at Giraitina's eyes, a trace of rage surged in his heart. Since it is so negative, a sonic boom sound suddenly exploded. Then he swung his sword fiercely. Diu Zhao, he didn't expect that he had recovered his physical fitness and ability at his peak. Obviously, he didn't take the Red Earl seriously. And Wu Jitaina didn't have the slightest fear. This is due to his old age and unable to use terrible swordsmanship. Boom. Then I will use all my strength to fight with you. A Chiyu slashed out from his hand. The target is the Wu Jitaina in front of him. After the domineering entanglement of the domineering color, there was a hint of contempt in the eyes looking at the Red Earl. His sword became extremely hard. This slash was aimed at Wu Jitaina in front of him. Chapter 189 Dynamax Cannon. Then he blasted towards the Promise Tai in front of him. Blood Moon Slash. This is the Xeon Slash named by Red Earl. This sword simply pierced through the sky. He slashed towards Wu Jitaina in front of him. And Wu Jitaina directly exported his exclusive moves. Dynamax Cannon. Countless forces surged in front of Wu Jitaina's forehead. Countless energy pulses emerged from soaring in the sky. Gathering in front of Wu Jitaina's forehead. The power of terror. Let everyone around you feel it. What a powerful collision of forces is this. I feel that the blow of this divine beast is released, and I will die. Don't be affected by this attack. Everyone looked at Wu Jitaina in front of them. They are quite afraid of Wu Jitai. After all, the Wu Jitai in front of him is really too strong. 290. There seems to be endless power in the eyes. In the next second, he begins unleashing Dynamax Cannon attacks. It directly smashed through Red Earl's Blood Moon Slash. Then start heading towards the Red Earl. No way to avoid it. Red Earl saw this, completely panicked because the attack of Wu Jitaina in front of him was too strong. He could only find a way to escape. He uses the ability of the Phantom Beast species Leech Life Ghost Fruit. Dodge. He merged directly into the night. Then appeared from hundreds of meters away. Successfully avoided the course of the Dynamax Cannon. The next moment, a beam of light blasted directly into the sea. Boom. I saw that Yinhai set off a shocking tsunami. The waves directly lifted the height of a kilometer. Then take a picture. Because the waves are far away from the island. So it didn't have much impact on the island. But the waves of the sea still drifted towards the island. Countless waves drifted towards the island. But everyone didn't care about the small waves. Instead, he looked at the terrifying force caused by Wu Jitai. I saw a black vortex circling non-stop. There are countless sharks and big octopuses inside. Such horrible creatures. They were all bombed with heads or tails missing. Some were even directly bombed and turned into meat paste. This is so tragic. When Bucky saw this scene, his stomach felt a little weak. He never expected that Wu Jitaina's attack would be so powerful. It is simply terrifying. If this attack hits him, even if it is just passing by, I'm afraid they can evaporate him. How could such a terrifying attack be possible? Seeing this scene, Golden Lion Shiji was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect Wu Jitaina to be so strong. It is simply too powerful to an outrageous level. When he saw this black vortex, he stared blankly. Because of this vortex, none of them receded. It seems to be because Wu Jitaina's attack fluctuations are too strong. If such a terrifying move had been used against him before, then he will definitely die here too. Thinking of this, he no longer dared to be so arrogant. The Wu Jitaina in front of him was something he couldn't afford to mess with. This power is so terrifying. Sauron looked at the huge vortex. He was stunned. He didn't show up at all. Wu Jitaina was able to cause such an offensive with such terrifying power. This kind of attack seems to transcend this normal dimension. He felt that even if he worked hard all his life, he might not be able to reach this level. Think about it. Chapter 190 The Revolutionary Army shocked. All he had left was wonder. And I am full of worries about the future journey of the Straw Hat Pirates to the New World. After all, this is a level that he will never be able to achieve in his life. Thinking of the New World, if there is a monster with such terrifying power, then that was too shocking. This, if with a sword, can it be done? Hawkeye Mihawk was shocked when he saw the spiral pit. He didn't expect that there was an attack that could reach such a powerful level. He thought that the attack on the sword was already at its peak. But it didn't occur to me. Wu Jitaina taught him a lesson. He should pursue a more powerful force, instead of sticking to this level of sword moves. And just beyond the island of Krajana, the Revolutionary Army forces were also shocked by this scene. Drago watched the battle with binoculars from afar. He froze for a moment when he saw the Red Earl and the Golden Lion. It's actually the Red Earl and the Golden Lion. They are two legendary powerhouses gathered here. What kind of event are they planning? The crow glanced at the two celebrities on the island. There is a little surprise. But soon Sabo beside him reminded him to get up. Don't forget, there are three strange-looking animals, I guess they must be divine beasts. Sabo said to the crow. There are also divine beasts. This made the crow interested, and looked at the three divine beasts around. They are Wuji Taina, Zangmarant and Kangshong, three divine beasts. Could it be that the movement just now was caused by a divine beast? The crow's face was a little complicated. He always thought that this matter was created by the Golden Lion and the Red Earl. But I didn't expect it to be related to the beast. They came here this time to be precise. There is also a relationship with the beast. It is nothing more than the island of white soil, Baldigo, which is no longer suitable for them to live in. As a base, the purpose of their visit this time is to move away from the headquarters. Who is the Red Earl? Could it be the strong one? Sabo doesn't know who the Red Earl is. The Golden Lion knew it well. When he heard the crow say that both of them were legendary strong men, he couldn't help asking. Red Earl is an incredible character. It is said that he is a strong man who can compete with the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates on his own. The crow pondered for a moment, but decided to speak out. Zero looking for flowers. Those two monster pirates. How is it possible? No, that's Whitebeard and Roger. As soon as this sentence came out. Don't say that Sob doesn't believe it. Even the revolutionary army behind them didn't believe it. After all, he was able to defeat Roger and Whitebeard. None of them have heard the name now. But repression. Just tell the truth. Is there anyone else who has this ability besides him? Thinking of this, they realized that there is such a terrifying powerhouse on this island. Affirmed the crow's guess. Only then did everyone know that what the crow said was not wrong. At this moment, I feel that the crow is aiming at nothing. Even a little belittled. Zero. After Drago got rid of the experience of Red Earl, Drago saw everyone's doubts. Then it seems that this terrifying underwater vortex must be caused by the Red Earl. It's true. Don't underestimate him. They thought it was unscientific. He firmly suppressed Roger and Whitebeard. At least before being caught in the city of Advance. Red Earl is not the so-called counter. 6 God Chapter 191 Steel Bones shocked. What a terrifying man. Everyone in the Revolutionary Army began to discuss. Even the Revolutionary Army executive Crow heard them. Also quite recognized. In that case, don't the gods have no chance of winning? Sabo said the articulation point. In his opinion, since Red Earl is so scary, it can also cause such a terrifying underwater vortex. Doesn't that mean that the beasts have no chance of winning on 227? Shall we save them? This is a question considered by Crow et al. However, most people have complicated emotions about mythical beasts. Because the divine beast wanted 50 devil fruits from them not long ago. I really want them to save the beast. Most of them are unwilling to accept. All of this decision rests with Drago. Drago was silent for a long time. It took a long time before he uttered a word. Let's see first, the gods may not lose. Drago feels like a terrifying force like the Pokemon Kingdom. Not necessarily losing to Red Earl. Moreover, they have not witnessed the power of the three divine beasts with their own eyes. How can we judge their true strength? The strength of the beast may not be inferior to the Red Earl. What's more, he also noticed that the Golden Lion had injuries. And just outside the sea area thousands of kilometers away, there are merchant ships watching the Revolutionary Army. If the people of the Revolutionary Army come here, it is not difficult to see that the people here are all members of the world government. In particular, there is also the commander-in-chief of the three armies, Steelbone Kong. When will Commander Kong make a move? Rob Lucci, who is the CPO, asked. They came to this sea area this time mainly because of the Revolutionary Army. After they observed the forces of the Revolutionary Army last time, they began to send troops to track them down. It soon became apparent that the Revolutionary Army was planning to flee. So he immediately recruited strong men from the world government. But he didn't expect to recruit an absolute strongman this time. The commander-in-chief of the armed forces is Entei. This time, it was specifically to carry out the plan to capture the forces of the Revolutionary Army. Now they are all due. Rob Lucci wants to act now. Don't worry, let's see what happened to the minister before. Steel Gu Kong said calmly. It wasn't until now that Rob Lucci reacted. They just heard a loud noise. Zero. He immediately picked up the binoculars and looked at the sea area where there was a loud noise before. Then he was stunned. He beat the Red Earl. You must know that even he can't create such a terrifying deep sea pit. Seeing this scene, he was a little surprised, but now, it still really appeared. After Rob Lucci saw it, he quickly reported it to Gangu Kong. Marshal Kong, it must be this island. They used to be the territory of Hawkeye Mahawk, and now they have become the headquarters of the Cross Union. Cross Guild. Red Earl, Steelbone Kong asked. Man-made, let me see. It must have seemed to him Red Earl as an old-time navy. Steel Gu Kong picked up the binoculars and looked. Steel Gu Kong instantly guessed who did it. That's possible. A submarine vortex was smashed out in the sea area in front of it. According to the current that still exists on it, it can be seen that this is a man-made attack. Who did it? They took out a map and quickly found the location of Groudon Island. It turned out to be a terrifying pit. Someone in CP0 will observe the topography and landforms of 0.1. Chapter 192. It is precisely because of defeating Red Earl that he became famous in one fell swoop. This was promoted to Admiral of the Navy. Eventually he was promoted to Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. When did Red Earl have such terrifying power? Let's go and see. Steel Gu Kong was a little puzzled, but soon commanded his men to approach Groudon Island. Where is the Commander-in-Chief of the Revolutionary Army? His CPO asked. In his opinion, Red Earl is definitely not as important as the Revolutionary Army. But Cyborg Kong gave him a look, still did not change his mind. Instead, one sentence was left. You don't know the horror of the Red Earl. Steel Bone snorted coldly. In his opinion, the strength of Red Earl 01 can be said to be quite terrifying. It can easily disrupt the entire pirate world, if the decision here is to obtain the information that the Red Earl has become stronger. Or the arrest operation of the Revolutionary Army. He will decisively choose the former. Soon, they came to a position where they could watch Groudon Island. Steel Gu Kong picked up the binoculars and looked at Red Earl, then he was a little stunned. How could it be possible that Red Earl could return to his youthful appearance? Steel Gu Kong couldn't believe it, he didn't expect the Red Earl to become like this at all. Turned into a youthful appearance, and it seems that the contest condition has become the same as the normal when he was young. Commander, I think he probably ate the Leech Life Ghost Devil Fruit. Steel Bones Kong's subordinates glanced at Red Earl. When observing a few pieces of human skin, he quickly determined that Red Earl ate the Leech Life Devil Fruit. I didn't expect him to find this devil fruit, only then did Steel Gu Kong understand. The Red Earl turned out to be because he found the Leech Life Ghost Devil Fruit. Only then did he succeed in becoming what he looked like when he was young. You must know that the Leech Life Devil Fruit is a very rare devil fruit. Has the effect of eternal youth. Steel Bone Kong finally understood why Red Earl became so strong. I didn't expect these divine beasts to throw themselves into the trap. Steel Gukong looked at Wujitai and the other three divine beasts. In fact, he had already noticed them. These three mythical beasts are hard to match with the Red Earl. This gave Steel Bone Kong an illusion. He thinks that Wujitai is not strong at all. After all, they've been war-tested on top. Ordinary beasts can only suppress the Lieutenant General. Slightly inferior to the general level. Only some powerful mythical beasts like Groudon. Only in this way can he take care of the general who stabilizes the pressure. I saw the Red Earl was going to slip away. I saw him turning into a shadow and trying to escape. Then they might still be able to pick up a few remains of divine beasts to study. And Wujitai is chasing after him. Cyborg Kong sneered, he hadn't forgotten the trauma the Pokemon Kingdom had caused him. How could he believe that Red Earl would lose? Coupled with being so young, the physical function has been promoted to a peak contest condition. It should only be the lowest level of divine beasts. He knows the strength of Red 993 Earl, it should not be strong. Kaku took a look and saw the emergency by accident. I think the Pokemon Kingdom has hit the iron plate this time. Wait for me a few years later, I will come to you retaliate. In his opinion, Red Earl's strength. From this, it can be seen that the Wujitai in front of him is a divine beast that has never been seen before. But at this moment, the beast in front of him will definitely be killed directly. Red Earl looked at the beast behind him, he thought he could run away. Chapter 193 Eternabeam. But at this moment, Wujitaina started to act. Started to use his more powerful exclusive skills to attack. But before that, he needs to be infinite. His body suddenly swelled 10 times. Reached 1,000 meters. It turned out to be 1,000 meters in length. It's so exaggerated, everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect the beast in front of them to be so strong. It turned into a length of 1 kilometer directly. So huge. You know, this is 10 times bigger. The extreme jaundization before was already quite terrifying, I don't know how it is now. Hawkeye Mahawk looked at Wujitaina and soaring in the sky. Thinking of this matter, you must know that the power of Wujitaina in soaring in the sky is already quite terrifying. Now I don't know how strong it should be, after all, his body has swelled 10 times. 10 times as huge as Wujitaina, definitely has extremely strong physical fitness. Perhaps it will be able to release a stronger force than before. Can Red Earl escape? The Golden Lion Shiji looked at Wujitai's huge figure and couldn't help feeling sad for the Red Earl. The current Wujitai is really too huge. Judging by common sense, Wuji eliminated Zungshan of that size. It also means that the power of Wujitaina will gradually become stronger. After trying to understand this point, Golden Lion Shiji looked at Wujitaina. He wanted to know how powerful the enlarged Wujitaina was. He was looking forward to it. It's so big, Bucky looked dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Wujitai would be in such an instant. It swelled so much. Such a huge body can be compared with some of the islands. No, not even beyond. Bucky never thought that the Wujitai in front of him would be so big and terrifying. Dive into the dark. Red Earl looked at Wujitaina behind him, and he admitted that he was completely panicked. He didn't expect such a terrifying beast in front of him. Can also become stronger, this was beyond his expectation. After thinking about this, he began to retreat continuously. He wants to escape from here, even use the devil fruit ability. Hide yourself in the dark, but at this moment, Wuji Taina started to act. Eternabeam. Promise Taina unleashes his strongest blow, Eternabeam. This is a trick that can only be released in the extremely giant form. I saw a huge flash beam of light directly bombarding the front. This beam is hundreds of meters wide. It's almost like a star rail missile falling from the sky. The water vapor in the air is directly evaporated. Boom. You know he is hiding in the shadows. Anyone who stays around this Eternabeam can feel a sense of heat. Eternabeam hits the Red Earl directly. A terrifying hole was shot directly. Red Earl looks ahead at the beam of light. A huge sinkhole instantly appeared on the entire bottom of the sea. 1. How could it be so powerful? It hit him directly in the chest. Even the rocks on the bottom of the sea were hit with precision by Eternabeam. He was stunned. He never thought of it. Boom boom boom. And the beam didn't stop. Boom. The Red Earl lurking in the shadows was directly hit by this force. Then hit the bottom of the sea. Li Liao Jiao. The Wuji Taina in front of him actually released a beam patrol that was stronger than the previous Dynamax cannon. Chapter 194 Kill Red Earl. Countless fish and shrimp died. This scene was seen by Fly's seagull and soaring in the sky. All hurriedly fled here in groups. Such a terrifying power. Naturally, people around him looked sideways. This is the power that can only be achieved by natural disasters. This is too scary. Everyone looked at the Tianqing. Although the distance is quite far, but they could still see what was going on inside. A rather huge sinkhole. There are countless flesh and blood in it, blood flying everywhere. It actually released such a terrifying power. Golden Lion 177 Shiji couldn't stand still. He sat down on the ground. It's so terrifying. Is this the power of a divine beast? Bucky was even more dumbfounded seeing this scene. Completely dumbfounded, he never thought of it. The divine beast was able to unleash such terrifying power. Directly punch a huge pothole in the center of the sea in Cyanwood. And this hole is bigger than the previous hole, more than 10 times bigger. Even if you use the sword to the extreme, you can't produce such a powerful attack. Hawkeye Mahawk looked at the bottom of the sea. When he saw such power, he couldn't help, ABCF, doubting it. In his opinion, even with a sword, it is certainly not possible to achieve such a powerful force. After all, the divine beast in front of him was extremely terrifying. And besides them, more horrified, it is the Revolutionary Army and the world government. It's actually the blow released by this divine beast. This is too scary. Red Earl is eliminated. I saw with my own eyes that the Golden Lion was so frightened that his legs went limp. Everyone in the Revolutionary Army began to discuss. They can't believe it until now. All this was actually caused by the beast. And this hole is bigger than the previous one. This proves that even in Bardigo they have seen Millardon, so the power of Millardon. But still underestimated the power of the beast. The power of the beast should actually be stronger. It's actually an attack released by a divine beast, not the Red Earl. Crow was stunned when he saw this scene. It didn't occur to him that his guess was wrong. It wasn't the extremely terrifying blow force released by the Red Earl. In fact, it was released by other forces. It was released by the beast. If we, Baltigo, had encountered this divine beast, the island of white soil would probably have ceased to exist long ago. Seeing this scene, Sabo couldn't help thinking, in his opinion, if they met the divine beast in front of them on Beidou Island. It is very possible that the island of white soil will no longer exist. After all, judging from the strength shown by Wujitai just now. Totally doable. Is this the true strength of the Pokemon Kingdom? It seems we made the right choice. Dorag saw this scene. The face cannot help but be moved. He didn't think about it. The Pokemon Kingdom in front of you has such terrifying strength unexpectedly, only the strength of Wuji Taina. I couldn't help but make people look sideways, just at this time. The Crow sensed something was wrong. There shouldn't be a world government there. That's right. Why are they here? Crow's words made all members of the Revolutionary Army nervous. They didn't expect the world government to be here. They must have tracked our ship. The one on it is Steelbone Kong, the commander-in-chief of the three armies. As the members of the Revolutionary Army took out their binoculars to look. Chapter 195. Creating the three imperial clans, they became more and more aware of the identity of the man in front of them. He is the absolute powerhouse of the world government. The skeleton is empty. Got to escape. Dorag saw that the steel skeleton was empty. The escape plan was thoroughly announced, and all of this was seen by the people of the world government. But they did not choose to pursue, because they're being blown away by the Pokemon Kingdom right now. How can it be so strong? Cyborg Kong looked at the Pokemon Kingdom in the distance. Stunned, he originally thought that the underwater vortex was caused by the Red Earl. Even the Red Earl can help him clean up the mythical beasts. But they didn't expect that this underwater vortex was actually caused by a divine beast. And look at the way he just played. The power is even stronger than the previous attack. And even far beyond. Thinking of this, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect this to happen at all. You must know that he is quite clear as he once defeated Red Earl. Red Earl's strength is definitely not weak, but quite powerful. But even such a powerful Red Earl lost to the beast. This can't help but make him want to re-evaluate the strength of the beast. In his opinion, The strength of the divine beast is far more terrifying than it shows. Let's go back. Steel Wukong thinks that Wu Laoxing should be informed about this matter. After all, according to the strength shown by the Pokémon Kingdom, far stronger than they estimated, it made him lose his mind. Now that Steel Wukong had spoken, his subordinates would naturally not refuse. They all agreed with the idea of the steel bone Entei. Started returning to the world government, with the Red Earl as eliminated. The entire Groudon Island became the territory of the Pokémon Kingdom. This time it can be said to be a complete victory. Successfully acquired a new base. At this moment, Ron was thinking about another thing. This thing is that he has no devil fruit for the time being. After all, the Revolutionary Army delivered 25 devil fruits. Now also owes a huge sum of money to the Pokémon Kingdom for 15 devil fruits. This means that the Revolutionary Army must find a way to collect devil fruits during this time. There is a way to pay back. As a result, Pokémon Kingdoms is running low on stock right now. There are only 17 devil fruits left. Can't do anything big at all. But Ron had expected that, now that the beast has been resurrected. Zero looking for flowers. Then Pokémon and the like have to be created naturally, otherwise the world government and them. I really thought that the Pokémon Kingdom only had mythical beasts. Thinking of this, Ron is going to create the first generation of Gosanjia Pokémon. Bulbasaur, Charmander and Squirtle, and the place he chooses to place these Pokémon is in the base of his first Pokémon Kingdom. Windmill Village. Zero thinking of Ron started to act. Create these 3 amazing Gosanjia Pokémon, and as the first link between the Pokémon Kingdom and humans. Ron intends to reward these Pokémon to the residents of the Windmill Village. Of course, the people Pokémon wants to give must be people he approves. So he chose those who performed well during this time. Mr. Chaolu, the owner of the fish shop, Makino, the tavern owner, and Dayton, the bandit who turned from a bandit to a serious fisherman. This thing can be said to be quite easy. Ron was going to let Entei do it. But the first thing to do is create. Thinking of this, Ron began to unleash his divine power. Compared to creating mythical beasts, creating Usanjia Pokémon is quite easy. Soon Charizard, Squirtle, Bulbasaur were created. 196th Dasiki. Entei, go and give these beasts to the Makino 3. Ron spoke to Entei. Entei also listened carefully. He didn't refuse, after spending a long time with humans. Entei has figured it out, and yes, all humans are bad guys. There are also good people. It's like the 3 that Ron mentioned. These 3 people in their Windmill Village are all good humans in the Pokémon Kingdom. Think of 780. Entei began to walk down the hill towards the Windmill Village. And at the foot of the mountain in the Windmill Village, there is an extra human being. Are you new here? What's your name? Dayton looked at the newcomer, Stephanie, and asked. My name is Dashichi. Stephanie replied. She is obviously Dasiki, Smoker's subordinate. She was sent to Windmill Village as a spy. The purpose is to find out the true face of Father God Arceus. And the true strength of the Pokémon Kingdom, but after a few days of getting along, she unexpectedly found that the people in Fengshi Village are quite kind. Haven't suffered any pain either, even live quite moist. The most important thing is that they are full of praise for the beasts. There is no conflict. This surprised Dashichi a little. Then live a good life here and don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have. Dayton looked at Dasiki carefully. She felt something was wrong with Stephanie. Because Dashichi's temperament makes her a bandit feel quite like a navy. Only the navy can have this temperament, it won't be seen through. Seeing Dayton's appearance, Dasiki couldn't help but panic. You know this is the base camp of the Pokémon Kingdom. If it is seen through, it will be miserable, as a spy for the navy. She didn't know what kind of torture she was going to suffer. Fortunately, Dayton let her go. This made Dashichi heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, a villager suddenly shouted, Entei is here. Entei? It's not time to test yet. Why did we come here? Fortunately we are not villains. Some of the surrounding villagers were a little worried. Some are more curious. Dasiki looked at them after seeing this scene. What's wrong? Why are you so nervous? Dasiki's nervousness remained undiminished, but she looked at other people more importantly. In her opinion, the villagers in front of her must be able to tell some information about the beast. It's nothing, it's just that some people are about to be kicked out of Windmill Village. Mr. Chaolu, the owner of the fish shop, told Dashichi. Get out of Windmill Village. Dasiki was a little surprised to know that she had just sneaked into Windmill Village. We'll be kicked out now. Thinking of this, she was struck by lightning. Don't be driven away, Dashichi was talking to himself. After Mr. Chaolu saw it, he began to comfort Wosiki. Don't worry, Master Divine Beast will not drive away kind people, unless there are ulterior motives, or some villains will be driven out of Windmill Village. Mr. Chaolu is an honest and responsible person, he spoke his mind. When 4.2 talked about the latter two, his expression was very rage. Don't have ulterior motives. Dasiki was even more frightened after hearing this. She is a spy sent by the Navy. She knew herself, she must belong to the people with ulterior motives. Dasiki, you shouldn't be such a person. Chaolu looked at the little girl Dasiki. When he saw that the other party was so nervous, he hurriedly asked. Chapter 197. Issuing Pokémon, no. Yes, no. Dasiki was even more flustered when she heard this. Fortunately, the psychological quality of being a second lieutenant quickly calmed her down. Otherwise, you have to reveal your secrets, just when they communicate. A mythical beast appeared in the back mountain. That is the mythical beast Entei. After he appeared, everyone looked at Entei. Entei is too handsome. It looks so cool, if only I could have one as a pet. You think it's beautiful. This is a divine beast, how could it be your pet? That's right, you should be kicked out of Feng One Che village for saying such insane words. There was a lot of discussion, they were all guessing what Entei was here for. But more is maintaining the beast. They're used to the existence of divine beasts. They also know that as long as there are divine beasts here, then the windmill village must be stable, there are no gangsters, no other Lakia. I don't know what business Mr. Entei is here for? Makino looked at Entei, she was a little curious. After all, it's not time for Entei to clear out evil alien populations every time. As a result, Entei still came. This made her very curious. Stranger. But Entei looked at Toshiki. He noticed something wrong with Dashiki at a glance. Although the appearance looks very good, but there seems to be something else in his heart. Let's deal with what I told you first. Just when Entei was about to deal with Toshiki in front of him, Ron started voice transmission to Entei. Then Entei withdrew his gaze from Dashichi. Started to turn around. Said something about Ron's appointment. This also made Dashiki completely relieved. She almost thought she was going to be exposed. And at this time, Entei started to speak and announced things. I'm here this time to reward you, Entei told about his arrival this time. Reward, is it Bailey? That would be great. Hearing the reward, the villagers' eyes brightened. They looked to Entei to know what the reward was. This is also why Pokemon Kingdoms occasionally give out berry rewards. Otherwise they wouldn't think so, there are rewards. Makino was a little surprised. She has some expectations in what rewards there will be. If only I could give me 10 million Baileys, Dayton is also interested. In her opinion, if she can get 10 million berry, then it couldn't be better for her. Reward Bailey. Dashiki was stunned when he heard it. You must know that even the Navy does not have the habit of rewarding 593 berries. Never. It's about rewarding military exploits. As for Barry, there is only such a pitiful annual salary. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but envy these residents. Happier than her naval ensign, but just when everyone thought it was time to reward Barry. Entei said the result. This time it's not about rewarding Barry, but rewarding Pokemon. Not Barrick, but Pokemon. What are Pokemon? When I heard that it was not Barrick but Pokemon. Everyone was stunned, and then disappointed. In their opinion, rewarding Pokemon is far less beneficial than Barry. Chapter 198 Charmander chooses trainer. But that's just because they didn't see the rewarded items. Come out, 3 little ones, Entei yelled behind him. Following his shouts, 3 little guys walked out behind him. They are Charmander, Squirtle and Bulbasaur. You choose who you want to be your trainer. Entei said to the 3 Pokemon. The 3 Pokemon walked with a vague understanding. Although Ron said that he intends to give 3 Pokemon to Makino, Dayton and Mr. Jolu. But Usangia is not a mythical beast, but it is also a Pokemon. They have their own opportunity to choose trainer. Trainer, is this the little mythical beast we raised? But it's too small, it can't be compared with a divine beast. Everyone saw Pokemon like Charizard, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, etc. They guessed that this small creature should be a mythical beast. But they are not optimistic about these beasts, because these pets are too small. Don't underestimate them, they can evolve into Charizard, Venusaur, and Blastoise, which are powerful Pokemon that are close to our beasts. Entei sees these people belittle Pokemon like Charmander. So I simply made a point. This sentence made everyone focus on the 3 Usangia Pokemon. Especially Entei's last sentence, Pokemon that are close to their mythical beasts. Thinking of this, the 3 Pokemon in front of you suddenly became a treasure in their eyes. They looked at them one by one with fiery eyes. However, whether you are willing to let you become his trainer depends on your strength and charm. Entei finished the last sentence. I didn't say any more. And this Pokemon also started to look around. Makino, Dayton, Mr. Jolu, you 3 have the right to choose Pokemon first. Entei said to the 3 people in front of him, the right to be the first to choose a Pokemon. There was fire in the eyes of the 3 of them. They all want to choose Pokemon. Mr. Chowlu took out the fish from the fish shop, and Dayton thought for a while and took out the beef jerky from his last resort. And Makino brought over the wine and food from his tavern. Roar. Charmander breathed out flames, and began to choose his trainer. He glanced around, he looked at Makino, and Makino was taken aback by his flames. People around were also taken aback by Charmander. Eruption. This mythical beast called Pokemon is amazing. Backquote. Do you think this lizard will be stronger than Entei when it grows up? The surrounding villagers glanced at Charmander. He said these words in surprise. But Charmander glanced at Makino. But it didn't work either. There was a curious light in his eyes. No way. Charmander spit out a mouthful of flames, and then went towards Dashichi. He was not chosen. Charmander looked at Dashichi. In his opinion, he was the only one left among the 3 designated by the beast. Qianhao Zhao. But sorry Meow. Mr. Jolu was a little excited, it should be me. Just when everyone looked at who Charmander would choose in the end. He wasn't selected either. Dayton tries to lure Charmander with beef jerky. Then the result will definitely be him. He looked at Dayton. This little girl is so lucky. Choose this outsider. Chapter 199. Kaya. Everyone never thought of it. Charmander actually chose Dashichi. This little Stephanie who just stepped into the village. Dasiki was a little stunned when she looked at Charmander. It never occurred to her that she would be chosen. She glanced at the lovely Charmander. I wanted to pick it up, but I thought of myself as a spy sent by the Navy. She was at a loss. Accept Charmander, this is his choice, but if you dare to betray Charmander or hurt him, then the Pokemon Kingdom will trouble you. Entei glanced at it, and he had already seen through that Dasiki must have come to Windmill Village with ulterior motives. Most likely hostile forces, but I think Dasiki has a pure heart. Plus Charmander chose her too. Then let Dashichi be the trainer of Charmander. 440, sure enough, it was exposed. Dashichi's heart trembled when he heard Entei's words. She guessed that she was indeed exposed, especially hearing Entei's words. She knew that she might not have any secrets in Entei's eyes. She glanced at Charmander. It was impossible for her not to want such a magical creature. But she's a Navy. Charmander landed directly on her shoulders. Dasiki was instantly lovable by the terrifying Charmander. She decides about Charmander, still not notifying the Navy headquarters for the time being. And Charmander chose Dasiki. Everyone looked at the remaining two Pokemon and now only Bulbasaur. And Squirtle didn't choose trainer anymore. They stared at the two Pokemon intently. You must know that this is a Pokemon that can be cultivated into a powerful Pokemon that is close to a mythical beast. How are they willing to give up, just at this time? Squirtle stepped out. He looked around at several people. He is choosing his Pokemon trainer, after watching for a while. He suddenly looked to the sea. Abba. He saw a girl following a man with a sheep's head heading towards Windmill Village. Squirtle directly disregards the captivative beef, fish, these delicious foods. Instead, head towards the sea. What's wrong, this Pokemon? Could it be that he wants to commit suicide by jumping into the sea? No way, this Pokemon looks like a turtle to me no matter what. Everyone looked at Squirtle in surprise. Because the appearance of Squirtle is also quite unique. Ordinary turtle cases are all green. Only Squirtle's shell is blue. This surprised them. It also concluded that this tortoise is extraordinary. But when I saw Squirtle running towards the sea, they couldn't help worrying about Squirtle. Jenny. Squirtle waved his hands. He began to wave at the two people at sea. The two people at sea were surprised and delighted. Merry uncle, is this also a mythical beast? It was Kaya who came to Windmill Village. He heard that Suicune was in Windmill Village. So she heard the news and rushed here, just to catch a glimpse of Suicune. But he didn't expect it. Before arriving at Windmill Village, I met a very cute beast. Waving to her. It should be, but this is too small. Merry looked at Squirtle in front of him. He showed a surprised look. He didn't expect that there was a tortoise that could walk upright in front of him. And it has blue skin. But whatever. Chapter 200 Bulbasaur's Choice. Melee still won't offend these beasts. You must know how powerful the beast is. They have already felt it. Especially Suicune also saved their lives. How could they avenge their kindness? Besides, divine beasts are not something they can offend. Been through so many things. Who in the East Daxia Sea does not know? Divine beasts are the top powerhouses in the world. The Pokemon Kingdom is the top power in the world. Naturally, they would not dare to offend such a top power for nothing. As the ship gets closer and closer, everyone also saw the two people who rushed to Fengche Village. One is a weird middle-aged man. One is a cute little girl. Squirtle came directly to Kaya's side. Kaya wanted to touch but dared not. Touch it with confidence. The little girl Squirtle has decided that you are his trainer. At this time, Entei said this sentence. Kaya was taken aback after hearing this. But his face quickly became happy again. She never thought that she could have a little divine beast. This seemed unbelievable to her. And Squirtle sprayed out the water gun at this time. It shot directly into the mountain forest 7 or 8 meters away. This made everyone understand how extraordinary Squirtle is. It turns out that the Pokemon Squirtle is also so powerful. That's the Pokemon of the Pokemon Kingdom. There is no Pokemon that is not powerful. I want to have one too. The villagers watched with envy. But at this time, no one dared to rush forward to fight for it. Because the bullies here have been driven away. It can be said that no bullies exist in Windmill Village. Unless there are outsiders. There's only one Pokemon left. I don't know if we have a share. Could another outsider from the village snatch this Pokemon? Although the villagers don't know how to do it. But still complain about it. In their view, the reward this time, it should have belonged to their Windmill Village. Now both Pokemon are taken by the two little Stephanies who just stepped into the Windmill Village. It seems to them, it is simply too inappropriate. Bulbasaur, it's up to you to decide on the trainer. Entei looked at Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur was also looking at the people around him. At this time, Dayton and Mr. Jolu have completely lost confidence in normal. 0. Ask for flowers. But Makino is full of confidence. She picked up the food and tried to hand it to Bulbasaur. Because they are far away. If you want to feed food, you can only get close to it. But at this moment, behind Bulbasaur's seat appeared two thorn-like vines, and the vines began to approach Makino. The people around looked dumbfounded. He wouldn't hurt Makino. It was inevitable that people around had this idea. But this idea was quickly dismissed. Because the Bulbasaur at this moment is nothing more than receiving the food brought by Makino with a cane. When everyone saw that Makino was not in danger, they were relieved. Only then did Bulbasaur re-observe. It's actually a frog that can manipulate rattan. It's amazing too. What an amazing creature. Everyone looked at Bulbasaur in surprise. They never thought of the frog in front of them. It is so powerful. They were originally thought to be lizards compared to eruption. The B************ D of water spout. This frog is a little ordinary in comparison. Chapter 201. Pirate Attack. But they didn't think of it. What they thought was an ordinary frog turned out to be so miraculous. Bulbasaur recognized you, Makino, you have become his trainer. Entei looked at Makino, announced that Bulbasaur's trainer is Makino. While everyone around was happy for Makino, I felt a little regret again. After all this kind of thing. But extremely rare. Now all the benefits belong to K. 287, Ya, Makino, and Dasichi. How can they not feel sorry? Don't worry, after you perform well, you will also have a chance. Entei looked at several people, spoke his mind. The people around him cheered. But Entei was helpless. Because, although there are still Pokemon distributions in the future. But that was just the casual words of God the Father. And the quality of the Pokemon distributed cannot be compared with what it is now. Most of them can only be Rattata, Caterpie this weak expression baby. It can be said that this will definitely disappoint everyone. This opportunity is quite rare. Just when everyone fell into cheers. Entei's mind froze. He sensed something was wrong. There are pirates. Entei looked into the distance. There is a pirate flag in the sunset. Although some people know that Windmill Village is the stronghold of the Pokemon Kingdom. But more people don't know. He has already dealt with 5 or 6 waves of pirates. Didn't expect to distribute Pokemon today. You will also encounter pirates. Think about it. He intends to act. But just when he was going to use flames to wipe out this wave of low-level pirates. He suddenly thought of Charmander and the others. It's better to let them shoot. Entei looked at Charmander and the others. Compared with the beasts, Pokemon have not shown their superb strength. So Entei intends to let Charmander and the others make a move. Let Charmander show them the true strength of being a Pokemon. Let these people see, even if it is not a divine beast. The Pokemon of the Pokemon Kingdom will not be weak. Thinking of this, Entei left here. Decided to hand things over to Charmander and the others. It can also be regarded as an experience for Charmander and the others. And just after Entei left, there was a shout of killing in the distance. Kill them all. Take everything from them. Ha ha ha, this is the fun of being a pirate. Countless pirates started shouting on the sea. Their goal is the Windmill Village. They plan to slaughter the Windmill Village. Then get a lot of berry and go to the Great Route. This kind of pirate can be said to be quite a lot. Pirates. B************D. The pirates are coming again. Where is Master Entei? Why is it gone? The villagers saw that Entei had disappeared. They suddenly panicked. Fortunately, Dayton is a bandit. She called out directly. Thieves, attack the pirates. Alright, boss Dayton. Dayton's men took out knives, and some guns and 2.4 guns. But I haven't waited to start. Pirates began to fire the first shot at Windmill Village. I saw a shell attacking towards the Windmill Village. All the villagers were at a loss. Just at this time, Bulbasaur moved. I saw that he started to use the rattan weaving to wrap around the bomb on soaring in the sky. Then use the rattan weave to throw it back. I saw the shells returning to the pirates, ships at a faster speed. Chapter 202 Killing Pirates. The pirates froze. He looked at the Bulbasaur in front of him. But nothing can be done. Bulbasaur is just too far away. They can only bear this shell obediently. Boom. I saw a hole in the pirate ship. Black smoke billowed from above. A hole. The captain of the pirates yells at Bulbasaur. In his opinion, it was all because of the Bulbasaur in front of him. Only then will one's own ship be severely damaged. And Bulbasaur was praised by the villagers. Well done, Bulbasaur. You are simply the hero of our Windmill Village. Oh one, I must share the food from Last Resort with you. Everyone was cheering enthusiastically, and Makino was surprised that Bulbasaur was so strong. Even the shells that fly can be hit back. Thinking that such a Pokemon is actually his trainer. Makino couldn't help but be delighted. And this also made Charmander and Squirtle quit. They saw that Bulbasaur actually showed his power here. Then they naturally don't give up too much. I saw that the Immortal Dragon took the lead in taking action. Flame. Charmander used the flames. Although it is a flame. But it was a fireball. I saw 3 consecutive fireballs shooting at the pirates. Constantly crashing into the pirate ship. In an instant, the pirate group was burned to darkness. The ship was about to sink. What monsters are they? The captain of the pirate group was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. A frog that knows how to use rattan is fine. Now comes another lizard that can eruption. This too surprised him. Boss, this seems to be the base of the Pokemon Kingdom. Yeah, I heard that many pirates have died here. When the ship is about to sink. Only then did the pirates of the pirate group remember. Windmill Village is the residence of the Pokémon Kingdom. They dare to come here to burn, kill and loot. Wouldn't this be fatal? What? Why don't you run away quickly? The captain of the pirate group panicked for a moment. It never occurred to him that there was such a background in Windmill Village. It is actually the resident of the Pokémon Kingdom. He hadn't heard of anything else. But he had heard of the Pokémon Kingdom. This is quite a domineering force. Not even the Navy can compete with this. Wouldn't they be looking for their own death if they came to make trouble now? Thinking of this, they started rowing desperately to escape. Charmander didn't spit fireballs anymore. Because of this distance, it is no longer within the range he can hit. Only forward can attack the pirate ship in front of you. Just at this time, Squirtle moved. Squirtle, Kaya yelled. It turned out that Squirtle swam faster and faster. Go to the pirates. Run 107, the strange tortoise among the three creatures is also catching up. The pirates also noticed the Pokémon behind them while gliding. After seeing Squirtle catch up, they are a little out of their minds. They began rowing furiously, but it was quickly caught up by Squirtle. Water gun. I saw a large amount of seawater being directly sprayed on the pirate's ship by Squirtle. Then the whole ship started to sink. Help. Most of them can't swim, even pirates who can swim. It was also quickly laid directly on the bottom of the sea by Squirtle. This led to this group of pirates who dared to invade Windmill Village. All destroyed by a Pokémon from Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. Chapter 203 Attack on the Chambord Islands, a new beast. After they were completely wiped out, everyone looked at Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle differently. They didn't expect the three Pokémon in front of them to have such powerful abilities. Thinking of this, they all became more envious of the three girls who got the beast in front of them. This is something they didn't expect at all. With such a Pokémon, it can be said that there is no need to be afraid of pirates. How can this not make them envious and jealous? Entei saw this scene in the distance. He smiled gratifiedly, and left. In this way, a full 10 days passed. 10 days later, Ron got a total of 30 devil fruits this time. Enough to resurrect some mythical beasts. He thought of the Chambord Islands, because there have been rumors of many forces recently. The Navy has returned to the Red Earth continent. Even went to the Chambord Islands. Continue to do some secret deeds. After all, the Chambord Islands were before Merryford was broken. It has always belonged to the largest gold-selling cave in the world. There are many evil things hidden in it. This made Ron also want to go in and make a fortune. After all, what he wants to resurrect next is the three dragons of Tao, and his three younger brothers, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. Just relying on these 30 devil fruits cannot revive so many divine beasts. Only if you get more. That's why Ron came up with the idea of Chambord Islands. Because that place can be said to be a traffic artery. There must be many devil fruits. But thinking that the Navy is likely to have an army, and the general level combat power will stay there. Ron intends to resurrect some powerful mythical beasts. Fortunately, there seem to be many powerful beasts in the Chambord Islands. There are so many, Ron was a little surprised. Because he has already noticed the beasts on the Chambord Islands. Each has a volcano mouth Pokémon Heatran. Paleozoic Pokémon Genesect. Steam Pokémon Volcanion. These three sub-star level beasts. Besides, Ron also plans to send Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre and others here. For this reason, he poured divine power into the three divine beasts. Let the three beasts rise to the strength of the universe. In this operation, there are a total of 24 devil fruits. It can be said that this time, almost all of Ron's devil fruit stock was consumed in an instant. Still, Ron wasn't worried, he thought. This action should be able to earn all the money back. After all, Chambord Islands has always been known as the capital of crime. There should be not a few devil fruits in possession. Let's move, three beasts. Ron began to spit out three beams of light straight into the sky. This light pierced directly into the sky. The target is in the Chambord Islands. And in the Windmill Village. Everyone is teasing Pokémon. When they saw the revived light soaring in the sky. It's already a little strange. But although Dasichi has seen the light of recovery, Zhao's. But it was the first time she had come into such close contact. What a terrifying power. When Dasichi saw the light of recovery, she sincerely expressed her inner thoughts. Just get used to it. Dayton looked at Dashichi, envious of Dashichi owning a Pokémon. Said her opinion. It does seem to him so. The scene in front of them can be said to be seen often. As long as you get used to it, it doesn't matter. Chapter 204 Karen Rayleigh. After all, the beast in the back mountain. So mysterious. After Dashichi heard it, I let go of my mind. Nodded. And on the Chambord Islands. Some countless unscrupulous traders began to sell finances here. Many of these treasures were obtained by robbery. Raleigh looked at this unchanging place with some surprises. But it was just a surprise. He teaches Luffy on an island. Check back occasionally. After all, he still has a safe place here. There are people he cares about. No, it's back, Rayleigh. Shachi looked at Lei Li, who opened a tavern in the Chambord Islands. The ripped-off bar named Shachi, besides selling alcohol. She also runs a business. 943. That is information trafficking. Therefore, it can also be said that she is an information dealer. Ha ha, Raleigh laughed dryly. He knows that he recently taught Luffy this guy, but never returned to Chambord to go to the archipelago. No wonder Shachi was so sarcastic. Forget it and don't care about you. Charlie saw Rayleigh drinking again. Shaking his head, he decided not to argue with Rayleigh in front of him. Instead, he told the information he had inquired about. I heard that the Navy is going to come back this time, and a general will lead the team. They heard that they are collecting money for Abe. Collecting heavenly gold, they still dare to do it now. Raleigh looked at Sha Li with some surprise. You know the Navy was defeated by the Pokémon Kingdom. This is not news anymore. After all, the Chambord Islands are all known. Now the Navy dares to collect heavenly gold in the Chambord Islands. Return to the Great Way. Aren't they afraid that the Pokémon Kingdom that now occupies the Great Airway will intercept them? This is what Raleigh is puzzled about. Maybe it's because the Pokémon Kingdom has occupied the Great Route for so long and hasn't expanded its territory yet. Sha Li said the core point of it. In her opinion, this result was entirely due to the inaction of the Pokémon Kingdom. And it's not just that. I heard that the Jack family, the gangster auction house here, is already auctioning off statues of mythical beasts, a total of 3 statues. Riley has not recovered from the previous shock. This other news was soon heard. This surprised him again. He hadn't thought of it at all. The gangsters of the Chambord Islands know that the Pokémon Kingdom is not easy to mess with. Obviously saw the scene of the war on the top. Shachi looked at Lei Li and didn't say much. You must know that even Karen Raleigh, who was once the deputy of the Roger Pirates, would not dare to take action against the Pokémon Kingdom. In the end, he still dared to sell the statues of the beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom. This made Rayleigh extremely worried. Raleigh muttered to himself. Especially worrying that the incident of the gangster Jack will implicate the entire Chambord Islands. It's up to you. It seems that I have to steal all these stone statues. Decided that he had to steal all these stone statues. In Rayleigh's view, the gangsters are too bold. Aren't they afraid of death? Riley thought about it. But the gangsters who don't know how to live or die right now have the guts. She knows Karen Rayleigh's strength. Then the entire Chambord Islands. You know, in case the Pokémon Kingdom is offended. It is very likely that they will be directly destroyed by the Pokémon Kingdom. And it really did. Chapter 205, The Green Bull. If he is really allowed to display his true strength. Then you can really steal all the stone statues. After all, he was the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. Be careful, don't touch the Admiral. Charlie looked at Rayleigh who was leaving. For some reason, I felt a little bad, so I quickly reminded him. But when she finished reminding such a sentence, Riley has gone far. And in the direction of the Chambord Islands. Ships with the world government and the Navy are sailing towards the Chambord Islands. They are the world government ships led by Steel Bones Kong. There are also naval ships brought by Admiral Livenu Wangmu. And the ships brought by Chief Magellan, who had been defeated by the Deoxys and destroyed Propulsion City. Because the City of Advancement has been broken. As a result, Magellan could only be rearranged by Wulaoxing. He has now become the third force outside the naval world government. But they completely obey the command of the Navy and the world government. Will this operation go well? Magellan was a little dignified the whole time. No matter through the Red Earth continent. Still on the Great Route. No one knows more about the horrors of the Pokémon Kingdom. You know, although he is trapped in the bottom of the sea because he is trapped in the city. Didn't try my best. However, his own venom power is also quite terrifying. But even so, it's still not the rival of Deoxys, the beast of the Pokémon Kingdom. This makes him not depressed. It will definitely be achieved smoothly. After all, there is me, Livenu Wangmu, but I am here. Livenu Wangmu looked at the target Chambord Islands and said very firmly. He is quite confident that he has not encountered the beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom. He thought it would be a success this time. Successfully returned the Chambord Islands to the Navy. If it succeeds this time, then the plan to return to the Great Route decided by the Navy and the world government will be half successful. The plan to recover the Red Earth continent can be carried out perfectly. Green Niu Huang Mu, don't underestimate them in the Pokémon Kingdom. If it is said that Steel Bone Kong, who had not visited the Great Route before, must have the same confidence as Livenu Wangmu. But after inspecting the Great Route, especially when I saw Wuji Taina, he just realized that the Pokémon Kingdom must be very scary. 0. Asking for flowers. With Red Earl's strength, they were defeated. And myself who was similar to him. Certainly not the rival of the mythical beast. Humph. Livenu Wangmu snorted coldly. He originally thought that Steel Ji Yukong, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, would support him. But I didn't expect the steel bone to be empty. However, he is growing the prestige of the Pokémon Kingdom, which makes Livenu Wangmu very impatient. 0. In his opinion, if the beasts are dispatched, they should be within reach. And in the Chambord Islands. Jack the gang is sitting right under the auction house. There are many gang members here. They are all native gangsters of the Chambord Islands. But not all the underground forces in the Chambord Islands. Except them. There are also pirates who came from the Great Route. Boss Foxy, I never thought that the auction house in Chambord Islands would be so luxurious. The pirates under Foxy looked at Foxy. In their opinion, thanks to their boss, they can come here to increase their knowledge. That is, this is all my credit. Chapter 206 Everyone arrives, auction house. Foxy smiled. He did not refuse the compliments from his pirates. In his opinion, this is indeed his credit. Boss Foxy, then you are too powerful. Burger continued to flatter, but at this point, a strong man directly knocked Foxy into the air. With my T-Beard here, you dare to be presumptuous. T-Beard looked at Foxy without any hesitation. Criticized again. 037. How dare you bump into our captain? Wait, he seems to be a pirate from the New World, a pirate T-Beard with a reward of 300 million Baileys. It's actually him. Only then did the people around understand the identity of the person in front of them. It turned out that he was a T-Beard, the great pirate of the New World. It's good to know. I'm trying to grab Whitebeard's territory recently, don't provoke me. T-Beard laughed, and directly led his subordinates to the audience of the auction house. As a pirate of the New World, he is only afraid of Whitebeard. Since Whitebeard's death, he has no one to fear. I didn't expect that there are so many strong people here. I hope there will be some good things this time. Just when the two were arguing, a puddle of mud poured into the auction house. He is Caribou, the swamp fruit ability. His goal is to become a member of a powerful force. He heard that the Chambord Islands are called the Island of Sin. This is how to find a powerful force. But now it seems that these forces are really too weak. There are so many evil guys. Rayleigh walked in after him. He walked in and saw these pirates at a glance. He was a little wary, because these guys were really not good people. However, he didn't pay attention to either T-Beard or Caribou. They're all weak pirates. Now his idea is to take away the stone statue of the beast earlier. You old man, what are you doing here? Can you afford it, old man? But Raleigh didn't expect that he would run into trouble just after entering. Two guards wouldn't let him in. If it was in the past, he might revert to patience. But this time he didn't bear it. I saw that he directly sent a pirate flying 7 or 8 meters away with an elbow. This made another guard around him dumbfounded. He originally wanted to call out to the other guards of the auction house. But it didn't take long to see Rayleigh's eyes. Just one look made his cold sweat break out continuously. I won't say it when I don't see it. The guardian felt guilty. He saw Rayleigh's sword. He was worried that Rayleigh would kill him with a sword. You better remember what you said. Rayleigh reveals his true nature as a pirate. Threatened the guard. This made the guard nod repeatedly. Only then did Rayleigh enter the auction house openly. He was also the last to go in. But his attire can be said to have been criticized by others a lot. It's so tattered. I didn't expect anyone to enter the 0.8 auction house. Haha, being in the same auction house with him really made my eyes dirty. The surrounding buyers laughed when they saw Rayleigh's outfit. But Raleigh knew that now was not the time to argue with them. He was looking at the lot column of the auction house. When I saw that there were 3 more lots, I arrived at the stone statue of the beast. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's not too late. Chapter 207. Plenty of devil fruits. He began to study today's lot. When he saw 7 or 8 devil fruits, he froze for a moment. But it quickly recovered, because the Chambord Islands can be said to be the largest trading place in the world. With such a large transaction volume, it can be said to be a matter of course. But others were a little restless. There are so many devil fruits. This is too exaggerated. The pirates of the Foxy Pirates were excited when they saw so many devil fruits. In their view, this huge devil fruit. But it's worth tens of billions of berries. The B*********** D with the T-Beard 01. But Foxy didn't care about the devil fruit in the auction house. Maybe it's because I don't have the time to care. Now his eyes are fixed on the T-Beard. In his view, the man in front of him was his enemy. Just flew into him. As long as he has the opportunity, he will definitely kill this guy. It's just that the opportunity has not been found yet. There are so many devil fruits, it would be great if I could grab a fortune. T-Beard smiled when he saw so many devil fruits. In his opinion, grab a devil fruit. That would be great. You must know that even in the New World, devil fruit is a rare thing. Now there are so many devil fruits in the Chambord Islands. How does this make him unmoved? He can be said to be extremely excited now. But if you want to get these devil fruits, you have to fight against the local forces of the Chambord Islands. Jack Gang, there are many underground forces. In short, the gang forces in the Chambord Islands must have such a large force. He was able to conduct such a large auction. Thinking of this T-Mustache somewhat extinguished the thought. But if there is a chance, he will definitely choose to dispatch. There is a statue of a beast. Caribou looks at the lot above. He didn't care about many things, including devil fruit. After all, he is a devil fruit ability user. But he is quite concerned about the statue of the beast. Because his goal in life is to join a powerful force. And now the most powerful force in the world. It must be the Pokémon Kingdom. A power that even the Navy and the world government can't match. Thinking of this, he had a little joy to himself. If I steal this statue and give it to the Pokémon Kingdom, I don't know if I can be one of them. Caribou grinned. His snickering made many around him sick. This also increased the number of people participating in the auction. The goal of joining a big power is nothing more than contacting the identity of a big power. After making eye contact with Caribou one by one, The auction began to go smoothly as everyone thought. But his purpose of joining a powerful force is not pure. But since the world government has been hit hard, the Tianlong people are afraid to come here. Although Caribou looks and clothes are extremely sloppy. The veritable 153 pirates with 200 million berries. Because they also recognized Caribou. Then it shifted. If it was in previous years, there would even be Tianlong people present. The first lot is an animal devil fruit. Everyone in the auction house has their own ideas. The identities of the people participating in the auction here are either rich or expensive. Start killing continuously. He is a bloodthirsty pirate. But he is a veritable big pirate. Chapter 208 The third lot. The first lot is actually a devil fruit. This is too exaggerated. As expected of the Chambord Islands. The pirates around who had just entered the auction house went crazy. They didn't expect that the first lot was a devil fruit. This surprised them so much. So a devil fruit was called out for a sky-high price. 300 million berry ended the deal of this devil fruit. As the auction intensified, people's eyes are getting brighter. But these auctions are obviously rich and powerful with berry. Soon came the third lot. This time we are going to auction stone statues of mythical beasts, 3 in total, provided by Jack's gangsters. The auctioneer on the stage said. After he mentioned this lot, everyone around him was shocked. A stone statue of the Pokémon Kingdom is actually auctioned. Jack's gangster is too powerful. How dare you do this? The people around are constantly discussing. Little did they know Jack's gang would dare to auction off statues from the Pokémon Kingdom. It's hard to know about other places. But in Chambord Islands, they have seen the island where the beasts are powerful. They clearly know the power of the beasts in the Pokémon Kingdom. The terrifying power that directly destroyed Meriford. How could they not know the horrors of the Pokémon Kingdom? These are all made by me, Jack Pace, you just take pictures. Jack Pace walked out with a cold face. He is a strong city fruit capable person, that is, the strong city fruit produced after the death of Capone Becky. After he got the fruit of the strong city, he unified the gangster family. Under his mafia, all the gangsters have become targets. No power can compete with him. After he made the Chambord Islands bigger, his courage also grew stronger. Now he is even more involved in the business of selling stone statues of gods and beasts. Is that him? Rayleigh looked at Jack Pace. He finally knew who was the source of the evil for doing all these things. It turned out to be this man. He looked at Jack Pace. Since the man in front of him wants to risk offending the Pokémon Kingdom, then he won't take care of it. But he had to take this stone statue away. But at this moment, Caribou got into action. He turned into a swamp and tried to steal the idol. Mud devours. I saw a lot of swamp mud in front of the statue. Want to swallow the stone statue directly. Backquote. Actually stealing something in front of me. But Jack Pace turned cold. Since someone has acted, it's time for me to vote. And at this time, they never thought that they would encounter such a big thing when they bought the devil fruit this time. It never occurred to Jack Pace that he had just said a word. Hand over the devil fruit. Feeling extremely panic. But in the next second, he was cut in half by T-Beard's big knife. There are thieves stealing things in front of him. T-Beard also started to act. T-Beard laughed while holding the devil fruit. He started shooting at Caribou. T-Beard thought about it and began to wave the big knife in his hand. This leaves 2 millionaires who have captured devil fruits. A rich man is rebelling. Countless people began to pick up their guns and aimed at the giants in front of them. He started threatening to hand over the devil fruit to the person who had just auctioned off the devil fruit. Nuo Jiao. Go together. Chapter 209 Resurrection Genesect. Both T-Beard and Caribou were pointed at by guns, but they didn't panic. Because Caribou has a devil fruit. But the T-Beard's arm domineering is extremely exquisite. It can be said that both of them have good moves. And not afraid of bullets. But at this moment, some people were suddenly shouted outside the door. Why is the Navy here? Raleigh originally wanted to take away the stone statue in chaos, but accidentally discovered the Navy. Major General Zon Taomaru, I will trouble you this time. Jack Pace was not surprised but pleased to see these navies. Because his partner is the Navy. It is also because of the Navy that he can obtain the fruit of the strong city. It is also because of the Navy that he was able to overthrow so many gangster families. You sell the stone statue of the beast 437. Zanmomaru ignored Jack Pace in front of him. His eyes were fixed on the stone statue of the beast. He didn't expect Jack Pace in front of him to play so big. Isn't the Pokémon Kingdom an enemy of the Navy? I'm retaliate for the Navy. Jack Pace said indifferently, but Zon Taowen felt a little nervous. Hurry up and get rid of them, let's leave, the horror of these beasts is beyond your ability to deal with. Zenmomomaru is different from Jack Pace. He knows how powerful the beast is. So of course I also know that just relying on the combat power in front of me will not do it at all. It is also completely impossible to go to the rival of the beast in front of you. He urged Jack Pace to settle the matter quickly. Jack Pace curled his lips, in his opinion the Navy's Zon Taowen. Also too afraid of the Pokémon Kingdom, which in his opinion is nothing special. But he didn't dare to break up with Zon Taowen. Break up with the Navy. After all, before there was no naval support. He was just an ordinary gang member. Put away all the devil fruits, all of them. Jack Pace began to command his subordinates. T-Beard wanted to resist. But then a group of pacifists appeared behind. They didn't dare to proceed immediately. You must know that they are in the video of the top war. I have seen the power of pacifists. If they hadn't seen it before. ABDD, and how do you know the terror of the pacifists? Boss, light, 3 beams of light are coming in. At this time, their little brother started collecting devil fruits. But they haven't waited for them to start acting. 3 beams of light hit the stone statue. No, the beast is about to be resurrected. Zon Taowen suddenly felt bad. It looks like the stone statue is going to be resurrected. Naturally, it goes without saying. With me here, the beast will not be my rival. He is drinking red wine. This is the appearance of the stone statue of the beast in front of him. In his opinion, the stone statue outside is not worth mentioning. He is Genesect. Immediately afterwards, a purple-looking beast with a tank gun on its back emerged. Jack Pace directly set up his position as a strong city fruit-capable person. Like a gangster, look inside the castle and look outside the castle. Turning into a big castle is naturally his strongest power. And there are many gangsters inside who took out their guns and started aiming at the stone statue. The Navy is still aware of the intelligence of the beast. The stone statue outside moved. And Jack Pace is hiding in the castle. His eyes were fierce, going to shoot at the statue. But at this moment, I saw Jack Pace turned into a big castle. Chapter 210 Killing Jack. An ancient mythical beast. Fire. At the very moment when Genesect was revived. Jack Pace started firing guns at Ganos or Kurt. And the instant they launch, that's it. The mechanical Genesect also started his attack. Hyper Beam. I saw that Genesect shot directly with Hyper Beam. Jack Pace couldn't hold on any longer. His calm appearance. I saw that most of the entire castle was smashed into pieces. Jack Pace reveals his true self. Standing in the ruined fortified city, panic appeared in his eyes. My fortified city fruit is clearly displayed, how could it be like this? Jack Pace looked at Genesect in horror. But the next second, Genesect looked directly at him. The red eyeballs are quite terrifying. Zap cannon. Boom. Accompanied by a vibration from Genesect. The giant mechanical cannon on his back began to bombard Jack Pace directly in front of him. He ignored Jack Pace's horrified gaze at all. Boom. With another loud bombing sound, Jack Pace was directly bombed into blood clots. There was regret in his eyes. He extremely regretted being an enemy of the divine beast. But it is too late now. Is this the power of the beast? Foxy was stunned seeing this scene. He never thought that Jack Pace, who was so domineering in Power Trip before, would be killed by the beast like this. This is too scary. There is no resistance at all. In fact, I just talked about Jack Pace's ability. They'll be able to know Jack Pace is a very powerful strongman. But no matter how strong, still died at the hands of Genesect. The devil fruit stays. Genesect ignored Jack Pace's body. And Foxy, who has been shocked to the point of death now. Zon Taowen with a vigilant face. His current target is T-Beard. Because the T-Beard took away 3 devil fruits. You know, devil fruit. But what God the Father commanded must be taken away. How could he be taken away by the T-Beard in front of him? But the more he said, the T-Beard in front of him ran away faster. Turn a deaf ear. This is because the T-Beard thinks that he is about to run outside. Zero looking for flowers. He snatched the 3 devil fruits with his own ability. How willing to lose like this? But the next second, Foxy made a move. He unleashes the dull fruit ability. Sluggish light. I saw Foxy's gesture showing a 6 character. Then a purple arc of light moved towards the T-Beard in front of him. Slash. But at this moment, Genesect directly used a hyper beam. You are courting death. Because this arc of light was clearly caused by Foxy. Directly bombarded T-Beard and all of them in the past mountain. In his opinion, this is the price of T-Beard being so arrogant to him just now. T-Beard looked fiercely at Foxy in the distance. He could only lead a few subordinates of the T-Beard pirates in a hurry. T-Beard walked very slowly. He soon discovered who did it. T-Beard has no choice. Soon the T-Beard was suspended. He didn't expect this guy to dare to release the devil fruit ability on himself. Die. He looked at the T-Beard, a little gloating. He fought with his life against the divine beast in front of him. 0. And Foxy didn't panic. Chapter 211 Resurrecting Heatran. And just when Genesect was concentrating on dealing with the T-Beard pirates in front of him, Senmomomaru rallied his pacifists. Attack the Genesect in front of you. But at this moment, the second stone statue came to life. This stone is the volcano mythical beast Heatran. Heatran's body structure is a combination of lava and steel skeleton. Has a pair of orange eyes. Only after he appeared, laser beams fired by 297 pacifists. Laser beams aimed at the Genesect. He was directly attacked by raging lava. Incinerate directly. He spit out a pillar of lava fire. Boom boom boom. The pillar of fire was not blocked by anything. In addition to burning the laser light. Later, it attacked the pacifist ontology. Boom. With a loud bang, the pacifist was burned directly to the explosion. And Zon Taowen saw this scene. He began to swing his huge battle axe to attack Heatran. But at this moment Heatran released earth power directly. The whole ground is shaking. Then use heat wave again. A pillar of fire burned directly towards Zon Taowen in front of him. In an instant, Zon was killed here. The flames directly burned the entire auction house. Many people present. They all felt panic and they were all rushing out. This is too scary, but luckily I didn't participate. Foxy frowned when he saw this scene. Thankfully he wasn't involved. The strength of the beast is really good, but why have I never seen this kind of beast? Raleigh looked at Genesect and Heatran in some surprise. He has never seen the two beasts. This surprised him a little. You must know that Shachi, as an information dealer, has a lot of information. There is even a lot of information about the new world. But the beast in front of him didn't have any information. How could this not surprise him? You leave the stone statue behind. Heatran looked to Caribou. He saw that Caribou was still devouring the stone statue. Into his mud. Directly stop the road. Caribou let go of his hand. He had just seen what Heatran had done. He also understood the power of the beasts. Slash. Think about it. He was even more determined to join the Pokemon Kingdom. Wonder if I can join the Pokemon Kingdom. Caribou said it straight up. This voice. It directly stunned everyone present. They didn't expect Caribou to say this. You know though the current Pokemon Kingdom. Doesn't that mean they can join in too? Heatran replied with this sentence. It is the #1 force in the world. The Pokemon Kingdom is a force dominated by mythical beasts. 5.0 As long as you can join the Pokemon Kingdom. Climb to the top and become one of the members of the #1 faction. That long means they too can be successful. Because just from the point of view on the surface. If only Caribou could join the Pokemon Kingdom. He could see how filthy Caribou was inside. This captivate. But no one thought of joining this force. How could it be possible to join? It's also pretty huge for them. You must know that the Pokemon Kingdom is a very powerful force. You can join the Pokemon Kingdom, but you can't. And they are human. But there are also many people who look at Heatran with fiery eyes. Chapter 212 Going to the gang station. If this kind of person is also added to the Pokemon Kingdom, then it will definitely make the beasts unhappy. He didn't want to be the target of verbal criticism from the beasts. Besides, God the Father would not agree. Refused. Why? Caribou's face turned ugly. He didn't expect the beast in front of him to say that it would be fine if he joined the Pokemon Kingdom. But he can't. Is he not worthy? You must know that he is a powerful swamp fruit ability user. A powerful pirate known as the Damfair Caribou. Your heart is too filthy. But Heatran left such a sentence directly. But that statement hurt Caribou deeply. If that's the case, I'll destroy you. Caribou is thoroughly Rage 01. He wanted to directly destroy the two Pokemon in front of him. Countless swamp blocks surged from the ground. Then he attacked Hero Lan in front of him. This is Caribou's move Swamp Gun. He was carried away by rage. The others looked at Caribou with pity. You must know that the person he is taunting is not a normal character. This is a beast. How could he be rival? You must know that even the Navy still has the leader of Jack's gang. It is also vulnerable in the face of divine beasts. Heat Wave. For Caribou in front of him. Heatran didn't hesitate too much. He cast Heat Wave directly. Pieces of lava flew up directly. Then hit Caribou. Caribou's body was continuously burned by the magma blocks. He finally understood. What exactly did he do that shouldn't be done? He wanted to ask for mercy. The tongue sticks out very long. But Heatran saw the ferocity in Caribou's eyes. I'm afraid the begging for mercy is false. It's true to try your best. For such a disgusting rival. Heatran didn't let go. Instead, it directly speeds up the lava attack. Kill Caribou directly. With a hint of Caribou. Everyone was as quiet as a shiver. They did not expect Caribou to be wiped out like this. They met Heatran's eyes. The flames also burned most of the entire auction house. Genesect picked up the devil fruit. He looked at a gang member of Jack Pace around him. Where is that direction? Genesect asked the region of the divine power fruit he perceived. It's the territory of Jack's gang. The younger brother of Jack's gang member was frightened out of his wits. He was naturally endless. And after Genesect listened. Laughed. In this way, they can complete the tasks assigned by God the Father. Loot the Chambord Islands. Harvest more devil fruits. Genesect first brought all the devil fruits in the auction line 037. Then Heatran carried the last stone statue of the beast on his back. There are 8 devil fruits in total. He sensed that he was at the headquarters of Jack's gang. There are more devil fruits. Now they plan to get it non-stop. With the departure of the 2 divine beasts, Foxy and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't expect Caribou to be stupid here. But they are also happy. Fortunately, I was not harmed by the beast. It was at this time. The ceiling caved in. A whole piece of the ceiling fell down. At this moment, Rayleigh moved him and sent out a few slashes. The slabs became stones. Chapter 213. Arrival of the Green Bull. This old man is actually so strong. This action made by Rayleigh stunned everyone. They didn't expect that not only the divine beast had recovered today. And there is an old man with white hair. And it seems that this white-haired old man is too strong. Everyone looked at Rayleigh, but Raleigh didn't pay much attention to them. Instead, he ran away. Now he's chasing the beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom. He wanted to see what the beast wanted to do. When he saw Rayleigh running away at a fast pace, everyone was even more surprised. They didn't expect Rayleigh's speed to be so fast. But just when they were about to leave here, suddenly, a man came to them. What's going on here? The man is wearing black sunglasses, with the tattoo of Sichuan's heart printed on the left side. Wearing a coat of justice, with a samurai sword pinned to his waist. This is the Admiral. Foxy recognized the man's identity. Because only admirals would wear such clothes. Such a coat of justice. If you are recognized and know that I am an admiral, then tell me about it. Liveniu Wangmu glanced at ground. He saw the dead Senmomaru and the destroyed warship on the ground. He thinks it should be produced here. Something he didn't expect. It's a divine beast. These are all done by divine beasts. They all went in that direction. Now Foxy didn't dare to hide anymore. He just said it all. All things are told one by one. You must know that the Admiral is the highest combat power in the world. How dare he disobey the order of the Green Bull? Did you go to the territory of Jack's gang? It seems that we are going to kill the grass and roots. It seems that the beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom are really a group of ruthless people. Liveniu Wangmu smiled. He started walking in the direction Foxy had said. General Huang Mu, Marshal Steel Bone Kong told you to wait for him. The adjutant next to Liveniu Wangmu said directly. He is a lieutenant general. For Liveniu Wangmu, who became a vice admiral as soon as he joined the navy. Quite critical. No need, I can get rid of them by myself. Liveniu Wangmu directly interrupted the lieutenant general's words. Then he looked at Foxy and the others in front of him. He who has the dense fruit. Haven't eaten for 3 years. You are pirates, aren't you? Liveniu Wangmu looked at Foxy and the others. This sentence made the pirates panic. They didn't expect that they had already answered the question of green cow and wild animal husbandry. But now it looks like there is no hope of escape. Absorb the plants. As long as he absorbs nutrients, he can survive. It's just compared with the optimism of Liveniu Wangmu. He wants to be empty in the steel bone. Including Foxy. No creature can escape. The reason why it is still alive. Liveniu Wangmu called out to stop the lieutenant general. Then turned into dry leafage. The lieutenant general was not too optimistic. These plants start to absorb nutrients from things around them. Because he only thought that Liveniu Wangmu didn't realize the power of the beast. Because their nutrients are absorbed. I saw that their skin quickly became rough. Lieutenant General, let's go, let's find trouble with those beasts. This is why Liveniu Wangmu was able to go without food for 3 years. Okay. Because what he devours is nutrients. Magellan and the others got rid of these mythical beasts before they arrived. I saw many plants suddenly appeared on the ground. Chapter 214 Infiltrating the gang. As long as he knows the power of the beast. He would never think so. Not even so straightforwardly reckless. He has not experienced the Top War. If he has experienced the Dingshang War, then he must be able to know the Dingshang War period. The power and terror of the beast. But he knew what he said to Liveniu Wangmu now. Everything is wasted. There is no use for it. Only when General Liveniu Wangmu really understood all this. Only then will he know how powerful Shenman is. And just to the east of the Chambord Islands. Here's Jack's gangster turf. There used to be 4 or 5 gang organizations here. But under the conquest of Jack Pace, the gangsters here have all merged into one. 070. That's Jack the gang. They are extremely alert. The first time the beast arrived. They sensed the arrival of the beast. But they didn't regard Genesect and Heatran as mythical beasts. Because there are many strange creatures in this world. If every grotesque creature is a mythical beast. There are too many beasts. I saw Genesect and Heatran advancing all the way. The Mafia saw the stone statue on Heatran's back. They froze. Because of the stone statue they know each other. It is the stone statue that Jack Abbey intends to sell at a high price. They were a little surprised at how they recited it back. But with the beast in front of him advancing all the way. They can only ask to understand first. This is the site of Jack's gang, what are you doing here? A gang member dared to ask about the past. And Heatran didn't answer. Instead, a pillar of lava fire was ejected directly. In his opinion, since these people are all enemies, there is nothing to say. Burning with a pillar of fire. There was a crackling sound at the door of the entire Jack gang. This also caused the forces in the gang to hear the news. Jack the gang except Jack Pace. There are 4 executives. They are all animal devil fruit ability users. When they heard the movement, he started rushing towards the door. They turned into chickens, weasels, and other devil fruit power users. Who are you and what are you doing here? Jem looked at the devil fruit user in front of him. He is a half-werewolf devil fruit ability user. Speed and attack will be greatly improved. Heatran didn't talk nonsense, the 4 devil fruit ability users in front of him. With the arrival of Jem and others, he had no idea that the person in front of him wanted to go to the treasure house of their Jack gang. And this treasure is not owned by Jack Pace alone. You want to go to our vault. It is all the gangsters who have been absorbed by Jack gangsters to become gangsters. Everyone in Jack's gang felt the prestige. The weasel form devil fruit user was stunned. His weasel form devil fruit ability user looked at Heatran in front of him with a sinister look. Can turn into a werewolf. After hearing this sentence. Take us to the place where the devil fruit exists. Their Jack gang must be able to defeat the two strange creatures in front of them. In his eyes, it's not worth mentioning. Now he has to complete the order given by his father to get the devil fruit from these people in front of him. You must know that their Jack gang has a lot of wealth. They believe that after the arrival of the gangster's executive. Chapter 215. Against the Green Bull. He can't wait to put Heatran in front of him directly. Just kill it. Why do they take their wealth for granted? Since you don't give it, then we will come and take it. Seeing this, Heatran launched an attack directly. I saw a pillar of lava and fire attacking the members of the gang organization in front of us. A series of powerful pillars of fire. Sweeping directly at the gangsters in front of them. Boom boom boom. The violent bombardment directly hit the weasel-shaped devil fruit ability user. And Gem is the strongest devil fruit ability user among the four. A trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. However, he escaped Heatran's attack with his vigorous body. Just when he felt lucky, Genesect looked at him. He was not afraid, and directly used the armed color Domineering to attack Nosect. But the next second, a white blazing beam of light with a destructive aura poured towards him. Boom. A beam of light pierced him directly. It directly bombed him to a distance of more than 10 meters. This directly made the other Jack gangsters panic. Until this time, only then did they guess the identity of the creature in front of them. Beast. Could it be a mythical beast from the Pokémon kingdom? It must be, otherwise how could it cause such a powerful attack? Then we are miserable. You must know that this is a force that even the Navy can't win. The people around were completely panicked. They didn't expect that the creature in front of them was actually a divine beast. Thinking that they actually offended the divine beast. Suddenly felt terrified. You must know that the beasts are existences that they cannot afford to provoke. Humph. Heatran glanced at the gang member in front of him. Don't compare them too much. I plan to go to the courtyard inside to look for the devil fruit. And Rayleigh also followed up at this moment. When he saw that Jack's gang had suffered heavy casualties. He froze for a moment. He didn't expect that the Jack gang who provoked the beast would end up like this. Just when he was going to continue to follow up, Heatran moved. I saw him spit up a pillar of fire. Attack in the direction of evil him. Could it be that I've been exposed? Zero looking for flowers. Raleigh thought he had been exposed. But at this moment, Liveniu Wangmu in the distance stood up. The Lieutenant General saw that Liveniu Wangmu chopped off Heatran's fire pillar with a single knife. Instead, it was launched behind him. This is the Admiral. My heart relaxed a little. Some confidence in Liveniu Wangmu rose in my heart. After all, Liveniu Wangmu itself is a loss for the Admiral of the Navy. This is the new Admiral Liveniu Wangmu. I urge you to surrender quickly. And he had never seen this person before. He slashed Heatran's flames directly with his sword. Calling up admirals. Zero. But he didn't expect the admiral to be recruited so quickly. Raleigh was stunned, although he had heard that the world government was recruiting troops on a large scale. There are black sunglasses on the face, a tattoo of the dead heart on the left side, and a samurai sword pinned to the waist. It was only then that Raleigh noticed that the pillar of fire was not aimed at him. In the distance behind him was a man in the clothes of an admiral. So he had some doubts about the strength of the green cow Wangmu in front of him. But I haven't seen this admiral. Who is he? Chapter 216 Fighting Green Bull. His strength is still quite transcendent. And the gods and beasts are against the general in front of them. There is a bit of vigilance in my heart. Because they are only sub-star level beasts. The strength is not comparable to the star level. It's not as powerful as the universe level. So they are still quite stressed about the green cattle and wild herds in front of them. I advise you to surrender, or I won't show mercy. Liveniu Wangmu waved his hand directly. Countless, June 17th, plants began to rise from the ground. This is the fruit ability of the green cow. Sensen fruit can manipulate plants and create plants. It can be said to be quite powerful. What are these plants? Actually in absorb our nutrients. Green cattle ranch in absorb nutrients. This means that he is very seriously preparing for battle with the divine beast in front of him. And the gangsters became the victims of this battle. They are absorbed by green cows. As this general a monster. This is too scary. I saw that the entire site of Jack's gang has become a paradise for plants. There is no place that is not covered by vegetation. It can be said that plants are everywhere. Whether it is delicate flowers, or grass has a strong vitality. Could this be a person with the ability of dense fruit? Lei Li looked at the green cow in shock. He didn't expect that the new admiral in front of him was actually a person with the ability of Sensen fruit. Sensen fruit is a natural fruit ability. Possesses the ability to manipulate plants and turn into plants. It can be said that this ability is quite strong. During the time of Roger Pirates, they had heard of a person with a dense fruit ability. The island was torn directly with plants. This power is too terrifying. Seeing the strength of Liveniu Wangmu, the lieutenant general couldn't help but exclaimed. He finally understood why the green cow Wangmu in front of him was so arrogant. If he has this strength, then he must be very arrogant. After all, this ability is comparable to natural disasters. Then the General Livenyu Wangmu in front of him directly used it. This power is simply terrifying. But just when everyone was shocked by the green cow and wild animal husbandry, Livenyu Wangmu was slightly surprised. The plants didn't come close to this creature. Could it be because of the lava on his body? Green Bull Armor looked at Heatran's side. He found that there was no plant near Heatran. He quickly figured it out. It must be because of the magma around Heatran and on his body. If there is no magma on Heatran, plants definitely won't stay close. But this does not mean that there is no way for green cow and wild animal husbandry. Just cover the plants with armored color domineering. Let Heatran and the Genesect protected by Heatran be trapped by vines. And then just when it's about to tie up, Heatran no longer bide, he released his exclusive skills. Boom. The speed is extremely fast. He began to cover the plants with the armed color domineering. Boom. Start dancing. Livenyu Wangmu used armed domineering. Then it can directly resist the magma. From his point of view, this matter is very easy to solve. Soon approached Heatran and Genesect in front of them. 3.5 I saw the rattan began to twist. I saw a large piece of volcano lava roaring out. Start to go towards the Genesect and Heatran in front of you. Magma Storm. Armed color domineering. Orberg Jungle. Chapter 217. Knocking up the green bull. Start splashing around, wherever this lava goes. Plants are burned to death. Leave no trace. Just scratch the edge and get burned by volcano lava. The wind helps the fire. The lava is even more violent under the blessing of the storm. A flame magma storm covering 100 meters around started. Crackling. Plants are like popping noises. Started to resound continuously. Accompanied by this sound, Livenyu Wangmu's face became ugly. How come, my Orberg Jungle 01 will be burned? Livenyu Wangmu never thought that he was attached to the armed and domineering Orberg Jungle. Would be burned. You know, this is a plant that is far harder than Orberg. How could it be that they were all burned? The Lieutenant General looked at this scene stupidly. He never thought of it. The Orberg plant produced by General Green Cow. Unbelievable in Heatran. A large piece of lava was directly used to dissolve it directly. This is for the Lieutenant General who has just had a surge in confidence in Livenyu Wangmu. Now it is starting to be insufficient for the green cattle and wild animal husbandry. This power has reached the level of a general. Rayleigh looked at Heatran, and he found that Heatran's attack power had reached the general level just now. It shouldn't be said that only generals have such powerful moves. But he could also see that the physical exertion of this move was not small for Heatran. In addition, lava is the trick to restrain the green cow, wild pasture, sense and fruit. The battle in front of him is not easy to say in his eyes. And in Heatran's eyes, all this is perfectly normal. HMPH, I almost got the devil fruit. Genesect is more disgusted with the green cows and grazing in front of him. In this case, he planned to release his exclusive move to give the green bull in front of him a good look. Techno Blast. Ganoshiot casts Techno Blast. I saw the sudden hot blue light cannon directly attacking the green cow Wangmu in the distance. At this moment, Livenyu Wangmu desperately wants to save face. When seeing Genesect unleash the same light cannon attack as Heatran, he swung his sword to attack again. It's useless. Livenyu Wangmu began to swing the sword in his hand. He planned to retaliate against the light cannon fired by the Genesect in front of him. It's still attacking with a light cannon. The Lieutenant General glanced at Genesect in surprise. It shouldn't do too much damage. How is this possible? He started flying backwards, but he thinks Genesect's light cannon attack. How outrageous is the light cannon attack between the two beasts? But this time he obviously felt that the blade was much heavier. Even Rayleigh thinks so. After all, they are all light cannon attacks. He was directly hacked by Livenyu Wangmu with a knife. The Lieutenant General was completely stunned. But after Livenyu Wangmu fought back, the power attached to the light cannon directly dragged him for more than 100 meters. 337 It is impossible for one divine beast's light cannon attack to be too far behind another divine beast's light cannon attack. Then it slammed into a residential building. I saw that Genesect's light cannon hit the green bull. Only then did they understand. For the words of green cow and wild animal husbandry. Although the previous light cannon attack was caused by Heatran. Chapter 218 Raleigh shocked. The Lieutenant General never thought of it. The Genesect in front of him is actually so strong. He actually directly defeated Livenyu Wangmu. Even Livenyu Wangmu himself did not expect that the Genesect in front of him is so strong. His face was livid, and his eyes were fixed on the Genesect in front of him. He never thought that Genesect could actually hurt him in front of him. It just made him unbelievable. But the facts were in front of him, and he couldn't allow him not to believe it. How could you possibly do that? Livenyu Wangmu looked at Genesect in front of him. He never imagined that the Genesect in front of him could launch such a powerful attack. Much stronger than the previous Heatran's light cannon attack. Fortunately, he is an admiral of the Navy. There is still a trick in his hand that has not been released. So his face was a little calm, not too flustered. It actually defeated the green cow Wangmu with one shot. Raleigh looked at Genesect in surprise. He didn't expect that Genesect could defeat green bull Wangmu with one blow. You must know based on the strength used by Livenyu Wangmu just now. His strength is definitely not lost to any admiral. If it is said that Heatran's attack was an accident for Livenyu Wangmu, Then the Genesect in front of him is the real deal for the attack caused by Huang Mu in front of him. But it is too early to talk about the outcome of the attack. He sensed Livenu Wangmu with the domineering look of his knowledge. It's not dead yet. He even felt the power of vitality, which undoubtedly belonged to LV Niu Huang Mu, the holder of Sensen Fruit. Raleigh looked at Genesect and Heatran, neither of them had a hint of complacency on their faces. It seems that defeating the green cow Wangmu in front of him is just a trivial matter. This made Rayleigh feel the arrogance of the Pokémon Kingdom. But the Pokémon Kingdom has its own brash capital. Thinking of this, Rayleigh could only sigh silently. Who told the Navy to be an enemy of the Pokémon Kingdom? But at this moment, Livenu Wangmu walked out of the smashed house, which had been turned into ruins. The green bull's eyes are extremely rage. Rage looked at the two beasts in front of him. In his opinion, all this is because of the relationship between the two divine beasts. If not for them, I will not use the vitality contained in the dense fruit to restore my physical strength. You must know that this is the vitality he has accumulated for 3 years. Forbidden Hate Sensen W. Thinking of the green bull, he no longer hesitated, and directly used his unique move against the two divine beasts in front of him. It is also his whole card. I saw many plants appearing on the ground. Thick smoke filled the arena. No Jiao Hao backquote. Techno Blast. Genesect once again used his exclusive skills. Soon they saw the piranha pierced by the beam of light. But at this very moment, everyone looked at one person and one flower in the smoke. Forbidden. Boom. Just heard a loud noise, resounding through the air. A fiery white beam of light began to shoot out from the mechanical armor behind Genesect. These plants began to attack the divine beast in front of them. There are piranhas. And this crabapple flower. They want to know who will win and who will lose in this battle. The piranha began to plunder towards the sky, and then quickly extended its branches, trying to swallow all the beasts. The target is the flying piranha. Chapter 219 Volcanion Recovery. Even the piranhas have never beaten a beast. The Lieutenant General felt a chill in his heart when he saw this. He understood that the only way to call Steel Ji Yukong and Magellan, this admiral and the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Only then can we fight against the divine beast in front of us. After all, there are two divine beasts in front of me, and one is stronger than the other. But the attack of Green Bull and Wild Animal Farm obviously hasn't stopped yet. He also has crabapple flowers. I saw that the crabapple flowers began to emit rays. Countless light cannons attacked Heatran in front of him. But how could Heatran be afraid of the crabapple in front of him? He also used his own exclusive moves again. Magma Storm. I saw a large amount of lava attacking the crabapple flower. Begonia 043 is naturally not Magma Storm's rival. It was quickly incinerated by the Magma Storm. But the green bull's face was not moved at all. Because his trick is not here. But in the backhand, I saw a huge plant fist, which suddenly condensed and formed. This plant fist was not condensed in one move. But it was clear for a long time. Go to hell. Livenu Wangmu let out a loud shout. The fist of this plant was hundreds of meters wide, and it directly hit the Genesect and Heatran in front of it. Boom boom boom, accompanied by a huge sound. The battlefield is filled with smoke. But the Vice Admiral did not feel the slightest joy. Because another divine beast appeared on the battlefield. This beast looks very weird, with two thick and long arms forming an arch together. But this is where his strength lies. It is said that as long as he opens his arms, he can release the energy to blow up a mountain. He is the steam Pokémon Volcanion. He headed towards the attack of LV Niu Huang Mu. After seeing the attack of Livenu Wangmu, he used his exclusive skills. Steam Eruption. His arched arms spread apart in an instant. Then countless water vapor burst out. The attack position is the fist of the plant attacked by the green cow Wangmu in front of him. In just a moment, a large amount of water vapor burst out. The plant fist of Livenu Wangmu was instantly decomposed. Then there was a large amount of impact that directly knocked the green cow Wangmu into the air. General Livenu Wangmu has lost. Lieutenant General was a little unbelievable. He didn't expect that Livenu Wangmu would lose completely this time. Moreover, a new beast appeared on the other side. And it wasn't just Raleigh. Because this is an ability that only divine beasts possess. The only remaining members of Jack's gang around also saw the scene where Volcanion came out of the stone statue. They were not ready to fight the beast in front of them. Dead. Doom. Where's Jack Pace? He saw Volcanion breaking away from the statue. One of Jack's gang members has quietly returned. His face was extremely flustered. Everyone in the gang asked the member from the outside in front of him. Even gang members who wanted to sneak back to steal Gold Curry's treasure stopped in their tracks. He didn't even see where the other party appeared from. Apparently, he had experienced something he didn't want to see. They no longer doubt that the two mysterious creatures in front of them are not divine beasts. Raleigh saw the truth. Thinking of this, they didn't have the slightest desire to resist. Just at this time, Chapter 220 obtain a large number of devil fruits. This time he came from the back door. Who did it? We're going to retaliate for boss. Everyone in Jack's gang is a bit rage, they can't afford to provoke the beast in the navy. Can't afford to mess with someone who dares to taunt them, Jack's gang. Hearing these words from the bosses, the younger brother was immediately relieved, and suddenly he saw the divine beast. Then he pointed directly with his finger, in the past. It's him. He recognized Heatran, but he didn't know that this gave their gang boss a big jump. You must know that they know how terrifying the beasts are. Jack Pace deserves it. Let him die. Everyone suddenly didn't dare to care about this nosy matter. And on the side of Livenu Wangmu, it was directly sent flying to a distance by Volcanyon. Right at this moment, Steel Ji Yukong and Magellan both arrived. When they saw Livenu Wangmu being beaten out, they were taken aback for a moment. They came after hearing the movement. After all, an admiral is fighting a mythical beast. How could such a big movement not be heard by the people around? What enemy did you encounter? Steel Gukong looked at Livenu Wangmu. He wanted to know who defeated Livenu Wangmu. Lu Niu Huang Mu was speechless for a while. He thought that he could never tell Steel Ji Yukong in front of him that he was defeated by a divine beast. To know before going to war. He also looked down on the divine beast, but was defeated by the divine beast. It was too embarrassing to say that. But if he doesn't say it, it doesn't mean others don't say it. The Lieutenant General rushed here at this time. He saw Cyborg Kong and Magellan. Executive Steel Bones, Chief Magellan. The Lieutenant General saluted the two of them. What's going on? Steel Ji Yukong asked the Lieutenant General in front of him. It's the beast. It's the beast. The Lieutenant General did not hesitate too much. Say what you want to say directly. Divine beast, there is actually a divine beast here. Magellan froze. He didn't expect that there were divine beasts here. Could it be that we have a traitor? Steel Ji Yukong was also a little surprised. You must know that the Navy's plan this time is seamless, and only a few of their senior officers know. But the divine beast in front of him came here just as it should. All this can only show that there are traitors in the Navy. Zero looking for flowers. But now is not the time to think about that. But to find a way how to meet these beasts. We must know that the shadow brought by the last top war is still very big. Take all the Navy. Steel Bones Kong commanded the naval forces. A large number of navies rushed to the direction where the green cow and wild animal husbandry were knocked away. As the gang members who dared to hide the devil fruit were killed one by one. At this time, the divine beast didn't care about them. The younger brother of the gang member who just came over. Some gangsters also want to hide devil fruits. After getting so many devil fruits, only death awaits them, because the beast is strong, and it is quite Taoist. That's a pretty huge number. They're collecting devil fruits from Jack's gang. Plus the devil fruit found at the auction house earlier. 10. Heatran found a total of 38 devil fruits. Only then did I understand why none of the members of Jack's gang dared to provoke the beast. Heatran they planned to get out of here 8. 30. 20. But under the perception of the divine beast, these little thoughts are invisible. Chapter 221. Steel Skeleton arrives empty. Just at this time, Jack's gang started to riot. There's plenty of Navy out there. Why did the Navy come here? Aren't they working with Jack Pace and the others? Surrounded us all. The gang members froze. They did not expect the Navy to surround the entire Chambord Islands in the east. It must be because of the God 450 beast. Could it be them? Everyone looked at Volcanyon and the others. He immediately understood that the Navy must have been attracted by Volcanyon and the others. But let them blame Volcanyon on them. They must not dare. After all, the beast in front of him is very domineering. At this time, Steel Gukong brought Livenu Wangmu and Magellan into here together. Their eyes lock on were on the three divine beasts in front of them. Steel Bones Kong is quite confident in this battle. After all, according to what Green Bull said, the divine beast in front of him was him who could barely be defeated by the combination of three. But at this moment, he felt an unusual breath. Someone is here. Steel Gukong looked towards a patch of grass. In this patch of grass, he sensed that there was a person hiding here by virtue of his domineering power. Discovered. Raleigh knew that Gang Gukong was very domineering, so he walked out. It turned out to be Karen Rayleigh. Magellan looked at the figure of this person, and he was shocked. Because the person in front of him is Karen Rayleigh. Once the right-hand man of Roger Pirates. He didn't expect Karen Rayleigh to be hiding here. And looking at this appearance, it seems that he has been hiding here for a long time. Someone is there. The Green Bull was taken aback. He didn't expect that there was a person hiding here, but more importantly, he didn't notice it. He looked at the beasts like Volcanyon. They were not surprised by Rayleigh's appearance. Apparently they knew Rayleigh was hiding here. It seems that I have been discovered long ago. Rayleigh looked at the beasts like Volcanyon. He soon realized that he had been found. In fact, Volcanyon and the others had already discovered Rayleigh. However, it felt that Raleigh was not malicious. I don't pay much attention to Zero. Now we have a lot of strong men and navies, you're screwed. The Green Bull looked at Volcanyon and their three beasts. Although he lost in a personal battle. But it doesn't mean he's going to lose the fight here. After all, he was not the only naval force involved in this operation. There are also Steel Bone Empty and Magellan. One of these two is a general level combat power, and the other is a combat power beyond the general level. In his opinion, it is enough to clean up these beasts. Of course, Green Bull is not the only one who has this idea. Other navies have similar thoughts. They want blood and shame. You must know that since the top war happened, the prestige of their navy is not as good as before. Now is a great time to restore prestige. Superior. Cyborg Sora gave the order. He also believes that this is a great opportunity to restore the prestige of the Navy. Just take these 3 beasts here. Then it will be possible. Let the people of the Chambord Islands know that their navy still has the power to rule the world. It can also be regarded as giving their navy further access to the Great Route. Chapter 222 Rayquaza, Kyogre, and Groudon appear. Here comes a preview. With so many strong people, will the mythical beasts be rival? Rayleigh thought of this, because regardless of the beast, no matter how strong it is. But they only have these 3 beasts. Moreover, he had carefully observed these 3 divine beasts. Although the strength is at the level of the Emperor's deputy, it is far from the general level of combat power. It must not be the rivals of the Navy in front of him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel worried about these mythical beasts. At the same time, he dared to provoke the Pokémon Kingdom 01 for the Navy. Worry about a big war if the Pokémon Kingdom is angered. I will lose, the divine beast will definitely lose. The members of Jack's gang were not too optimistic about the beast in front of them. After all, the naval forces in front of them are extremely powerful. It doesn't look like a beast can deal with it. Thinking of this, they couldn't help worrying about themselves, because the navy in front of them might arrest them. But at this moment, Volcanion replied. Really? But I don't think you have enough troops. Volcanion has sensed the coming of Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre and other mythical beasts. In front of these beasts, these people are simply not enough to see. In his opinion, his own Pokémon Kingdom is the one to win. These people in front of them are nothing but clowns. With so many troops, how could we lose to you 3 beasts? The Green Bull had a mocking look on his face. You must know that as the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, Master Steelbone Kong is far superior to me in strength, and Magellan's strength is not inferior to mine. Your Master Beast will definitely lose. The self-confidence on the face of the Green Bull, in his opinion, the 3 beasts in front of him are just swagger. But at this moment Raleigh seemed to see something. A look of surprise appeared on his face. No wonder these 3 divine beasts are so confident, so they are here. Rayleigh's voice is soft, but in this tense situation it seems to fall on the ground as a silent needle. Make everyone look at Rayleigh, and then turn to look in the direction Rayleigh is looking at. Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza, how could they be here? There was horror on Magellan's face. He never thought that these 3 beasts would appear here. With Magellan shouting, the steel bone empty Green Bull also turned his gaze to where he saw. I saw 3 creatures appearing on it. They are Rayquaza, a huge green creature. Red Groudon and blue Kyogre. These 3 beasts all appeared in the Chambord Islands. This also makes many passers-by around the Chambord Islands look here. What happened? There are 217 navies on the Chambord Islands. Could it be that the navy is back? People from outside the island sailed here in small boats. They saw these 3 huge creatures, although the top had seen it during the war. But this was the first time they saw it. This is Rayquaza, the mythical beast that defeated the yellow ape. Kyogre defeated Admiral Aokiji. Groudon is really powerful, but he killed General Akainu and defeated Marshal of the Warring States period. For a while, the people talked about it. You must know that these 3 divine beasts have gained a lot of fame after going through the top battle. Chapter 223 Rayquaza defeated the Green Bull with 1 move. It can be said that their influence is no less than that of the 3 generals of the navy. So they see Groudon Rayquaza Kyogre coming here. Apart from shock, there was more admiration on his face. You know, although the beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom bring nightmares and terror to the navy. But look at it from the perspective of pirates who yearn for the age of great voyages. The Pokémon Kingdom is the absolute powerhouse on this continent. Pirates always prey on the strong, they believe in the strong. The Chambord Islands are also known as the Island of Sin. It can be said that for this reason, there are many pirates in the Chambord Islands who are fans of the Pokémon Kingdom. And many of them are fanatics. So many of them have expectations. Looking forward to these mythical beasts being able to defeat the navy and the world government. Who is that? Could it be the new general? He must be the new general when he wears the general's justice cloak. Is this the general of the world government's world conscription? Why do you have so many scars? The people of Chambord Islands, because of the appearance of mythical beasts such as Groudon, start to rush to the loudest place in the Chambord Islands. When they see the Green Bull, especially seeing the cloak of justice he was wearing, they saw the yellow epaulets. They immediately understood that this was the new admiral recruited by the navy and the world government. But when he saw that the admiral had many injuries, they were puzzled. In this regard, the Green Bull can only feel bored. The look in the eyes of the beast in front of him became more fierce. Among the onlookers, Shaw is now looking at Laylee from a distance. He didn't expect this incident to become such a big mess. He actually provoked all the admirals of the navy, including Magellan, the warden of Jinjin City, and the commander of the 3 armies, Steel Ji Yukong. It is conceivable that there will definitely be a fierce battle here. After all, for the sake of their own face, the navy and the world government have to fight these beasts in front of them. Rayleigh, you have to be careful. Shachi could only pray for Rayleigh in the crowd. After all, this is the top power in the world fighting. With her strength, she can't help at all. Forbidden to hate. Seeing that the situation was so anxious, the Green Bull decided to attack first. He resorted to forbidden sense. I saw many plants appearing on the ground. But this time there are divine beasts present. He was only just using this trick. Rayquaza on soaring in the sky cast Hyper Beam directly. He had no idea that Rayquaza sent the green bull flying into the sky as soon as he came out. Has Rayquaza's strength reached this level now? Although Rayquaza has a good record before. Unbelievable. He was dumbfounded. Is Rayquaza so strong now? Made Zhao as just a blow. Just killed a general in seconds. Is this the combat power of a navy general? Now it was just a divine beast that directly defeated the green bull. They didn't think of the peerless battle they thought. As a result, he defeated a general with this opening. You must know that it was the three beasts who joined forces to suppress the price of green bulls. A general was directly sent flying. The green bull was directly sent flying by Rayquaza's hyper beam. Raleigh watched this scene in surprise. Only a loud bang was heard. Countless people were stunned when they saw this scene. Chapter 224 Groudon fights Magellan. He once defeated General Huang Yuan by himself. But he also didn't expect that Rayquaza, who had been trembling with Kizaru for a long time, could defeat an admiral with one blow. Obviously there is a hierarchy of beasts in the Pokémon kingdom. There are distinctions in strength, but he has never heard that admirals also have strength distinctions. Unless the Rayquaza in front of me becomes stronger. Riley quickly came to a conclusion. The Rayquaza in front of him must have become stronger, otherwise how could he defeat an admiral in one move? Raleigh could think of this matter, and of course the Navy also thought of it. Steel Gukong looked at the green bull that was knocked into the air in front of him. He quickly understood. 300 The beast in front of him is getting stronger. It actually became stronger. Magellan was shocked. He didn't expect that the powerful beast in front of him could become stronger again. He has clearly grown to the level of a general. It can even suppress the general. But now it can become stronger again. Doesn't that mean that the gap between the Navy, the world government and the beasts will become wider and wider? Thinking that after this kind of thing happens, the situation in the world will probably be even more tragic. Cold sweat dripped from Magellan's forehead. He would rather believe that he guessed wrong. He actually defeated the admiral. Abec, Shachi was secretly startled when she saw the scene in front of her. She didn't expect to be the top combat force in this sea at all. In front of the divine beast in front of him, it was like pinching paper. Vulnerable. But thinking of Magellan, who is comparable to the combat power of the admiral in this intelligence, and the mysterious commander of the three armies, Gang Gukong, in front of him. She became a little worried again. After all, Green Bull is just a new general. It is far inferior to Magellan, the veteran powerhouse in Propel City. And the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, Steel Bones Kong. So the outcome of this battle is yet to be decided. Unless the three divine beasts in front of them can defeat Steel Bone Kong and Magellan in front of them. It turns out that the Steel Bone is empty here. It seems that the Pokémon Kingdom is not a small threat to the Navy, even this high-level world government who has quit the Navy is here. Jabba Spark looked at Cyborg Kong. He looked at Steel Bone Kong in some surprise. As the number 3 character of Roger Pirates, he naturally knows Cyborg Kong. But he knew that Gang Gukong had already gone to the world government and became the commander-in-chief of the three armed forces. As a crew member of the Roger Pirates, his relationship with Rayleigh is not bad. Did not expect to meet here. That's why he wanted Magellan to try it first. Magellan glanced around and decided to stand up. After all, it was just watching in the projection. Knowing that the online of these divine beasts is terrifying to quite terrifying. But his eyes fluttered, and he also saw Rayleigh. Just let me be your rival. He has seen the terrifying power of Wuji Taina. When he saw that Rayleigh was here, he was not in a hurry to leave. He was also very curious about how strong or weak the beast in front of him was compared to the Deoxys he met at that time. Rayleigh didn't expect you to get involved in this trouble. Steel Gu Kong also decided to let Azellan try it first. Do these divine beasts in front of them have the normal and terrifying power of Wuji Tai? Far from being more accurate as viewed in this reality. He can also confirm whether the beast in front of him has improved his strength again in this short period of less than a month. He also wants to see how powerful the beast is. Magellan, then you go first. Chapter 225 Venom Titan. Who is he? Why is he still shooting behind the general? Is he stronger than the general? The people of the Chambord Islands looked at Magellan, and they were a little puzzled why Magellan dared to stand up at this time. And the clothes on Magellan are extremely rare, not like Navy clothes. They were discussing, until a pirate who had entered the city and escaped revealed the identity of the person in front of him. He's Magellan, the administrator of Propel City. Isn't the director of the Advancement City, destroyed by the beast? What kind of strong man can there be in the city of Advancement? The people around were a little puzzled. They didn't know what kind of strong people could be in the city. But the pirate's expression told them that the man in front of them was particularly terrifying. He once imprisoned more than 1 billion big pirates. It can be said to advance the devil in the city. It is said that he has the strength of a general. In the past few decades, no criminal in Jinjin City has been able to escape, and all of this is due to the man in front of him. Especially the poisonous dragon he has mastered, the billions of big pirates have no power to fight back in front of him. Following the pirates who escaped from the advancing city one after another, explain the identity of the man in front of him. Only then did they realize that the man in front of them was so powerful. Especially in Pushing City, they all know these pirates, and they are considered to be the #1 fishy pirates in the Chambord Islands. But when talking about Magellan, the calves can't help shaking. This is enough to clearly understand the horror of the man in front of him. Can the divine beast defeat such a powerful enemy? This is no better than a general recruited from the world. He's a veteran of the Navy for decades. The onlookers were confused by the situation before them. Can't see the result at all. But these guys are flattered to Magellan. But it can't make Magellan easy. He has witnessed the horror of these beasts before him. For the beast in front of him, his eyes are very dignified. He decided to use his strongest moves directly. I saw the toxins in his body constantly spreading around. This large area around the entire Chambord Islands. All were filled with venom. Zero. Just throwing their eyes away, they didn't expect that the poison of that kind of person could actually permeate half of the Chambord Islands. Not a single spot was left intact, and even stones creaked against the venom. You must know that he has never entered the City of Advancement, but he has also heard of the horrors in the City of Advancement. But in places outside the advancing city, he can release venom unscrupulously. Magellan looked around in a little surprise. This was the first time he saw Magellan and G in front of him. The venom is corrosive. Is this still human? This is simply a monster. Because this will directly destroy the City of Advancement. Even if a powerful man like the Golden Lion is advancing, the city will have to lose a pair of legs to escape. 0. Ask for flowers. 0. Raleigh was a little taken aback by watching Magellan. Without the shackles of advancing the city, my strength is indeed much stronger. Run, the people here are terrible. Terrifying power. The people around watched the scene performed by Magellan. This scene gave him a lot of confidence. In the past, his venom was advancing, and the city could not be released unscrupulously. Chapter 226. Inspired by the Great War. I didn't expect this poisonous fruit ability user to have such a powerful power. Thinking of this, he looked at the 3 divine beasts in the distance. He has some doubts about Rayquaza Groudon, and whether Kyogre and the others can defeat the strong man in front of them, who is not much different from the general. It's actually so strong, it's a good thing I didn't enter the promotion city. Jabba Spark was watching this scene from the side, he hadn't thought of this at all. The director named Major 370, Loon actually has such a powerful venom power. Even stones can be completely corroded. It was beyond his expectation. It depends on how the beast in front of me responds. Jabba Spark looked at the divine beast in soaring in the sky, thinking so. Just when everyone was looking forward to the mythical beast in soaring in the sky. Groudon begins the operation. Flames spewed from Groudon's mouth. This is just the normal skill Incinerate. This time Groudon didn't use his exclusive skills. Because he felt that relying on this skill was enough to defeat Magellan in front of him. In his opinion, the Magellan in front of him is not considered strong. Use this skill to defeat it, instead of using the exclusive skill Precipice Blades that consume stamina. On the other side, Magellan also started to deal with Groudon. It can be seen that Groudon did not use the terrible attack moves of the top war. Just because Groudon didn't use the ultimate, it doesn't mean he will. Magellan decisively uses his strongest moves. Poison Giant Soldier Judgment of Hell. Accompanied by Magellan shouted. The surrounding venom all turned bright red, and red bubbles appeared on countless venoms, looking extremely terrifying. This is him upgrading the venom into fierce venom. As the venom turned bright red, a large piece of the surrounding stones were directly dissolved, and they were still continuously dissolving. This means that the power of the venom has directly increased by more than 10 times. And it's not over yet. I saw that the venom began to form a huge skeleton titan, which was 100 meters high. With a ferocious face, it looks like a very weird monster. He was roaring, looking at Groudon in front of him with very empty eyes. Like a monster that chooses to eat. Accept the judgment of the region. Magellan looked at Groudon in front of him. Maybe we can win this round. Originally, Gang Gukong didn't have much confidence in Magellan, who had failed once. But after seeing Magellan's skeleton venom titan, his confidence in Magellan gradually increased. It's horrible, is this the power of Magellan? It's a good thing I didn't go to advance the city. I really don't know how the mythical beast Deoxys escaped from the impulsive city under such a strong man, and defeated Magellan. After everyone around saw Magellan's move, one by one, they understood why Magellan had such a terrifying impression in the sea that escaped from the city. This is an unrivaled force. Simply 5.9 is every pirate's nightmare. In soaring in the sky, the Venom Titan is colliding with the flames of Groudon spit up. Boom boom boom. There was a violent sound in the air. But the ending is not what most people imagined. They thought it was supposed to be a close fight. But it is indeed a one-sided battle. I saw the red skeleton titan after colliding with Groudon's flame. Chapter 227 Defeating the Navy. Start mass incineration. I saw the red skeleton titan being continuously burned to death by the flames. After seeing Cyborg Kong, he began to go to support. After all, Magellan in front of him is the top combat power of the Navy. It would be a pity if Magellan was lost. Steel bone broken. Steel Gukong let out a loud roar, and then quickly went towards Groudon in soaring in the sky. But at this moment, Kyogre started his move. He couldn't ignore what was in front of him. He looked at Steel Ji Yukong, and made a move against Steel Ji Yukong, Hyper Beam. There was a loud bang. This ray of light directly hit the steel bone hole, and directly sent the steel bone hole flying by 01. Steel Skeleton Kong slid on the ground for several 10 meters. He never expected that Kyogre in soaring in the sky would be so powerful. His face turned dark and his face became ugly. It is impossible to win now. The only option is to escape and keep the Navy and the vital areas of the world government. With this in mind, Steel Bone Kong announced his retreat. Retreat. With Steel Bone Kong's cry. All navies are retreating rapidly. But Kyogre and other mythical beasts in soaring in the sky will not sit still. They began to release long-range rays at the Navy and the Steel Skeleton. Many light steel skeletons are empty, and Magellan and other navies carry out bombing. This made Gangukong and the others very embarrassed to escape. Fortunately, they have escaped to the warship. Then disappeared. Rayquaza, Kyogre and Groudon did not continue to chase. They know the main thing they're facing right now is a devil fruit. To protect these devil fruits is their top priority. As for the powerful naval men in front of them, sooner or later, it can be wiped out directly. Escaped. The Navy actually escaped. The sudden turn of events took many people by surprise. They didn't think about it. The Navy came with vigor and vigor, but they escaped in such a panic. It can be said that this time the Pokémon Kingdom faced a head-on confrontation, and the Navy won. But they are just ordinary people. Only Raleigh knows that the steel bone is terrible, and the important person who eats the steel bone is the important person in this naval operation. He didn't expect Steel Ji Yukong to escape. Most people around only know how powerful Magellan is, but they are pirates from the old days. Naturally, he knew that Steel Bone Kong was the most powerful one. The Steel Bone Kong who once defeated Red Earl and constantly fought with the Rocks pirates. When facing the Divine Beast, he escaped unexpectedly. This is something that has never been encountered even in Roger's era. Could it be possible that even Steel Ji Yukong is afraid of divine beasts? Jabba Spark looked at the back of Cyborg Kong fleeing. This is something he never thought of. He originally thought that this should be a tragic 037 war. But he didn't expect that even a top powerhouse like Steel Ji Yukong would choose to run away. Jabba Stark was shocked. I didn't expect the Navy to run away. It's best not to come all the time, the Chambord Islands are our territory. Haha, so this is the strength of the Navy. Residents around the Chambord Islands, this time they can see clearly the combat power of the Navy. Simply vulnerable. Not even the three beasts defeated any of them. Steel Ji Yukong didn't expect it at all. Not only did the naval world government not return to the Great Route this time. Instead, the naval world government lost all faith in the Chambord Islands. Chapter 228. Naval Headquarters shocked. New Marineford. The Green Bull is here. He was seriously injured because of Sensen Guo. He devoured the nutrients of dozens of pirates on the way. Saved a life. What's going on? Isn't this General Green Bull? The General Huang Yuan saw the green cattle and the wild herds. He couldn't help asking. In his opinion, it was no small matter for a new general to suffer such a heavy blow. I want to see the Marshal of the Warring States period. This matter has something to do with the beast. The green cow said directly to the yellow ape. It's actually a divine beast. Huang Yuan looked serious. He never thought that the injury of the green bull was related to the divine beast. Thinking of this, he stopped teasing the green bull. You must know that the current navy is the beast of the Pokémon Kingdom, and it is a great enemy. After hearing that this matter was related to the beast, he immediately took the green bull to the Warring States office. In the Sengoku office at the moment, Sengoku, Carp, and Aokiji are all here. At the moment Garp is eating a donut, and Aokiji is reading the newspaper. Only Warring States is watching the information about the beast with peace of mind. At this time, the yellow ape broke into here with the green bull. What happened? Zhongguo looked at the green cow, and when he saw the injuries on the green cow, he knew that something big must happen. Zhongguo's expression was very serious. He knew that an admiral of the navy could be hit so hard. Something unusual must have happened. Could it be the Pokémon Kingdom? Garp said casually. In his opinion, the only Pokémon Kingdom in this world that can hurt the admiral and fight against their navy. Lieutenant General Garp, how do you know that? Green Bull looked at Carp very warily, because Steel Ji Yukong once said that there might be an undercover agent. And Carp's reaction is quite like an undercover agent. Green Cowboy, what are you thinking? Carp looked at the Green Bull. The gesture of the Green Bull is relatable to everyone, and he has bad intentions. Nothing. The Green Bull knew Carp's status. With his current status, this former naval hero cannot be shaken. So I didn't say much about his guess. You must know that Magellan has been in the Navy headquarters during this time, and they have seen Magellan's strength. The yellow ape blamed the Green Bull. Because he heard from the mouth of the Green Bull that this incident was caused by the three most eye-catching beasts at the top of the war. Magellan was defeated again. Groudon. What even Steel Ji Yukong and Magellan were defeated. Warring States soon understood after hearing the Green Bull's response, it must be the Pokémon Kingdom. Is it the Pokémon Kingdom? What beast did it? If the strength of Green Bull is inferior to other generals, then Magellan, Zhao no Zhao, is a real general. Moreover, according to the description of Green Bull, Magellan still failed miserably. Who did it, Rayquaza, or Groudon, Kyogre? Huang Yuan was stunned. he didn't expect that Magellan, who was the director of the promotion, would lose to the beast again. Green Bull told Marshal Warring States everything he had experienced. What the Green Bull told directly shocked the 4 people present. Huang Yuan didn't expect that even Magellan, who was only inferior to him, would lose. It is so, Marshal. It can be said that it is not inferior to any veteran general. Thinking of this yellow ape, he became a little nervous. Chapter 229 The Warring States Shock. Green Bull thought for a while and said, what he heard from other navies was the culprit who defeated Magellan. Groudon, it's him. Sengoku has a fresh memory of Groudon, because Groudon successfully knocked him into the air. Although it was the first time he faced Groudon, because he didn't know that the opponent's precipice blades could directly ignore the defense. That's why I suffered a lot from Groudon. Otherwise, if he fights against Goulardo with his golden fighting power, the outcome may be hard to tell. Then how did you lose? Garp looked at the Green Bull curiously. In his opinion, although the strength of the Green Bull is a bit worse than that of the Yellow Ape. But it can be regarded as a qualified general's combat power. The one who can defeat him at 530 must be one of these 3 beasts. Rayquaza. The Green Bull said the name very reluctantly. Rayquaza, the mythical beast. Huang Yuan was even more shocked. He didn't expect it to be this divine beast. You must know that he was desperately trying to escape Rayquaza's pursuit. But still can't escape. He was even seriously injured by Rayquaza. How did he beat you? Cap asked next. The Green Bull would think that Garp in front of him was against him. But as an admiral, when he joined the Navy, he had already realized, so he simply told the story of his defeat. It actually defeated you with 1 move. How is this possible? The words of the Green Bull shocked everyone present. They never thought of it. Rayquaza actually defeated a general with only 1 move. You didn't even use Dragon Ascent. Huang Yuan was stunned. He originally thought that the Green Bull in front of him was defeated by Dragon Ascent. But it didn't occur to me. The Green Bull in front of him was actually defeated by Hyper Beam. To know the power of Dragon Ascent, he still vividly remembers it, that is Rayquaza's strongest move. The power of the beast is stronger again. Qingji, who had fought against Kyogre, quickly understood this. ABCG, his eyes are serious, it is definitely not a good thing that the strength of the beasts in the Pokémon Kingdom has skyrocketed again. The power of the Pokémon Kingdom has grown into something they can't compete with. Now there is only one last question in his mind. Sengoku doesn't say a word, no one knows the strength of the Pokémon Kingdom better than him. After obtaining their information, he already knew that it was not Rayquaza, Groudon and Kyogre that the Pokémon Kingdom invaded Wano and 10,000 kingdoms. I thought it could smooth the gap with the beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom. When Warring States asked this question, the surrounding admirals all looked serious. Nor, on top of any mythical beasts that appeared during the war. This improvement in strength can be explained by a sudden increase. Because he has already contacted the 2 forces Kaido and Big Mom. And also defeated the 2 4 emperors all, and achieved a complete victory. Coupled with this defeat, and from before, it was obvious that you had to deal with the general for so long to defeat, but now you can kill the general level combat power with 1 move. Who exactly defeated the Steel Bone Commander? But he didn't expect that when his strength was skyrocketing, the strength of the Pokémon Kingdom was also improving. Ordinary navies don't know the existence of the Steel Skeleton Empty. Thinking that I have already awakened the Fruit Awakening. But a brand new beast. 2 waves of mythical beasts that have never been seen before, they all use the brand of the Pokémon Kingdom to attack the 2 4 emperors. Chapter 230 Harvesting 40 Devil Fruits. But these admirals know it. Because Steel Bone Kong is far more powerful than their admiral's world government. But even so, it was a disastrous defeat at the hands of the beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom. How can this not make the high level of the Navy feel confused? It's Kyogre. It's caused by Kyogre's sneak attack on Steel Skeleton Commander. Green Bull told the truth about all this, and in his opinion, it was a helpless move for Steel Gu Kong to escape. But in the eyes of everyone at the top of the Navy, this is favorable evidence that Steel Bone Empty is no match for divine beasts. Even Steel Bone Kong was defeated. Carp couldn't believe it. You must know that no one knows the strength of Steel Gukong better than him. You must know that he has challenged Steel Bone Kong before. Steel Gu Kong's strength is above him. Unexpectedly, even such a legendary powerhouse was defeated miserably by the hands of the divine beast. Cap was a little surprised at the thought. Even if it is a sneak attack, the strength of these divine beasts cannot be underestimated. Warring States said such a sentence. I agree with Qingji's words, the divine beast may really improve its strength. Now we want to enhance the power of the Navy when the war is about to start, and no one can slack off. Warring States has received a reply from Wu Laoxing. Confirmed, they will have a decisive battle with the beast in the near future. After confirming this matter, Warring States has no other things to think about. I don't even want to have any conflicts with the beasts in the Pokémon Kingdom at this time. Unless you wait until the day of the decisive battle. In the Windmill Village, there are actually 40 devil fruits. In the void, Ron received this information. He never thought that there are so many devil fruits in the Chambord Islands. This is a huge fortune. Taunt for the Navy. Ron didn't have any emotions. Because now the Pokémon Kingdom has an overwhelming advantage over the Navy. Now the only thing he cares about is the world government, the celestial dragons and their master behind the scenes. I am the king of the world. These are the only forces that Ron is wary of. Now Ron has created a new Gosangia Pokémon. They are Torchic, Trico, Mudkip respectively. He intends to send these 3 Pokémon to the Kingdom of Alabasta. 0 for flowers. With this idea, Ron intends to let Deoxys and Ho-Oh, leading 3 Pokémon to the Kingdom of Alabasta. Thinking of this, Ron called Deoxys and Ho-Oh. Hearing Ron's instructions, the 2 beasts came here together. Father, what instructions do you have? The 2 beasts have been bored for a long time. Because they haven't traveled far since the Top War. 0. I have always lived in Windmill Village. So for Ron's instructions, they are still looking forward to it, especially the outing missions. Let you escort 3 Pokémon today, Ron said to the 2 beasts. 2 Pokémon, are they Usangia? Deoxys asked in surprise. They were curious because they already knew that the father had created Charmander, Squirtle and Bulbasaur. These 3 Royal 3 Pokémon. After learning that Father God has created these 3 Royal 3 family Pokémon, they thought Ron would definitely create more Pokémon. This can be regarded as expanding the Pokémon Kingdom. After all, if they want to rule the whole world, they can't do it with just a few beasts. Chapter 231. The Evolved Royal Family. Really, is there a new Usangia coming out? Ho-Oh was a little overjoyed. As the Ho-Oh who loves to create life, it is full of joy for the birth of new life. Especially life created by God the Father. That's right, it's them. Ron took a step to the left. Torchic, Squirtle and Bulbasaur all floated around Ron. They are the Usangia Pokémon created by Ron. 763. Is it these little guys? Ho-Oh looked at the newborn Pokémon with loving care on his face. Torchic is smiling, Trico is very active. The 3 Pokémon including Mudkip all looked at the 2 mythical beasts. Although they don't know Ho-Oh and Deoxys, but they could feel the blood connection between the 2 divine beasts and them. One by one, they easily approached Ho-Oh's feet. Let's act now, you go to Alabasta to help them pick a new trainer. Ron recounted the whole incident to the 2 mythical beasts. Now he is going to prepare to resurrect the new beast, that is, the 3 dragons of Tao. These are 3 Terry world level beasts. It is worse than the world class beast. But their stone statues are very scattered, and they are still in the deep sea. In order to resurrect them, Pokémon must first transport all their items in one place. These things take time to happen. Before that, he intends to create more Gosangia Pokémon. Alabasta was his first stop outside of Windmill Village. He didn't want this to go wrong, so he sent 2 powerful beasts. After all, Deoxys and Ho-Oh have not left Windmill Village for a long time. It just so happens that this matter is handed over to 2 divine beasts. Ho-Oh and Deoxys took 3 Pokémon to the lower pass of Windmill Village. This is the village of Windmill Village. I saw everyone gathered together. They were watching the performance of the evolved Charmander, Squirtle and Bulbasaur respectively. Because it is a beast created by Arceus, their qualifications are all top-notch, so the speed of evolution is extremely fast. I saw that Charmander has evolved into Charmeleon. He also acquired new skills. Charmeleon uses Dragon Rage. I saw Dasichi on the side directing Charmeleon to use attack skills. Charmeleon spewed out a white energy light ball, which directly hit the sea level HQ. Only a bang was heard. The white ball of light hit a huge splash directly on the sea level. This is the power of Charmeleon. Wartortle, great job. I saw that Wartortle retracted all his limbs and head into the shell. Kaya was praising Wartortle. Then it bared its limbs and spat out the water gun. Makino commands Ivysaur, unleashing his skills. The eyes are smiling like crescents. And May 4.2 looked at Kaya helplessly from the side. He also acquired new skills. Bulbasaur evolves into Ivysaur, and the bug behind him turns cherry. I saw countless leaves flying out from his flower buds, and these leaves were like sharp knives normal, cutting towards the water surface. The last Pokémon to evolve is Bulbasaur. Ivysaur uses Razor Leaf. But there is also kindness in the eyes. On the other hand, Squirtle has evolved into Wartortle. Rapid spin. Then there was a splash on the sea level. The water gun shot directly into the distance. Countless ripples swim on the water surface. Chapter 232 Going to the Kingdom of Alabasta. But any creature that has come into contact with the blade knife will be directly scratched by this blade knife. It can be seen that Ivysaur's Razor Leaf is amazingly powerful. Thanks to these 3 Pokémon. Yeah, fortunately there are these 3 Pokémon, the group of pirates who came recently were all defeated by them. What a powerful Pokémon. The villagers were more shocked by the Pokémon in front of them. But for the 3 daughters Makino, Tashiki and Kaya more, what I feel is envy. After all, this is a Pokémon comparable to a beast. Now it was actually obtained by 3 little girls. How can this not be enviable? And they also heard from Master Beast that these 3 Pokémon can evolve again. Oh, one thinking of this made them even more jealous. This is Lord Beast, why did they come down? They seem to be followed by another group of Pokémon. Could it be that they are here to distribute Pokémon again? Is it true? I wish I had a part this time. Everyone looked at Ho-Oh and Deoxys. These 2 mythical beasts don't often appear in the village. Normal lives in the back mountain. When they saw Torchic, Trico, Mudkip 3 Pokémon, their eyes lit up. Even the 3 women who already own 3 Pokémon. All felt bright. You must know that this is a brand new Pokémon. They expect a Pokémon to be theirs. Master Ho-Oh, are these also Pokémon sent to us? Mr. Jolu asked Ho-Oh. If it was normal, he would not be so bold, but after seeing the power of the 3 female Pokémon, his covet against Pokémon has reached its apogee. That's why I asked Ho-Oh bluntly whether the 3 Pokémon were distributed to them in Windmill Village. No. Compared to Deoxys, Ho-Oh is still a more talkative mythical beast. Isn't it? Who is that for? Don't you know? It's written in the newspapers that the Pokémon Kingdom has bases all over the world. Not only that, but also in the Great Sea Route and even the New World. There are bases all over the world. After all, no matter how good Barry is, how can he compare to an extraordinary creature like Pokémon? Residents of Windmill Village no longer compare Barry to Pokémon. In his opinion, the residents in front of him have no fighting power. Following these 2 divine beasts, they left Windmill Village. This is the Pokémon from Alabasta Pokémon Kingdom base. Everyone could only stare at the Pokémon Torchic with envious eyes. To know that owning a Pokémon is equivalent to owning a powerful arm. Is that also the base of the Pokémon 867 Kingdom? But I didn't expect that these Pokémon had nothing to do with them. So I told them where the 3 Pokémon were going. Thinking of this, they have a deeper understanding of the power of the Pokémon Kingdom. The residents of Windmill Village are a little bit regretful, after seeing how powerful Pokémon is. Deoxys revealed where the Pokémon belonged. I am full of expectations for the Pokémon in front of me. Some illiterate villagers realized that the bases did not exist in Fengche Village, but spread all over the world. Deoxys and Ho-Oh ignored the villagers, and now they were going to see. Kingdom of Alabasta. Chapter 233. Hancock joins the Pokémon Kingdom. Alabasta border. Are there 2 people who want to join the Pokémon Kingdom? Princess Weiwei looked at the guards beside her. The guards around him are the Kingdom guards. Ikaram, Bell and Gaka. Now Cobra has handed over all matters to her. Because of the existence of the Pokémon Kingdom, they patronized Alabasta and were protected by the mythical beast Groudon. In exchange for the upper and lower officials of the Kingdom of Alabasta, helped the Kingdom of Pokémon handle some matters. Princess Vivi was trusted by Groudon, so carte blanche to deal with civilians joining the Pokémon Kingdom. He was a little surprised today, because the kingdom did not have many days for the common people to join. Suddenly 2 people joined, and they were still outside the Kingdom of Alabasta. This incident surprised her. Not only that, one of the 2 of them is the Emperor Boa Hancock of 9 Snake Island. Ikaram revealed the identity of one of the 2. The 7th martial arts Bowen Cook. It's actually her. How is this possible? Is it because of the news announced by the world government a few days ago? The 3 members of the guard were stunned. They did not expect that the Pokémon Kingdom would attract such a person to join. After all, the person who joined was one of the legendary Kixia Wuhai, Emperor of 9 Snake Island. Weiwei thought she was stunned, but she didn't expect that someone with such status would join the Pokémon Kingdom. The identity of the other woman is not ordinary, she has a special fruit ability. Bell added a sentence. In his opinion, the other woman is also very mysterious. After all, it can directly turn people into negative people. There are not many guys with eccentric personalities. What is her name? Vivi looked at Bell and asked her opinion. In her opinion, people who can possess the ability of devil fruit should be quite famous in this sea. It seems to be called Perona. Gaka said the woman's name. Perona seems to have heard of it somewhere. Bring the pirate bounty list. Vivi remembered the man's name. She seems to have seen it somewhere. Appears to be a pirate. It can be said that the identities of the 2 are particularly amazing. It is good. What should I do? Princess Weiwei is soft. They began to look through the roster, and those who had seen Perona quickly found Perona's pirate bounty list. So Bell and the others are now obeying the orders of Queen Vivi. Everyone in the guard turned their attention to Weiwei. There is a reward of tens of millions of berries. Weiwei pondered for a moment, and finally decided to meet these people. Jaka was surprised by Qianshan's Perona's identity, which he never thought of. At present, all affairs in Alabasta are in charge of Weiwei. King Cobra no longer cares about the affairs of Alabasta, and even intends to abdicate. After 10 minutes, it turned out to be the crew of Moonlight Moria from the original King Sha Chiwahai. This little girl is actually a crew member of the former King Chiwu, Hai Moonlight Moria. This is Chi Wuhai, and a woman related to Chi Wuhai came here together. Bell was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect such a little girl to have a reward of more than 100 million Baileys. Bell didn't hesitate. Turn around and look for the pirate roster. Go and meet them. Chapter 234. Perona joins the Pokémon Kingdom. After all, our Kingdom of Alabasta still has the beast Groudon. Yes, we still have Lord Patronus. The patron saint is invincible. I heard that he recently participated in the beat-up against the Navy, and even defeated a general-level combat force at a time. It's great that we have Groudon in Alabasta. Hearing Weiwei mentioned Groudon, everyone around nodded their heads. After all, Groudon has established his strong position with victory after victory. Even the Navy headquarters dares to fight, so why be afraid of the 2 Kibuhai? What's more, one of the Chiwahai is just the crew of the original Shichibukai Moonlight Mariah. Full of confidence, Weiwei and the others arrived around the islands of Alabasta. They met the most beautiful woman in the world, Boya Hancock, and Perona, a crew member of the former Shichibukai Moria. This is too attractive, as this the number one beauty in the world. It's so beautiful. Those around were overwhelmed by Boa Hancock's looks. It's just the coldness on Boa Hancock's face. In her mind, these civilian soldiers of the Kingdom of Alabasta. There is no trace of courage. Only mythical beasts, and the godfather behind the Pokémon Kingdom. Abai, the legendary figure. That's why Boa Hancock is here. Otherwise, it is just relying on the people and royal family of Alabasta in front of them. Not the slightest attraction to her. You are Boa Hancock. Wei Wei looked at Boya Hancock in front of her, feeling a little uncomfortable. Because the attitude of the legendary empress in front of her is too arrogant. It seems that they don't take their Alabasta kingdom seriously. Please call the divine beast to talk to me. Hancock didn't seem to talk much to the little Stephanie, who was just under 20 years old. Instead, there was a slight change in his eyes. She wants to talk to the beast. Because the beast is the purpose of her coming here. For the beasts who dare to attack the Tianlong people and dare to provoke the world government. Hancock is still quite fond of it. There was some expectation in her eyes. But the pink-haired girl Perona on the other side. This is some rage after hearing the name. You must know that Moonlight Moria was killed by a divine beast. She came here this time to join the Pokémon Kingdom, but secretly she wanted to retaliate for Moonlight Moria. It's just that she didn't know her identity, and before Princess Wei Wei met her, it was completely exposed. To see the divine beast. The people around looked at Boya Hancock in front of him, and felt that this woman was too crazy even if she was the King Shichibukai. As soon as he stepped into the Kingdom of Alabasta, he wanted to see the beast. What should I do? Princess Wei Wei. I looked at Wei Wei. If it was them in the past, they really couldn't refuse the Hancock in front of them. After all, the woman in front of me has extremely powerful power, and she has become famous on the Great Route many years ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the Chihuahai under the king at such an age. Let her see you if you want to see her. Princess Wei Wei weighed the pros and cons. In his opinion, Goulardo would definitely not easily accept this woman to join the Pokémon Kingdom. After all, Hancock in front of him is so arrogant and has such a cold personality. Maybe Groudon would just pick her up. I'll go as well. Perona saw that Hancock was actually able to see the beast, and she decided that she would also go to see it. Chapter 235 Intelligence. With the ghost fruit, she is not particularly afraid of mythical beasts. Perhaps this is also because she did not truly witness the strength of the beast. Let's go together. Princess Vivi looked at that person. He knew that Groudon normal would not accept people with ulterior motives to join the Pokémon Kingdom. Since the enemy of the Pokémon Kingdom in front of me, Perona, is going to see the beast. Then she agreed with Perona's idea. After Princess Vivi finished speaking, she took 3 guards to the place where Groudon was. It was a huge courtyard. I saw Groudon was resting. Big guy, wake up. Perona walked up to Groudon, and directly hit Groudon with a pink umbrella. How dare she do that? Isn't she afraid of Groudon hurting her? Perona's actions made the surrounding guards a little nervous. You must know that Groudon has a very strong spirit of getting up. If you are offended during rest, it is likely to attract his rage. Think of the Alabasta Kingdom that was attacked by Groudon with the precipice blades, and has not recovered until now. Their expressions became tense, afraid that Groudon would try such a trick again. Who's interrupting me rest? Groudon was awakened by Perona's attack. Although Perona's attack in front of him was just a tickle in front of him. But Groudon was outraged at being so offended. Groudon looked at Perona with a pair of huge eyes, full of rage. It's so big. Only then did Perona feel flustered, because Groudon was really too big, with a figure bigger than the castle. Too bad. Groudon is about to attack. Princess Vivi begged Groudon, only in this way can we protect our property from loss. The surrounding guards were terrified, because they had seen Groudon's attack before, which was very terrifying. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't have brought her here. Wei Wei also knows that this matter is too big. If the Groudon in front of him gets mad again, he doesn't know how many villagers' property will suffer. Just when everyone thought that Groudon would clean up the Perona in front of him. Point 0. How could this be? Does Grado know the little Stephanie in front of him? There is no such bossy tone as before. His tone was strangely better. Why is it different from when you were facing me? But at this moment, Boya Hancock's tone became very soft. Is this the saboteur of yesteryear? Are you and the little girl over here trying to join the Pokémon Kingdom? Groudon, unlike Mikey as usual, calmed down strangely. I came this time to cooperate with the Pokémon Kingdom, and I also have a navy. The world government wants to disclose the big information to the Pokémon Kingdom. This made Princess Vivi a little taken aback by Groudon. Groudon's move made everyone around him recognize him, but they didn't expect that Groudon suppressed his anger. Princess Wei Wei was a little surprised. She never expected Groudon's tone to be so friendly. Boya Hancock revealed why he came to Alabasta. 0 looking for flowers. Groudon questioned Perona and Hancock. Suppressed the anger. The most surprised one was Princess Wei Wei. Chapter 236 The World Government's Plan. Cooperate. Groudon was a little surprised, although Father God told him just now that he had a better attitude towards the 2 women in front of him. But it didn't make him bow down directly. He is quite proud of the Pokémon Kingdom. In his opinion, the Pokémon Kingdom has no intention of cooperating with other forces at all. What information? Groudon took some interest in the information Boya Hancock had said. 907 had a little more patience with Boya Hancock in front of him in view of the Father God's instruction. It is said that the Navy and the world government have united the 4 emperors of the New World to carry out body press on your Pokémon Kingdom. Don't let Hancock tell the intel she got. Actually unite 4 emperors for beat up. I was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the world government and the Navy are still playing such a big game of chess. Could it be the 4 emperors Big Mom and Kaido? Jacka thought of these 2 emperors who were rumored to have been defeated by the Pokémon Kingdom. He was a little shocked. Even the 4 emperors who were defeated were also 4 emperors. It is definitely the top combat power in the world, and it also includes the entire Navy and the world government. It can be said that so many combat powers are fighting against the Pokémon Kingdom at the same time. It must be a great battle. Hearing this, he couldn't help worrying about the Pokémon Kingdom. You must know that Groudon is a mythical beast in the Kingdom of Alabasta. In case the Navy and the world government attack the Kingdom of Alabasta, that's for sure. It will be a great battle. With the strength of their Kingdom of Alabasta, it is completely impossible to be the rival of the Navy and the world government. Unless you can rely on the beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom. The Navy and the world government have such a cruel plan. Princess Weiwei also felt a sense of crisis. She didn't expect Boa Hancock to bring such news. It actually exposed our actions to the Pokémon Kingdom. It seems that Boa Hancock, the Chihuahua, wants to taste the iron fist of our world government. Until this time Boa Hancock breathed a sigh of relief. At the beginning, he joined the Chihuahua under the king because he wanted to protect Nine Snake Island. Their whereabouts have been monitored by the CPO ships of the world government. As for you, we'll have to see what you can do for the Pokémon Kingdom, so I'll leave you alone for now. If this matter is known by the world government, then she, the former King Chi Wuhai, will inevitably be punished by the world government. With that in mind he agreed, Boya Hancock's request. It can be said to be particularly huge information. Regret coming to the Pokémon Kingdom, meet Groudon. 2.4 But the deal is done now, and there is no room for regret. And also took a lot of risk. You must know that she went to Alabasta to search for the Pokémon Kingdom this time, but it took a lot of thought. At this moment, no one in Alabasta, including Empress Hancock, knew about it. Groudon looks at Perona. Groudon did not expect that Boa Hancock in front of him would bring such a large amount of information. She seemed to feel that she had been detected, and she suddenly regretted coming to Alabasta Kingdom. Okay, you can join the Pokémon Kingdom now, as a vassal force of the Pokémon Kingdom. She wasn't worried about herself, but as the Empress of Nine Snake Island, the safety of Nine Snake Island still held a heavy weight in his heart. A trace of cold sweat dripped from Perona's head. Chapter 237. Whitebeard E. The CPO looked into the distance. Alabasta, including the Snake Island ship docked in the Kingdom of Alabasta. There was a fierce look in their eyes. From their point of view, since the plan had been exposed, it was time for their world government to attack the Empress. And at the same time, Deoxys and others ran into trouble when traveling. When they came to the sea restaurant, met King Shichibukai Edward Wable. And his mother Miss Ba Jin. Wable is the son of Whitebeard, and he should inherit everything from Whitebeard. Ba Jin is teaching Whitebeard too. One with a sinister smile on her face, it seems to her that Whitebeard's legacy is hers. After all, she has a picked-up monster son. Then mother heard that the death of Whitebeard's father had nothing to do with the gods and beasts. Are the gods and beasts also our enemies? Whitebeard too was heard in the tavern, and there are conspiracy theories in it. That is, Whitebeard's death has something to do with the Pokémon Kingdom. If it wasn't for Whitebeard being defeated by the King of Sacred Pillars. Nor will he be defeated in the crusade against Blackbeard. Pokémon Kingdom, yes, but it's not our main hatred. What we have to do is to get the treasure of the Whitebeard pirates first. Ba Jin hesitated for a while, but still admitted the matter. She is a money-grubbing woman, and the reason why she is the mother of Whitebeard too. The purpose is to swallow up the inheritance left by Whitebeard. She knows that these inheritances have been inherited by Whitebeard's crew. Unless she has a powerful helper. In addition, he had to be well known as a teacher, so as not to be expelled by the forces that Whitebeard had befriended. This is why Ba Jin insisted on letting Whitebeard too admit that he is the son of Whitebeard. Your paella. Red-footed Zapu served the paella to Whitebeard too and Ba Jin. But when Ba Jin saw the paella, he immediately reprimanded him. Just pay for the paella, and I want 30,000 berries. Do you know that my son is Edward Wable, the son of Yuzi? 493 Ba Jin called to speak, and her son got up. Ba Jin angrily scolded the red-footed Zapu. What are you saying? In fact, the new King Chihuahua came out too late, they didn't know it very well. Someone in Wable is bullying your mother, why don't you do it now? I see you don't want to give money. When Whitebeard too stood up, everyone realized how huge this man was, and his face was full of flesh. Who is the Chihuahua under the king? Sea King descends to Chihuahua. How did Chihuahua come to this weakest sea? You must know that the restaurant on the sea also has a very strong combat power. He even has a Whitebeard very similar to Whitebeard, but his Whitebeard is obviously longer than Edward Newgate's beard. But the head is not enough. Whitebeard too immediately raised the sword, and looked fiercely at the red-footed Zapu and others. The chefs didn't believe Ba Jin's words. But this caused dissatisfaction among the chefs around. Chef Zapu is not good, this person in front of me is really the king's Shichibukai. At least in the East Daxia Sea region. There was a ferocious look on his face, and he couldn't see the appearance of being bullied at all. It's you who bullied my mother and died for me. Chapter 238. Sea Restaurant Riot. With the shout of a chef appeared. Everyone's expressions moved quickly, they had no idea that the Whitebeard 2 in front of them was actually one of the Chihuahai under the king. With this chef broke the news. The identity of Whitebeard 2, Ba Jin began to laugh. You better get me all the berries, or you're all going to die here. Ba Jin's face was extremely ferocious. He came to the sea restaurant not to eat but to rob. After all, since he came to East Daxia Sea, he had already heard that the chefs in Shanghai restaurants were extremely rich. With the title of Shichibukai under the king, Whitebeard II's robbery is legal, as long as he does not invade the country protected by the world government. What to do? Chef Jep, after hearing that the man in front of him is really the Chihuahai king. Everyone was a little panicked, they didn't expect that Chihuahai under the king would appear in the East Daxia Sea. The red-footed Zapu took a look at Chi Wuhai and Ba Jin. With just one glance, Whitebeard 2 started to attack. Die. I saw that Whitebeard 2 directly hacked a chef to death with the machete in his hand without any procrastination. He actually killed someone directly. When seeing this scene, both Shimo and the chef panicked instantly. Because they didn't see what Whitebeard 2 was at all. How to act. The astonishingly fast speed directly killed a chef. I advise you to give Bailey now, otherwise, Wabel will kill more. Ba Jin was still asking for money. Of course, after all the Baileys were handed over, it would be another matter whether she would take action and save the other party's life. Have a meal. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared outside the door. I saw a stout bandit walking in. She is Bandit Dayton. She served as Deoxys boatman for a temporary conscript. Lead the two beasts to the kingdom of Alabasta. When she saw the restaurant on the sea, both Pokemon and she were already hungry. At this time, she took a step ahead and came here to order food. But it didn't occur to me. It turned out to be a mess inside. This place is closed, you guys hurry up. The red-footed Zapu politely declined Dayton's meal. In their view, this incident was only provoked by the restaurant on the sea, and had nothing to do with these diners. Well done, but in the next second, I saw a creature standing directly in front of Dayton. Rooting one is the same, beating a group is also beating, you should also keep all the valuable things in your hands. Sensing the danger of Dayton, Torchic frantically rushed to Claw. It wasn't until this time that Dadan realized who was the mastermind of this matter. It seemed to her that the gold necklace belonged to her. What's going on here? What kind of creature is this? If you don't give it, then you will die. He knew how powerful those two divine beasts were. Ember. Dayton didn't regard the Torchic in front of him as a mythical beast. Ba Jin took out his pistol and wanted to shoot Dayton in front of him. Ba Jin took a fancy to Dayton, who wore a gold necklace around his neck. This is Torchic's shot. Dayton didn't panic, because there were two divine beasts behind her, after hearing the scene of the top war. And stood in front of Dayton, directly burning the bullet and bursting it. Flame spewed out directly from the bullet towards her. So what if you don't give it? Chapter 239 Deoxys beats Whitebeard E. In her opinion, Torchic's miniature size must be just a strange creature. But in the next second, she didn't expect that the Torchic in front of her could hurt her. I saw Torchic running over quickly, and cast Ember on the beaten egg in front of him. Boom. With a cracking sound, the flames directly surrounded Ba Jin in front of him. Ba Jin's hair and even his collar were all burnt black. Kill him quickly. Ba Jin roared at Whitebeard 2. In her opinion, the Torchic in front of her is already unforgivable, and her clothes and bags are rare items. The Torchic in front of him was simply unforgiving. Yes, Mom. 757 inches. Whitebeard 2 agreed, and he waved the long knife in his hand towards Torchic in front of him. I saw him wrap the armed color around the blade and put it on the blade. I plan to split the Torchic in front of me into two. But in the next second, a divine beast appeared in front of him. Are you the one who bullied the Pokemon of our Pokemon kingdom? Deoxys heard the noise and rushed over from the side of the ship. When seeing Whitebeard 2 in front of him, he actually wanted to draw his sword against the Pokemon of their Pokemon kingdom. He was totally rage, directly towards Whitebeard 2 in front of him. Attack away. Hyper Beam. I see. Deoxys used Hyper Beam to face Whitebeard 2 in front of him. I saw a scorching beam of light attacking Whitebeard 2 in front of him. With a loud bang, Whitebeard 2 was directly sent flying. Is this a divine beast? The real beast is actually here. I know him as a monster like Deoxys once defeated the naval hero Vice Admiral Cap. It's actually the divine beast. The appearance of Deoxys directly made everyone boil. They didn't expect that the beast that defeated the naval hero Garp would appear at this moment. It's just incredible. The Chi Wuhai under the king was actually blown out by a single blow. As this abedged the power of a terrible beast. Red-footed Zap looked at the beast in front of him. He was a little surprised. He never expected that Deoxys in front of him would resolve the battle so quickly. How so? Ba Jin looked terrified. He never expected that Deoxys, who is a beast, would suddenly appear in the restaurant on the sea. Just at this time, Whitebeard 2 climbed up from the ocean with his amazing physique. I saw that his physical injuries were recovering, but the naked eye could see that he hadn't fully recovered. This is the effect of his amazing physique, but it can also be seen that Deoxys is powerful. Stop Weibo. Ba Jin watched as Whitebeard 2 gradually moved up. Want to stop Whitebeard 2. But her choking didn't do much. Because Whitebeard 2 has gone completely crazy. He started to pick up the big knife in his hand, and attacked Deoxys in front of him. But in the next second Deoxys directly switched to attack contest condition. There was only a bang. Deoxys directly blasted Whitebeard 2 away. And at this time Ba Jin also thought of running away. She started running backwards. She has already regarded Whitebeard 2 as an abandoned son. After all, this is not her real son. It's just a tool she uses to realize her ambition. Chapter 240 Arriving in Alabasta. So abandoning the Whitebeard 2 in front of her is no burden for her. But at that moment Redfoot Zap stopped her. Although Red-Footed Zep is no longer engaged in the pirate business, Ba Jin in front of him instigated Whitebeard 2 to kill one of their chefs, and this revenge must be avenged. Whitebeard 2 still wants to struggle. But this time, Deoxys didn't let go of the idea of the Whitebeard 2 in front of him. I saw another hyper beam, killing Whitebeard 2 directly. Died. Ba Jin never thought that the Whitebeard 2 in front of him would die. But she still couldn't care about the death of Whitebeard 2. Because her life was also seriously threatened. It's all done by this B********************, D. It has nothing to do with me. Ba Jin began to quibble. But her sophistry was feeble. In the end, I still hate the Northwest. The power of the beast is really powerful. Another Shichibukai has died at the hands of the Pokemon Kingdom. The people around looked at this scene, a little dazed. They didn't expect that in just a moment, another King Shichibukai died in the hands of the Pokemon Kingdom. Thank you. The red-footed Zep personally came up to thank him, and it was impossible to imagine how much disaster they would have suffered without the help of these divine beasts. Let's serve. Deoxys didn't react too much. In his opinion, this was just his random doing. Red-footed Zapu helped the beasts prepare a sumptuous meal, which he personally cooked today. And only they left for dinner, other guests left. But no one will refute. Not even the extremely picky eater. Because after all, these mythical beasts helped Redfoot Zap defeat a strong enemy. If there is no help from the mythical beast, I am afraid of Red Feet. Zapu and the others have been massacred by Whitebeard 2. 5 days later, Deoxys brought 3 Pokemon to the kingdom of Alabasta. What kind of creature is this? Never seen that before. Who are they? Just stepped into the kingdom of Alabasta. There are many people looking at Deoxys and them. Especially looking at the 3 Pokemon that Deoxys took away. Could they be divine beasts? Really? Headed by that just not Deoxys. Zero looking for flowers. Everyone looked at these beasts in surprise. Especially the one at the front. They saw Deoxys's normal humanoid body. They hadn't thought of it at all. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Deoxys, who once participated in the top war, and Ho-Oh, who participated in the war on the top, Ratong came to the kingdom of Alabasta. Even in the distant kingdom of Alabasta. Go and report to Princess Wei Wei. After everyone around saw Deoxys. This also led to the fact that the people of the kingdom of Alabasta were no longer unfamiliar with the beasts. I didn't expect that your beasts would be so influential after leaving Windmill Village. And the amount of reward offered is particularly large. So they are still very impressed with Deoxys. Deoxys is on the bounty list. Confirmed his identity. Dayton was taken aback. He didn't expect that these mythical beasts were famous not only in Fengche Village. Hurry up. Groudon has been in Alabasta for an exceptionally long time. Especially a long time ago, the Navy once issued a reward. Chapter 241 Select Trainer. Also quite famous. Boom. Suddenly, there were bursts of huge vibrations from the ground. Everyone looked at the source of the sound. It was accidentally discovered that it was the mythical beast Groudon. I saw the mythical beast Groudon walking towards it with vigorous steps. 2 mythical beasts came. So it's really you. Groudon looks at Deoxys and Ho-Oh. With a smile on his face. More of a show-off. 140. Do you know that Alabasta is my Groudon's world now? Groudon bluntly said no. The surrounding Alabasta people feel a little helpless. For Groudon's temperament, they already knew. It is a beast that likes to show off and destroy. But Groudon has rescued Alabasta from multiple crises. They couldn't do anything about Groudon either. After all, regardless of strength or strength, they are not objects that Groudon can compare with. That's why they don't have much temper. What's more, Goulardo has been in Alabasta for so long. Many pirates will be wiped out by Groudon as soon as they step into the land of Alabasta. This counts as Groudon helping the kingdom of Alabasta. How can they repay their kindness, not to mention that Goulardo is also the patron saint of the kingdom of Alabasta. This made them even more unable, and did not dare to disobey Goulardo's words. As this Groudon, Dayton looked at Groudon in shock. She never expected that Groudon, a mythical beast, would be so much bigger than other mythical beasts. This was something she never expected. In her eyes, Groudon, which is 300 meters high, is like a colossus. Not the slightest bit of resistance. In her opinion, the Goulardo in front of her eyes was simply terrifying. Are these the beasts that Groudon is with? The kingdom guard under Wei Wei. They looked at Deoxys, Ho-Oh in front of them. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. They did not expect that there would be two mythical beasts visiting the Alabasta Kingdom today. And these two divine beasts are still the famous ones. Deoxys beat Naval Hero Cap, after all. The top powerhouse in this world. On the other side, the beast Ho-Oh is not weak at all. The battles during the top war period are also quite brilliant. It can be said that the visit of the two mythical beasts surprised Wei Wei and their nurses. You must be here to pick a Pokemon trainer for these little guys. But she wasn't sure. Could Pokemon trainer be the human who trains these Pokemon? Groudon saw the three Pokemon and knew the purpose of the beasts in front of him. So Pokemon should be most of the contest category of the Pokemon Kingdom. They can't figure out what exactly this year's trainer is. Vivi suddenly thought of this matter. After all, the Pokemon Kingdom has always been known as the Pokemon Kingdom. But mythical beasts are different from Pokemon. She wasn't sure if what she was thinking was right. Pokemon trainer. Only Wei Wei made a rough guess. What exactly is a Pokemon trainer job? Until she sees three Pokemon behind Deoxys. It must be to choose Pokemon trainer for these three little guys. Groudon's words, let the kingdom of Alabasta around. The soldier was full of doubts. But 0.5 is that Wei Wei doesn't understand even if she thinks about it. After all, these mythical beasts Pokemon have powerful power. Chapter 242 Vivi Mudkip. Just as she was thinking about it. Deoxys directly reveals the answer. I came here this time to give these three little guys to someone who is suitable to be their trainer. Deoxys spoke the father's command. Then I suggest giving Vivi one. Groudon made a suggestion. Although he felt that Wei Wei was a bit uproar, he still knew that Wei Wei was a kind-hearted little girl. In his opinion, Wei Wei is definitely suitable to be a Pokemon trainer. Can I also have one a little mythical beast? Vivi looked at the three Pokemon. Although these Pokemon are quite small. But she understands that none of the creatures brought out of the Pokemon Kingdom is weak. Thinking of this, she turned to the three Pokemon in front of her. She looks forward to getting one. Of course you can get Pokemon, but only if these little guys like you. Deoxys, don't have any opinion on who the Pokemon or Pokemon trainer. But he is quite touched by Pokemon's independent thinking. In his opinion, no matter who is Pokemon trainer is Pokemon. All have to be approved by the Pokemon themselves. Then let Wei Wei choose first. Groudon suggested. Thanks. Vivi looked at Groudon, and thanked Groudon. She didn't think of Groudon, although he was a pity at ordinary times, but he was quite reliable in critical moments. I need to add more to my appetite in the future. Gallardo directly asked Wei Wei for the benefits. This immediately wiped out Wei Wei's gratitude to Groudon. Vivi began to look at the three Pokemon in front of her. Torchic, Mudkip, and Trico are three Pokemon with different looks. But she prefers Mudkip. She started looking at the Pokemon all over the place. But after all, it is not she who chooses Pokemon, but Pokemon who chooses them. After a short contact, Mudkip jumped towards Vivi. Then it jumped directly onto Wei Wei's shoulder. He stood on Vivi's shoulders. Wei Wei was a little surprised, but she wasn't sure that this Pokemon chose him. Until Deoxys announced, Vivi was Mudkip's Pokemon trainer. Only then did Vivi feel relieved. Groudon took a look at Vivi, and then explained to Vivi. The easy-to-understand explanation made Groudon and the kingdom guards around him understand everything. Fortunately, there is Groudon 913. My heart is full of doubts. These Pokemon can evolve. What is evolution? I don't know how to compare it to a beast. She never imagined that she could also own a divine beast. This Mudkip will become stronger and stronger until it enters the final evolution. Groudon explained the principle of evolution to Vivi. But Ho-Oh told them the answer straight away. Vivi looked at Mudkip in front of her, and Groudon beside her. He fell silent. Groudon explained beside Vivi. She doesn't understand what evolution really is. She looked at the cute little guy beside her. Evolution is the improvement of Pokemon's strength. Just like the chicks evolve into eagles, these Pokemon will also change their form. When they evolve more and more, they will become more and more powerful. I am extremely happy in my heart. Belle asked curiously, but soon felt that it was the divine beast in front of Taunt's eyes. Chapter 243 Empress Hancock Torchic. Although they are a little worse than us, but if they can mega evolution, they can even be on par with us. Ho-Oh spoke from the bottom of his heart. This sentence shocked Princess Wei Wei and the guardian warriors around him. It can be compared with the beast. Are these little guys so strong? Then aren't they little beasts? The kingdom guard looked at the creatures in front of him in shock. They never thought that this time the Pokemon Kingdom actually sent a big gift. Sending such a powerful Pokemon. They even became envious of Princess Wei Wei. You must know that this is comparable to the combat power of a divine beast. As long as it is cultivated well. Now it's time to find the Pokemon trainer for the other two Pokemon. Deoxys didn't procrastinate. If there is a Pokemon trainer suitable for these two Pokemon, it couldn't be better. But these two Pokemon didn't show any signs of movement. Apparently there's no Pokemon trainer in sight for either of them. Dayton looked at the two Torchic and Trico with some regret. She never thought of it. She came to the kingdom of Alabasta for the chance to be picked by Pokemon. But obviously this trip came back in vain. He could only look at Princess Wei Wei enviously. Being favored by Pokemon is simply too enviable. Groudon with Deoxys and Ho-Oh. Journey into the depths of Alabasta together. Go to the royal palace. Since they couldn't find a suitable Pokemon trainer here, they naturally had to go deep into the royal family. The more he went to the residence of the royal family, the more they can feel many eyes staring at them. It is not uncommon for mythical beasts to appear in the kingdom of Alabasta. After all, the frequency of Groudon's appearance is quite high. But the appearance of Deoxys and Ho-Oh is quite eye-catching. They can't think of anything. The kingdom of Alabasta suddenly had 2 more mythical beasts. And 2 more Pokemon. What is that lying on Princess Weiwei's shoulder? There are creatures that have never been seen before. Looks pretty cute. Everyone looked at Mudkip. They were a little curious about this Pokemon. Mudkip spat out a water gun. This incident surprised them even more. To know Alabasta as a desert region, water sources are quite scarce. The creature in front of it can spit water. How can we not surprise them? Think about it. Come early to be picked by Pokemon. No, Perona is still there. Princess Vivi began to announce that people across the country began to select Pokemon trainers. Deoxys was a little disappointed. However, Princess Vivi did not let them approach. The kingdom's guards heard about it. Who is it about the 2 of them? He didn't expect that there are so many people in the kingdom of Alabasta that no one is qualified to be a Pokemon trainer, King Qian's home. Could it be him? There is the opponent of Empress Hancock. Cobra received them, although many of them are royal bodyguards. Torchic started screaming in one direction. It's a pity that if this matter doesn't come early, it will definitely succeed. Just when their hopes of planning this day fell through. They want to come up and touch it. A group of people entered the palace of the kingdom of Arabstan together. As one person after another is eliminated by Pokemon. Chapter 244. Hancock acquires Torchic. Especially these 2 Pokemon are very picky. So they feel sorry. But I didn't expect that this time it was 2 foreigners who might get Pokemon. Although 2 people have joined the Pokemon Kingdom. Belong to the Confederate Army with them. But after all, both Empress Hancock and Perona have just entered the kingdom of Alabasta. Torchic walked directly towards the palace in that place. Soon he was stopped by Boa Hancock's 2 younger sisters. What are you trying to do? The 2 women looked at Torchic. You must know that Boa Hancock has the hooves of the dragon flying behind him. This is the mark of the slaves left before they escaped from Li Tianlong's territory 470. This is a mark that no one can see. Thinking of this, they must not let any creature in front of them, not even such a Torchic. Let him in. At this time, the voice of Empress Hancock came from the palace. I saw Empress Hancock walking out of the palace. Is this the Empress Hancock? What a beautiful woman. Everyone looked at the woman in front of them in shock. You must know that although the Empress Hancock came to the kingdom of Alabasta, she had no contact with other civilians except to meet Groudon ABCJ. The reclusive appearance made people in Alabasta almost forget this world's #1 beauty. But the moment they saw Boya Hancock, everyone couldn't help but stare straight. Boya Hancock's eyes, a look of disgust. But he was not surprised when he saw the gods and beasts staring at him. Didn't even think about it. The mood gradually improved. What is this? Boa Hancock saw Torchic. He saw the beast at first, and thought it was the beast who wanted to come in and talk to him about the Navy and the world government. But he didn't expect that it was such a little guy who broke in. My sister heard them say that these creatures are Pokemon, they can evolve, and after evolution, they have the power comparable to that of beasts. Hancock's sister echoed Boa Hancock's words. This made Boa Hancock recognize it. He looked at Torchic in front of him. He couldn't believe that such a little guy in front of him could gradually grow into a combat power comparable to that of a divine beast. You must know that he once participated in the top war. Know the terrifying power of those beasts. That power can challenge general-level combat power. No matter how bad it is, it will stabilize Chihuahua. Thinking of this, she couldn't help looking forward to it. If the Torchic in front of me grows up, what will it look like? But she did know that it was impossible for these beasts to have masters. Give her back. Boya Hancock resisted covet and gave Torchic to his sister. I want my sister to return this Torchic to the beast. But at this moment, Deoxys' voice sounded. No, since Torchic chose you, you are his Pokemon trainer. Pokemon trainer. Boa Hancock frowned. She had never heard of this term. That's right, as a Pokemon trainer, you can't betray Pokemon. Deoxys uttered this sentence. Of course Pokemon will not do anything against you. Deoxys speak of a mutual relationship. Now everyone understands. Originally wanted to be part of the Pokemon Kingdom. Chapter 145 Trico and Princess Ghost. To be a real one is to become a Pokemon trainer first. Otherwise, they will always be non-staff personnel. He's mine. Hancock looked at Torchic in front of her. She never expected that she would pick up a Pokemon that was comparable to a mythical beast just after taking a shower and going out. This got her excited. At this time, a person suddenly floated in the distance. This person is the ghost Princess Perona. I saw him holding a small pink umbrella. Come out and watch the fun. When she saw the 2 new beasts, she felt a little flustered, and even thought that she had revealed her identity. He even thought that the 2 new beasts in front of him were gathered by the beasts to capture her. But the moment he appeared, Trico seemed to recognize him. Just saw the Trico and its superior jumping ability. Start jumping towards Princess Ghost. What is this? Ghost Princess Perona is taken aback by Trico. This caused her not to ghostize herself. Directly let this Pokemon come directly to her shoulder. The last Pokemon has also been decided. Looks like you are his Pokemon trainer. Deoxys and Ho-Oh, looking at Perona on soaring in the sky. Although they could see that the little Stephanie in front of them was a little impure. But since this is Trico's choice, they will naturally not refuse. Pokemon trainer, what is this? Perona never expected it. I just took a look at the excitement, and turned out to be a Pokemon trainer. This made her startled. It is you who will be responsible for taking care of this Pokemon in the future. If there is any problem, you are the only one to ask. Groudon directly threatened Perona in soaring in the sky. As a beast, he could see that something was wrong with Perona in soaring in the sky. In order to prevent Perona from being unfavorable to Trico, directly threatened him to get up. What? I still have to take care of pets. Perona was instantly upset. She couldn't even take care of herself, and now she had to take care of a pet. And most importantly, take responsibility. But she didn't dare to refuse, because he had seen Raido's ferocity in the past few days. Just a few days ago, a pirate group arrived. Groudon fired a searing shot and burned the pirate ship directly. 0. Asking for flowers. In front of Groudon with such terrifying power, how dare he go against Groudon's wishes? Pero's drooping expression directly made the surrounding people a little envious and jealous. Know that there is no way they want it. But Perona in soaring in the sky is so disgusted. This makes them extremely envious and jealous, if it weren't for these Pokemon not choosing them. 0. They all wanted to grab Perona's Pokemon. But the beasts are here, they dare not give a single thought. Seeing his threat take effect, Groudon smiled, but no matter how you look at it, the smile feels a little sinister. Just at this time, suddenly Empress Hancock received a phone bug. She was still smiling, but it quickly became frosty. Because the call she received was that Nine Snake Island was attacked by the Navy and the world government. What should I do? Sister, Nine Snake Island has been attacked. Hancock's two sisters are very anxious, they are both snake fruit ability. But the top strength of Nine Snake Island is only the Empress. What's going on? Chapter 246 Seraph Hancock. Groudon came in front of several people. Asked very curiously. It seemed to him that these people must be in trouble. If it was before, he would not have paid attention to these things, but now the Empress is Torchic's Pokemon trainer. A member of the Pokemon Kingdom, he will still take good care of his own people. Our country has been invaded, I'm afraid we have to return now. Boa Hancock didn't say much, she was used to fighting, 373, alone. But at this moment, Ho-Oh stood up. It must be very slow for you to slide by boat. I will take you one floor and solve your troubles. I'll follow along too. Deoxys said the same. In their view, Boa Hancock became Torchic's Pokemon trainer. Then she must be a member of the Pokemon Kingdom. As a member of the Pokemon Kingdom, they have an obligation to protect their members from bullying. Really, Hancock's two sisters were very excited. They never imagined that the Divine Beast would be willing to help them when they came to the Kingdom of Alabasta this time. After all, the prestige of the beast is quite distant now. Strong strength can definitely save Jew Snake Island. How about I go too? Groudon raised his mouth. But the two beasts glanced at him. Didn't pick up the words, after all Groudon can't fly. If Groudon is in the wild area, I am afraid that Groudon will just arrive after they finish the battle. Humph. Groudon snorted coldly, feeling very unhappy. But he also knows his flaws. So there's not much to talk about. Gone. Ho-Oh directly carried the three daughters of Hancock on his back. And Deoxys is also directly suspended above soaring in the sky. Both are flying beasts. I saw them rushing towards Nine Snake Island in a fast-paced time. And Hancock's sisters are still praying. They are praying that nothing will happen to Nine Snake Island. And it's on Nine Snake Island. Grandma Yi and a group of female fighters from Nine Snake Island. Fighting against the CPU that launched the demon-slaying order. How could he attack Empress Hancock? It's like when the Empress was a child. The female warrior on Nine Snake Island looked at a little girl on the CPO ship. I saw the imprint of a five-pointed star in her pupils. Black wings, white hair 0.0124020001 Philu 110452460. Whether it is physical skills or swordsmanship, they are extremely powerful. As this the Seraphim, Rob Lucci looked at the little Stephanie in front of him. There are also amazing physical and sword skills. It's just that these weapons are strictly guarded by the world government. The Chihuahua reformer in front of him is a killing weapon further manufactured on the basis of pacifists. 4.6. And it's so powerful, it never occurred to him that the world government actually had Chihuahua's reformer. Not only mastered the two-color domineering, it can be said to be an ultimate weapon. Looking at the little Han Cook in front of him. But this time, in order to kill Boya Hancock, the traitor of Chihuahua who betrayed the world government. Stucci chuckled, there are many more weapons like this Chihuahua. Among them is Professor Vegapunk. With Chihuahua against Chihuahua, I don't know who is stronger. Stucci looked at the scene in front of him and chuckled lightly. He also possesses an extremely exquisite close combat ability, as well as the laser light wave of General Huang Yuan. She knows quite a few people. He froze. As the longest living CP0 in the history of CP0. Not only has the laser attack of the yellow ape, Chapter 247, 9 Snake Island Crisis. The world government is finally willing to take out one. That is the finished product Undella Yahan Cook. Boom boom boom. I saw that the entire 9 Snake Island began to be bombed wildly. Both the island and the people have suffered some damage. Does the Empress dare to come back? What mother-in-law? Looking at the female warriors around, she had already notified the female warrior to contact Empress Hancock. The Empress is still in the Kingdom of Alabasta. Why is it still in the Kingdom of Alabasta? The mother-in-law was stunned. She had no idea that Boya Hancock was so far away. Her identity is actually the Emperor of 9 Snake Island. It was only because he made some mistakes when he was in office that he resigned from the throne. Oh one, but they have been silently guarding 9 Snake Island. The purpose is to prevent Ju Snake Island from being destroyed. But she didn't expect even that. She resigned from the throne, and now 9 Snake Island is in danger of being destroyed. Then it's over. Don't insist on it for 2 hours. What mother-in-law? The heart is extremely desolate. And the surrounding 9 Snake Island female warriors were also extremely desperate. You must know that what they are facing is the CPO, but there are countless pacifists in the demon-slaying order. There's even a cyborg who looks exactly like Hancock when he was a kid. How could they last 2 hours? This is totally impossible. If you can't stand it, you can only stand it. A female warrior captain gave a loud shout and rushed up. But how could flesh and blood be the rival of these mechanical monsters before us? Before she got close to little Han Cook, they were directly bombed and killed by pacifists. It can be said that everyone is now desperate about the situation on Ju Snake Island. And at this time, Stussy came out. It's all your emperor's fault, Boa Hancock. If she hadn't betrayed the Navy, you wouldn't have suffered this crisis. Now I can only wait for 20 minutes. If Boya Hancock doesn't come out again, the entire Hydra Island will be destroyed. Stussy has the answer. She didn't know if Boa Hancock was still in the Kingdom of Alabasta. After all, so much time has passed. But he also calculated the time. In order to prevent the arrival of Groudon. They are still quite afraid of this divine beast. There was absolutely no way Groudon could be there from within 20 minutes. Then this also means that if Boya Hancock does not come out to die within 20 minutes, it just falls and it will be destroyed. This can also be regarded as some warnings from the world government to those Chihuahai who betrayed them. 20 minutes, how is this possible? The Empress is still in the Kingdom of Alabasta, so she can't make it. Could it be that only 210 has a dead end? Stussy's death notice. It directly caused panic in other people on 9 Snake Island. After all, to slaughter the entire island, the current world government ships can do it. What's more, it's not just the warships of the world government's demon-slaying order that rushed here this time. There are also a large number of pacifists who can't think of any way to escape. We can only fight with them. It's the mother-in-law. If only Boya Hancock was here. The people of 9 Snake Island are full of despair, and they already have the idea of fighting to the death. Chapter 248, Demon-Slaying Order. Just at this time, the sound of sonic boom suddenly came from soaring in the sky. What happened? Stussy also heard the voice. She looked up to the sky in amazement. It's a divine beast. Rob Lucci looked at the beasts on soaring in the sky and said their names. It turned out to be a divine beast. Stussy's face turned dark. She never thought that the beast would come here at this time. Did someone reveal this? Rob Lucci was also surprised. But it is obviously not now, when we continue to observe the divine beast on soaring in the sky. Shoot at the beasts. The opponent is on soaring in the sky with Rob Lucci. There is only one way to knock them into the air. After hearing Rob Lucci's order, the Navy on the ship started shooting at the mythical beast on soaring in the sky. Sweet sweet wind. Empress Hancock unleashes a sweet wind on soaring in the sky. I saw that the sweet wind petrified all the bullets fired by the Navy commanded by Rob Lucci. The petrified bullets were directly dropped by Tian Gonfang's countershock force. Hancock is on it too. Could it be the reinforcements she found? I didn't expect that the beast would actually make a move for Hancock. The CPO immediately understood when he saw Boa Hancock sitting on the body of the mythical beast Ho-Oh. The mythical beast must be the rescuer brought by Hancock. That's the Empress. Sure enough, she came to save us at the last moment. We are not abandoned. The despair in the eyes of the soldiers of Ju Snake Island gradually receded. With the arrival of Boya Hancock, it means that this battle has taken a turn for the better. Thinking of this, their consciousness gradually strengthened. Rush ahead. The female warriors took up their bows and shot arrows, aiming at these Marines. I saw arrows shooting towards the Navy in front of me. In a hurry, the Navy was shot by the arrow instead. Bang bang bang. How dare you fight back? The CPO never expected that these people in front of them would dare to fight back. Slaughtering demon command to fire. CP0 gave a loud shout and commanded the Navy that started the demon-slaying order. After CP0 issued the order, the surrounding Navy began to fire at the female warriors of Ju Snake Island in front. In an instant, artillery fire roared. Countless shells directly attacked the soldiers of Ju Snake Island in front of them. The shells splashed in front of the female warriors of Ju Snake Island just when the shells were about to hit them precisely. The Phoenix Wong on soaring in the sky moved, and he used gust. Suddenly, the entire Nine Snakes Island blew violently, and the shells were blown back to the past by this wind. How is it possible that even cannonballs can be blown back? How did this beast do it? I don't want to die yet. The sailors were horrified to see that Ho-Oh had blown all their shells back. They never imagined that Ho-Oh would have such power. This power is too terrifying. Kaku looked at the cannonballs in front of him, his eyes were incomparably dignified. He had already picked up his dual knives and planned to destroy all these cannonballs. Shaving Shing. Kaku brandished his two knives directly and began to cut the cannonballs. As long as his long knife touched the cannonballs, he would split the cannonballs into two. In the blink of an eye, he destroyed a full 3 shells. Such an attack stunned the eyes of the people around him. Nice job, Kaku. Rob Lucci looked at Kaku and successfully resolved the crisis. Chapter 249. Execution of Rob Lucci. Just when he thought so, Ho-Oh in soaring in the sky turned again, and the navies below unleashed whirlwind. A gust of wind stronger than before attacked them. I saw that the shells on the ship and everyone in the navy tended to fly up. Calm down. Rob Lucci wanted to calm the Marines. But even if people are about to be killed by whirlwind, how can they be calm? Land Foot Leopard Tail. Rob Lucci sent out a jagged arc of blue light, attacking the female warrior of Nine Snake Island in front of him. This is Lanzhou's advanced skill Leopard Tail, which he mastered through research. I saw the blue arc of light moving towards the attack of the female warrior of Jew Snake Island. But at this moment, Ho-Oh from soaring in the sky rushed straight down, and the wings on his body turned into light wings. 770 inches die. Hancock jumped off Ho-Oh. Her feet condensed into arm domineering, and then kicked away, the arc of light released by Rob Lucci. Boom. There was only a loud bang, and the light arc was directly kicked to pieces. And Ho-Oh also swooped directly towards the warship where Rob Lucci was. Just for a split second, where Rob Lucci was. The ship splits in two, being cut in half by Ho-Oh's wings. It's actually possible to do this. The Navy looked at the attack force caused by Ho-Oh just now, and saw that the entire warship was cut in half. Rob Lucci jumped off the boat one step earlier. But the naval soldiers who were with him were not so lucky, they were all cut to pieces by the wings. This is simply the devil. Too terrifying. The Navy never expected that Ho-Oh could cause such a terrifying power. But obviously Ho-Oh's attack was not over yet, he started to fix his eyes on Rob Lucci. Could it be trying to kill me? Rob Lucci sensed the killing intent in Ho-Oh's eyes, and instinctively turned into a leopard man and ran wildly behind him. Can you run away? The Navy saw that Rob Lucci only ran away in a frantic way the moment he encountered the divine beast. Such thoughts, Abba, could not help floating in their minds. Can you catch up? Why did the mother-in-law wait for the female warriors to look at Ho-Oh when she kept staring at Rob Lucci, her eyes full of murderous intent? They couldn't help guessing and wanted to know if Feng Wang could catch up with him. But everything did not go as they expected, and Ho-Oh released a long-range attack on Rob Lucci in front of him. Fire Blast. I saw Phoenix facing Rob Lucci and releasing Fire Blast. The power of Fire Blast is very huge, and it immediately attacked in the direction of Rob Lucci in front of him. A raging fire ignited in the flames, like a devil who chooses and devours people, constantly chasing Rob Lucci. The situation became tense in an instant, and everyone looked at Rob Lucci's position. They wanted to see how the CPO fared after being hit by Fire Blast. I saw flames hovering around Rob Lucci's body, and the raging fire seemed to be attached to his body, like a gangrene attached to the bone. There is no room for Rob Lucci to escape. Rob Lucci is dead. With the pointed growl of the Navy, they looked at Rob Lucci. I saw that Rob Lucci had been burned to death by Ho-Oh's flame. Chapter 250 Fighting Stussy. Rob Lucci was burned to death. Stussy looked at Rob Lucci. Rob Ludge is still one of the CPOs he is more optimistic about. She never thought that Rob Lucci would die here so quickly. This also means that she has to make a move. Stussy took off his gloves and looked at Deoxys in soaring in the sky. She jumped on the moon steps, jumped directly into soaring in the sky, then picked up the western sword in her hand, and attacked Deoxys in soaring in the sky with 10 swords. And at this time, Empress Han Cook and Little Han Cook also fought at the same time. Little Han Cook continuously released laser light waves from his hands. The Queen's sweet wind is of no use to the Little Han Cook in front of him. His sweet wind will only have the effect of petrification on enemies who are interested in her beauty. But she, who is also a woman and a machine maker, is Little Han Cook. Absolutely immune to Boa Hancock's beauty. The two women who looked similar fought together, but everyone could clearly see that Little Han Cook, who was a seraphim, was better at attacking. How could our Empress lose? The female warriors on Nine Snake Island saw this scene, their eyes were full. Not confident, they never thought that Empress Hancock would lose this battle. But at the next moment, Empress Han Cook was kicked out by Little Han Cook. This blazing angel actually has the combat power of the Chihuahua, and can even defeat the Chihuahua. Kaku was a little surprised watching Seraph Little Han Cook's battle, he never expected it. Just such a blazing angel has such a powerful force. And in terms of strength, it is far better than the previous King Shachiwahai Boya Hancock. Just when they were thinking, Ho-Oh rushed over and saw him rushing directly towards the cyborg. His target is Little Han Cook. I saw that Ho-Oh spit out raging flames, and the flames began to soar in the air, and the target was Little Han Cook in front of him. This counterfeit product is finally returned. Zero. She couldn't believe it. Zero looking for flowers. He even defeated her in terms of physical skills. They also knew that they would not be able to defeat the powerful enemies in front of them with the strength of Snake Island, especially since the Navy's demon-slaying order had not yet been dispatched. It was exactly the same as when she was a child. She didn't know how the world government created this monster. She is obviously not the only one who knows this. Hancock, are you okay? Empress Hancock looked solemnly in front of her, like her miniature self. Fine. Hancock's two younger sisters who came down from Phoenix's back at this moment also watched the battle between Phoenix and the Navy. What mother-in-law? Looking at Ho-Oh, he doesn't know exactly how Boa Hancock found the mythical beast. Just them. Thinking of this, watching the naval ships around. I finally figured it out. But he knew that the divine beast in front of him was definitely their powerful arm on Nine Snake Island. We can only hope for the divine beast. The created monster not only looks exactly like her, but also has overwhelming power. The female warriors expressed concern about the Empress Hancock, and they didn't want anything to happen to the emperor of their country. The hope of victory can only be pinned on the beast, which is the only way for them on Nine Snake Island. Chapter 251 Burning Warship. They began to bombard Ju Snake Island with countless shells, which was the full force they used. Not a single ammunition reserve was left behind. Boom boom boom. A large number of cannons resounded countlessly on Nine Snake Island, and thick smoke surrounded Nine Snake Island. The female soldiers looked into the distance to see where the Navy warship was. They didn't expect it. These navies actually launched the Demon Slaughter Order and bombed towards them. 2 and 3 Kingdoms. The roar of guns continued in Sanfu County, Nine Snakes Island. At this moment Ho-Oh gave up and continued to shoot Little Han Cook. Instead, Sacred Fire was used directly. Using his exclusive skills, he suddenly saw 2 more flame wings behind him. These wings are like the blue flames in hell, directly hundreds of meters long. The resounding guns of the naval demon-slaying order that enveloped the entire Nine Snake Island in the distance hit his condensed wings. In the next second, the Marines were all shocked by Ho-Oh's flame wings, and saw that the shells all burst after touching Ho-Oh's wings. Not a single trace was left. Whether it was shells or bullets, they all turned into molten iron and flowed on the ground on the wings of flame. Even more directly evaporated. Crackling crackling. It was at this moment that the Navy consumed a large amount of shells. The female warriors on Nine Snake Island were stunned when they saw this scene. It was Ho-Oh who saved us. Thanks Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh is literally our savior. The female warriors of Hydra are thanking Ho-Oh on soaring in the sky. For the Navy, this is infinite horror. No, the Demon Slaughter Order is useless. How did he do it? He actually blocked all our shells. Could it be that the gods and beasts have such terrifying power? The Navy was shocked by this scene, but they had no idea that their nightmare was yet to come. I saw Ho-Oh flapping his wings and flying towards the Navy flies in front of him. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of these navies. The Navy looked at Ho-Oh in fear. They didn't know what Ho-Oh was going to do. But the next second they will know. Sacred Fire. Ho-Oh blows all the sacred fire all over his body, and then starts to burst towards the naval ships in front of him. The 2 huge wings behind him were like flames from the sky, and Normal continued to attack the naval warship in front of him, and the flames climbed onto the naval warship. Whether it was items or the Navy, they were all burned by the terrible flames, and the raging fire enveloped the entire sea. Help. This is too scary. Marines look like the devil. Normal looks like Ho-Oh. They understood now that Ho-Oh was planning to wipe them all out on the sea. It makes them feel terrified, you know. Now they don't have a strong person on board, only one Kaku, and Kaku has turned into a giraffe form, and he still wants to make a desperate fight. He picked up the double knives and wanted 2.8 to make a desperate fight against the Ho-Oh in front of him. But it's clear he overestimated himself and underestimated Ho-Oh's power zone. As soon as his 2 swords touched the flames attached to Ho-Oh's body, they began to show signs of melting. Soon his twin swords turned into molten iron, but he couldn't stand being surprised, only to see the flames began to wrap around his body, and a fearful expression appeared on his face. Chapter 252 Killing Kaku. He wanted to jump into the sea, and logically, with his devil fruit ability, he wouldn't dare to go into the sea under normal circumstances. But with such weird flames burning, he didn't care so much, so he could only choose to go into the sea to extinguish these flames. But he overestimated the power of the seawater and underestimated the power of the Ho-Oh flame. The seawater failed to extinguish the flames on Phoenix's body, but the flames continued to evaporate the seawater. I saw that his skin was slowly being further burned by the flames, and then the whole body was involved. You must know that this is the O1 powerhouse of CPO, but even CPD is being treated like this now. This makes the Navy feel the fear of death even more. They started to dive into the sea crazily, but only to be burned by flames. The Navy with a little fur will be firmly swallowed by this flame. Then they died on the sea, and there were countless wailing sounds on the warship, but Ho-Oh didn't bother them. This ending was revealed when they tried to mess with anyone in the Pokemon Kingdom. Ho-Oh started to walk towards Little Han Cook, and there was a clear look of fear on Little Han Cook's face. It stands to reason that a mechanically transformed character like her has no emotions. But in front of her, Ho-Oh was too terrifying, which made her fearful instead. Laser light waves. Little Han Cook shot laser light waves directly from his hand, and the golden flash directly hit Ho-Oh in front of him. A large amount of golden light crashed rapidly from the air. Her target is the Ho-Oh in front of her. The golden light is like a new round of the sun. But Ho-Oh didn't panic at all, but directly bumped head-on at the one in front of him. In an instant, little Han Cook was directly knocked out. I didn't expect that the beast is not only so powerful in long-range attacks, but also so powerful in short-range attacks. Boa Hancock looked at Ho-Oh. This was something she hadn't expected at all. He didn't expect that Ho-Oh in front of him was not only so strong in long-range attacks, but also so powerful in melee attacks. The corners of her eyes trembled slightly. There was a flush of color on his face. The Ho-Oh in front of him is so handsome that it's amazing. Defeated this counterfeit, finally defeated. The female warriors on Nine Snake Island were very excited to see this scene, they never thought of it. Ho-Oh beat this little Hancock straight away with a shot. They looked at Ho-Oh in surprise, but luckily this phoenix belonged to their alliance. If it weren't for the people in their alliance, then they should be the ones who have fallen to this end. So they were very fortunate. Fortunately, Boya Hancock helped them attract such strong support. And Stussy in the air on day 497. As soon as he sent out the slash, he was directly sent flying to the ground by Deoxys on soaring in the sky. When she saw the devastated scene around her, she was stunned. Then his face became even more angry. Domineering and domineering. I saw that a strong wind suddenly blew up in this venue. Stucci displayed a powerful overlord-like arrogance, and this overlord-like arrogance seemed to be real. Stuart's eyes instantly turned red. This proves that she has entered the crazy contest condition. He extended the long sword in his hand by more than 10 meters with domineering look. Chapter 253 Victory. Then go straight to the front. Deoxys on soaring in the sky continued to attack and go. Could this be domineering look? That's right, our Empress Hancock will do the same, but not as powerful as the woman in front of me. Terrifying power. Everyone looked at Stussy above soaring in the sky. I couldn't help but worry about Deoxys. Boa Hancock also had a strong look of worry in his eyes. In her opinion, Deoxys was standing up for them on Nine Snake Island. If she was severely injured because of Nine Snake Island, it would be quite sad for her. But no matter how much they worry about Stussy in soaring in the sky, the battle with Deoxys did not stop at all. But the situation seems to be different from what they imagined. Mikey. I saw that Deoxys in soaring in the sky was not at all vulnerable under the attack of Stuttgart. Even far surpasses Stuttgart's sword attack. I saw that no matter how fast or ruthless Stuart's sword dance was, he couldn't touch Deoxys. Because at this moment Deoxys has switched to speed form. In speed form, its speed has surpassed the speed of sound. So Stucci's speed is not enough in front of him at all. He was directly beaten by Deoxys' speed form. How could this be? The speed is so outrageous. Stussy looked at the Deoxys in front of him in shock. She never thought that Deoxys in front of her would have such a powerful speed. Even Stussy isn't rival at all. A few CPOs who got away with it looked at Stussy. It hadn't occurred to them that even Stussy wasn't the Deoxys rival at all. In the next second, Deoxys used his exclusive skills. Psycho Boost. After using this skill, the strength of Deoxys is increased extremely fast. Then there is one. The purple energy ball quickly bombards Stussy. The next second later, Stucci was directly blown to death. Sir Stussy is dead. The CPO was devastated to see Stussy's death. But even though they were right in front of them, they didn't dare to collect Stussy's body. Can only flee in a hurry. Won. We actually won. We actually won the world government. The people present all cheered. They did not expect to win the world government this time. Even Boa Hancock was a little unbelievable. You must know that the world government is the minion of the Tianlong people. Boya Hancock, who is afraid of the Tianlong people, never thought that one day they would be able to defeat the world government. But today it was done, and indeed it was done. This was something she hadn't thought of at all. She pinched her thigh. Feeling the pain, she understood that this was not a dream, all this was brought to her by Li Wanghao the Beast. She felt that this time she went to Alabasta to become a power under the Pokémon Kingdom. It is an extremely correct decision. Without the help of the Pokémon Kingdom, they will not only destroy Nine Snake Island this time. Even she and her younger sister are likely to become wanted criminals by the world government. If the soaring hoof of the sky dragon behind him is exposed, then the situation will only get worse. Maybe he will be treated like a slave again. Chapter 254 Cooperation. Think. She was pale, but now they have joined the Pokémon Kingdom. Under the deterrent force of the terror of the Pokémon Kingdom, the world government will never dare to take action against them again. In the void, Ron looked away. He did not expect that the world government would join forces with the four emperors to attack him. But he wasn't afraid of it. After all, he already knew the plan of the dead emperor and the world government. Since this is the case, then I will let you see the power of the three dragons of the Tao. Yes, Ron intends to revive a new beast, the three dragons of Tao. The three dragons of Tao are Baiyang Pokemon Reshiram, which is a mythical beast that can shoot flames from its tail. Has the ability to burn anything. The other is 010, Zekrom, the Black Yin Pokemon, who is also a Pokemon that was only born in mythology. Unlike Reshiram, at the tail of the Zekrom is a large motor that produces a huge current. After starting this powerful force, it can instantly knock the enemy to the ground directly. As for the third beast, it is Kyurem. Kyurem is a realm Pokémon. He is a hero who is waiting to fill his lost body with reality and ideals. He is a legendary Pokémon of ice. Possesses extremely terrifying power. All three mythical beasts are world-class Pokémon. ABFE. Each requires 20 devil fruits. Originally, Ron hadn't planned to summon the three mythical beasts so soon. But since the Navy and the world government are now brewing such a conspiracy, then he will naturally use these three world-class Pokémon to deal with the opponent. Just when Ron was planning to fight with the world government and the four emperors, the Navy has teamed up with Kaido and Charlotte Trelling to create the Pokémon Kingdom. Everyone in New Maryford looked at the four emperors and their subordinates, feeling quite shocked. But there is no way, the Navy has made great determination to cooperate with these four emperors. I heard that they are here to support us. Do we all need pirates to support us now? The luxurious lineup of the four emperors, Drought Jack and Katakuri, naturally shocked everyone in Maryford. Kaido is extremely careful, but when he saw the Navy being cheated one after another, I didn't expect that we would unite one day. He was finally relieved, and rushed here with Charlotte Tellingling and their subordinates. And they are still open to the four emperors. It's ridiculous enough to have Chi Wuhai, but now there are four emperors. Lieutenant General, he looked at these people, and to be honest, he had quite a problem with the visit of these pirate four emperors. Drought Jack was extremely loud. He seemed to be a pirate, and he was able to set foot in the Navy headquarters. This was already the pinnacle of a pirate's life. You pirates are too rampant. It's ridiculous. Pirates come to support the Navy. You must know what has not happened since the establishment of the Navy until now. What's going on? Why are the four emperors here? Maybe this is the strategy of martial warring states. This is the first time I have stepped into New Maryford. Haha, this is still the headquarters of the Navy. They never expected that today's Maliford would actually have two pits of four emperors. Chapter 255 Planning. In their view, only by having a face-to-face conversation with these four emperors can they truly trust each other. These four emperors have the determination to join hands with them. And for the four emperors Kaido and Huang Charlotte Lingling, they also think this way. After all, you must know that they are the biggest pirates in the New World, while the opponent is the largest navy in the entire world. I never thought you would dare to come here. Aren't you afraid that our navy will catch you? Karp came over and ordered this sentence without any politeness. He is opposed to the fact that the warring states sit down. For him, cooperating with pirates is simply the biggest shame in his life. Especially these pirates who do many evils or even more disgraceful among disgraces. Karp. Warring states stopped Garp. He had too much hope for this joint operation. But he is not because of him, because he is about to retire soon. He didn't want to leave the matter for the next admiral to deal with. Otherwise, wait until the new admiral of the Navy takes over. The Pokémon Kingdom will definitely become stronger, and it is uncertain whether the Navy will have the power to fight back. Humph. Garp snorted coldly after hearing this, but didn't say much. But yes, he stopped talking, which finally made Kaido's tense heartstrings fully unfolded. It seems that the Navy is really at the end of its rope. Kaido murmured in his heart, but he also agreed with this action. After all, the Pokémon Kingdom has occupied his Wano country, and also captured his Flame Calamity, an Emperor's deputy. He had to retaliate this matter, and at the same time, he also wanted to regain his Wano country. And the other side, Charlotte Lingling also has this kind of thought. You know, his son Charlotte, one of the 3 stars of the Cracker Desert, was captured by the Pokémon Kingdom. And it doesn't stop there. Even his other sons and daughters were captured by the Pokémon Kingdom and took over his Fanguo. In this kind of, there is no way to break the situation by relying on her and Kaido alone, so they can only cooperate with the Navy. I really didn't expect such a terrifying 4 emperors to meet here. Huang Yuan came out and made fun of the 4 emperors. Although his strength is not as good as the 4 emperors in front of him, the 4 emperors in front of him can't do anything to him. Zero seeking flowers 0. Huang Yuan, are you looking down on our boss? Drought Jack's personality is extremely irritable, and he immediately ranted over after hearing Huang Yuan's ridicule. But Huang Yuan was not annoyed after hearing this, but there was a dangerous light in his eyes. Obviously he is also quite dissatisfied with the cooperation with the 4 emperors in the warring states period. 0. You must know that they are the Navy, and the other party is a pirate. It can be said that this action of the warring states period directly caused everyone in the Navy to lose their admiration for the warring states period. Sengoku looked at the surrounding Navy for a week. He sighed in his heart, he knew about it, but there was nothing he could do about it. He didn't know that the Navy had huge opinions on this operation. But whether they have opinions or not, the decline of the Navy is already a reality. So they can only ask for foreign aid, if the strength of the Navy is sufficient. How do they need to ask these 4 emperors to help their Navy to work together? You must know that their Navy and the 4 emperors are mortal enemies. In the past 10 years, both sides have fought and killed 3. Chapter 256 Shock. I don't know how many lives have been infected with each other. The 4 emperors have the blood of many naval soldiers on their hands. And the Navy has a lot of blood from pirates. It can be said that the 2 sides are irreconcilable contradictions. But because of the existence of the Pokémon Kingdom, the two of them came together. It can be said that this is not only an opportunity, but also a proof of the horror of the Pokémon Kingdom. Charlotte Tay Lingling. 290. Aokiji came over. When he saw Charlotte Trelling, there was obvious disgust in his eyes. Because Charlotte Tringling confiscated other people's life without authorization. He has long heard of the brutal rule. It is precisely because the Navy acted in this way, and also used the four emperors as a boost. This made Aokiji feel even more disgusted with this Charlotte Terranline in front of her. It turned out to be General Aokiji, haha. Charlotte Tellingling looked at Qingji, and she naturally remembered the disgust in Qingji's eyes. But she didn't turn her face at this time. Because the Navy still has a greater use in front of it. If this matter is over, then it's time for them to turn their backs. She didn't want to provoke these navies before she died, and of course the premise was that these navies would not provoke him. These two are also generals. Because of the loss of his younger brother, Kaido has very little knowledge of intelligence. He doesn't know the two generals in Navy uniforms in front of him. But through the yellow epaulets on their shoulders and arms, he can still clearly recognize that these two are generals of the Navy, just like the yellow monkey and green pheasant. I forgot to introduce, these are the two powerful generals we recruited through the world conscription. Sengoku glanced at Kaido, very satisfied with his difference. He brought out these two new generals in order to show the real strength of their navy to the four emperors in front of him. My poor Fujitora. Smile. As soon as Fujitora appeared with a smile, he sensed the evil aura on the four emperors. But because of their trust in the Marshal of the Warring States period, they said a lot. After all, the current Navy alliance with the four emperors is also their helpless move. My name is Liveniu Wangmu. After all, general-level combat power is the most powerful group of top masters in the world. It's always been three. You could tell he didn't trust the Navy. In the unscrupulous expansion of troops. It can be said that this completely confused him. The new admiral doesn't know how strong he is. According to his analysis, the two admirals in front of him must be the immediate combat power of the admirals. You must know that the admiral of the Navy has immediate combat power, but even he can't deal with it. But he didn't believe that these people in front of him were really general-level fighters. Katakuri was a little shocked. He never thought that the current Navy not only did not weaken its strength because of the reduction of Akainu's combat power, but instead had two more combat powers of 0. Thinking of this, he looked at LV Niu and Shenhu in shock and smiled. Liveniu Wangmu said, if it is said that they send two admirals who do not have the strength of admirals. Drought Jack looked at the two admirals in front of him, he was a little surprised, because the number of admirals had never changed. 1. Has not changed in the past 10 years or less. Fujitora with a smile and green cow wild animal husbandry. Then it will definitely become a laughing stock in the eyes of others. Said his name. Now one suddenly appeared, and both of them were world-class fighters they had never seen before. Chapter 257. Fujitora stops Charlotte Tellingling. He never believed that a blind man and a tall, slender man in front of him could be generals. I didn't expect that they could recruit such a strong person. Kaido looked at Sengoku with some envy, he didn't expect the Navy to be so attractive. Even if he is so lonely, he can easily recruit two general-level powerhouses. Unlike him, Kaido, you must know that the scene where Kaido recruits his subordinates is to defeat the opponent first. Only when I am completely convinced can I join the club. Drought Jack, Plague Quinn, etc. All his subordinates were recruited by him through this method. Two general-level fighters. Charlotte Tellingling never imagined that there would be 201 generals in front of her. This surprised her a little. You must know that his most outstanding son, Katakuri, is extremely powerful, but he cannot be so powerful as a general. But in front of him, the world government recruited as soon as it recruited, and the two really surprised him. This made Charlotte Trelling wonder if the two generals in front of her were about to fight, could the power be real? Otherwise, with such a powerful force, why would the navies need their help? Just when he was thinking like this, his cravings suddenly broke out. Charlotte Tellingling directly turned into a crazy gesture, wanting to eat the dessert she wanted. As this Charlotte Tringling's cravings. Tanghu smiled. He had heard that Charlotte Tellingling had cravings. But it was the first time I encountered it. He was a little surprised by Charlotte Tellingling's contest condition in front of him. But soon calmed down. Hell Brigade. Fujitora smiled, and pulled out his cane sword. Then he used the ability of heavy fruits. A terrifying gravity appeared around his body, and gravity began to squeeze the people in front of him. But what his gravity brings to other people is only a dozen times, what really brings gravity is actually Charlotte Tellingling in front of him. What are you doing? Katakuri looked at Fujitora and smiled, he thought that the general in front of him was going to violate the treaty between them, and wanted to shoot Charlotte Trelling. Katakuri's eyes were tense, just when he was about to use the awakening ability of Nuo Nuo fruit. Kaido stopped him. Katakuri boy, he was supposed to calm down Charlotte Trelling. Kaido stopped Katakuri and said something like this. This is his opinion. After hearing what Kaido said, Katakuri gradually calmed down. But the eyes are still full of vigilance, after all, what is in front of him? Tanghu smiled, or the Warring States period, they are all from the Navy. Moreover, the Navy has 4 generals, a naval hero, and a Warring States marshal. It can be said that this is the entire combat power of the Navy. 267 has such a terrifying combat power, it is very likely that the two of them, the four emperors, will be brought together. If they are defeated, then these emperors' assistants will be caught directly, needless to say. Into another prison. Aggravate. Fujitora laughed and shouted. With his shout, the huge gravity crushed Charlotte Tellingling in front of her. I saw Charlotte Tellingling being firmly pressed to the ground. There is no chance of moving. He actually did it. Kaido looked at Fujitora with a shocked smile, although this was just his guess. But he didn't expect that Fujitora Yishao actually did what he guessed. Chapter 258. The death of Stucci reached the navy. It actually stopped to four emperors. What kind of fruit ability is this? Drought Jack also dispelled the suspicion in front of him at this time. The Fujitora smile in front of him is a real strong man who can firmly suppress Charlotte Tellingling. This means that the Admiral Fujitora in front of him is a real admiral-level combat power. Rather than false, he was able to suppress the violent mother. Katakuri looked at Fujitora in shock and smiled, knowing that the ant with cravings dare not even touch their children. But he didn't expect that Charlotte Tellingling would be stopped directly by the power of the gravity knife from the blind swordsman in front of him. This is something he did not expect at all. But the fact happened before his eyes, and he could no longer believe it. He's stronger than me. Green Bull looked at Fujitora beside him and smiled, his eyes were mostly jealous. He didn't expect that Fujitora Yishao, the general who was also recruited for the world, was so much stronger than him. What a terrifying strength, Fujitora smiled. Kizaru looked at Fujitora beside him and smiled. A little surprised, he didn't expect Fujitora to have such terrifying strength. This gravity force is simply stronger than his laser beam. Huang Yuan was a little shocked when he saw it. He never thought that Fujitora Yishao could do this. The power of Fujitora's smile, I don't know if I can achieve it after awakening the frozen fruit. Aokiji looked at Fujitora with a smile, and looked at him with some surprise. Recently, he has awakened the ability to give fruit to cold fruits. His current strength is no longer comparable to what it used to be. It can be said that he is quite powerful, so he has such confidence. Questioned the four emperors. Fujitora Yishao is actually able to do this. Sengoku looked at Satotora and smiled, which he didn't expect. He didn't expect Fujitora's strength to be so strong, able to suppress Charlotte Tellingling. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling happy that he had added a combat force to the navy. But thinking that even with such a top fighter, the matter of attacking the Pokémon Kingdom is still quite different, and he couldn't help feeling depressed again. He really couldn't understand why the Pokémon Kingdom could have so many top-level combat power. Let's discuss together how to act. Seeing that they and the four emperors were deadlocked here, warring states proposed to go in and talk again. But before they went in, they suddenly heard the report from the navy. What happened? Seeing that his subordinates were in a panic, Zongguo thought that something important had happened, and his face suddenly became serious. It was Mrs. Stussy who was killed by the beast of the Pokémon Kingdom. What is Stussy? Before warring states could be surprised, Charlotte Trelling, who had woken up from a coma, had already come over from smelling salts, and when he heard that Stussy had died, she screamed. You know, Charlotte Trelling is a good friend of Stussy. Well. Just heard that Stussy has died tragically here. The Pokémon Kingdom's hands are full of Rayquaza. How so? Charlotte Trelling looked unhappy. It never occurred to him that Stussy would die at the hands of the Pokémon Kingdom. Gotta know Stussy. But the Queen of Happy Street has great authority in the New World. But even such a character can play both roles in the hands of the pirates, the navy, and even the world government in the New World. Chapter 259 The plan is exposed. He also died on the Great Route, at the hands of the Pokémon Kingdom. Who killed Stussy? It was only at this time that the warring states realized that it was the senior officer in the CPU of the Queen of Happy Street who died in the hands of the Pokémon Kingdom. You must know that Study's status is not low. Not only is it not low, but its status is quite high. Even in the eyes of Wu Laoxing, his status surpassed that of an admiral. But such a character still died in the hands of the Pokémon Kingdom. It can be said that this is something that shocked both the navy and the world government. Who the hell did it? Charlotte Trelling also looked rage, she wanted to know who killed Stussy. 443 She is one of the few friends. I heard from the officer who rushed back from the CPO that it was Deoxys. The video looked flustered, but he also knew that this matter was very urgent. Alliance exploded the beast that killed Stussy. Eating this divine beast. Garp was stunned, he didn't expect it to be this divine beast. He could still remember the battle at that time, even though the Yingshang battle had passed for more than a month. But Deoxys' ability, he still vividly remembers the terrifying power, as well as the ability to switch various forms and adjust his physical fitness. It can be said that this is a powerful rival that Garp has not encountered even in the conflict with the Rocks pirates. Thinking of Deoxys, Garp instantly understood why Stussy lost the battle. In front of Deoxys who possesses such power, it is an accident that Stussy is not defeated. It's terrible, the Pokémon Kingdom actually killed the Queen of Happy Street. Huang Yuan felt a little flustered, he was glad that in the battle with Rayquaza that day, he chose to fight while retreating. Otherwise, the Pokémon Kingdom has an unscrupulous personality, if he is entangled with Rayquaza. If a flaw is found, it is very likely that he will die there too. This incident is so inexplicable, how could Stussy conflict with the Pokémon Kingdom? Abdi, Warring States is full of doubts, and now he doesn't care about the Navy being watched by the 4 emperors and their subordinates. Pelosi's death is definitely a major event, and even the 5 old stars have to seriously ask about it. Faced with such a top priority, how could he not ask clearly? According to the CPO, Marshal Sengoku, our plan has been exposed. The sailor spoke slowly. What's the plan? Warring States felt a little bad. You must know that the current plan of the Navy is to unite with the 4 emperors to attack the Pokémon Kingdom. If this matter is exposed, then the work that their Navy has done for more than half a month has become useless. It's a joint operation with the 4 emperors. The Navy soldier hesitated again and again, but he still told the truth. He knew that it would definitely cause a big shock if Zongguo and others knew about it. What plan has been exposed? It never occurred to Katakuri that they hadn't discussed with the Navy which part of the Pokémon Kingdom they should attack. The plan has been exposed. Doesn't that mean that their actions are now under the nose of the Pokémon Kingdom, so wouldn't their joint meeting with the Navy this time be a waste of time? It's all because of your Navy that the plan was exposed. Chapter 260 Guess. Drought. When Jack heard the plan was exposed, he was stunned and directly said something to blame the Navy. This sentence, of course, regards the Navy as a taunt. New Malinford, mostly for the Navy, is the headquarters of the Navy. They heard the words of Drought Jack taunt for a moment. Combined with the drought, it is tense. In their view, these are pirates, and the guy even accuses them with rude words at this moment. It is in the Taunt Navy, headquarters. Stop. He knew that the Warring States had stopped them, if it hadn't been for the news that the 4 emperors had exposed. Then it must be in their internal hands. But he couldn't be sure whether this matter was exposed by the emperor's power. After all, only they and the strength of the 4 emperors know about this matter. It seems that there is another force that knows. The Navy suddenly thought of a case, and then said in unison. Could it be that Chi Wuhai has been exposed? That's right, Boa Hancock, one of the 7 Wuhei. The sailors spoke out about it. Boa Hancock, isn't he Shichibukai the king? Why did he expose this matter and what does it have to do with Stussy's death? The Warring States Alliance asked. He had no idea that it was his own forces that caused the incident. But this also means that the suspicion of the 4 emperors has been cleared, and the attitude of the whole school Navy towards them is slightly better. After all, this matter happened to the Navy. It should not be said that it came out of the Kibuhai arranged by the world government. Because Boa Hancock has now joined the Pokémon Kingdom. Lord Stussy died in order to hunt down Boa Hancock and destroy Nine Snake Island. The marine soldier spoke out what he had heard from CP0. What? Even Shichibukai betrayed the Navy. Sengoku's face darkened. He had no idea that Shichibukai would betray the Navy and join the Pokémon Kingdom. You must know that the Pokémon Kingdom has never been able to accommodate any abilities. He never thought that the Pokémon Kingdom would accommodate humans. Point 0. Mostly just a little work, not even a rival of the Pokémon Kingdom. Because I can't remember everything and I refuse to put in all my strength, it's just some useless combat power. Even stand up for humanity. Like Hawkeye Mahawk, he served once for the Navy and then quit Shibukai after topping the war. As I said a long time ago, banning the Sea of Martial Arts and abandoning the Sea of Martial Arts will have no effect on our Navy. Instead, it will only embarrass our Navy. 0 asked for flowers. Their Shichibukai should be disqualified. Boa Hancock betrayed. Moonlight Moria died tragically in the hands of the Pokémon Kingdom, resulting in a horrific death. The first kill of the Pokémon Kingdom Team Navy and world government. There are only a few of them, and the Chihuahai is relatively safe and secure, but these Chihuahai do not listen to the Navy's mobilization spoon. The Navy's uproar up, in their view, it has almost no effect, just like the last war on the top. It is precisely because of these reasons that the current Navy is quite critical of Shichibukai. Chihuahai is indeed a group of unreliable guys. Lieutenant General Crane murmured at this moment. In his opinion, Chihuahai is really useless. After all, the Chihuahai has received many complaints, because the Chihuahai has the right to plunder legally, so they often occupy a large area for crimes. Then burn, kill and loot the villagers in these areas. Chapter 261 Knowing Hancock's Betrayal. It was Boa Hancock who betrayed him. Huang Yuan was just a little surprised, because Boa Hancock's strength was quite good in his eyes. It can be said that it is an extremely powerful combat force in the Navy's Shichibukai. Compared with Mariah and his ilk, it surpassed a lot. But even such a dance chose to betray him, and suddenly he thought of Blackbeard, Bucky the Clown, and Hawkeye Mahawk. There is even Luo, who recently chose to go out independently from 103. A Shichibukai was either captured or killed. It can be said that Shichibukai can't make up 7 of them. Chihuahai, we still need their combat power. At this time, Warring States thought of Whitebeard too, and thought that this newcomer almost still has extremely strong combat effectiveness. He gradually dispelled this idea, after all, although Chi Wuhai did not obey orders. But they still played a lot of role in suppressing the sea for the Navy. But at this time, another Navy soldier also came here. It's not good, Marshal of the Warring States period. Is something bad going to happen again? Warring States felt cold, he didn't know what happened again. As the Navy came in, he froze for a moment. Because this is the colonel of the East Daxia Sea, the intelligence personnel he put in. It's not good, Whitebeard too has been killed. Another Shichibukai was killed. Warring States was a little surprised, because Chi Wuhai was now the third dead. The first is God Arceus fruit ability user, he was killed by the Pokemon Kingdom. The second one just crosses Moria's Shadow fruit ability user. Also killed by the Pokemon Kingdom in the war on top. Now he just wants to know who killed Chi Wuhai. It was done by Deoxys. He led another mythical beast, who seemed to be called Ho-Oh. He killed Whitebeard too. I heard that he was accompanied by 3 little mythical beasts. After the person in front of him answered this matter, Sengoku was a little stunned. He never thought that this matter was done by the Pokemon Kingdom. This is already the third. You must know that Chihuahua is not a cabbage that grows after it is cut. Especially after the Navy lost its dominance, the number of Kibuhai gradually decreased. You must know that he has been in the Navy for 30 or 40 years, and he has such a long service life. He didn't expect that Deoxys, this operation not only killed Stussy. Thinking of this, even Carp, who is selfish, can't help but worry about the future of the Navy. She knows. General Zephyr is due to the battle with the Pokemon Kingdom. So full of hatred for the Pokemon Kingdom. It's the Pokemon Kingdom bastards again. It's Deoxys doing it again. It's only been a few times that Sanfin has been talking about the Pokemon Kingdom. At the same time, they also killed Whitebeard too, which can be said to turn a blind eye to their Navy. He has long regarded the Navy as his other home. 5.5. Can only control a small part of the site. Garp didn't expect that it was Deoxys who acted on this matter. There are even strong people who disdain to join the formation of Chihuahua. After all, the Navy no longer has the ability to control the world. Lieutenant General he was even more furious. You must know that he, Sengoku, Zephyr and Carp were all comrades in the Navy. In other words, they are all free, without any number of rounds. How can they become Chihuahua? The third Shichibukai. Chapter 262, Negotiation completed. And this time they eliminated one of their Chihuahua. It can be said that almost all of their Chihuahua reserves were emptied. Do you want to attack the Pokemon Kingdom now? Kaido looked at the Navy. He didn't expect the Navy to come in so low. Not only the Chihuahua Peninsula but also the Chihuahua was killed, which has greatly reduced the strength of Chihuahua. But he has no intention of leaving, because a weakened Navy is what Kaido thinks he can cooperate with. If the Navy is as prosperous as before, he will instead consider how to tear up the treaty with the Navy. After all, the High O1 army under the complete victory, they are very likely to be directly attacked by the Navy after winning the victory. Kaido glanced at Admiral Sengoku. He never trusted these navies. After all, the Navy has been fighting against him. How could the two forces be possible? Getting back together so quickly. Let's discuss, but I will go to Wu Laoxing to ask for the title of Chi Wuhai, whether to cancel it immediately. Warring States saw that so many Chihuahua either surrendered or died. They have no stock. In this case, it is better to completely cancel Chihuahua. It can also be regarded as giving the residents of the world a little confidence. After all, because of the Chihuahua incident, the civilians often complained about their navy. Then let's join together. Kaido saw that the proposal had been agreed, so he didn't panic, and went directly to the conference room with Sengoku. All afternoon, they discussed how to sneak into the Pokemon Kingdom. This made no one think that, the Navy of the World Ruler can talk to Totem, Charlotte, and Kaido of the New World. The plan, of course, hit it off. But at this moment, Kaido reveals his purpose. Artificial fruit supply, you should give me more. Kaido came up with the idea of artificial fruit. After all, artificial devil fruits can form an entire army of artificial devil fruits. This technology has always been in the hands of the Navy. Now of course he wants it. You should go to the world government for this matter, only they will do this kind of research. Lieutenant General he said directly. Then my Titan training plan. Sengoku replied to Charlotte tellingly. This has also led to evil experiments being done in the areas delineated by the world government. After all, the world government is quite cautious about their navy. For example, core secrets such as explosive rocks and artificial devil fruits. I even think that this is only needed by pirates. Anything that involves core secrets. Seeing that he couldn't get any benefits, Kaido simply ended the matter. Also at the world government. But the navy was out of control. They are not open to their navy, and will only be used by the navy when needed. But the world government is the power that controls the entire navy. They cannot offend the area where the world government is located. The navy does not engage in such an evil experiment and has no right to engage in it. Charlotte Tellingling saw Kaido making his request, and he also began to make his own request. It's pretty disgusting for this kind of Titan experiment. Also has no authority to manage. Okay, let's do it this time. Chapter 263, Kaido attacks Mary Hoya. Windmill Village. Are you planning to return to Mary Joya completely? Ron was stunned for a moment when he saw the information from the Revolutionary Army. He didn't expect that the Navy would be so desperate that they planned to return to Mary Joya. Since that's the case, then I'll make preparations in Mary Joya in advance. Ron intends to inform the other beasts to move the statues of the other 3 dragons to Mary Joya. During this time, they had already found the Dragon of Tao. The stone statues of these mythical beasts can now be completely transported to Mary Joya. Raikou moved all the statues of Lacerum, Zekrom, etc. to Mariehoya. Ron notified Raikou, and Raikou nodded under Ron's notification. Seeing that Raikou understood what he meant, Ron didn't say any more. As time goes further and further away, Ron intends to take these trainers who have made Usanji a breeder into its final form. Sent to Marie Joya together. Just in time for the Navy to see the strength of their Pokemon Kingdom. With Ron doing this move, the entire Marie Joya began to feel restless. Anyone could see that something big was going to happen in this Maryford. But they didn't know that the beast had known all this long ago. Only the Navy was kept in the dark, and they believed that the beasts were also kept in the dark. After the Navy lands, do you want to return to the Great Route? I said long ago that the Marines would come back. What you said is right, I really didn't grab it, and the Navy can come back. There's going to be a big fight here, going to happen. The people were stunned when they saw this scene, they didn't expect it at all. At this moment, there will be naval warships approaching Marineford. And it doesn't stop there, there seem to be warships approaching Marineford. It also means, the Navy needs to retake their turf. Compared with everyone in the Pokemon Kingdom that has just dominated, I am more curious about the movements of the Navy. After all, the Navy used to be the totem of this world, and now they have made such a big move, how can they not be curious? How is it? Is there any change on the island? Because the intelligence had been leaked long ago, Warring States was very cautious about this incident. He wanted to know if there were any other changes on the island. There is no change, the beast should not notice that we are back. The Vice Admiral reported to Sengoku that he did not see any movement. They even think that the beast should not be aware of their return without any awareness of their intention to return to the Great Route. But Zongguo was very careful, because he knew that the beasts had already known the information that they were going to return to the Great Route. But they changed the plan this time, raising the expected timing by a full half. That's half the time. He believes that the Pokemon Kingdom must not be aware that they are so bold that they can take over their territory at this time. Backquote. Where are Kaido and the others? Sengoku asked about Kaido's new Olahao troop system. Because besides them, Kaido was also assigned a task by them. It's just that the place where they snatched was Mary Hoya's former world government headquarters. After arranging Kaido's mission, Sengoku dared to come to this place. Kaido and the others should be fine. But I haven't heard from them. The lieutenant generals reported this information to Sengoku because they informed Kaido that they would use it. Phone bug contact. Chapter 264. Kaido encounters Charizard. But there was no response yet. There is no news, what's going on? Could it be the same as Blackbeard? Sengoku was a little frightened, he even thought that Kaido and the others would play them like Blackbeard, and then take this opportunity to attack their place, New Maryford. No way. The lieutenant generals around were not sure, because after Blackbeard did this, their confidence in the pirates and their sexual desire had dropped to freezing point. It can be said that there is no confidence at all. After all, there is a great possibility that these pirates who do not keep their promises will do anything. And at the same time, little did they know that Kaido and the others were also scolding these navies. What's going on? Have we fallen into a trap? Empress Hancock, why are they here? Could it be that 640 wants to wipe us out? I've never heard of it, the Navy and the Pokemon Kingdom have teamed up. The pirates who saw this scene were terrified by this scene, they never thought that when they felt Maryford. At this time, the place is full of people from the Pokemon Kingdom. Especially after they got a tip, Empress Hancock was actually here. I really didn't expect that the two Pirate 4 Emperors would join forces with the Navy. Perona looked at the Navy in front of her for a moment. He never thought that Pirate 4 ABBJ would join forces with the Navy. The majestic 4 Emperors actually bowed their knees to obey the orders of the Navy. This is something he never thought of. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing at all. Dayton saw everything in front of him, but he had never seen the 4 Emperors. These 4 Emperors were well known and would not appear in front of anyone easily. Want to see their faces only in newspapers or when they make big news through photos. But this time they all saw the 4 Emperors Charlotte Tay Lingling and the 4 Emperors Kaido saw it with their own eyes. This is something he never thought of, enough to see how powerful the Pokemon Kingdom is now compared to the 4 Emperors and the Navy. Otherwise, how could a naval force join forces with pirates? This is something that can't be seen at all. This can't be a trap. When Kaido saw the scene in front of him, he could only think that the Navy had leaked the secret again. Instead of thinking that the Navy is in the same boat as the Pokemon Kingdom, after all, there is only one totem in this world. If it's not a Pokemon Kingdom, it's a Navy. Now the Pokemon Kingdom has grown bigger and has the power to compete with the Navy world government. It is absolutely impossible to hand over this position to others, so the scene in front of you is very likely. The Pokemon Kingdom already guessed the naval deployment plan and responded accordingly. Only this possibility can explain everything they witnessed before them, but they didn't see any beasts, only Hancock and the others. There is absolutely no possibility of posing any threat to them. After thinking of this, Kaido looked at these people. You'd better get out of here now, otherwise our strength is something you can't resist. Kaido looked at the Hancocks. He didn't believe that these people in front of him had the strength to compete with them. You must know that besides the Titan troops, they brought many man-made Devil Fruit ability users this time. But even if these people are removed, they still have it. Chapter 265 Fighting. Katakuri and Drought Jack have these combat powers, and they don't need to be afraid of these people in front of them at all. In their view it is completely unnecessary. How polite are you to these people in front of you? It's not these people. They don't even have a useful combat power. I'm afraid they are the guys who broke in blindly. Why don't you let me deal with them? Drought Jack glanced at Boa Hancock and the others in front of him. Without any surprise, in his opinion, these people in front of him are just guys without any strength. There is no need to panic at all. Even if he is caught in a trap, these people in front of him will definitely not be his rival. Okay. Then let you go. Kaido saw the drought. Jack felt the drought at a glance. What Jack said was quite right. After all, these people in front of them looked quite ordinary. Not too powerful at all. Now that we are against the Pokemon Kingdom, it is better to be right to the end. Eliminating these people can be regarded as giving them the beast pirates of Ghost Island. Take revenge. After thinking about these, Kaido also decided to let himself go, without any hesitation, and began to face these things in front of him. The Pokemon trainers, who call themselves the Pokemon Kingdom, take the initiative. Drought Jack began to attack the trainers of the Pokemon Kingdom in front of him. At this moment, the Pokemon trainers also started to send out the trump card Pokemon in their hands. These Pokemon are granted by Arceus. At this moment, the Pokemon in their hands have evolved. Charmeleon has evolved into Charizard, and Wami has evolved into Blastoise. Ivysaur also evolved into Venusaur, these evolved Pokemon, with extremely powerful power. What kind of creatures are these? Drought Jack looked at these creatures in surprise, and he still didn't understand why these people in front of him were able to summon divine beasts. How did they do that? Drought Jack looked at these people in front of him with this confusion. Asked what was on my mind. How on earth did you do it? This is of course because these Pokemon have been given to us by the beasts. Now we are partners with these beasts. Can divine beasts be partners? What Kaya said directly horrified the people around him, especially those with artificial devil fruit abilities. They never realized it. It turns out that gods and beasts can still be partners with humans. They originally thought that the beasts were the ones who came to invade their human territory. Now it seems that the gods and beasts are entirely possible to coexist peacefully with humans, and they are very surprised when they think of this. It doesn't matter if you are a divine beast or not, eat me now. I saw the Drought Jack transform became a mammoth contest condition. Become this contest condition. 0.00. Jack still has extremely powerful strength. He could see this in front of him. Pokemon should not be as difficult to deal with as those mythical beasts they encountered in Wano. Thinking of this, Drought Jack began to identify the target and attack. The first thing he encountered was Charizard, who had already evolved. His trainer is naturally Dashichi. Dashichi passed the windmill where the Pokemon Kingdom is located these days. The villagers know that the Pokemon Kingdom is not an evil force. In these days she has understood this truth. That's why she didn't say no when she came to Marijoya in the Pokemon Kingdom in the morning. Now her Charmander has evolved from Charmeleon to Charizard, which can be said to have evolved into the ultimate Shapeman. Chapter 266. Katakuri Shot. Although evolved into Charizard, but never participated in a battle. But according to the strength of Charizard, she can clearly know how powerful this Pokemon is. Plus he's been working out with Charizard for so many days. I already know that Charizard has his strengths, so he commanded Charizard and died out of Flamethrower. I saw the raging fire towards Drought Jack spewed away, and the flames went straight to the door of Drought Jack, May 1st. Flames blazed in front of Drought Jack. Drought Jack froze when he saw this Pokemon. He didn't expect that the Fungwulong in front of him could control the power of flames just like the divine beast. But when he took a closer look, he found that Charizard's flame power was not as terrifying as that of the beast. So he was a little contemptuous of Charizard and started running towards Charizard. At this moment, Dashichi still doesn't know how to command Charizard to fight. This caused Charizard to be knocked out by Drought Jack's mammoth form before he could fly. Fortunately, there is Blastoise behind him supporting Charizard. Charizard was quickly rescued. It actually knocked the beast into the air. Is Drought Jack hitting people so hard? Everyone in the Beast Pirates saw that Charizard was hit by Drought, and Jack was knocked into the air. They couldn't help being a little surprised. They never expected that these beasts, which even the Navy feared, would be knocked into the air by them while they were pressing on Jack. And it seems that I have not suffered too serious injuries in Jack. But only Drought Jack knew that it was all because the woman in front of him hadn't shown Charizard's true strength, otherwise he definitely wouldn't have been so relaxed. He held his breath at the thought and started attacking the other two Pokemon. He's eyeing Kaya's Pokemon Blastoise. I saw him start to slam into Blastoise's body. But his guts let go. A golden beam of light suddenly appeared behind him, hitting Drought Jack's body directly, and the light shone directly on Drought Jack's body. After being attacked by two Pokemon, Charizard and Blastoise. Although the water turtle did not suffer much damage. But his figure has been pushed back by Drought Jack, and he began to retreat continuously. Now there are more skills. Untouched. Isn't Drought Jack the turtle's rival? This also gave some confidence to Katakuri beside Ka. The horrible temperature forced Jack to retreat, giving up the continuous attack on the two Pokemon in front of him. This is also because of Kia's ineffective command, otherwise Blastoise's strength could completely beat Star Calamity Jack in front of him. But even after holding on for a while, Blastoise finally couldn't shake the power of Drought Jack 0. This tortoise is really different, it doesn't have the normal appearance of other tortoises at all, and it's an upright animal. You must know that Blastoise's defense is the strongest among the Uson. After all, he has water skills. There is an extremely strong temperature on the light. 3.6. At this time, Makino was dispatched, and he commanded Venusaur, which evolved into Venusaur's Bulbasaur. I saw him directing the Venusaur to use Solar Beam. He now knew that the Pokémon in front of him were not necessarily impossible to deal with. Blastoise has an extremely strong body and was not shaken by Drought Jack at all. Chapter 267. Attack from both sides. He looked at the other three Pokémon, which were the evolved Blaziken, Swampert and Sceptile. The owners of these three Pokémon are Perona Hancock and Princess Vivi. The three looked dignified, and only Boya Hancock looked calm. After all, he has great power in himself. There is no need to be too afraid of Katakuri in front of him. At this moment, Katakuri also started to attack these people in front of him. His Devil Fruit ability is indeed extremely powerful. In terms of strength, Drought Jack can't compare with him. His strength can be said to have surpassed the three disasters, even in the rank of Deputy Emperor, he is still the top 01 character. It is precisely because of this that he has strong confidence. If it wasn't for being beaten by Solgaleo that day, he should have had stronger confidence. He is confident that the three Pokémon in front of him will not be his rival. I saw him resorting to chopping rice cakes. He turned his arms into rice cakes, swelled them into a mace-like shape, and combined with armed color domineering, he attacked the Blaziken in front of him. Flame Chicken is the Pokémon of Empress Hancock. I saw the Empress Hancock making a sweet wind. However, Katakuri directly raised the glutinous rice balls to the sky by several 10 meters in an extremely strange posture, directly avoiding the sweet wind. This is something Katakuri never thought of. But he didn't panic too much, he is also a fighting Pokémon who is quite accomplished in melee combat. Katakuri's face was serious, he originally thought that Blaziken in front of him would be particularly easy to deal with. Katakuri in front of him is worthy of his trump card. But now it's beyond his imagination, the Blaziken in front of him still has some strength. He could feel the flames and powerful power in front of him. He exchanged moves with Katakuri in front of him. Just at this time, Swampert used Muddy Water. In a short moment, countless Yulang Muddy Waters attacked Katakuri. You must know that during this period of time, she has been tortured by cravings for a long time, and she has long wanted to save her children and live a worry-free life of desserts again. Thinking of this, he increased the strength in his hands, and even used the Overlord Color Coil, and punched Blaziken flying in front of him. Sure enough, Katakuri can do it too. Charlotte Tay Lingling laughed when she saw this scene. In the blink of an eye, Katakuri was instantly forced back by this force. And the Sceptile on the other side was not idle either. He made Leap Storm. The blades flying all over the sky were also attacking Katakuri in front of him. But there are still many gaps compared to him. Although Katakuri's power is not low, he not only has the domineering look of arms, but also the look of domineering and knowledge color domineering. It can be said that he is a man who integrates the three domineering. It directly overwhelmed Kaido's prestige, 540, as long as they are recovering all nations, they can go back to the past. Fists meet Blaziken fires Fire Punch. Blaziken immediately attacked Katakuri after seeing it. Then continue to use his chopping rice cake. Attack the three Pokémon in front of you. Chapter 268 Resurrection of Lacy Ram. Sceptile uses Yi Feng Storm again, Perona commanded his partner Sceptile. I saw the green Sceptile attacking Katakuri in front of him. This time it was also a flying storm, and the green leaves, like sharp swords, began to cut Katakuri's body. And the Blaziken on one side also started to attack. I saw him hit Katakuri directly with a move of Fire Punch. This time, even if Katakuri used the strongest Devil Fruit ability, it was still not a rival with the power of Blaziken. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel shocked. He didn't expect that these Pokémon in front of him would have such power together. Such a terrifying power. Thinking of this, he frowned, and began to use the Peerless Donut, which was the power of his Devil Fruit awakening. I saw rice cakes popping out from the ground, forming the shape of donuts, and multiple donuts were created in an instant, and then some of these donuts shrank from the circle wrap trapped Pokémon. He felt a strong sense of coercion from Lacy Ram. This strong sense of oppression surprised him a little. But soon he calmed down. The whole body is covered with Feather's normal soft white body hair, and his eyes are dark blue. He caught it right away. Katakuri in front of him. This idea circled in his mind for a while, and soon he decided to make a move. Reshiram uses Fusion Flare, which is his exclusive ability. I saw these three rays of light falling precisely on the stone statue. These two people are Kaido and Charlotte Trelling. He came out of the stone statue, he should be the real beast. This made him, Zhao Hao, angry and wanted to defeat Kaitaliku in front of him. At first, other Pokémon attacked, and at this moment, a red light suddenly appeared in the holy land of Marioa. See only Fusion Flare. As soon as he attacked her, the flames took him directly. Lacy Ram. The first one was resurrected, only to see that he was a white dragon god. Kaido looked at Reshiram in front of him and instantly confirmed that Reshiram in front of him must be the beast in the above. Is it different from the Fu brand that looks similar to the mythical beast? These three statues are. The Pokémon that Ron intends to revive this time are the idols of Reshiram. Zekrom and Kyurem. 3 red light beams began to shine towards the stone statue of Mary Joa in the Holy Land. Some are wrapped around his fists, like a pair of hands suspended in the air, condensing the armed and domineering. Lacey Ram looked at Katakuri and said these words. In his eyes, Katakuri in front of him was so weak that it was unworthy of him. It was not worth his efforts to solve it. Individuals attracted his attention even more. Are you the rival that possession intends to send me to deal with this time? Behind him is an object resembling a propeller engine normal. The whole body is white, and its appearance is like a white bird with arrogant claws. When Reshiram saw the first glance, he quickly determined that Kaido was the target he wanted to defeat this time, but after seeing his beast Pokémon, they felt so difficult to deal with Katari Kuri. I saw him releasing a huge flame, Hoayuan, which began to hover in front of Kotaku. At this moment, Kotaku has just released the Wushwang Donut and has not had time to withdraw it. Chapter 269 Blue Flare. The Wushwang Donut melted directly, and then attacked his body. The flames suddenly exploded very high. This power, even after awakening with Katakuri Devil Fruit, and then wrapping it in the Overlord color, it can't be resisted. During this time, Raikou was forced to retreat by the flames, and was forced to retreat behind him. The glutinous balls of the glutinous fruit ability on his body were directly burned by this flame. Even if he assimilated the surrounding environment into glutinous rice balls, it would be of no use at all. This scene made the people around smack their tongues. They couldn't imagine that this was an attack released by Lacey Ram. How did this happen? Such a powerful flame power. 133 unexpectedly defeated my subordinate Raikou. Charlotte Teelingling was a little unconfident. He never thought that Katakuri could easily defeat the Pokémon in front of him before he handed over the material. Now all of a sudden Katakuri was defeated directly. It was hard for her to believe that it was Katakuri who lost in front of her. It's just that this time it's his second exclusive skill. The cyan flame burned directly towards Charlotte Teelingling in front of her. It's so powerful. What kind of beast is this? Boa Hancock looked at the Lacey Ram in front of him, and he couldn't believe it. In the blink of an eye, he defeated Katakuri in front of him. When Lacey Ram used the blue flame, Prometheus was a homies and a soul creature at the same time. This made Princess Weiwei worry about whether Lacey Ram could defeat the 4 emperors in front of her. In an instant, the 2 flames came into contact, forming a huge wall of flames, and everything around them began to burn. You are courting death. This is his exclusive skill Blue Flare. Princess Weiwei looked at the scene in front of her, and was stunned. He didn't expect that the 4 emperors in front of him were so strong. If their Alabasta kingdom was against each other, then their Alabasta kingdom was in the hands of the 4 emperors. Any room for retaliation. But the burning of the flame did not end, and the flame was still burning towards Katakuri in front of her. Charlotte Trelling couldn't sit still anymore, and she summoned Prometheus with one hand. Boom. Is this the power of the 4 emperors? ABAC. And at this time, Charlotte Trelling commanded Prometheus. Prometheus is a huge flame. I saw him attack Lacey Ram in front of him at a very fast speed. Even now is quite a critical time. You know, this is his Blaziken, a powerhouse that he failed to win with the other 2 Pokémon. In the eyes of Lacey Ram, it seems to be like a young child. Push it down. Simple and clear, it solved the immediate confrontation with the people. Because Charlotte Trelling just passed the power of Prometheus, fire. Stopped Lacey Ram's fire power. The power of the 2 flames caused a violent explosion in the air, directly blasting the entire ground to black. A ball of fire in the sky. I saw Prometheus spit out a huge amount of fireballs. The flames attacked Lacey Ram in front of him, and at this moment, Lacey Ram used his exclusive skill again. I saw that she summoned Zeus's Charlotte Telingling's terrifying and abnormal flames to directly collide with the flames that Reshiram had just released.